the sacred angel descended upon the mortal. Everyone was overwhelmed by her, but this man walked through the crowd and coldly gave her a hard. Then he cruelly broke the angel's, because only he knew angel before them was merely a deranged. In truth, the man had undergone 98 cycles of reincarnation, and in his 99th cycle, with just a scythe, he had become the strongest, also the last survivor. But as Ryuman prepared to enter the final challenge to end every system announced, the boss room requires at least 5 players to. Since he didn't meet the conditions, he could only watch his body slowly Yet, there was no trace of regret in his eyes. Ryuman knew well that after his death, that familiar sound would echo once. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully activated the reset. He never could have expected it. This time, the system notification was different from you. His number of regression attempts had now reached its usage. This meant that if he failed this 100th attempt, he would truly. Do you think Ryuman will complete the mission to escape this, or will he die here? Let's follow the journey of our protagonist. The scene opens with a temple lit up with sparkling lights. Countless people are gathered below on the street. Finally, everyone, when there are 5 seconds left, please count down. Amidst the bustling countdown from the surrounding people, Ryuman looked up, not at all anticipating what would happen next. Beside him, the crowd continued to count diligently. Seeing this, he couldn't help but feel nervous and cursed. He looked at his hands and realized something. They were trembling with his fear. He had returned right before he was dragged into this dam. He clenched his fists. Even though he had reached the final round, the countdown didn't stop. If it were possible, too, he wished time would freeze. His system panel appeared, announcing that the number of temporal reversal runes used was 100 out of 1. That moment finally arrived when he had to make up his mind. 1. After all, this was the last. No longer needing to conceal himself, he pulled down his hood. He would end this game. Ryuman looked around the crowd, searching. To do that, he needed for more people to reach the final round with him. Who would be the most suitable to form a party? Annoyed, he listened to his friends cheer. We've finally become a. The 2 guys in front chatted excitedly. No need to pretend anymore, right? They were still as boisterous as children, making the bald-headed young man sigh. What should I do after graduation? Should I try delivering food? Hey, that girl looks just like Co. Aaron. The actress Co. Aaron? The 2 in front continued to argue loudly. It's Aaron again. Are you blind? The bald-headed young man turned to his friend and asked, Youngmin, what are you going to do? Youngmin suddenly said. He leisurely answered the question. Didn't I tell you? I'm going to become a gang. His friends looked concerned. Are you crazy? If you do that, just one mistake could kill you. So you're not kidding? Youngmin shrugged. Hey, I told you to just let it go. You only live once, right? I just want to live the way I. On the surface, they only chuckled, but internally, they all had the same thought. He's really crazy. That psycho dog. Seriously, when do we graduate? I'm cutting ties with this guy immediately. Then Youngmin's friend continued to ask, so after graduation, what are you planning to do with the errand boy? He paused for a moment before remembering the person. You mean that pathetic jerk? The one who's always. Then he laughed and said, I can't just let him off the hook just because I'm graduating. His friends pointed at him and gasped. Wow, poor guy. He probably thinks everything will end once he graduates. This bastard is truly. Youngmin added with amusement, he doesn't get to decide when this ends. I have to mess with him as much as possible. They were talking, his friend suddenly saw someone. Wait, isn't that your errand? Ryuman's figure weaved through the crowd, accompanied by a voice from the speaker. It's finally time. Everyone, when there are 5 seconds left, please count down with. He smirked as the countdown began. That's my errand boy. But then he suddenly saw the aura around Ryuman. His eyes widened because the more he looked, the stranger it seemed. That guy. And at that very moment, Ryuman slowly took off his. Simultaneously turned and made eye contact with Youngmin. That made Youngmin start to feel uneasy. Today, he seems different. Youngmin's irritable voice rose again. Happy New Year. Is he crazy? Why is he staring at me like that? His friends had to rush in to stop him. Hey, Youngmin, it's New Year's Eve. Let him go. You have plenty of time to bully him. Because he was in a crowd, he didn't dare to make a scene and muttered, You bastard. He'll let it slide. The chubby guy in the group covered his face, whimpering. I've finally become an adult. People around them said to each other, Happy New Year. May all your wishes come true. But suddenly, a strange voice rang out. Humans are really funny. They're celebrating New Year's without knowing how perilous their situation. Youngmin was agitated by those words. What did you just say? The other young man quickly denied. I didn't say anything. And the person in the middle looked up at the sky and said, What? I just heard. High in the sky, an angel was slowly flapping her wings. She looked at them, oblivious and completely. Despite her beautiful face, she spoke incredibly hurtful words. It feels like watching monkeys in a cage. The people looked up at the radiant light, confused. Damn it. Is that an angel? Is the TV station holding a New Year's event? If they said it was real, I'd believe them. She's so beautiful. Human also looked up, not very surprised. She's here. Even after 99 times, it's still an. The woman subtly hid her feints, and she uttered words full of disdain. You trashy humans. You all seem to have fallen for my beauty. Haven't you? But don't think anything strange. I have no intention of associating with you. The angel gazed at them with amusement, looking at your reactions. I'm sure you've all heard my. Suddenly, an uncle pointed up and shouted, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you dressed up as an angel or something? And what do you mean by?" Ryuman heard the shouts. What do you mean? Huh, you bitch? And he only muttered, how embarrassed. The angel's smile instantly vanished. Instead, her eyes glowed red with anger. The audacious man then exploded in front of countless. Young man standing nearby trembled as he saw blood splatter all over. He screamed in fear, affecting the entire. Yongmin was also shocked. Damn it. What the hell was. The angelic woman pointed at them and cursed the one who had just been dealt with. How dare a lowly human speak to a high-ranking species like me with such an. Now, everyone's face was filled with extreme fear. You humans have no right to question me. Don't try to act like you're on the same level as me. What was that sound? Unless you want your brains to explode like that guy just. She stopped jesting and got down to business. You must be very confused by the current situation. How could you lowly humans possibly know what's. The game has begun with its first rule. I will explain it simply and clearly. So listen carefully. Ryuman sighed. Having to hear the explanation, the angel's body sparkled brilliantly as her echoing voice resonated. Now we will begin a game. We will play 20 rounds. On the first day of every month, human souls will be transported to a new dimension to play. The angel's smile was very warm as she returned to a comfortable state. Humans only need to do one. The people were forced to listen to what she said without daring to utter a sound. It is to complete the mission. If you complete the mission, you will be able to return to reality with a reward. Chubby guy whispered, what is she talking about? His friend replied, it seems like she'll let us live if we complete some. Guessing what the humans were thinking, the angel added a reminder. You might think she'll let us live if we complete some missions. But not everyone can survive just by completing them. That was the crucial point she was about to make. Only half of the participants will be. The faint hope that had just been kindled among the people immediately died out. No way. How can that? Her smile hadn't faded, meaning she wasn't finished speaking. But don't worry too much. I won't take every. The crowd became chaotic and disorderly, making Ryuman only sigh in resignation. What does she mean? Silence over. He looked at her again, lost in his thoughts. Only those between 15 and 29 years old have to participate. When I was dragged into this game on New Year's, I never thought I'd experience it 100 times. Like a middle-aged man next to him clenched his fists happily. So im Alive. He'll live. The young man beside him clicked his tongue. He agitatedly grabbed the uncle's shirt. Are you that happy to be alive? Why are you mocking us? The uncle panicked before he could explain. Wah? Yongmin, who was behind them, was more clear-headed and loudly warned his friend. Stay put. Haven't you realized the situation? Didn't you see the guy whose head just exploded? With the rules explained, the angel moved on to tallying the numbers. Let's see. It seems the total number of participants will be 1,801,029,200. She stretched out her hand, emitting a dazzling light. Now that I've finished explaining, let's begin. The human was teleported to a space that was entirely. His face remained impassive as the angel's words echoed in his mind. Now you are all in a space where you cannot see. Then the space created a mirror in front of him. Before transferring your souls, you need to create a. Ryuman slowly touched the mirror's surface. You can customize yourselves. You only have one chance. So choose care. Didn't want to waste time, so he quickly finished. Just do it as you. His reflection in the mirror gradually transformed. My nickname will. His hair subtly fluttered as he chose his familiar nickname again. Black. The space for the first game was created. A green and desolate plain. A human's new body slowly stepped into that. With a more mature-looking face, he had the name Black Hook above his head and thought to himself, this will be the 100th. He even flexed his arm muscles to test his abilities. I've used the same appearance. Since this is the 12th attempt, it feels like this is my own. Immediately after, players were released onto the open land one by one. What is this place? A plane? Huh? My body really changed. I tried using a celebrity's face. How about that? Damn, it really. Ryuman looked at a few people who intentionally gave themselves glamorous appearances. Everyone is trying to look their best this time too. But if you had brains and could think, you shouldn't. Girl was very happy with her dazzling face. Even though it was very dangerous. This world is for the strongest survivors. The more attractive you are, the easier you become a target. If you die in this world, you will also die in the real. Ryumin stopped caring about others for a moment and searched for a name. Well, it's almost. Yangmin stepped out with immense presence. Here he is. Hong Yi wasn't too surprised by Yangmin's choice. This time, he had chosen a muscular. The angel didn't take long to return either. Looking at you all like this, I'm sure you love your new appearances. Don't you? I love seeing your expressions of fear. Let's see. There are a total of 1,802,910 people. That's the total population of. The crowd looked around, wondering. 1.8 million. It doesn't look like there are that. The woman mocked, shaking her head. Indeed, you lowly. She suddenly grew angry and shouted. Do you think there's only this one space? Humans will be divided into different planes with other angels. And the rounds will proceed. Focus on yourselves. Before we truly begin, I will explain. While she was still giving instructions, Ryumin already knew how it worked. First, think of the word status window in your mind. Status immediately appeared with the following information. Status window. Name Ryumin. Nickname. Black Hook. Rank. Apprentice. Level 1. Profession. 0. Title. 0. Stats. Strength 3. Intelligence. 3. Agility 3. Luck. 3. Stat points. 0. Skills. Normal skills. 0. Special skills. 0. Runes. 0. Additional skills. Mystery unlocked at level 10. Mystery unlocked at level 20. Mystery unlocked at level 40. Mystery unlocked at level 60. Mystery locked at level 99. He thought in frustration. Just looking at it makes me want to. The angel high above called down. Now, have you all looked at your status windows? You'll understand how pathetic you are if you've played games. But Yangmin was also watching her as she offered some encouragement. Become stronger if you can survive until the end and conquer round. The angel's face darkened behind her veiled eyes. Then not only will you be free, but you will also be granted one. And it was this veiled promise that moved countless people. A wish? Really? No way. The angel continued, however, you must be the first to obtain. She curled her lips into a smile again. Finally, say inventory and look inside. I've prepared a. Yangmin tried thinking of the keyword she indicated and was startled as his system panel changed accordingly. He touched the screen and read the information on it. A random rune. The red ruby stone was placed in the inventory as a starting gift. As you can see, the random rune fragment can only be used once. You can only use it at level 1. And it's the only item you receive when you start. You can use it by holding it in your hand and thinking. Yangmin held out his palm and followed the instruction. True power emerged, making him widen his eyes in surprise. Having completed her task, the angel quickly concluded. Looking at your expressions, you don't seem pleased. No matter the outcome, you must accept it. For it is your. She raised her hand. The rune imprinting is done. Now shall we? The sound of a snap rang out, allowing the nightmare to unfold. The first mission was immediately distributed to the players. Round 1. Mission. Each player defeat 100 goblins. Safe zone. Participants. 1,801,029,290. Eliminated. 0 out of 900,514,645. Area S 45.5. Participants. 10,286. Eliminated. 0 out of 5,140. Goblins were also created, equipped with some crude weapons. Only one appeared, so the crowd remained complacent, lingering and asking each other. Is that a goblin? It really feels like playing a game. Are we really in a virtual reality game? Were we kidnapped for an experiment without knowing it? The angel gently created countless other lights. It's still too early to get excited. I haven't summoned all the goblins. At this, the new players grimaced nervously. Wait. All of them. Why are there so? An unfair number was announced by her. 10,000 humans against 50,000 goblins. Fight to the. As soon as she finished speaking, the low-level goblins opened their mouths and the new players were utterly flustered and only screamed. Is running towards us. Don't come near. Amidst the chaotic scene, one person calmly stepped. Ryumin bypassed the frightened people to approach the monster. They desperately warned him. What's wrong with that guy? He's heading straight for the monster. Wait a minute. It's too dangerous to go near. Ignoring their meaningless words, his eyes glowed red and his body rose. Ryumin swung his leg, landing a direct kick to the goblin. Ordinary players gaped in astonishment, Whether in a group or an organization, the initial what he did actually had a specific purpose, always extremely important. I need to engrave my impression deeply into their mind. The goblin was kicked squarely in the face and thrown back. It thumped to the ground, dropping its small knife. Human immediately picked up the knife and continued with his planned strategy. To make sure these annoying flies don't bother me, I need to display my... He didn't attack immediately, but paused for a moment to look up, and most important, the angelic woman let out a sound of amusement. I need to attract her attention. Right after the goblin fell to the ground, 2 more rushed forward like moths to a flame. So, it seems they'll have to put a little effort into this performance. Ryuman zipped past them, giving each 2 slashes to the others watched in awe, exclaiming, "Cool. So cool. Did you all see that? Who is that guy? Is he some kind of special forces soldier? Black Hook?" Even his nickname sounds. Thanks to his display, they gradually regained their confidence. These goblins, they're usually the weakest type of monster in game. The young men lazily said to each other, "We can probably kill them too, right? Even if it's not as easy as Black Hook, if we fight seriously, it probably won't be too." However, the speed of those goblins was no joke, as they leaped straight at the one smirked slyly while its hand stabbed the young. The person next to him turned pale. They had just spoken so confidently, but now they lost all courage and ran off elsewhere. "Help!" Behind Ryuman, chaos erupted. "They're coming in." A scene of slaughter unfolded, but the goblins were gaining the upper hand. In this situation, no one would mistake this for just a game. The frightened woman watched the goblin stab its blade into the restrained person. At this moment, only one thought could occupy their mind. Just as he had predicted, she gasped and lost all reason to 2 words. Ryuman was all too familiar with predicting players' actions. Their survival instincts surged powerfully, dominating their minds, and then all of them ran for their life. He swung his arm and cut down a goblin. I also chose that method the first. His gaze still on the girl, as if recalling his past self. It was only after the second time that I realized running away in this desolate place was impossible. She suddenly crashed into a yellow bear. When she composed herself, she realized she couldn't pass through. What is? Nearby, someone else was trembling, raising their knife, and for those living in modern times who had never harmed any, he still hesitated, unable to finish off the monster, even though it lay on the ground. They would probably find it very difficult to kill a goblin, but to survive in this... The goblin looked at him with its glowing red eye, suddenly sat up and swung its weapon, frightening him. He must overcome that. The angel was watching the bloody scene with amusement. "Help! Save me!" The battle between humanity and goblins. How He well knew the player's capabilities. Even if they're only child-sized, if there's no resistance at all, they can take you down barehanded, let alone using daggers. Her smile became even clearer as her golden eyes swept over. How Human calmly fought the goblins, making her curious. What exactly is that? She tried opening his system panel and examining it. Black Hook. Mission progress. Defeat goblins. 70/100. Black Hook. Although she was the manager here, her authority was still limited, which annoyed her. This damn system. Besides mission progress, all player information is... But the angel was in a rather good mood, so she continued her amusement. "Well, whatever. Having to guide these incompetent humans truly hurts my dignity, but it seems there are still a few quite interesting ones, so I'll stay and enjoy myself a bit." The goblin was struck by Ryuman's blade right in the system continuously reported his progress. "You have defeated a goblin. Experience plus 4%. Gold plus 10. You have leveled up. Mission progress. Defeat goblins. 75/100. Activity required to complete mission. Defeat goblins. 25/1. He leaned to dodge a thrown knife from the low-level goblin. Beside him, 3 to 4 more goblins ran very skillfully and lightly. His agility allowed Ryuman to slay all 5 goblins at once with the same. He spun his blade with hands stained with green. The goblin also knew danger was approaching, so it tried to back. But how could it avoid Ryuman's fatal blow, as this time he used both hands to stab down onto it? His voice was about to engrave itself into the goblin's fear. Anyone? The entire pack of goblins only let out a weak cry and dared not charge. He sat up and wiped the green blood from his face. "It looks like I can take a little break." Thanks to his diligence, his stats had leveled up many times. Status window. Name Ryuman. Nickname Black Hook. Rank Apprentice. Level 4. Profession None. Title None. Stats Strength 3. Intelligence 3. Agility 3. Luck 3. Stat points 6. Skills Normal skills None. Special skills None. Runes None. Additional skills. Mystery unlocked at level 10. Mystery unlocked at level 20. Mystery unlocked at level 40. Mystery unlocked at level 60. Mystery locked at level 99. In the blink of an eye, I've already gained 4 levels. Hand, holding the small knife, touched the screen to level up skills. Each time I level up, I get 2 additional stat points. Put all stat points into his extensive experience. Ryuman was very cautious when upgrading himself. Besides increasing evasion rate, agility also increases attack speed and movement speed. In the early stages of the game, agility is the most important. He also flicked the blade with satisfaction to shake off some green blood. With progress this fast, I've probably attracted the angel's attention. Now let's end. Suddenly, the knife spun several times in the air and then stabbed directly into the head of a goblin in the back. His terrified scream rang out along with Ryuman's tense expression. Come on. The more he provoked, the more the monsters retreated. This, he sighed.
Don d'arrêt?
Then he, the strongest player at the moment, burst from the tall. His greatly increased agility stat allowed him to move through them without leaving any openings. Then the goblin angrily turned its head. Before they could even attack, they were hit by Ryuman's spinning attack and were instantly defeated. The system reported, experience plus 4%, gold plus 10, you have leveled up, Goblin Hunt Mission 100 out of 100, Round 1 mission. A halo of light appeared around Ryuman's body to mark the calmly waited within it. Round 1 is done. After defeating these goblins, I've definitely caught the angel's attention. The system panel showed congratulatory messages praising him by name. Congratulations. You are the first to complete Round 1's mission in this area. Congratulations. You are the first to complete Round 1's mission in all areas. Ryuman smiled contentedly. I got first place. The higher the completion rank, the better the reward. The top 3 ranks get the best reward. Just as he had expected, the system presented him with a choice. Congratulations. You are the first to complete Round 1's mission in this area. You will receive an optional weapon, a reward specific to this area and all areas. A small box has been added to your inventory. And for the reward for all areas. Congratulations. You are the first to complete Round 1's mission in all areas. You will receive a treasure chest. The rewards I received must be the most generous compared to everyone else. Ryuman first clicked on the sword-shaped ticket. First, he'll choose the weapon from the area. The screen displayed 3 types of weapons with 3 different names. You may choose one of the following weapons. He withdrew his hand, a little surprised. Although it's nothing huge, it's lucky I got this. So then the young man lightly pressed the screen to select the item was immediately updated. Received, dagger, dagger, classification, weapon, grade, rare, attack, 15, bonus effect, agility plus 1.15, durability, 150/150, equipment limit, rookie rank or higher. Description, the best type of dagger a rookie can. He threw the small goblin knife onto the ground after getting a better item. I can finally throw this trash. His hand, still stained with green blood, pressed the image with a cross mark. Now, it'll temporarily keep the selection box I got from the special room. While Ryuman was leisurely getting ready, those outside were still struggling in battle. Status, as he scrolled through his information, one thing caught his attention. Now that I think about it, in his description, there was a line that read Last Time Traveler, which piqued his curiosity. This title I received earlier, this is something I've never seen in my 99 previous regrets. He continued to hold out his hand and softly said, the stone shattered to activate the system's function. You have used a random rune fragment. Congratulations. You have received the temporal reversal. Ryuman clenched his fist and continued to listen. The received rune will automatically be engraved into the player's. Subsequent notifications were exactly as he thought. The trace of this rune is already present in the player's soul due to the rune's special attribute. Therefore, the engraving failed. The result is obvious. If I could engrave it one more time, it would mean I could regress an infinite number of times. However, this time he heard new information. Based on the rune trace in your soul, you have been recognized as a time traveler with 100 Ryuman's face clearly showed surprise as he heard what came next. Received the title Last Time Traveler. What? In this game, a title is even more incredible than a title, The Last Traveler. Unlock condition. Acquire 100 time reversal incantations. Effect. Upon death, your soul state will be maintained at that location for 1 minute. If desired, you will be resurrected and fully restore all vitality. Single-use ability. This title will disappear after resurrection. They are much stronger than incantations, and also harder to. What puzzled him currently was related to the skill he had received. Moreover, resurrection is an exclusive skill belonging to priests, and even that skill only restores 30% of maximum vitality after resurrection. This title allows me to resurrect with full vitality? It seems I've just acquired an incredible title. Ryuman stroked his chin, his eyes glinting with excitement as he thought, I've just gotten something truly Looking at the system panel before him, he thought to himself, then reached out to select. Having this card in hand is always a good thing. Title: The Last Traveler. Public stats: public or private. The title will not be displayed under the ID when private mode is selected. Effects still. Human narrowed one eye, then stretched and pondered. The others must have finished their missions by now. I wonder how Yang Min is. Yang Min, knife in hand, stood behind two people who were fighting. Ryuman smiled. He thought again, it seems he's survived. Streams of dazzling golden light poured down from the Burial the angel appeared, her lips curling into a smile. No wonder it's getting more and more. Her light shone directly onto several people, and her echoing voice made the others freeze. You will gradually be eliminated to match the remaining number of goblins. My sincerest apologies. It's my mistake. Burial the angel clasped her hands, her wings spread wide. Let's stir things up. Blonde girl hugged her loved one, two streams of tears flowing from her eyes as she stammered, "Stir." She stared in shock as the young man in her arms slowly faded. Others watched in confusion as the cold bodies on the ground gradually dissolved. They spoke in bewilderment. The bodies are dissolving. What's happening? They looked up at Burial the angel, who was hovering in the ferocious monsters, drooling and slobbering, aggressively lunged, cursed in astonishment. Her eyes glowed brightly as she looked down, a sinister smile spreading across her lips as she nonchalantly said, I've given you an additional 50,000 lives. Surely you have more than enough strength to kill now. The monsters, wielding weapons, charged forward. Young man stabbed it in the stomach, its blood splattering. The knife-wielding monster chased after them, and the man gradually moved back and forth. The system panel appeared. Mission requirement completed. 1021/5143. Yang Min looked at the monster in front of him, then pulled the other person's shirt behind his, tightly gripped the monster's. The system's voice echoed. Mission requirement completed. 2120/5143. Ryuman sat down on the ground. A person trapped inside a beam of light reached out, wanting to help, but couldn't. He could only watch helplessly as his teammate was attacked by the monsters. The system appeared again. Mission requirement completed. 3532/5140. Burial the angel laughed with delight at this bloody. Ryuman glanced. Waves of light shone down on each person, and the mechanical voice of the system boomed. Mission requirement completed. 5143/5140. Monsters immediately disappeared, confusing the people. The goblins are gone. Where did... She glanced at the system panel, then spoke. Only half have completed the mission. Mission requirement completed. 5143/5143. Now the task is... Burial the angel looked down at the people below. She said coldly, the others will have to die. After all, this is the law of... Everyone froze, faces full of helplessness. Wait, angel, I just needed to kill one more. Please. Waves of light shone down from the sky, startling many. Burial the angel clapped her hands softly. She spoke mockingly. Why the gloomy faces? Shouldn't you be happy to be alive? It's all right. You have survived. You can return. She raised a hand to her mouth, covering her sardonic smile. Her voice carried thinly, filled with disdain. Congratulations on clearing the first trial. I hope you'll try harder next time. Now, shall we announce the rankings before you? Data panel appeared. Round 1 results. All areas 1. Black Hook. Level 5 no class. 10 minutes, 21 seconds. 2. The Fools. Level 5 no class. 16 minutes, 15 seconds. 3. Heavenly Demon. Level 5 no class. 17 minutes, 7 seconds. Current area S45.5. 1. Black Hook. Level 5 no class. 10 minutes, 21 seconds. 2. Life is a Movie Reel. Level 5 no class. 23 minutes, 55 seconds. 3. Dark Heart in Hand. Level 5 no class. 24 minutes, 43 seconds. Another panel appeared. Ryuman gazed intently at each panel. Black Hook ranked first in all areas and the current area. Rewards. Rank reward. Lowest tier rare weapon voucher. Granted. Special optional reward chest. Granted. Mission completion reward. 1,000 gold coins. Not yet granted. You will receive your mission completion reward in a few minutes. You have received 1,000 gold coins for completing the mission. Congratulations. You can use the acquired gold to purchase items at the shop. The equipment purchase feature will unlock at level. Countless people looked at him in surprise. He gave a faint smile and thought to himself, everyone must know I'm first. Burial the angel rested her chin on her hand. Her voice boomed with amusement. To think that the #1 spot in all areas falls within my jurisdiction. Unbelievable. Black Hook. Isn't it? And he looked at her and spoke. Go. She raised one hand. She smiled and asked, why are you so strong? Did you acquire a special incantation or? She smiled outwardly, but inwardly, a storm was brewing. Ryumin didn't answer directly. You can just look at my status window and you'll know. Burial the angel stammered. She awkwardly extended both hands. Of course I can. An angel like me can certainly see that information. I was just He tried to suppress a laugh. He thought to himself, don't make me laugh. Ryumin suddenly called out, hey, angel. She wondered, what is it? She was stunned by his request. May I make a request? His face, full of confidence, perplexed her. Burial the angel mumbled. Ryumin crossed his arms, looking serious. His voice rang out. Yes, it seems. The reward for the first-place winner is a bit. Yang Min and everyone else looked at him in astonishment. Everyone stared at Ryumin in disbelief. Burial the angel's face was filled with anger. She snapped, what? What did you just? He stood within the beam of light, speaking arrogantly. I hope you can grant something more substantial. She snarled, her voice full of menace. You say that? Ryumin, completely unafraid, repeated, I don't like my reward. So I want you to grant something. Space fell silent. All attention was fixed on Burial the angel's eyes lit up. She flashed a sinister smile. A mere human dares to make demands of me? I kept an eye on him because he was quite proactive at first. But has he already grown to scorn me just for killing a few goblins? She extended her hand. I will make your head explode. Burial remembered the power had been used. She angrily withdrew her hand, clenching it tight. Damn it. I already killed someone with a single-use ability. You arrogant humans. Do you think I can't? Burial the angel saw something. She spoke mysteriously. Yes. I know what to grant him. Burial the angel looked down at Ryumin, asking pointedly, you want a better? She landed, her feet touching the grass. I usually reject such requests immediately. Burial the angel slowly approached Ryumin. I've reconsidered. Let's talk privately. Everyone else, wait a minute. Everyone erupted in murmurs when they heard her. Is she really going to grant his request? I can't believe he's haggling with an angel. Should I try too? I want a different reward. It's probably because he came in first. Whispers arose. Yeonmin glanced at Ryumin. To send me away like this, how valuable must that reward be? Imzulji. Ryumin gave Yeonmin a cold. Yeonmin was puzzled by the. Ryumin offered no explanation, walking away, leaving Yeonmin's. He followed Burial the. Turned her head to look at him, asking irritably, why aren't you coming closer? Do you intend to make me keep turning my head? Walk beside. Her lips curled in disgust as she thought, stupid humans. They only obey when ordered. A species that doesn't know how to be obedient, yet is so. Burial the angel turned and continued walking. And besides, why should I change what the system granted him? I mean, even if I could, he wouldn't be the only Cast a sinister glance at Ryumin. Her lips curled into a cunning smile as she thought, he should just accept what he's given. It'll show him the consequences of. Seeing a large rock ahead, Burial the angel thought, it'll kill him as soon as we pass that. The two continued to walk. Countless thoughts swirled in her head. Of course, there's a high chance of trouble. If I kill a player for personal vendetta without using a one-time ability, what if players complain about injustice later and revolt? Then those in power would hold me accountable for my actions. The new game's rules would be. Burial the angel's feet drew closer to the rock. Therefore, I need a place where no one else is. She flashed a wicked smile, thinking unkindly, you stupid fool. If you keep your mouth shut, no one will know what. Burial the angel turned around, looking at Ryumin with an unusually cheerful demeanor. Her voice was full of allure. What reward do you want? Tell me. What do you? Ryumin's fist came close to her face, stunning her before she could finish her sentence. Ryumin's punch struck Burial the angel's face without hesitation. Her face swelled before she could even compose herself. Burial the angel's eyes widened in utter shock. She fell to the ground, her heart filled with resentment. A stream of yellow fluid ran down Burial the angel's face. She lifted a hand to examine it, her heart filled with astonishment. What is this? Did that wretched human just... She sprang to her feet, her face contorted into a terrifying grimace as she glared at Ryumin. Damn, he suddenly vanished without a Burial the angel was stunned, unaware that Ryumin had appeared behind her. Ryumin grabbed her. Burial the angel looked back in pain. With his other hand, he reached up and squeezed her neck. She screamed in terror. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. His movements were decisive. Burial the angel's shriek of agony. She collapsed to the ground, her eyes lifeless, her mouth wide. Ryumin showed no emotion. He used his hand to break off one of Burial the angel's. He looked at her coldly and said, Don't be such a crybaby. You're excellent. Ryumin grabbed the remaining wing, making her shriek in yellow fluid streamed from the broken wing. He spoke indifferently, now you can't run anymore, you're excellent. Ariel the angel gritted her teeth, glaring at him. Ryumin asked casually, how is it? Does it hurt? She snapped, yes. Of course it hurt. A smile spread across his lips as he nonchalantly stated, if I had waited another 5 minutes, you would have been the one asking that obvious question. And with that contemptuous laugh, Ariel the angel shot upright. She glared at him and roared, are you insane? Human? What are you talking? Human lifted the 2 wings. A knife was hidden in one of them. He asked coldly, you were planning to use the knife hidden in your wing to kill me, weren't you, your ex? Knowing he had guessed correctly, he casually tossed the wings aside and replied, I know you too well. Burial the angel, in pain, touched her broad shoulder with one hand. You? What do you mean? She choked, retorting, I never intended to do that. Ryumin raised an eyebrow. His blood-red eyes stared coldly at her. You don't need to lie. I can tell everything just by looking at your face. Her face gradually showed fear as she stammered. How? How? A human knows my... Pulled a knife from the system. His voice turned icy. Knowing won't help you, you're excellent. Ariel the angel recoiled in fear. What are you doing? Why are you suddenly pulling out a weapon? Ryumin observed the knife, then asked pointedly. Still don't understand. She pointed her index finger at his face, threateningly declaring, do you want your head to explode until you go mad? I just need to snap my fingers. As if holding her fate in his hand, he said, what ability do you have left to kill anyone? You're excellent. Burial the angel pressed her lips together inside. She still blustered. You think you can get away with this? My companions definitely won't stand idly by. Ryumin was bored by her words. Companions, my ass? Angels are all selfish. They don't care about anyone else's problems. Whether you live or die, they won't give a damn. She stammered in disbelief. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. He moved closer to her and raised the knife. That's enough. Let me send you on your way. Burial the angel had just stood up. She quickly backed away, waving her hands. Wait a moment. You don't gain anything from this. He replied, I do. But you wouldn't know anyway. She threatened, if you kill me, you'll regret it. You won't be able to return. Ryumin, seemingly knowing everything, calmly said, this system will automatically send me back once everything is resolved. She was both surprised and helpless. How do you know about? Burial the angel made a plea. That's right. They'll give you any information you want. Just give me one chance. He flatly refused. No. Ryumin continued, if I needed information, I would have tortured you to extract everything I wanted. In this game environment, each species must fight for its own kind. And the truth is, you're just a pawn playing the role of a guide. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Burial the angel raised her hand. She was stunned. Since Ryumin lunged forward and decisively stabbed her. A piercing scream echoed through the forest. He looked at Burial the angel, now cold and lifeless on the... She was completely gone. The mechanical voice of the system echoed. You have defeated an angel. It has been confirmed that you are the first player to defeat an angel. You have been awarded the title, First Angel. The system's voice resonated once more. You have been rewarded. Angel's blood, and first angel kill reward. A glass vial and a gem appeared in Ryumin's hand. As expected, the first this time. The system announced you have been rewarded. Slaughter rune, for first angel. The item in his hand glowed. A golden light enveloped his entire body. The mechanical voice spoke again. The newly acquired rune has been automatically imprinted upon the players. The system panel displayed. Current rewards granted to the first player to kill an angel. Title: First Angel Slayer. Condition for achievement: be the first to kill an angel. Effect: when fighting divine beings, all stats are... I first learned about this reward when I sought revenge on an angel during my 13th regression. It must be because this reward is limited to a single player.
Slåterrune.
Effect: each time you kill a target, all stats increase by 1%. Maximum 100%. Maintained until the relevant game round ends. Each reward can be compared to a unique... Ryumin smiled, looking at the system panel before him. He thought, if the angels find out I've obtained a rune, they'll surely be surprised. His eyes glowed red. He raised the glass vial in his hand, his mind filled with calculations. The biggest reason why I killed an angel... Its effects were displayed on the system panel. Angel's blood. Type: consumable item. Grade: unique. Effect: can change your class to Grim Reaper. Usage limit: level 10 or higher. Explanation: a reward item for the first player to kill an angel. Only the first player to kill an angel has the right to change their class to the angel's natural enemy. The Grim Judges appeared one by one. Starting from level 10, all players can acquire a class. There are a total of 30 different classes. And changing classes is very. Before a glowing blue shield on the ground that emitted spiritual energy, it read, "You must obtain a class-changing item. This item is usually acquired through hunting or by completing a simple The glass vial glowed, along with the glowing red class above. But there are exceptions. That is when changing to a special class. When a class is only given to players under special circumstances, red class stands above all other classes. And of course, these special class holders are on an entirely different level compared to normal classes. Bonus stats, upgraded runes, skill systems, and so on. Everything is good to the point of being almost perfect. Ryuman opened his inventory in the system. He thought, speaking of which, I returned before even completing the first. He continued to think, then I'll use the reward I earned for being first in all areas. The system displayed the selected reward. You can choose one of the following rewards. Touch the reward you desire. 1. Experience X3 effect. Lasts throughout round 2. 2. 2,000 gold. 3. Information about round. Ryuman set his goal and thought, the important thing now is to quickly reach level 10 and change my. He raised his hand and selected a reward. The system immediately announced, you have selected Experience X3 effect. Round 2 begins. Effect has been automatically applied. Ryuman looked over at where Burial the angel lay and mused. This is the last time. So I have no other choice. No matter the cost, I must become. He approached. Notification panel appeared. Round 1 complete. All areas. Survivors. 900,514,645. Current area. S45.5. Survivors. 5,143. Souls will be transferred to their bodies in the current dimension. February 1st, 2023. Round 2 is starting. We will meet you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Yeonmin roared and looked at the towering buildings in front of him. Suddenly, he froze. This is the New Year's. Yeonmin frowned in confusion, thinking, what's going on? He wondered, did everyone collapse like me? People began to wake up. Whispers arose. Did I just faint? I had an incredibly vivid dream. My head is splitting. Confusion filled his mind. My dream just now was so Yeonmin opened his phone. A flicker of doubt in his heart.
5:20 a.m.
Did time here pass the same as in my. One by one, people in the city woke up. They groaned, oh my head. My limbs ache all. He looked at the brown-haired guy and asked, are you guys awake yet? The guy retorted, Yeonmin. Did I just pass out? Yeonmin replied, yeah. Not just you, everyone here. The brown-haired guy was surprised. Let's sleep a bit longer. A bald guy, confused, asked, what's wrong? I was just about to say I had a really weird dream. The other guy said, yeah, me too. Yeonmin, did you have a dream? He replied, I did. Yeonmin looked at everyone and spoke. I don't think so. People clutched their aching heads, asking themselves, have we returned? Returned from that hell?
Im Alive. Im Alive.
What? But surely a goblin. My head. He said gravely, it was just a People spoke up, confused. So all of that was real? The goblins and round 1 too? Everything? The brown-haired guy blurted out, so, are we going to be transported back there again at the beginning of next month? The bald guy was furious. Damn it. Looking at the person opposite who hadn't woken up yet, Yeongmin wondered, hey, why isn't this guy waking up? The bald guy was confused.
I'm wondering too.
The brown-haired guy called out, hey, Kim Tae-sik. The guy reached out and touched the silent figure lying there. Hey. When Tae-sik was turned over, his face was already. Brown-haired guy frantically put his hand to his nose. The guy's hand trembled more intense. Brown-haired guy panicked. Damn it. He's not breathing anymore. I can't feel his pulse. Yeongmin was stunned. Tae-sik is. Brown-haired guy turned pale. No way. Did he die because he couldn't survive the game? The bald guy also looked equally pale. How could that? He looked at the others still lying motionless. So, everyone here who hasn't woke. Yeongmin looked at the chaotic scene before him. He wondered, are they all just corpses? The bald guy struggled to stand, speaking in disbelief. That's absurd. Only half survived. Will the next round be like this? Yeongmin's face was grim. His hands trembled as he thought, this is truly. Witnessing this chain of consecutive events, Yeongmin began to think frantically. Doesn't this mean that even if everyone was born at the starting line, they still have to live equally? His eyes turned crazed as a joyful smile spread across his face. Now there's no need to cry about how unfair life is. Then he turned to his companions, feigning calm, and said, calm down, you bastards. All we have to do now is survive. Why are you all so worked up? His two companions, whose worldview had been shattered by fear, could no longer process his words. One of them sat on the ground, clutching his head, trembling uncontrollably. So unfair. To die without even a chance to. As if nothing had happened, he nonchalantly replied, "It's not just us. Everyone else is also caught in this situation. What's there to complain about injustice anymore?" Hearing this, the two were utterly shocked and cursed him under their breath. This crazy bat. The bald guy sighed, frowning. "Damn it. You've simply lived your whole life as a thug until now. So, of course, you won't feel any loss even if you die here." Yeonmin paid no attention to his words, looking around instead. "Indifferent. I still have a lot of things I want." Yeonmin replied, "I don't see that damn bastard anywhere." Hearing this, the bald guy asked, "Who?" "That errand boy of..." Yeonmin secretly wondered why he didn't see Ryumin. "Where is that wretched brat? I'm pretty sure I saw him in that direction before I passed out. Could it be that he couldn't even get past the first round and died?" Thinking this, he curled his lips into a confident smile, musing, "That must be it, right? How could a weakling like him possibly survive?" Suddenly, his attention was drawn by. He looked over at a man wearing a suit of armor he didn't know the origin. He immediately wondered, what's wrong with that guy? And where the hell did he get all that armor and equipment? Then a possibility occurred to him. He hesitated for a moment. Then he called out in his mind, "Status window." Immediately, a transparent system window displaying status information appeared before. He was utterly surprised. A status window. It really. His companions heard him and spoke up. "A status bar?" The guy in the fur-collared jacket said, "No way something like that could happen." He was frozen by the sudden appearance of a status window. Yeonmin couldn't see his companion's status windows, so he asked suspiciously, "What the hell? Why are you staring at thin air?" The other guy retorted, "Aren't you doing the same thing? It must only appear individually for each person." Simultaneously, everyone present had their own status window appear, and they repeatedly exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this something that can be applied in reality? What the heck? So we can use stat points and items." Yeonmin then picked up a stone from the ground. Without a word, he directly used force to crush the. He silently looked at the fine dust in his. Then he gleefully smiled. "This is absolutely amazing." The news reported on the events that had occurred. Today at dawn, something truly unbelievable took place. A serious short-haired news anchor recounted the events. In the square right in front of the New Year's Bell area in Do, just before New Year's Eve, over 10,000 citizens suddenly lost consciousness. Now, I would like to take everyone to the scene of the incident. The image shifted to the scene where Burial the angel appeared. An unidentified woman dressed in angelic attire appeared before the New Year's bell. She then spoke to the citizens. The scene on screen suddenly turned chaotic. Not long after, a mysterious explosion occurred after a citizen pointed at the woman and said something. The speaker mentioned was immediately. The female anchor continued. Subsequently, the woman spread her arms towards the citizen. Another news report video stated, according to police reports, most of the fallen citizens were between the ages of 15 and 29. The reporter in the video gravely said, "We have confirmed that this phenomenon has occurred not only in this country but on a global scale." Citizens immediately erupted in chaos, ceaselessly commenting, "What the heck? Are the reporters on drugs or something? Why are they suddenly broadcasting this nonsense early in the morning?" Many refused to believe it was true, refuting, "Is today April Fool's Day? Over 1.8 billion souls kidnapped? I really can't believe the scale of fake news has grown this much." Some even criticized the reporters. "Reporters are collaborating too well, aren't they?" Others agreed and replied to the comment, "Reporters must have nothing to do on New Year's to create such a fake news report." The video clearly looks like CGI. People are fighting in the comments. Some people didn't believe it, and while typing they collapsed, and Ryumin calmly scrolled through social media. "So it has been," he thought, "and this is just the beginning." The news continued to report on the incident. Around 5:20 a.m. today, approximately half of the unconscious individuals regained consciousness, while the other half remain in a vegetative state at the site of the phenomenon. All have been diagnosed as clinically dead. Celebrity A was found deceased in the square. This is the first time that over 11% of the population has died in a crisis. Deaths continue to be discovered. Meanwhile, news of fatalities continues to increase. Remained completely unperturbed. The real problem lies in another aspect. Then he looked at the news report screen in front of him. The survivors are now all called players, and the reason behind this incident is still being investigated by authorities. His thoughts intertwined with the anchor's voice. The problem is that the abilities players gained have been brought into the real world. The actual number is quite high, so it hasn't had a major impact yet. His expression was utterly cold. But as the players' levels increase, they will gradually evolve into powerful entities. A shadowy knight-like figure appeared, adorned in powerful armor, with strong energy currents flickering around them. Even if any modern weapon were used, or even an entire army were deployed, these players could not be suppressed. These weapons are people themselves. Uncontrollable beings will emerge. Chaos everywhere. His hoodie obscured his head, giving him an enigmatic aura. If things continue as they are, the world might collapse before it even reaches the 20th round. There's only one solution. Then his gaze sharpened. I need to control all players. He thought with utmost certainty, with a power that surpasses all. As he thought, he recalled his previous regressions. Of course, he'll have to use different methods than in previous regressions. A system notification appeared before him. To open the door and enter the boss room, you need at least 5 players. His face, bathed in shadow, grew solemn. I already have a few potential people in mind, and I also have some ways to recruit. He then ended his train of thought on that matter and continued walking. But now is not the time to act hastily. At this moment, there are more important things. At this point, he had returned from the square to his door. He gently opened the door and slowly stepped in. His gaze was drawn to. He saw a cup of noodles left behind by someone. This brat, he ate cup noodles for dinner. At this moment, he slowly opened the room. He saw a young man who looked similar to himself but younger, sleeping. Seeing him sleep so soundly, he unconsciously gave a gentle smile. He can still sleep well even though his older brother hasn't come home. Turned out this sleeping young man was named Ryu-gun, and he was his younger brother. This is my younger brother. Next year, he'll be a third-year high school. He began to talk about his family. My family is nothing special. A framed photo of a 4-person family, all smiling happily, hung on. However, my parents passed away after a traffic accident. Just like that, many things changed overnight. Under the table was a framed photo of the 2 brothers playing happily together. One of the most significant changes, that I became Gun's sole guardian. His younger brother's body was covered in what looked like very serious injury. He slowly reached out and reapplied a bandage to his gaze was incredibly complex as he stared for a long. Suddenly, the entire room lit up, waking the deeply sleeping Gun and making him blink a few times. After turning on the light, he sat beside the mattress and said to his brother, "Time to wake up, Gun." Seeing his older brother, Gun immediately spoke up. He reminded him it's morning. Hearing this, Gun checked his phone and replied, "It's only 6 a.m. Not letting his brother continue to be sleepy, he immediately flipped up his blanket, startled. As he gathered the blankets, he said, "We don't have time to keep sleeping." His brother, hearing this, asked doubtfully, What's going on?" He simply replied, "I'll explain later. So get dressed first." Then Gun was still sleepy from being woken up too early, yawning widely. "Where are we going, brother? If you're gonna tell me we're gonna watch the sunrise, I'd rather just sleep." At this, he seriously reminded him, "Listen to your..." Calmly said, "Now is not the time to relax or sleep." Holding clothes, he frankly told his brother the world has fallen into chaos. Gun, a little surprised, asked again, "Didn't you say we were going to see the New Year's celebration? What happened?" He didn't answer his brother's question, directly leaving. "Just come with me for now. They'll tell you as..." Two left the house and walked quickly down the deserted street. Gun glanced at his brother, a mix of tension and doubt in his eyes. Gun secretly thought, for him to be this serious, I wonder what happened. Noticing his brother's gaze, Ryuman then spoke up. "Gun, you don't know the current global situation." Hearing his brother ask this, Gun, a little flustered, quickly asked back, "Why do you say that, brother? You're scaring me. Did something happen while I was asleep?" Hearing his brother's question, Ryuman calmly reminded him, "Check the trending search." Gun, full of questions, immediately picked up his phone. As he scrolled, he exclaimed in disbelief, "What does this mean? An angel suddenly appeared and kidnapped people to another world?" He gently clarified, to be precise, their souls were. Hearing his brother say that, Gun frantically asked, "No way. Even you?" Ryuman calmly confirmed, "Yes, that's right." Finishing his sentence, he continued to explain, "Only after hunting 100 monsters called goblins was I able to survive and..." Hearing his brother say this, Gun anxiously asked, "What? Is that true? Are you hurt anywhere?" Ryuman calmly reassured him, "Don't worry about it." His face was filled with worry as he loudly said, "How can I not be?" The scene shifted to a flashback of when their parents passed away. So this is family. Only he and his older brother attended their funeral. "You're the only family I have left." His face was stained with tears as he looked up at his brother. Of course, his figure was incredibly solitary, yet firm and trustworthy, capable of filling the void left by their father. Just like now, his back still looked so trustworthy, and yet so solitary. He needed to maintain a very strong mindset for himself. No matter what he thought, Gun felt extremely worried for his brother. But having a strong mindset and killing 100 monsters are two entirely different things. Then he looked at his brother with a heavy heart. He must have a weak side. Ryumin then offered a slightly helpless smile and said, I know what you're. Finishing his words, he turned to look at his brother and carefully explained. There, they have a system called stats, just like in games. So my physical skills aren't really that important. He then added, so you don't need to worry. Gun, hearing his brother, still hesitated a little. If that's the case, then, but, continued with great patience, if you see me in the future, I'm sure you won't think like this anymore. Hearing his brother say this, Gun asked confusedly, what do you mean? He didn't answer his brother's question immediately, but smiled and said, if you want to know, just follow me. At this point, Gun, wanting to know everything clearly, became stubborn and unyielding. I want. Until you tell me where we're going, I won't take another step. Hearing his brother say this, Ryumin stopped, perhaps due to overwhelming worry for his brother. Gun's eyes were now resolute as he said, so please. Looking at the wound on Gun's, he fell into deep. Finally, he spoke. The Tiju gang. Gun was surprised to hear. He calmly and slowly said to his brother, we're going to the Tiju gang's stronghold. The place of the thug who's been bullied. After saying this, he asked as if he hadn't known, is the Tiju gang threat? Gun was startled by his brother's question and stammered, brother, how did you? Gun hesitantly continued to ask, you already know everything? Hearing his brother ask this, Ryumin nonchalantly replied, why would you think I would? Unexpectedly, his older brother knew everything. So Gun bit his lip and secretly thought, but I didn't want him to see it. His face was incredibly troubled. He's already had a hard. Seeing his brother's troubled expression, Ryumin felt even heavier-hearted. Gun. His heart carried much sorrow. The truth is, I only learned the truth a few hours after returning from round. As the morning light shone through the window of the brother's small room, Gun had already woken up and said to his deeply sleeping brother, I'm going out for. He seemed deeply haunted by that day. My brother. Where did he go that day? At this moment, he was suddenly woken up by a call. Ryumin, half asleep, answered, hello. As soon as he picked up, the other end spoke. Hello. Is this the guardian of student Ryu? The voice on the other end was a bit urgent. You need to come to hospital 20 immediately. After just one sentence, he immediately hastily put on his jacket and rushed to the hospital. The of that dark day was that his brother was blinded after the Tiju gang beat him. Gun, covered in wounds, painfully leaned against the wall. Because I was foolish and, as he blamed himself, he clenched his fists. I couldn't protect my brother. He was filled with deep regret, repeatedly apologizing in his heart.
I'm sorry.
Ending his painful memories, he now stood before his younger brother, vowing to himself, no one will bully you anymore. The scene shifted to another place that looked rather dilapidated. A foot appeared out of nowhere, kicking a man in the chest, making him cry out. In blonde-haired guy, seemingly the boss of this place, shouted, do you want to die, you bastards? He pointed at the three groaning guys opposite him. Didn't I tell each of you to bring 200,000? Not getting the answer he wanted, he continued to yell, no answer? You dare? After saying this, his face turned ferocious as he mercilessly kicked his subordinate. The three guys who had been watching from the side then excitedly chimed in, one after another. That's the Tiju gang for you. Yeah. He's even cruel to his own subordinate. The mushroom-haired guy said with a hint of fear and resignation, even seniors from other schools don't want to get involved with him. Hearing this, the bald guy added, no matter what, I don't want to go again. After dealing with his subordinates, he was now irritable, ceaselessly cursing. Damn it, I was planning to buy a car today. These useless punks are messing up my business. His eyes widened as he asked the three guys, hey, do you know anywhere to get money? The mushroom-haired guy was surprised, hesitating a little. Where? Somewhere to get. Tiju replied, yeah, think fast. His subordinates began to think nervously under his. Finally, the bald guy came up with an idea. He was tense but tried to appear calm, smiling as he said, there's a guy, your errand boy, Tiju. He carefully described him. Tall, short hair. Why don't you call? Hearing this, Tiju smirked sinisterly. Ryugun. Huh? I was planning to call him today. His eyes looked terrifying as he continued. I was planning to beat him up to celebrate the new. Two subordinates looked at each other, one prompting and the other echoing, agreeing with Tiju. Then we can get money from him. Yeah, that sounds. Suddenly he spoke up. Hey, that guy actually doesn't have a home. Tiju's sudden statement made his subordinates curious. Continued to explain with a disdainful expression. He can't bring out any money even if I kill him. His family has nothing. These words made the three guys look dumbfounded. Really? Tiju continued, and that guy has no other relative. As he spoke, he looked at his companions. He lives with his older. Suddenly he froze, saying nothing more, which puzzled the bald guy. What's wrong, Tiju? Another guy looked in the direction of his gaze. Suspicious. What? At this moment, Two familiar figures appeared from out. Taeju clearly saw who had arrived and sneered contemptuously. Isn't that Ryu Gun? Damn it. You startled me for His face sinister, he slowly approached. Speak of the devil. He used harsh words to insult Gun. No, you're not the devil. You're just a... He suddenly shouted Gun's name. Ryu Gun. And cursed, you son of a... Gun was extremely scared of him, so he could only stammer, what? His hand unconsciously clutched his own. Now he noticed the unlikable presence of Ryumin. What? Who's that guy? His face annoys me so... He asked impudently and rudely. Gun, hearing him ask, hesitated a little. Without waiting for his brother to introduce him, Ryumin directly said with a provocative smile, I'm Gun's older brother. He asked again skeptically, not only that but he fearlessly threatened Gun. Look at this guy. Didn't I tell you to keep your mouth shut? And now you're defying me? He cracked his knuckles and confidently said, You're dead for sure today. Both you and your... Then he glanced at his subordinates and gestured. Bald subordinate, rolling up his sleeves, said like a gangster, The sun has risen in the west. Now an errand boy dares to defy Taeju. The lead subordinate asked smugly, Hey Gun, is your brother good at... He raised his hand and waved it back and forth, intending to mock Ryumin's height, and smirked distortedly. You dog. Want to... Without further words, he directly threw a punch straight at his... Took the full force of the punch and fell to the ground, causing the subordinate behind him to freeze and... He learned nothing from the previous person and angrily swung a punch, lunging forward. You son of a... Even such a fast punch was easily dodged. Immediately after, he delivered a knockout punch to the second. His punch directly sent him flying far. The remaining guys all rushed forward together at this, then threw two extremely fast punches at their faces. You dog, you dare? Witnessing his subordinates being easily dealt with, Taeju trembled with... He gritted his teeth and flashed a cruel smile, but cursed inwardly. He self-righteously speculated it seems he learned boxing somewhere. In the end, he was extremely complacent about his own fighting abilities. But you want to fight me with just those meager... At this moment, he calmly smiled and called out to Ryumin, Gun's brother. He put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked forward. It seems you think you're so great just because you know a bit of martial arts. He was a head taller than Ryumin and looked down sinisterly. But haven't you learned about the importance of physical strength in boxing? He ignored his words and asked a question back instead. Haven't you watched the... His face scrunched up as he looked at Ryumin in confusion. What news? Hearing Taeju ask this, Ryumin knew he hadn't watched the news, so he clicked his tongue in annoyance. His display instantly infuriated him, and he swung a punch. What news? You son of a... As before, easily dodged Taeju. Repeatedly, he unleashed his full strength in attacks, but Ryumin dodged them all with ease, as if it were child's play. Slippery, like an eel you bet. After throwing a series of attacks into the air, making Taeju so tired he was panting, he finally realized something was wrong. Something was off. His face twisted, becoming frenzied. Why can't I hit? At this moment, Ryumin slowly gathered strength in his fist, then slowly spoke. If you've seen the... Quick as lightning, Ryumin lunged forward. You'd never dare punching Taeju hard. Go up against a player. Ryumin, his face dark, threw a powerful punch at Taeju. Took a very painful hit, stunned and motionless. Only a second later did he manage to react. Taeju angrily raised his fist and lunged forward. But there was no one in front of him, not a single person. Where did you run off? He spun around, startled. Taeju took another punch to the... He clutched his face, angrily shouting, You dare hit? He froze, watching a tooth fall. Taeju roared, seething with extreme anger and resentment. He used all his strength to throw a punch at Ryumin. Ryumin easily dodged and countered. Ryumin unleashed a flurry of punches on Taeju. Taeju stumbled, struggling to stand. Those watching from afar broke out in a cold... His face swelled into a lump. He thought, Damn it, he keeps aiming for my... Taeju panted, turning to glare at Ryumin. This bastard. If I just land one... He lunged forward with determination. Just one... Before Taeju could finish his sentence, Ryumin raised his leg to block the hand clenched into a fist. As expected, Taeju was hit. This time it wasn't as gentle as before. He was sent flying, crashing hard into the... Taeju struggled to prop himself up and sit. Ryumin watched him silently. Ryumin stared. Does it hurt? You bet. Ryumin recalled himself, covered in injuries and bruises, hiding in a dark room. Even if he resurrected countless times, he would never forget that.
Ryumin slowly approached Taeju.
To prevent that hell from repeating, Taeju struggled to stand, his face dark with fear. Don't come any... Clutched his neck and backed away. Ryumin sat down in front of Taeju, holding his hand and smiling. Taeju squeezed his eyes shut. his head full of questions. Ryu Min stared at him sinisterly. That's why you shouldn't touch my... Taegu was dumbfounded for a second later. He shrieked in pain, clutching the hand that was being... Taegu cried out desperately. Ryu Min continued to hold his... He was terrified. No. It hurts too. Taegu's screams grew louder and more desperate. His accomplices, seeing this scene, fled in fear. Get out of here. Ryu Won stood afar, hearing the screams, and turned his head away, not daring. Ryu Min stared, threateningly issuing a warning. Taegu, if you ever dare to touch my brother again, do you know what will happen? I know. Taegu trembled, kneeling on the ground. I know. I won't do it. Ryu Min's expression returned to a friendly smile. That's right. Ryu Min's actions contradicted his angelic face. He broke Taegu's other hand. I also need to teach you a proper lesson just in case you reoffend. Taegu screamed and begged. No. In the abandoned warehouse, the sound of bones breaking echoed along with agonizing screams. Ryu Won followed behind Ryu Min, calling out. Ryu Won, kind and gentle, felt his brother shouldn't do such things. How could you do that? When did you learn martial arts? Didn't you notice? Players can also use skills in real life. Ryu Won was puzzled. Ryu Min used his power, and a golden light emanated from his hand. Like, with a boom, a small knife appeared. Ryu Won was astonished. Ryu Won excitedly shouted. A knife appeared from thin air. Ryu Min proudly showed off to his brother. Isn't that cool? You can also summon weapons you've received like... Ryu Won curiously asked, so, your super fast movement earlier was also like that? That guy couldn't hit you. Ryu Min replied, that's right. My agility stat is 11. Ryu Won was still vague. Stats? You mean in-game stats? Ryu Min clarified, yes. A normal person has 3 points while an athlete can have up to 10 agility. Ryu Won had countless questions, wondering what will happen if you level up. Ryu Min threw up his hands. How would I know? I haven't reached that point. He silently thought I have to... Ryu Min recalled his past, remembering himself covered in wounds and bruises, hiding in a dark room. Even if he resurrected countless times, he would never forget that feeling. I don't intend to reveal that I'm a regressor. The last time I did, during the 11th regression, one was kidnapped by another. Ryu Min silently pondered, although I've gotten my revenge, I don't want him to be humiliated like that because... Ryu Min turned to look at Ryu Won, determinedly thinking, I must prepare to protect him in the upcoming battles. I must suddenly, his brother's stomach... Ryu Won was a little embarrassed. Ryu Min thoughtfully invited him to eat. Hungry, aren't you? Let's go eat. Ryu Won immediately agreed. The scene shifted to in front of a convenience. Inside, the two brothers had gone to eat. Ryu Won called out to Ryu Min, where are you going, brother? The instant noodles are right here. Ryu Min vaguely made his way to the ATM. Yeah, wait. He inserted his card into the machine. Ryu Min looked at the screen. This is how much money I've saved so... The ATM screen displayed the account balance. 133,200. Ryu Min took out the withdrawn cash and showed his brother. Ryu Won was astonished by the amount. You withdrew so much money, brother? Ryu Min said, holding the money, I need to buy a few. He pointed to the instant noodle and sausage aisle. From now on, we'll be eating these. Ryu Won asked again. Ryu Won looked at the prices of the items on the counter, breaking into a sweat. Brother, everything here is 5,001 or more. Ryu Min didn't care. It's fine. You can get whatever you... Ryu Min smiled and turned to look. It's the new year. Are you just going to eat ramen? Ryu Won was a little hesitant, reluctant to spend money. I know, but eating like this is so expensive, brother. Ryu Min urged his brother. It's fine, choose. Ryu Won happily chose an item. Then, let's eat this. Spicy beef hot pot. Ryu Min's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked longingly. I want to eat this too. It looks delicious. Ryu Min gestured grandly. Every now and then, let's go to a restaurant. Hanu beef. Ryu Won felt it was more than enough and didn't want to waste money. Why do we need to do that, brother? This is already too much. Ryu Min gently looked at his brother and thought, just wait a few more days. They'll let you eat so much meat you'll get sick. Hot steam rose from the meat. Ryu Won put a spoonful of rice and a piece of meat into his... His eyes sparkled with surprise, covering his mouth, captivated by the feeling. It's so delicious. Ryu Min, beside him, happily watched his brother. Really? Eat a... Ryu Won looked at Ryu Min, puzzled. Brother, thank you so much. Where are you going? Ryu Min stood up. Wait for me. Ryu Min left, and Ryu Won watched. Suddenly, Ryu Min returned, bringing a black pen and slamming it onto the... Ryu Won stared blankly at the pile of lottery tickets on the table, speechless. Wait, you withdrew all that money just to... Are you planning to bet? Ryu Min confidently replied. Exactly. Ryu Won, beside him, was already getting agitated. Wait, hold on. How many tickets did you buy? But Ryu Min calmly and happily looked at his pile of lottery tickets. 20 tickets. Ryu Won cried out in alarm. What? Why would you spend 100,000 won on lottery tickets? You don't even know what you'll— Ryu Min looked mysterious. Just wait. Ryu Won broke out in a sweat, looking at his brother. What? What are you— Ryu Won looked at the pile of lottery tickets, even more panicked. And why are you only picking the same numbers over and over again? Ryu Min, you asked. Ryu Min looked at his brother, utterly confident. These are the winning numbers. Both returned home and turned on their phones to listen to the lottery drawing. Lottery draw number 1049. We will begin drawing numbers. Ryu Won's face turned pale, breaking into a sweat. We're doomed. We've wasted 100,000. Drawing began. Drawing numbers now. The command echoed, and Ryu Won grew more disheartened, regretting the wasted money. We could have bought better food with that much money. Ryu Min, ignoring him, reminded him, can you stop biting your— The lottery ball machine whirred continuously. The first lucky number is 3. The second lucky number is 18. Ryu Won was startled to hear the announcement. The third lucky number is 9. The fourth lucky number is 38. The fifth lucky number— Finally, the winning numbers appeared on the phone screen, matching the lottery ticket below. We will announce the numbers for lottery draw number 1049 once again. 3, 18, 9, 38, 21, 1. Bonus number is— Ryu Won cried out in utter astonishment. This is crazy. We won first. He was moved, his eyes sparkling as he looked at his brother. Brother, you saw it, didn't you? Look for your— Ryu Won asked again, unable to believe it. This isn't a dream, is it? Ryu chuckled. Would you prefer it to be a dream? Ryu Won shook his head. No, not a— Ryu Min happily smiled and said, don't worry. It's not a dream. Ryu Won asked one more time. It's not a dream, right? Ryu Min firmly asserted, I told you it's— Ryu Won held the lottery ticket in his hand, cheering joyfully. We won the— Ryu Min made a quiet gesture, signaling him to keep it down. Lower your voice. The neighbors might hear. Ryu Min smiled, looking at his brother. You like it that much? Ryu Won affirmed, of course. Aren't you happy? Ryu Min nodded. Of course I am. He recalled, silently thinking, I was like that the first time too. I even screamed. In Ryu Min's memory, both brothers were astonished and smiling brightly. We won the lottery. Brother, it's not a dream, is it? But after repeating it many times, it became a normal occurrence. I need to quickly earn money after each regret. But the joy didn't last long. Over 900 million people had died. The economy went into recession. Times changed, difficulties accumulated. Items exchanged between players, things that would become valuable in the future, all had to be bought with— Ryu Won looked at his brother's pile of tickets. I can't believe we won the lottery. I wonder how much the prize is worth. Ryu Min propped his chin. He estimated winning this lottery is enough to shake the— Scene changed to a beautiful, sunny blue sky day in front of Nonghaya. Ryu Min slowly walked in. I no longer worry about anything after winning the lottery countless times. He went to the bank counter and called an employee. I'm here to cash in a winning— The employee smiled and congratulated him. Oh really? Congratulations. He looked at Ryu Min, silently thinking he won the lottery? He looks like a— He began his work. Could you tell me where you bought the lottery ticket? Ryu Min replied, QS24 Yonhui. Employee flinched. He silently pondered the QS24 Yonhui branch. He recalled his colleague's words. Did you hear? There were 115 winning tickets this time. What? 115? That colleague added, it's crazy, right? But the craziest thing is that hundreds of those tickets all came from one— The employee stared in awe. Don't tell me one person bought all those tickets. He remembered his colleague's instructions. Never mind that. If anyone says they bought tickets from the Yonhui branch, call the CEO immediately. That's a VIP customer. Back in reality, Ryu Min, a bit distracted, spoke up. Excuse— The employee stammered. I'm sorry, but could you please wait a moment? Ryu Min. A moment later, an elderly man appeared. Thank you for— He greeted Ryu Min with a handshake and introduced himself. I am Won Juno, CEO of Nonghaya Bank. Ryu Min also introduced himself with a handshake. Won Juno congratulated him. So you're the lottery winner. Congratulations. Ryu Min replied with a smile. He chuckled, hinting that he wanted to talk. Why don't we go somewhere quieter? Please follow. Won Juno led Ryu Min to the lottery sales team's room. As the two entered, an employee stood waiting to greet them. Welcome. She looked up. Who's next to the CEO? Is he his— Won Juno gestured and introduced. He's a VIP customer here to claim his prize. Please make sure he's as comfortable as possible. The blonde ponytail woman looked at Ryu Min in astonishment. VIP? So he's the one who won 100 tickets. Won Juno turned to Ryu Min and said, now, feel free to look around. Ryu Min smiled, yes. Thank you. Tried to calm herself. Stay. She smiled and got to work. Welcome, sir. Would you like to sit? The blonde ponytail woman turned to ask kindly. Would you like anything to drink? We have coffee, tea, fruit juice. Ryu Min just wanted to quickly get his prize and leave.
I'm fine.
More importantly, I want to receive my prize. He sat down and asked, oh, alright, first, I'd like to verify the winning ticket. Ryu Min presented a stack of winning tickets. Blonde ponytail woman's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at the stack of winning tickets, thinking, I can't believe he bought all of them with the same numbers. Did he see the future or? She finished checking and looked up, saying, I have completed the verification. All of them are first prize winning. Ryu Min got straight to the point. So, how much will I receive? She, however, broke into a. Ryu Min listened emotionlessly to the amount he would receive. Yes, sir. The prize is approximately 22.5 billion. Ryu Min sat contemplating and calculating. After taxes, he'll have about 15 billion won left. Everything happens quickly once I receive the. After receiving the money, he began to execute his plan. First, he'll find a new place to. After buying a house, he'll invest the money in stocks. And that night, he'll open a stock trading account. Bitcoin will increase by about 500% next month. If I plan to invest in stocks after increasing my funds through Bitcoin. And the two brothers had moved into their new house. Ryu Min asked Ryu 1, how do you like the new house? 1, do you like it? Ryu 1 excitedly replied, of course. This beautiful brother. I've never seen such a big and beautiful house. I should definitely take a pic. Ryu Min still felt it wasn't quite enough. Ideally, he would have wanted something a little more grand and spacious. This is the best place we could move into immediately. The security is good too. Ryu 1 turned back, curiously asking Ryu Min, but brother, why are you paying rent? With that much money, shouldn't we buy? Ryu Min made a shocking statement. I don't have much money left. Ryu 1 froze motion. Ryu Min proudly stated, I've already invested over 1 billion won in Bitcoin. Ryu 1 looked at Ryu Min, bewildered and still processing. The two had contrasting expressions. Ryu 1's face was pale and stiff, while Ryu Min calmly went to comfort his brother. I know what you're going to say, but I'm not doing anything brainless. Ryu Min put an arm around his brother's shoulder and confidently said, I can always earn more money from the lottery. Plus, I've already seen 4 more numbers in it. Ryu 1's eyes sparkled at this, thinking, I've only heard rumors about people who dreamed of winning numbers. He grabbed his brother and shook him back and forth, reminding him, brother, you remember everything, right? Don't forget it. Remember, I want. Ryu Min's face spun from being shaken. Ryu Min, a bit ruffled, thought, there's no way I'd forget after doing it countless times. Ryu 1 was a little agitated. So Ryu Min turned towards the door and said, anyway, let's go out for dinner. Get ready. Ryu 1 asked curiously, go out? Where are we going to eat? Ryu Min smiled brightly at his brother. Didn't I tell you? We're moving. The scene changed. A fist was slamming hard into a wall, shattering bricks and stone. Guy in a blue jacket, looking very angry, was venting his rage on the wall. Ryu Min smirked, silently thinking, I knew it was right to put all my stats into. He raised his fist and continued to punch. Ryu Min punched the wall repeatedly with relish. I also have a strength rune that can double my power. I was lucky with that random. He laughed loudly, looking at the dents, thinking, I bet even Tyson would be jealous seeing this. Yang Min's face darkened, clenching his fist so hard that blue veins protruded, trembling. That's enough testing. Why don't we try it in real? Yang Min was frantically banging on the door and shouting. Ryu was very angry that he wasn't getting any response. That bastard probably isn't dead. Yet he won't even pick up the. His expression grew more sullen with each passing moment. His eyes were streaked with red blood. Just imagining Ryu Min's face and eyes made Yang Min furious, as if they had a generations-old feud. That arrogant bastard. Do you think he'll forget? He swore. After you looked at me like that, he'll kill. The thoughts in his head made him even more enraged. The movements of his arms increased in speed with each passing moment. Even though we're both players, a loser is still a loser. I have to teach you a. No matter how much he raged, the only reply was a terrifying silence. Clearly, that bastard is hiding inside. Why won't he come? Realizing this wasn't a good approach, Yang Min immediately changed tactics. He plastered a sinister smile on his face. He pressed his hand against the side of the door as if listening to the situation inside. That bastard must not be home. Well, there's nothing else to do. He'll just go. He seemed to be waiting for even the slightest sound from inside, ready to act immediately. Just try to breathe. He'll smash this door down, and just then, he suddenly heard someone call out, Hey! He turned to see some uncle standing there, having appeared from who knows when. Looking at the uncle's expression, He seemed quite annoyed that someone was causing trouble so early in the morning. What are you doing in front of someone else's? Yang Min, speaking to someone older than him, still replied with extreme rudeness. What do you care? Are you the landlord or? The man said, that's right. I'm the landlord. This direct answer startled Yang. Back to the main point, and what are you doing here? Are you here to meet a friend? This definition of the relationship made Yang Min falter slightly. A number immediately popped into his head. He wanted to use this method to extract information about Ryu Min from the uncle. Yes, a friend. Could you open the door? I've lost contact with my friend. If you could open the door. The uncle, hearing this, politely interrupted. Oh, he slowly offered. It seems your friend has left you behind. The uncle explained that that room is currently empty. The student who used to live there has moved somewhere else. Only then did Yang Min realize, startled. He quickly asked again. What? Since when? Where did he go? The uncle himself was at a loss. He just moved today. I don't know where he went. As soon as he learned this information, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists, as an inextinguishable fire raged in his heart. This bastard. He ran away without saying a word. He looked at the building, entirely covered in glass, before his eyes. One couldn't help but exclaim. So, it was his first time here. Everything seemed incredibly unfamiliar. Since arriving, he hadn't been able to close his mouth. There's even a revolving door at the entrance. Seeing Ryu Min being handed a room card by the receptionist, Ryu 1 was even more surprised. They even have access card and was strict identity verification by security. His identity has been verified, and there are guards. His eyes were filled with excitement for this building. Brother, this place is the elevator quickly opened. Ryu Min gestured for him to follow. Let's go. Stepping into the apartment Ryu Min rented, Ryu 1 felt even more overwhelmed. How big is this place? Ryu Min, on the other hand, seemed very normal. He softly replied, about 330 square meters. The number truly startled Ryu 1. 330, that's too spacious. Isn't it a bit too big for just the two of us? Ryu Min simply thought, we have a lot of money. It should at least be this. Then how much was the contract money? Ryu Min thought for a moment. The deposit was 500 million won. The monthly rent is 22 million. The more Ryu 1 heard Ryu Min speak, the more dizzy he felt. 22 million. The monthly rent is 22 million won. Just a few days ago, I was worried about whether spending 5,000 won at the convenience store was too way. Thinking this, he couldn't help but suggest, brother, I think this place is too expensive. Wouldn't it be better if we moved to a cheaper house? Ryu 1 didn't know that for Ryu Min, expensive or cheap wasn't the issue. No, at the very least, we have to spend this much. The reason he had to rent a high-security apartment was because on the first day of every month, all players would fall into a deep sleep. This was the most vulnerable time for players, susceptible to natural disasters like fires or earthquakes. Danger was always lurking nearby, assassins hired by other players. Therefore, players had to prepare to go to another world in the safest possible. Ryu Min understood this better than anyone. No matter how strong one was in that other world, everything would end if they died in the real. However, Ryu Min still respected Ryu 1's opinion and asked him, 1, don't you like this house? Of course, that's not what I mean. The house is beautiful. But why do you? Ryu Min replied, it's nothing. I'm just glad you. For some reason, hearing Ryu Min say that, Ryu 1's face immediately. He suddenly spoke some apologetic words. It turned out that Ryu 1 felt guilty for not being able to help his brother. Next month, you'll be dragged into another world to fight again. But I'm just sitting here enjoying everything as if nothing's happening. I'm so useless. Ryu Min thought he thinks too much like that. He really deserves a good. Ryu Min smiled, encouraging Ryu 1, trying to help him shake off that feeling. Why are you so gloomy? Don't you think you'll win the next round? Change the atmosphere. Ryu Min proactively suggested, don't think about that anymore. Let's go eat something. I heard the Korean restaurant on the second floor is really good. Just then, the phone in Ryu Min's hand suddenly vibrated because someone was. Glance, Ryu Min immediately understood. He knows I've moved. They'll just ignore him. I don't intend to meet him in real life. Even so, Ryu Min couldn't be entirely sure. But who knows, I might meet him in the other. Time passed quickly. One day after moving, Ryu Min, with a sleepy face, slowly walked into the living room. Immediately saw Ryu 1, dressed neatly, standing there. He couldn't help but ask curiously, 1, where are you going? Hearing Ryu Min's voice, Ryu 1 stopped and greeted him. You're awake? Then he replied with a smile. Yes, I ordered some rice cakes, so I'm going to. Having just woken up, Ryu Min's mind was still hazy. A second later, he suddenly realized. Rice cakes? It seems like this never happened before. Of course, regressing to the past doesn't guarantee everything will stay the same. But isn't this the first time you've gone out to buy rice cakes? This thought made Ryu Min unable to help but wonder. Why did you buy rice cakes? Ryu Won happily explained, we just moved into the house. I have to give them to the neighbors. Isn't that This idea made Ryu Min praise him heartily. Becoming a good neighbor isn't bad. That's a great idea. You truly are my brother. Ryu Won proactively waved to Ryu Min. Ready to go. I'm going to visit the neighbors now so you can rest. But Ryu Min suddenly suggested we should go greet them together. Shouldn't we? Let me go change. Wait a doorbell was gently pressed, informing the homeowner that someone was. Hearing the doorbell, the homeowner immediately called out from inside. Who was the Ryu Min brothers? Ryu Won gave a friendly smile and replied, Hello? We just moved into the room next door. We came to say, the female homeowner, hearing this, politely greeted them back. By looking, she felt, you two look so alike. Are you brothers? Yes. Ryu Won carefully handed the housewarming gift to the homeowner. He also subtly advised, we brought you some rice cakes, ma'am. They're best eaten. Two brothers' amiable attitude made her feel very comfortable. She happily replied, Oh my, thank you, boys. I'll enjoy them very much. Thank you, ma'am. See you. Then the two continued to move to other rooms. We just moved into room 4302. Smile always lingered on his lips. Here are some rice, he humbly said, we'll be relying on your kindness. The atmosphere between strangers was not distant at all. On the contrary, it was very intimate. Eat well, okay? Say thank you, child. Thank you. Before long, the two of them had reached the highest floor. Brother, just one more house. Let's finish it. Don't get tired. Greet them and then we can go home. And Ryu Min walked along, briefly introducing to Ryu Won. Do you know? This floor is a penthouse. Hearing this, Ryu Won was even more overwhelmed. They bought both the 44th and 45th floors. That means they're super rich, right? Ryu Min simply guessed, I don't know for sure. But it must be someone wealthy or a celeb. He had already rung the doorbell, but waited and waited with no answer. Are they not? Ryu Min tried to press it. Nothing changed. The moment he turned to his right, his eyes stopped in astonishment. Ryu Min, seeing his expression, also curiously turned to look. Ryu Min quickly recognized the beautiful girl in front of him as the actress Seo Erin. It's truly an unexpected honor to meet her. Ryu Min didn't even know who she was. Ryu Won, beside him, kept exclaiming, She's so beautiful. Like an instantly, a large arm blocked. Seo Erin's assistant stepped forward, his face very serious, asking, Who are you? Are you His unfriendly attitude surprised Ryu Won a little. But he quickly explained, We live downstairs. Seeing his bewildered look, Ryu Min offered the plate of rice cakes towards him. We live downstairs. Now Seo Erin's assistant understood their intention. I thought it was someone else. Ryu Min offered a friendly smile and said, Would you like to try some rice? Ryu Min was met with the assistant's cold refusal. No need. Besides, she doesn't eat things like. Having said that, he directly walked forward and opened. He called Erin inside. Please come in. Yet, she seemed to still be lingering on the plate of rice cakes in Ryu Won's hand. Her eyes couldn't leave. After the two of them went inside, Ryu Won unhappily spoke up. Who was that guy? So, anyway, don't mind that bastard. Of course not, because I'm busy minding someone else. It's fine. More importantly, did you? His eyes sparkling, Ryu Won turned to Ryu Min and said, Did you see? She's really beautiful. Ryu Min's face remained emotionless. He was puzzled by Ryu Won's words. It really deflated Ryu Won's enthusiasm. What do you mean, what? You just saw her? Ryu Won patiently explained again. It's Seo Erin. Seo Erin. Who would have thought Ryu Min would still ask? Who is Seo? Newspapers were currently filled with negative news about the entertainment world. Actor Gong Ji-suk's rumored death has fans crying over the shocking news. Gong Seo-jin, Shim Woo-hyun, etc. The tragic deaths of major actors are a huge shock to the film industry. Korean actor Cha Il-woo has passed away forever. A survey shows that only 58% of stars are still alive. Due to actor Wang Min-ho suffering from panic disorder and anxiety disorder, the filming process for Urban Crimes has been. Seo Erin read these lines and couldn't help but let out a. Her expression grew increasingly worried, wondering, how is this world even fun? Suddenly, a message was sent from Hong Seon. Erin, have you heard the message to inform her? Gong Seo-jin is. The two of them conversed back and forth about it. Are you going to pay your respects tomorrow? Of course I have to. He took care of us so much. Then let's go to. The more she scrolled on her phone, the heavier her mood became. I can't believe someone more successful than me died in the very first. Seeing this, Erin felt she was incredibly lucky. If I hadn't acquired a good rune, my name would also be in the newspaper. Everything up until now had been too fast and too unexpected for her. I've matured so much. I even thought there'd be an article written about me. It's truly unbelievable. On the other hand, if it weren't for the company's sponsorship, could I have grown this strong? This penthouse was also bought by the company. Erin was so preoccupied with those thoughts that she didn't notice her assistant had arrived. What are you thinking, Erin? He suddenly spoke, startling her a little. No, it's not. Seeing her expression, he knew what she was thinking. He encouraged Erin. It's all right, I told you. You can tell me everything. Erin sighed and continued. I'm just wondering why the world turned out this way. How will I survive the next round? That's what But don't you still have me? Don't worry about the next round. I'm here. What are you worried? Erin's assistant felt she was worrying too much. Just trust me and that beautiful smile returned to her face. Of course. Who else can I trust? The assistant recalled, pondering. When the company assigned me as her assistant and bodyguard, I was very wary, feeling like they just wanted someone to watch. This thought completely changed when the two of them fought together in the game. If it weren't for him, I would have died in round. Erin's assistant always repeated the phrase, I will protect you at all costs, so don't. Made her feel much more at ease. Thank you so much. Putting aside the gloomy atmosphere, she immediately changed the subject, mentioning about earlier. They brought me rice cakes, so they must have just moved in. They look quite delicious. He always had such a cold demeanor. If you eat that, you'll gain weight. Erin, being friendly, felt they also went through a lot of trouble to come and greet us. They must be sad. Erin's assistant directly brushed it aside. Just ignore it. It's just a. He didn't forget to remind her. They just want to take advantage of you. If you agree, they'll keep bothering. Even so, she still felt they don't seem like bad. Remembering the appearance of the two at that time, she guessed our neighbors look like they're over 15 years old. They must have killed 100 goblins to survive, right? If that were truly the case, it would make one feel how interesting. People who have been through such dangerous situations can act as if nothing. Erin's assistant, not as dreamy as her, frankly added, do you think killing 100 goblins is difficult for them? Only fools would. Erin understood why he said that in such a calm tone. It was because his skills in the other world were extraordinarily outstanding. Even the words outstanding reminded Erin of Ryu Min. He's not as skilled as that person. Black Hook. He almost made me feel pity for the goblin. Curiosity sparked in her heart. He must have some job in real life. I wonder what he does. I might be able to survive round 2 if I cooperate with a skilled. Then she turned to worry about her own fate. Last time I survived because of luck. Will I be able to survive next? The sound of a vacuum cleaner echoed through the house, breaking its silence. Tuesday, January 31st, 11. Ryu-1 was cleaning the house when he heard the door open and quickly turned. He immediately saw Ryu Min entering from outside. Brother, you're back. As soon as he saw Ryu Min, Ryu-1 impatiently asked, did you make any money this time? Ryu Min calmly replied, I didn't make much this time, probably around 15 billion won. Last time it was 17 and you call that not much? Are you kidding? Didn't the bank say anything? This is your 4th win. About recalling the bank, Ryu Min had made Juno exclaim in surprise. You're back again. Lucky. He asked curiously, what's your secret? Ryu Min had no intention of hiding it. He directly explained, I told you last time, sir, I got a prophetic. Ryu Min's answer made Juno couldn't help but feel envious. That's impressive. I wish I also got prophetic dreams. Never mind him. Ryu-1 himself still didn't understand how Ryu Min could. Anyway, Ryu-1 wanted to ask, alright, are you going to dump all your money into Bitcoin again this time? Definitely. It's already reached 150 billion. Such a large amount of money made Ryu-1 worry. Brother, shouldn't we withdraw it now? I'm afraid we'll lose Ryu Min felt it wasn't the right time yet. Not this was all part of his plan. Ryu Min said, Ryu-1, don't worry too much. He'll handle everything. Let's go eat. The two of them quickly went to a nearby restaurant. Just by looking at Ryu-1's appreciative expression, Ryu Min knew the food here was delicious. After eating, the brothers went shopping a bit more. The life of a rich person truly was enjoyable. As night fell, what was destined to happen would happen. Tuesday, January 31st, 11:55 p.m. Ryu-1 tightly held Ryu Min's hand, softly calling. Ryu-1's eyes were full of worry as Ryu Min entered the game again. You have to survive and come back. In contrast to Ryu-1's worry, Ryu Min replied with extreme confidence. Don't worry. You saw me beat up Taegu, didn't you? Well, yes. Ryu Min gently stroked Ryu-1's head and said, don't worry, just go to. Having said this, Ryu Min himself fell into a deep sleep. When you open your eyes, he'll also wake up with you. As soon as he fell asleep, he was immediately transported to another. On arrival, he saw quite a few players already. Looking at the surrounding space, everyone was incredibly surprised. We're back. Immediately? Really? We're here again. Where are we? This place isn't like round 1. Ryu Min's presence caused a stir among them. It's the #1 ranked player from the previous round. Black. He himself felt many eyes fixed on him, observing how they dared not approach. It seemed most of them recognized him. Isn't he the one who massacred the goblins? And in this crowd, Yong Min was also present, frantically searching for him. It seemed everyone had gathered. When will it finally? As Ryumin entered the game, his eyes automatically changed. His jade-green eyes now glowed with a cold, sharp. At the same time, an angel flew down from above and announced, "Is everyone here?" The players' expressions immediately twisted in displeasure as they realized. Another angel? That's right, the new angel gently explained. The angel in charge of round 1 had an accident and will no longer appear. Smiling at them, the angel continued, "Do not panic." The next second, that benevolent smile vanished, replaced by a series of eerie expressions. "I will guide you all meticulously from now. Readings are over. From now on, the game officially begins. Since you are all here, I shall announce the quest for round 2. Innumerable quest boards immediately appeared before everyone's lines of text suddenly appeared on the board, announcing to everyone. Round 2. Main quest. Select a regional representative within 3 hours. Entire region. Participants. 900,514,645. Completed. 0/900,514,645. Current area. ESK 45.5. Participants. 5,143. Completed. 0/5/140. Suddenly voices rang out. Choose the Asian regional representative? What the heck? I thought they'd ask us to kill more monsters. Wait, look at the completed count. Does that mean everyone can survive this? The angel, seemingly noticing everyone's confusion, immediately explained. You all look bewildered. The angel pointed a finger skyward and gently explained. As you can see, this trial has nothing to do with fighting. You only need to choose a representative and you're... Now, before everyone's eyes was a magic circle, and the angel, holding a sword, further explained. The regional representative can use their authority to command others. If they order someone to crawl, that person must crawl. If they order someone to die, that person will lose their... After hearing the angel's explanation, everyone seemed lost in thought and worried. Isn't this power amazing? The angel reappeared and continued. In 3 hours, everyone will receive their ballots. On the ballot, simply write the name of the person you wish to elect as the regional representative. Suddenly a voice rang out. Is that all? Are there no other... The angel continued to answer the query. Yes, once you vote, you will have completed the quest and can go home. Consider this a... One person excitedly exclaimed. Just vote and it's over. We live. I don't have to fight anymore. It's so much easier than the previous... The angel immediately announced, so, for the next 3 hours, you all shall discuss who will become the regional representative. Remaining discussion time, 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59... After hearing the angel, everyone seemed quite excited. Really, we just have to do that to survive? It's a piece of cake. And if we become the regional representative, we'll even have power in our... Yong Min gnashed his teeth and yelled, "Damn it! All that effort preparing for battle..." The other man immediately stopped Yong Min, let it go. There's nothing wrong with surviving by vote. I put all my stats into strength, but now I don't get to show it off. That's what makes me Ryumin thought to himself. He focused so much on strength. The rune of power also appeared this. He turned his head away and recalled the details. Yong Min's rune and this situation, both unfolded exactly as they did in his memory. While everyone was discussing, Ryumin quietly pondered. They'll argue to find the chosen one within 3 hours, but that's not important. If there's a main quest, there'll be a side... He held his long sword and mused for a moment. And the side quest and hidden quest of round 2. Level up, gain a... Ryumin gripped his sword firmly. He told himself, goblins are getting closer. I need to reach level 10 as fast as possible. Goblin appeared before him. Ryumin lured it. In an instant, he leaped forward, unleashing slashes at the goblin. After defeating the goblin, the system displayed a notification. You have defeated a hawk goblin. Current kills, 1 out of 100. LV.3 EXP buff used. EXP plus 9%. Gold plus 15. All stats increased by 1% due to the effect of the rune of... With the goblin dead, he continued to think about the direction of the round. Going deep into the forest to hunt is the right decision, and his hand still gripped the sword firmly as he decided to continue. Wherever there's one goblin, there must be a whole... More goblins charged out, their eyes glinting with blood. In that moment, Ryumin... As the goblins approached, he stood ready to fight. Goblins appeared one after another as Ryumin swung his arm, striking each. After Ryumin eliminated the goblins, the system reappeared. You have defeated a hawk goblin. Current kills, 50 out of 100. Notifications appeared one after another. All stats increased by 50% due to the effect of the Rune of Slaughter. You have level. The system further notified. Remaining discussion time. 2 hours, 29 minutes, 24 seconds. Only 30 minutes have passed? Status. Suddenly, a notification panel appeared before Ryuman. Status window. Name Ryuman. Nickname. Black Hook. Rank, Novice. Level 9. Class, None. Titles. The Last Time Traveler, Hidden. The First Angel Slayer, Hidden. Stats. Strength 4, Intelligence 4, Agility 18, Luck 4. Stat points, 8. I've reached level, he thought as he touched the system panel. At the start of the game, I chose Agility. If I want to imprint the Rune of Power like Yang Min, enhancing Strength would be more effective. However, putting all stats into Strength makes survival very difficult. Ryuman believed that no matter how strong one was, if they couldn't avoid a fatal blow, it was. The system continued to display information. Players have 4 stats. Strength, Intelligence, Agility, Luck. Strength increases physical damage, stamina, and defense. Intelligence enhances magical damage, willpower, and perception. Agility increases attack speed, movement speed, and dodge rate. Luck enhances critical hit rate, item drop rate, and gold acquisition. He turned away and thought, no stat can be He pondered and researched, especially for Reapers, since they use both physical and magical damage, evenly raising all stats as he noticed a strange movement and grew suspicious. Is someone following me? I didn't notice because I was hunting, but it seems I'm being tracked. I didn't tell anyone to follow. Human threatened the strange individual. I don't know who you are, but reveal yourself. If you don't state your intention, he continued to menace. You will. Suddenly, a girl raised her hand and said, It's. He saw star Aaron. That person is. The actress Aaron? Aaron is following me? Sorry for. Suddenly a voice rang out. Please forgive. The man continued, we have no ill intentions. Please don't be. Ryuman quickly thought, and sang. He continued to ponder, if it's that and Sang-chun, isn't he Gideon Locke's right hand? System displayed information. Gideon Locke is the eldest son of the largest company in the country. He is a player nicknamed the Heavenly Demon. He is one of my targets. Enticing the Heavenly Demon Gideon Locke would help me greatly. The true objective is to recruit the priest associated with him in round 2. Ryuman was a bit surprised. I didn't expect to meet the Heavenly Demon Gideon Locke's right-hand man so soon. But why isn't Sang-chun with Aaron? Wait, is he? He still had some doubts. A bodyguard for Star. Aaron's face showed some confusion. Thinking back, Ryuman remembered there had been rumors that the Heavenly Demon Gideon Locke was sponsoring a celebrity for important business purposes. Ryuman immediately asked them, how long have you two been following me? The future is changing in unexpected ways. Aaron immediately replied, since the beginning. When you set off, I saw you enter the forest and followed you. I apologize if I caused you any. Aaron was a little flustered by Ryuman's question. Why are you following me? It's not with ill intentions. We just want to propose something. Aaron continued, yes, you ranked first in round 1, didn't you? She said pleadingly. I wonder if we could cooperate. Ryuman chuckled faintly in response. Cooperate? Isn't that word only used when both sides need it? He waved his hand, dismissing them. Right. So what do I need from you? I can fight on my own. Don't waste my time anymore. Ryuman turned sharply and stated bluntly. I have no intention of forming a party with either. And Sang-chun was a bit annoyed. What's wrong with that bastard? How high is his? Sang-chun asked Aaron. Miss Aaron was a little worried. She explained to Sang-chun he's not being stubborn out of nowhere. The pressure from him is intense. What pressure? It's normal to be afraid when he's staring at you and pointing us. Aaron was a bit scared. I wanted to form a party with the top-ranked player, but this isn't going as I expected. Sang-chun immediately replied to Aaron, what did I tell you? Someone like him is too arrogant to need allies. Yes, it's a bit of a Before Aaron and Sang-chun, the goblins Ryuman had cut down lay scattered. And Sang-chun immediately said to Aaron, forget it. It's a waste of time to follow someone like that. But I didn't know there were these monsters in the forest. We might as well hunt for the remaining time. Aaron smiled and replied to Sang-chun, not bad. Let's go, Mr. Body. Suddenly, a wisp of white smoke appeared in the forest. A goblin looked around warily for danger. Ryuman suddenly appeared and swung his blade straight at the goblin. He thought, I'm already swamped and they want to cooperate? He pondered for a moment. The top priority now is to level up. Going solo will gain experience fast. The system continued to display information. You have defeated a hobgoblin. Current kills. 60/100. All stats increased by 60% due to the effect of the Rune of. Suddenly, a giant knoll appeared before he smirked. 5 knolls at once. Huh? I got. The gnolls charged directly at Ryumin. The gnolls, wielding weapons, leaped and lunged at He used an attack, a single slash, sending the gnolls tumbling to the system again displayed information. You have defeated a gnoll. Current kills 65/100. All stats increased by 60% due to the effect of the Rune of Slaughter. You have leveled up. You have reached level. Looked decisively at the notification panel. You have met the requirements for advanced. Notifications continued to display on the message board. You have leveled up. You have reached level 10. You have met the requirements for advancement. You can now use the shop feature. Hidden quest available. Finally, I've leveled. He looked at the game rules on the message board. Round 2 side quest. Level up before voting time. Obtain an advancement item, and acquire a class. If successful, receive a 50% discount coupon for daily items. Who's seeing a side quest for the first? Some people cried out, all confused. Advancement item? Is just leveling up not enough? Where is it? Doesn't it tell us our The notification quickly continued to appear. Everyone knows that acquiring a class is a good thing. But the problem is, no one knows how to obtain an advancement. Advancement items are usually only obtained by completing special conditions. The information game rules. The rules of the game appeared. Warriors need to raise their strength stat by to level 10 and kill 30 monsters during that. A notification appeared. You have received an advancement. Game rules reminded. Berserkers must also hunt and shed blood within the given. Additional notes on the game rules appeared. Assassins need to successfully assassinate monsters multiple times. This means each person must complete activities related to their class to receive an advancement. Ryumin leaned against a tree, deep in thought. Initially, I also continuously hunted monsters and hid in the forest, which is how I got the hunter. He gripped the strange glowing object in his hand, affirming, but after learning about the Reaper class, I immediately chose. The strange, mysterious object glowed in his hand. The system displayed, use. You have used an advancement. The notification continued to display. Your class cannot be changed. Therefore, choose carefully. Do you wish to advance to the Reaper class? Yes, sir. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to touch the yes button. I don't even need to. The strange glowing object in his hand shone even brighter. A notification appeared. You have advanced to the Reaper. Notifications about the round appeared. Your advancement reward is the Rune of the Reaper. Rune of the Reaper, effect, daytime, weapon attack power doubles. Effect, nighttime, attack speed increases by 50%. Effect, resting at night, greatly reduces enemy detection rate. You received has automatically imprinted itself onto the player's body. The diamond in his hand transformed into a brilliant red light that enveloped the system. Displayed information on the notification panel. Ryumin thought, your advancement reward is the Reaper's Scythe. I've received both the rune and a... Notifications continued to appear one after another. You have received a 50% discount coupon for daily items for completing the side quest. Your rank has advanced from novice to apprentice. Your rank has also increased. Status window. Name Ryumin. Nickname Black Hook. Rank Apprentice. Level 10. Class Reaper. Titles: The Last Time Traveler, hidden. The First Angel Slayer, hidden. Stats: Strength 4, Intelligence 4, Agility 31, Luck 4. Stat points: 6. Skills: Rune. Players are divided into 6 ranks. Grandmaster, level 99. Master, level 60. Proficient, level 40. Normal, level 20. Apprentice, level 10. Novice, level 1. Just like other games, increasing your rank increases rewards and grants new skills. You have learned a skill for the Reaper class. Mark of Class Skill, Mark of Death. Effect: creates a mark visible only to the target and the caster. The target's remaining stamina will be displayed. The target will take 100% additional damage each time the caster attacks. This effect applies to only one target. You can also equip higher level items. Reaper's Scythe weapon type. Rarity: Rare. Attack: 25. Effect: +1 attack each swing, max +5. Durability: 225 to 225. Requirement: Apprentice or higher. Description: a colossal scythe said to be used by the Reaper. Novices will find it difficult to. Human reconsidered the rules that had been given. If you don't advance, you'll always be a novice, so it's better to advance quickly. You have been recognized as the first player to advance. Your rewards are a random gold pouch and first to advance title. You have learned a neutral skill. He deduced further, you'll learn this. They received a neutral skill. Neutral skill. Track. Effect: detects the location of the desired target. However, the face and nickname must match to be considered a valid target. Cost: 20,000. Ryuman smiled, looking at the system panel. He made a decision. A 20,000 gold skill? I have to try it, right? Suddenly, an image of a person appeared on the system panel. Eong Min name and face match. Tracking targets location. A guidance notification appeared. Player Eong Min's location has been determined. 190 away from target. Follow the arrow in front of you to track the rays of light surrounded Ryuman as he looked ahead. 190 meters? Does that mean he also went into the forest? Rested his hands on his hips, speculating. I've been walking all this time, from 2 kilometers away, now only 190 Should I secretly follow? Meanwhile, Aaron and Insangchun were running to escape this forest. Aaron couldn't stand firm and suddenly collapsed to the ground and panted, saying to Insangchun, I can't run anymore. My legs won't. We have to keep going, Miss Aaron. If they catch. Insangchun worriedly helped Aaron. Even if your legs hurt, you have to endure it. I'm sorry, the arrow wound stings too. Insangchun was a bit angry but still explained to Aaron it's just a theory, but they say that even if you're injured in this world, your real body outside won't be harmed. If you can somehow survive and get out of here, you'll be able to return. Aaron said firmly, understood. They'll try to endure the pain. Where can you run with that wound? Suddenly, Eong Min appeared and spoke up. That's probably not painful enough. And Sangchun cursed. He gnashed his teeth, thinking, this damn woman is too slow. Now all of us are. And Sangchun wondered, is fighting the only option? Eong Min laughed provocatively. Hey buddy, wanna f? Eong Min's comrades stood behind him, pointing and provocatively saying, open your eyes and look. Do you see how many of us there are here before you try to? Sangchun shouted. Why are you doing this? What have we done? Eong Min chuckled. Of course you didn't do anything. Then why are you suddenly attacking? Eong Min immediately replied, it's just that we want this. What? He said with a provocative expression that made Aaron a little stunned. The girl, Eong Min continued, we're all men here, so why should I care about you? We want Star. One of them wondered, is that girl really Star Aaron? Can't you tell by looking? One glance at her face is enough to know she's definitely Star Aaron. Or maybe someone just imitated her appearance because they want to be like. Aaron's face darkened. The other person continued, so what? Looking similar is enough. Eong Min compromised, if you're willing to leave Star Aaron here, he'll let you go. What do you? Sangchun thought angrily, if Star Aaron was the target, they should have said so from the start. If that were the case, I would have just left her but he turned his head to look at Aaron, continuing to think, I have no intention of dying for that girl, but there's a Sangchun was both worried and scared. If I can't protect Star Aaron, Director Gideon Locke will be very disappointed. Suddenly, and Sangchun stood in a stance, ready to attack Eong Min was a little surprised and chuckled contemptuously. What's with that stance? You want to fight old? And Sangchun angrily yelled. Do you even know that what you're doing now is a crime? A sudden burst of laughter. Eong Min replied, this guy's hilarious. There's no law here to talk about laws, is there? Are you planning to call the police when you return to the real world? He spoke with a hint of challenge in his voice. Go ahead and try. But what proof do you have? This face might not even be my real face in real. And Sangchun angrily cursed under his breath. He's right. How frustrating. He immediately thought of a way to appease Eong Min. Just talking won't be enough to make them retreat. They'll have to drag my battered body into a fight. Suddenly, Ryuman was standing by a tree, arms crossed, watching suddenly, and Sangchun flinched and turned his head, asking. Question popped into Insangchun's mind. Black. Eong Min immediately thought, what? Since when did this guy? Ryuman stepped out and asked Aaron and Insangchun. What are you two doing? Eong Min, not knowing what was happening, still warned Ryuman. Hey buddy, why don't you mind your own business? I asked whoever I asked to answer. What's going? And Sangchun shouted directly. Their target is Star Aaron. That's why they ambushed us. If you help us, I will never forget this favor. Black. Ryuman asked coldly, is what he says true? True or not? Eong Min added, this is none of your business. Suddenly, a red aura appeared around Ryuman. What? I know these. Eong Min asked with a hint of fear. What do you want? The red aura still surrounded Ryuman. He said coldly, I won't let them be. Eong Min gnashed his teeth, glaring at him. Aaron happily called out, Black Hook, and Sangchun quickly thanked him. Ryuman stepped forward to protect them both, thinking this will also benefit. He turned to look at Sangchun, secretly thinking, if I help, Gideon Locke will have a good impression. He calculated, if a corporation like that owes me a favor, the rewards will greatly increase, and it'll be generously Then Ryuman turned to look at Eong Min's group. Besides, I don't like those bastards. Seeing him like that, Eong Min grew cautious and threatened. What are you doing? They'll kill you if you come any closer. Ryuman just looked at him coldly, saying, then he gave a faint smile and asked, what's wrong? Don't want to fight me? At this moment, Yang Min felt a pang of fear. Damn it, what is he talking? He remembered what Ryumin had done. You tore apart those goblins in the blink of an eye. Last time you were even ranked number 1. If it were me, would I want to fight a monster like— Suddenly, a sound startled him out of his— It was the sound of Ryumin swinging his scythe to the ground, along with the words, if you don't want to fight, just say so. Yang Min asked him, if I tell the truth, will you let me? He crossed his arms and answered frankly, I'll consider it if you kneel and beg for your— Yang Min understood Ryumin's meaning. So you're asking me to humiliate myself? He hesitated, with his friends standing around gaping and right in front of him. He looked at Ryumin, sighing inwardly. If I could, I wouldn't want to fight him either. But you've pissed me off, you bet. Suddenly, Yang Min remembered something. He recalled, didn't I become strong enough to punch through walls with my bare hands? And thought, if I'm lucky, I might even be able to knock him out with one. Then Yang Min stretched his limbs and raised his voice. You've crossed the line. You bastard. While his group just stood by, he rotated his shoulders and started walking towards Ryumin. What do you want me to do? Kneel and beg? Do you want to? But in his mind, he was still calculating. Yes, he'll get close like this, then punch him straight in the— He believed even he can't survive that. He asked himself uncertainly, how could a normal person withstand a punch that can break a wall? Ryumin no longer stood still either. He actively withdrew his— Yang Min saw him do that and faltered, stammering, what are you doing? You're throwing your weapon. He extended his hand and confidently replied, if you fight me unarmed while I have a weapon, that would be a bit unfair, wouldn't it? Winning that easily would be— Yang Min was enraged now. He sneered at Ryumin, you're truly a laughable bat. While he was speaking, Ryumin moved swiftly, causing Yang Min to be extremely surprised. He agilely darted towards Yang Min also raised his fist with a triumphant look, inwardly scorning Ryumin. You idiotic bastard. You threw your weapon aside and exposed your head like— He swung his fist, aiming directly at Ryumin's head. But Ryumin's speed and reflexes were much faster, allowing him to dodge the— Not only did he miss, Yang Min was also punched in the face by Ryumin. In the blink of an eye, he was kicked in the stomach by— The kick sent him flying back. Ryumin, meanwhile, casually retracted his leg as if he hadn't expended any— Yang Min knelt on the ground, hands trembling as he cursed. You bet. He looked up, and Ryumin's voice echoed right in front of him. Stop cursing. As he spoke, Ryumin stepped forward and kicked him backward, saying, it's disgusting to hear. The kick caused Yang Min to cry out, and seeing Yang Min struggle to get up, clutching his face, Ryumin— A moment later, he grabbed Yang Min by the— punched Yang Min repeatedly in various spots on his— Yang Min could do nothing but endure the painful assault, feeling, this isn't just a punch. It feels like I'm being pounded in the face with a— Looking up at Ryumin, who was terrifyingly attacking him with frenzy, he wondered, this bastard, is he as strong as me? He doesn't have a rune of power like I— Watching the punches still raining down, Yang Min remained lost in thought. How is he so— What he saw was Ryumin's emotionless face and glowing red eyes. At this point, Yang Min's teammates could no longer stand by. They held weapons and bows and arrows, calling out to Yang Min. One of them said, shoot that bastard. This caught Ryumin's attention, forcing him to— The arrow flew toward— Aaron shrieked in panic. Black Hook. He quickly dodged. The archer frantically shot arrows continuously, telling Ryumin, but he continuously dodged the arrows shot by the— He moved nimbly in a zigzag pattern, rushing towards the— In a flash, he appeared beside the archer and asked, I bet you only managed to hunt monsters and get that bow purely out of luck, right? This terrified the— Ryumin raised his hand, summoning his scythe, and smiled, too bad for you. At that moment, he swung the scythe out. Now you have to face— The hand holding the bow was— The event happened too fast for the archer to react. Pain overwhelmed him, causing him to fall, screaming. Despite that, he still cursed Ryumin, you bastard. The other two behind him, though scared, still held weapons and boldly declared, you think you can pick a fight with us and just walk? And one, holding a dagger, lunged at him. Die, Ryumin calmly asked. You think he used Mark of Death? A black skull symbol radiating red light appeared above the head of the man holding the— Ryumin swung his scythe behind. Then he decisively swung it. The force of the scythe's swing just now sliced through his— Instantly it was severed, causing him to scream, and the remaining man saw this and trembled in panic. While he was still looking at the previous man, Ryumin quickly dashed. Before he could react, Ryumin appeared right beside him and said, daring to attack me with a weapon, you must have some skill. The scythe was swung, and even though he was wearing armor, his arm was still— He looked at his bloodied arm, crying out in pain, with the skull symbol from before appearing above his head. Ryumin turned to look. Mark of Death is truly different. It has a 2x damage effect, so one slash is enough to cut through. Looking at the group, none of them intact, all writhing in pain on the ground, he thought, This is too. He thought in silence, but I can't end things like. The hand holding the scythe moved, causing the young man sitting on the ground to cry out in shock. Ryuman had decided he needed to deepen this, with 2 deep gashes on his thighs, leaving him trembling and unable to. The man who attacked him with the dagger weakly pleaded, "Please." The other man, pale-faced, begged, "I'm almost dead. Please." Ryuman swung his blood-stained scythe, saying indifferently, "Talk less. Just a little blood spat out, you're not dead." He exhaled. "That's done with this group. Next up." Then he glanced looking towards the tree where Min was hiding. Ryuman spoke. "Hiding is used." The scythe was swung. There are no except. Scythe aimed for Min's. His fate was the same as the other 3, accompanied by a frantic. Ryuman said coldly, "Stop crying like a baby." He knew that was recalling the past, when Min and his friends had miserably bullied Ryuman. Ryuman knew that what he was doing was not as terrible as what Min had put him through, nor compared to the pain Min had caused. Ryuman immediately swung his scythe, mercilessly severing Min's remaining. Aaron and Sang-chun stood in silence, watching the horrifying scene before them, along with Min's scream, and Sang-chun winced in fear. He mercilessly cut off both of his opponent's arms, even though they had completely lost the will to. He watched Ryuman dismembering Min piece by piece, thinking, to some, that might seem very cruel, but I actually like people with such a cold. And Sang-chun was sweating. That's Black Hook, the one who dared to defy even the guild. Stood up and asked, "Are you two?" Looking at the man in front of him, and Sang-chun replied, "Yes, thank." Ryuman pointed towards Min's group and declared, "You don't need to worry about them anymore. As you can see, they're all crippled. So it's best we start voting." Aaron and Sang-chun immediately bowed. "Thank you so much for helping us." "Thank you very much." Aaron looked up hesitantly and asked, "Even so, won't they die?" He turned to look at them with disdain. "So what? They're not even as good as lives." When he turned back, he saw her bowing her head, hesitating. "She's too." Ryuman wondered, why does she care about the lives of these bastards? As if she's a saint or something. It's probably because she has to maintain her image as a celebrity. Suddenly, and Sang-chun spoke up. "Black." He politely extended his hand and asked, "May I ask something? I hope you don't mind." Ryuman put his hands in his pants pockets. Looking at Min's group gasping for breath, and Sang-chun asked curiously, "Why did you spare them? In this world, it wouldn't be a big deal if you killed." Min, in his pitiful state, flinched upon hearing those. Ryuman chuckled. "A reason." He inwardly praised and Sang-chun. "He truly is the heavenly demon Gideon Locke's right hand." Looking at the pitiful group, he replied, "It's simple. Killing them gains me nothing." And Sang-chun asked, "Nothing?" He gave a reason anyway. Leaving them like this could cause trouble in the future. Ryuman looked at the group, who could now only stay in one place, and asked. He gave a faint smile. "Can they really do?" He turned back and explained, "Furthermore, reducing the population isn't good, as the number of successful participants would also decrease." Hearing this, and Sang-chun finally bowed in agreement. He's right. If the number of successful participants decreases, the number of places available for those who clear the stage will also decrease. He looked at Ryuman, praising him. He even considers these aspects. His understanding of the game is truly different. He's really impressed. And Sang-chun sighed in relief. "I understand. Well, stop worrying about these new." Ryuman immediately turned and left. "Then he'll be going." But Sang-chun called out to him, "Wait, Black." He wanted to repay the life-saving favor. "If you give me your account number, they'll send you a reward in the real world later." Ryuman didn't stop, simply replying concisely, "No." Watching his departing back, and Sang-chun was skeptical. He helps others without expecting a reward. He thought to himself, "I'll report this to the guild leader immediately." Min's groans caught his attention. "Although I really want to kill them, I have to hold back. Because, as Black Hook said, killing them gains." He spat on Min's head in humiliation. "Bastards!" Then he called out, "Let's go, Aaron." She replied, Where everyone was gathered to vote, it was very noisy with arguments. "Please give all your votes to me. Please vote for me. If everyone votes for me as the regional representative, I will do a good job. No, I'm confident I can do better than." 2 men were arguing and shoving each other. You fat pig." The other man was angry. "What did you say? What did you dare?" Seeing them in conflict, everyone turned to dissuade them. "Both of you stop fighting. Even if we team up, we're still too weak. What's the point of fighting?" Seizing the opportunity to mediate, a man raised his hand and spoke. "Those who are easily agitated aren't fit to be representatives. Let me do it." Another hand shot up. That person confidently pointed to himself. "My father is a member of parliament. Shouldn't I be more suitable to be the representative?" After that statement, he was immediately challenged by others. "Your father is a member of parliament? How the hell can we believe that?" Meanwhile, a voice rang out. Everyone fell silent and turned to he, the one nicknamed Mint Chocolate Boy, said, "There are only 2 hours left until voting time is over. We shouldn't waste time like this. We need to vote." Seeing this, those around him asked, "Then how do we decide who to vote for? Do you have any suggestions?" He replied, "Yes, and a very good one." Hearing that, everyone started murmuring. "Really? Who is it?" He smiled. Everyone quiet. He curled his lips, thinking, "These people are listening to every single word." Then he turned away, smiling sinisterly at the gazes of others. "Just as I predicted, they've fallen for my rune of persuasion." When he obtained the rune of persuasion from a random rune fragment, he was quite disappointed. Back when he picked up the stone, he secretly thought, what kind of life? System image appeared. Rune of persuasion. Effect. Increases the ability to persuade the target you are speaking with. This effect does not apply to targets of a higher rank than the cat. He's still disappointed. Rune of persuasion. How can this be useful against monsters you can't even talk? Not long after, but I soon found a proper way to use. At the moment some men were killing goblins. Nice, one down. Pin them down to stop them from yelled. Just in time. The rune of persuasion was activated. Of everyone, that woman over there is in danger. Leave those goblins and go help. Everyone seemed to lose their will and rushed forward. All right, coming right away. Let's help her. He secretly thought. I repeated this method to snatch nearly dead goblins and easily killed 100. Returning to reality, he smiled sinisterly. If I'm lucky, I'll easily become the regional representative. Mint Chocolate Boy used the rune of persuasion to speak. Everyone, we should choose candidates first. We should narrow down the options to about 5 people to make voting. Everyone seemed mesmerized, replying without resistance. Not a bad idea. That makes sense. We won't get anywhere if we keep calling for people to vote for us. He raised his hand, continuing to control the crowd. Then let's narrow down the choices first. If you want to nominate someone, raise your hand and point to that. A fat guy heard that and quickly raised his hand to nominate himself. Sakalabak-ha immediately stopped him. Of course, you can't nominate yourself. Otherwise, everything will just go back to the way it was. That guy snorted in displeasure upon hearing. Everyone, influenced by the ancient persuasion script, was discussing. He's right, there's no other way. He chuckled inwardly. It's so easy to persuade these low. Everyone was struggling to think, but who to nominate now? I don't know anyone. I also don't want anyone but myself to be the representative. Saw this and chuckled inwardly. Just as expected, it's truly quiet. At this point, only those who stand out can be nominated. Suddenly, a man spoke up. I'd like to nominate Sakalabak-ha as the representative. He, seeing himself nominated, was delighted. The man from before continued speaking. Ultimately, the representative should be someone rational and capable of leadership. He feigned surprise, turning back to ask. The man continued to speak, drawing in those around him. Sakalabak-ha saw the effect and chuckled inwardly. Another. Smiling, he continued using the ancient persuasion script to speak. Thank you for speaking so highly of me. Is there anyone else? He was cut off before he could finish by another person. I'd like to nominate Black. He exclaimed upon seeing someone else nominated. That makes sense. How could the person who ranked first in the previous round not be nominated? Since someone else had been nominated, everyone eagerly spoke up. Then I'd like to nominate the person who ranked second in the previous round. Life is a documentary. I'd like to nominate the third-ranked Black Dragon in my right. Sakalabak-ha continued to control the crowd. So, we have 4 candidates. One more person. Is there anyone? No one said anything. He clapped to get everyone's attention and said, then let's finalize the 4. Before we vote, can each person give us? He continued to use the ancient persuasion script to speak. I'll go first, shall I? Sakalabak-ha seemed very pleased with his ability. Persuading these pathetic wretches is as easy as. He continued to use the ancient script to control everyone. If I become the regional representative, I will suddenly. A voice rang out. Stop talking nonsense. Sakalabak-ha turned back in surprise. It was him, the region's second-ranked. Life is a document. John Sick scratched his hand as he walked over and spoke. I don't want to hear any more of your idiotic ram. Sakalabak-ha tried to use the ancient script to persuade John Sick. What are you doing? But he seemed immune and even questioned him back. Sakalabak smiled and exposed him. Do you think this world is that simple? Everyone will just completely follow a few words you spew out. Sakalabak-ha, startled, thought to himself, what? He's discovered my skill? No way, he must just be joking. John Sick snarled and roared. Who do you think you are to dare decide who becomes the regional representative, you pathetic, tattered piece of. Sakalabak-ha feigned calmness and spoke up. You've crossed the line. There's a saying that words reflect one's face and character. Do you really need to utter such He thought to himself, right, that should do it. John Sick roared. He scowled and roared back. You dare preach to me? Tired of breathing, Sakala was stunned. My skill doesn't work on him?
Dont elle me.
With that, John Sick pointed at everyone and commanded, "Hey, you idiots! Forget about those candidates and vote for me. Otherwise, I'll kill all of you under." Sakala Bakha feigned calmness, sighed, and said, "You truly are beyond." Walked forward, speaking, "Do you think everyone will listen if you talk like that? Stop humiliating yourself and back." John Sick fell silent upon hearing. Suddenly, he pulled out a knife, spun around, and slashed at Sakala Bakha's face. Fresh blood splattered everyone was terrified. Sakala clutched his neck to stop the bleeding, trying to speak. John Sick, seeing this, was delighted. "I told you so. You deserve to." Sakala seemed to be in extreme pain. His eyes rolled back as he tried to make guttural sounds. He collapsed to the ground, seemingly having lost his life. John Sick pointed the knife at Sakala Bakha, whose blood was still splattering. He threatened everyone, "If you don't vote for me, then dig your own grave and lie." Everyone went into a frenzy, screaming, He's dead. That person killed Sakala Bakha. He's crazy." John Sick raised his knife, pointed at the crowd, and spoke with a cold face. "So what? If you have an opinion, come." The person who nominated Sakala earlier spoke up. "You lunatic, you must be in." He sneered, and spoke arrogantly, "If you want, come at me, then I'll come get you." Charged with his knife, killing all those who opposed him. Everyone screamed, "Help!" He exclaimed like a madman. "This is amazing. No police, no snitches, no He was like a butcher, killing everyone present, thinking he could kill people indiscriminately. John Sick pointed his knife threateningly. "If you don't vote for me, then next round will be your turn." Everyone retreated his face covered in blood. He thought, since they're afraid of being killed, they'll vote for me. If possible, I'll just become the regional representative. The thought of Ryuman, Black Hook. I'll kill that troublesome bastard first. If I kill him, I'll become first. The system notification sounded. Defeated weaklings. Kills. 265/1. System displayed. All stats increased by 100% thanks to the ancient butcher script. Experience triple buff has been applied. You have leveled up. You are currently level 16. I just reached level 16? Ryuman carefully looked at the power. He looked at the beasts he had killed, thinking to himself, the higher the level, the slower the leveling speed. Even though I've killed over 200 monsters in 2 hours, I've only leveled up 6. He closed the system panel and continued to think. On the bright side, hunting monsters has become easy. Ryuman thought to himself about the 2 glowing red stones. Clearly, it's because I possess both the ancient Grim Reaper script and the ancient Butcher. He sheathed his sword, secretly making a plan. It must be. With that, he stored his weapon in his inventory space. It's time to. The system continued to display, and at the same time a teleportation circle appeared. Voting time remaining. 0 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. It's time to vote. Summoning players in the region to the starting. The injured players were also forcibly brought to the open. Some people who were in the middle of a hunt were also surprised to be summoned. Sang-chun and those who had just returned were startled by the scene here. What is. Around that murderous guy were many blood-soaked bodies, dead players. What the hell happened? Erin quickly covered her mouth in shock. Don't tell me that person killed all of them? Ryuman quietly looked in that direction. Seems like Chu Dong-sik is in charge again. This murderous bastard turned to look at him with a blood-splattered face. Chu Dong-sik is the leader of the Dong-sik gang, and the second strongest warrior in his district. This is bad, his personality is truly. Then he curled the corner of his lips into a twisted smile, making Ryuman think more carefully. It's best to disarm that bomb before it explodes. Ryuman coldly glared back as if in response, but now wasn't the. Dong-sik took the initiative to approach him and strike up a conversation. "Hey, Black Hook. Where have you been? I've been waiting for you for a long." Ryuman, with his hands casually in his pockets, asked, "What do you want?" He replied with a friendly demeanor, "Nothing much. I just want to ask one." Dong-sik seemed very confident as he suggested to him, "He'll get straight to the point. Come work under." His words made Ryuman frown, repeating, "Work." Man spun his dagger while smiling. "They'll spare your life if." But a snort of laughter from Black Hook startled. Ryuman, without hesitation, said directly, "So, do you want to start fighting?" He combined it with a provocative laugh to provoke him further. Kneel and beg me. If you do, I'll spare." Dong-sik scowled, gripping his dagger. "Good grief, look at this crazy bastard. It seems you still don't understand the situation. Do you?" Continued to assert, "If I become the regional representative." But Ryuman interrupted, unconcerned. "Is it that hard to understand what I'm?" Deadly power swirled around his hand. A scythe appeared along with powerful magic from Ryuman. "Do you prefer to die?" Dong-sik trembled with panic inside. What is that? Where did he get that weapon from? Damn it, I picked the wrong person to The person opposite him coldly asked, "What's wrong? Cat got your—" He ground his teeth in frustration. Sweat trickled down over the dried blood on his— Despite his fear, this guy remained stubborn. "Hey, I am Chu Dung-sik, the leader of the Dung-sik gang. Do you think I'd kneel before someone?" Dung-sik crouched down, brandished his small knife, and yelled, "Bring that weapon and come here." Human secretly smiled with satisfaction. He's as irritable as ever. That's enough joking around. Faced with a coward who still acts tough like him, he had to think carefully. If I show off my strength and get voted in, things will get complicated. A sly smile played on his lips. I need to make Dung-sik the representative so I can use him in round 3. Further, Ryuman's red eyes glanced upwards. It's also time for the angel to— As he finished speaking, a pair of fluttering white wings descended where they stood. Have you all gathered? Everyone looked towards her. Ryuman secretly warned Dung-sik, who was still flustered in confusion. He gently put the scythe away. Next time, before challenging anyone, remember to check who they are unless you want to die. Dung-sik's blood-soaked body froze, unable to utter a— He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it. I almost had a heart attack. I'll let you off this time. Just you wait, if I become the representative, I'll make him pay for this insult 100. Angel smiled brightly and asked, "Have you chosen your representative?" Then she saw the corpses on the ground and realized something. I see. It seems that in the past 3 hours you haven't just been talking, have you? Of course, if you trashy wretches die, I don't— With interest, she raised a finger to command. Shall we begin? The system screen appeared before the players, confusing them. The election for the representative will officially begin. You each have 1 vote, and the player with the most votes will become the representative. Look at the person you want to vote for and think. Ryuman thoughtfully looked at the notification. Players who do not vote within 5 minutes will be eliminated from the round and disappear. The clock had now started. Time remaining, 4 minutes 59 seconds. Weaker players all looked in one direction. Look at the person I want to vote for, huh? So Dung-sik was very pleased to see countless fearful eyes directed at him. Just as I thought, everyone is looking. He scanned the area, then was surprised to notice something on— Dung-sik pointed directly at a girl and yelled, "Hey you, chubby steamed bun girl." She replied in a panic, "Me? Is that—" A very noisy argument ensued. "Do you want to die? Why aren't you looking at me?" No, I already voted for you." Ryuman only sighed in resignation. He looked around at the crowd and warned them in a raised voice, "If you don't look at me, consider yourselves—" Seconds passed along with that guy's booming voice, who just turned their head. Finally, it stopped at the 0 mark. Time remaining, 0. Angel turned around eagerly. "Time's up. Luckily, you foolish humans managed to vote in." She clapped her hands to activate a system command. Shall we tally the— Large information panel for their region appeared in the air. Regional Representative Election. Voting results. 1. Life is a Documentary, 2,412 votes. 2. Black Hook, 2,077 votes. 3. Black Dragon in My Right Hand, 249 votes. 4. Chubby Steamed Bun Girl, 6 votes. 5. Cute Little Bird, 5. Dung-sik stared at it in shock. I'm number 1, but only with 2,412 votes. Black Hook is even in second. He flew into a rage and glared at the young men around him, making them quickly avert their gaze. These bastards. I told them to only vote for me, but they voted for Black Hook. The angel looked it over before announcing, the results are in. Life is a Documentary is the regional representative. Giggled happily. I shall bestow upon you the command authority, so you may issue orders to everyone. A notification appeared. You have become the regional representative. As a representative, you will be granted command. Dung-sik immediately thought of settling the score with Ryuman after receiving his privilege. It'll make you regret not killing me, Black Hook. If I command everyone to kill— But he suddenly froze when he saw something. Before him was an information panel. What is this? Temporary skill. Command authority. Effect. You can issue commands to players and control them. Players cannot defy your commands under any circumstances. Usage limit. 10 uses total, October 10th. You can only command 1 player at a time. This skill does not apply to A-rank players. Only 10 uses. His face changed from joy to astonishment in an instant. And it doesn't work on A-rank individuals? That means all A-rank players can ignore my command. The sharp eyes of the angel subtly peeked out from behind a veil. Now then, my dear humans, you probably think the voting is over. She then gave them another piece of information. That's not it at all. This round also has a hidden quest. Those below immediately stirred. What does that mean? At this moment, another panel appeared. surprising Sang-chun. Round 2, subquest. Level up before voting. Ascend to A rank and find a level up item. You will receive a 50% discount coupon for today's item if you succeed. What is this? A level up item. Aaron read the text hesitantly. Ascend to A. Angel asked them with a hint of disdain. The quest window was set up to appear like this at level 10. But you humans didn't notice. Person scratched his head worriedly. How can we level up if there are no monsters? That unintentionally provoked her displeasure. What do you mean? The forest is full of monsters. She immediately set something up in their world. Don't be too dejected about it. A total of only 80,000 people can reach A rank in this, and she casually added something else. By the way, someone in this region has already reached A rank. This information was a bit unexpected for the players. Someone has already leveled up? Who? The angel snapped her fingers with a practiced motion. Let's look at the subquest results and find out who. At this moment, that panel immediately opened. Round 2 subquest results, all regions. 1. Black Hook, Grim Reaper level 16, 39 minutes 42 seconds. 2. Heavenly Demon, Dark Knight level 10, 2 hours 36 minutes 15 seconds. 3. Idiot Mage level 10, 2 hours 37 minutes 17 seconds. Region ESK 45.5. 1. Black Hook, Grim Reaper level 16, 39 minutes 42 seconds. Previous questions were answered. The first person to level up was Black. Those people began to turn their attention to the person standing nonchalantly behind them. He's the first person in this region to level. Ryuman was surrounded by countless astonished exclamations from the players. Moreover, he's a Grim. Everyone now hesitantly gathered around Ryuman to chatter. Grim Reaper? What kind of class is that? It sounds pretty amazing, doesn't it? Is that why he carries such a large scythe? Dung-sik was also thinking bitterly. Damn it, I was just about to use command authority to make Black Hook fight him. But who would have thought Black Hook would change classes at this very... Angel approached the leaderboard to continue speaking. In round 2, rankings were rewarded according to the order of subquest. She gazed thoughtfully at the information on it, then muttered. So, the person who changed classes in our region is player Black. The only thing that surprised her was Ryuman. Not only did you claim the top spot in the current region, but also topped the overall rankings across all regions. The angel turned towards him with an admiring attitude. Impressive, Black Hook, your Grim Reaper class is very unique. And your alias even suits it. Tell me, how did you come up with that alias? The question was a bit ambiguous. Did you know beforehand that you would receive the Grim Reaper? Ryuman looked up and replied calmly, I didn't know I would get a class that suited my alias. Angel gasped as if discovering something interesting. So perhaps becoming a Grim Reaper is destiny? He still replied concisely but in reality he knew everything in his mind. Even the angels don't know how to obtain the Grim Reaper class. They only know it's a special. She chuckled happily as she repeated her words. Is this destiny? Her interest in player Black Hook grew even more. And yet, there's someone in this region who changed classes. So, are you the only one who won't be affected by command authority? The others immediately paid attention to her words. He won't be affected by command authority? What does that mean? Angel was very pleased. So she took the opportunity to explain to them. Since we're on the subject, I might as well explain. Command authority does not apply to humans with a class. Therefore, the regional representative cannot order Black Hook to do their bidding. That's how she exposed all the weaknesses of the representative. Furthermore, there are only 10 uses of command authority. So, just because someone is the regional representative doesn't mean they have unlimited power. The players were given another chance to marvel. Only 10 uses? So that's how it... Dung-sik ground his teeth in furious frustration, but could do nothing. Damn it. That wretched angel. She shouldn't have told... She should award Black Hook, the one who received the class earliest. That powerful snap of her fingers sounded once more. Congratulations, you have completed the quest as first place in the current region. Congratulations, you have completed the quest as first place across all regions. Ryuman tapped the screen to make a selection. You have received the first place reward for the current region. Choose low-grade rare armor. You have received the first place reward for all regions. Choose special. Familiar options appeared before him once more. Please choose one of the following rare armors. Reward. Select your desired reward. Metal armor of the medieval warrior. Leather armor of the professional hunter. Breathable robe of the... He quickly tapped the middle equipment option. No need to even think. The first option is too heavy, and the third option offers almost no def... The second golden chest was also opened. Please choose one of the following special rewards. Reward. Select your desired reward. Triple experience effect. Apply to round 3, 3,000 gold. Information about round. Pause to think for a moment. Since round 3 will have many monsters, Naturally, he'll need triple experience. Then he made his choice according to his own Everything was complete, and a glow enveloped Ryuman's body. Alright, the rewards have now been distributed. Sang Chun and Aaron both looked at the angel with anxious eyes. Everyone can return now. Next round. Ian Min, his face bruised and battered, was also forcibly returned. It's going to be very interesting. The angel couldn't suppress her delighted smile. I guarantee. Round 2 results. All regions. Survivors. 873, 500, 2005. Current region S45.5. Survivors. 4,988. Souls will soon be transferred to bodies in their existing dimensions March 1, 2023. The next round will begin. We will see you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Souls will soon be transferred to bodies in their existing dimensions. Min shot up to a sitting position, utterly terrified. First, he hastily wiggled his finger. He sighed in relief as he checked his body. My hands are still intact. Just as I predicted, as long as I didn't die, my body would be intact when I returned. But Ian Min's face immediately darkened as he told himself, I will never pick a fight with Black Hook again. Never. Damn it, I don't want to get involved with such a heartless bastard. Sang Chun was in Aaron's room, comforting her. You've been through a lot, Aaron. The girl sat on the cushioned chair and replied, What did I do? You're the one who bore the brunt of it. She innocently turned to say, Thank you for protecting. He hastily adjusted his tie and looked away. I'm your manager and bodyguard. It's only natural for me to do. Aaron suddenly brought up the person who saved them. And I want to thank Black Hook again. Is there? Sang Chun explained to her. We don't know his true appearance, so there's really no way to find him. It seems Black Hook doesn't want his identity revealed. The girl still didn't understand his meaning. He doesn't want. Manager explained further. Didn't I ask him for his bank account number for compensation? However, seeing how he refused immediately, Sang Chun paused for a moment, then spoke bluntly. Black Hook knows that using a bank account number could trace his true identity. Aaron immediately lowered her head. Looking to prevent her from being troubled, he suggested another way. If you want to thank him, why not wait until the next round? Find him and give him Aaron agreed with that idea. That's a good idea. He'll have to think of a proper way to repay. They paused their conversation as the room grew dark. Well then, you rest today, see you tomorrow. Yes. Sang Chun then took the elevator to return. He suddenly noticed his phone vibrating in his jacket. He brought the phone to his ear and carefully began to speak. Chairman Ma? A cold voice echoed from the other end of the line. Department manager on Sang. He asked the other person with concern. Aren't you asleep yet? The person happily replied. I just got back and had some. The elevator had just reached the 4th floor as they were still chatting. I've seen the overall results, Chairman. Congratulations on changing your class to Dark Knight. The chairman humbly replied. Then began to probe. There's nothing to congratulate. Has anything happened on your... Sang Chun carefully reported everything concisely. CO Aaron and I only reached level 8. During that time, we were injured and couldn't hunt anymore. The person on the other end was curious. He went down to the parking garage and started looking for his car. Actually, I was about to report this incident to you. Is now a good... The other person remained on the line but fell silent upon realizing what Sang Chun wanted to say. It's related to Black... He stood looking at the city from the window, then commanded him, come to the hotel. He'll hear it directly. Sang Chun professionally responded immediately. Yes, he'll be there in 20 minutes. He opened the car door to get inside, not noticing a figure lurking by the person, with his hood pulled low, watched the car's taillights disappear from the garage. Ryuman watched, thinking to himself, just as expected, he's heading to Ma Jhi Ong Lok's place. Rewind 10 minutes. While his younger brother was still asleep by the bed, he had woken up to check some. System asked him, please think of the target you want to track and say their name. He then named the person in his mind on Sang Chun. Name and face matched. Tracking target's location. A system function immediately showed Ryuman Sang Chun's location. Target location. On Sang Chun found. Target distance. 9 meters. He's quite close, isn't he? Is he still on the top floor of the pen? Suddenly, the number below increased. It grew higher and higher, making him pay attention. The location is changed. As it neared 100, he grew even more curious. Changing location so fast, he must be using the elevator. Where is he going so early in the... A thought flashed through Ryuman's mind. Could he be going to Ma Jhi Ong Lok's? He put on his jacket to leave the room immediately. They'll confirm it. Returning to the present, Ryuman was in the parking garage. Good thing I investigated him as soon as I got... Night's moon was almost completely obscured by dark clouds. Darkness was hiding the moon. An enigmatic figure leisurely observed the scene from inside the building. Tonight is a perfect night to follow. He turned and thought to himself. For now, I'll endure and wait for the Ma Jhi Onglok sat down on his expensive chair with countless questions. Black Hook. What player wouldn't know him, the one who achieved first place in both round 1 and round. His finger lightly tapped on the armrest of the chair. Something related to first place. This doesn't feel. Then he stopped that action as another speculation arose. Could he have caused trouble for my subordinate? His unblemished yet firm hand was raised. If that's the case, I can't just sit back and take it. Causing trouble for my right-hand man is no different than challenge. Ma Jhi Onglok's face darkened at his own thoughts. I won't let anyone get in my way, no matter who they are, even if they're first. After waiting for a while, the person he was waiting for arrived and a familiar voice sounded from outside the door. Are you in there, sir? Chairman, it's on Sang-chun. He replied, go on. Ma Jhi Onglok immediately stood up to welcome his right-hand man. Unit head on, it's good to see you again. He entered and politely said, you too. Sang-chun was very cheerful towards him. It's all thanks to you, Chairman. And he was as familiar with him as a colleague. I didn't do anything, we're not even in the same region and nevertheless, Sang-chun still bowed to express his sincerity. Just having you here fills me with passion. Thank you, Chairman. Ma Jhi Onglok gestured to him. You're good at flattery, unit head on, please have a. He lifted his head with a smile. It's not flattery. It's all true. Although it's a bit late. Congratulations on survival. Both sat down and began to chat. Survive what? Round 2 was just like a child's game of snatching. Sang-chun continued to praise. I also want to congratulate you on leveling up. He took a sip of his drink and replied. Not at all, I just got. Before his esteemed chairman, he didn't hesitate to offer compliments. They say luck is also a skill. And ranking second and third across all regions isn't easy. Ma Jhi Onglok smiled and looked at him as he was still speaking. It's my greatest honor to serve someone like you. Then he gently placed his half-empty glass of wine down and asked directly. Hearing you praise me to the heavens like that, I assume you want something. Ma Jhi Onglok raised his head and a slight smile played on his lips. Tell me you have a question for me. Sang-chun reluctantly got straight to the point with some hesitation. If that's the case, could you tell me where to find a level up? He leaned back in his chair and replied. It's nothing. It just dropped while I was hunting monsters. Although he replied that way, he actually had a secret hidden behind it. In reality, it was all thanks to the random ancient script fragment, the ancient Dark Knight script that I acquired. Going back a bit to when he was still in that world and heard the angel announce, and one last thing, say inventory and look inside. I have a reward for you. Ma Jhi Onglok silently thought the command inventory. An information panel immediately appeared. Ancient Dark Knight script. Effect. Increases all stats, and a dark aura will envelop your weapon. Ancient Dark Knight. He held his ancient script in his hand as its powerful energy surged around him. I can become a Dark Knight when I reach level. Ma Jhi Onglok kept these things to himself. I got lucky in round 1 when my random ancient script turned out to be almost a cheat item. His eyes remained cold as he asserted his stance. Even with subordinates I trust like family, I can't reveal all information. Anyone can change in an instant. That's human. Then he spoke up to the person opposite him. Unit head on, let's get back to the main topic. Who injured? Ma Jhi Onglok seriously brought up the name he always suspected. Was it Black? Sang-chun hastily waved his hand. What? No, it wasn't him. Actually, he was the one who saved. This information was beyond his imagination, making him curious. Saved you? Tell me the details. After recounting everything for a while, he understood. So, you almost died because those Zuko guys targeted actress Seo? Sang-chun replied, yes. Then he repeated the recounted detail. If Black Hook hadn't appeared, both of us might have. He added to his statement, Miss Aaron might have survived, but she would have suffered psychological trauma and wouldn't be able to continue working in the entertainment. Ma Jhi Onglok fell into deep thought. Not only did I almost lose a valuable subordinate, but I also almost lost my business. He picked up his remaining glass of wine and swirled it. So what happened to those guys? They're dead, right? His subordinate reported back. Although Black Hook made them suffer more than death, he didn't actually kill. That action was truly puzzling for Ma Jhi Onglok. Why is that? Sang-chun then explained. He said that killing them wouldn't benefit anything. If the total number of people decreased, the number of survivors for the round would also decrease. He still had reservations about Black Hook's actions. He's not wrong, but who knows what tricks they might pull in the future. Nevertheless, Ma Jhi Onglok also showed that he wasn't a cold-blooded individual. But thanks to Black Hook, his subordinate and his assets were still intact. Seems I owe him this. He suggested I should compensate him. Sang-chun immediately replied, I also mentioned it, but he said it wasn't necessary and left right. A keen person like him immediately realized the intention behind that. He refused thank you compensation? Is he afraid of having his identity revealed? He's quite caught. Both then stood up. If you meet him in the next round, please convey my thanks. I am truly grateful to him for saving you too. Sang Chun nodded at him. I will certainly let him know. He also carefully instructed further, also, keep an eye on him and see if there's anything we can do to help him. You know I don't like owing any. His understanding right-hand man immediately understood. Of course, I'll do as you wish. But Ma Ghi Ong Lok wasn't finished. I forgot to ask one more important. At this moment, he very seriously asked him, those ruffians, what were their aliens? Ryumin was beneath a withered tree. He looked up at the brightly lit apartment on the top. He had been outside for a long time observing their actions. Truly a loyal dog. Is this late? And he ran straight to Ma Ghi Ong Lok right after returning to Rio. But then he turned to leave. I should head back. After all, I've confirmed his destination. If I linger here, it'll only arouse suspicion. Ryumin hailed a car by the roadside to return. The celebrity sponsored by Ma Ghi Ong Lok lives in the same complex as me. I should thank my younger. This reminded him of when the two of them first moved here. If the two of us hadn't gone to give rice cakes to get to know the name. Ryumin remembered Erin's surprised face when she saw them. Then I wouldn't have met Erin, and I wouldn't have known about the relationship between Sang Chun and. He opened the car door while carefully calculating. If I use being neighbors as leverage, it will be easier to gain Ma Ghi Ong Lok's trust. But I still need to consider if I should bring Ma Ghi Ong Lok along for round 20. Ryumin himself knew the chairman's skill well. Ma Ghi Ong Lok's ancient Dark Knight script is so incredible it's almost like. However, there are also disadvantages such as not having a class-up reward ancient script and being forced to become a Dark Knight. But the biggest disadvantage is, a venomous snake emerged from a surge of magic to drain the other person's life force to use Dark Aura, a type of Dark Knight power. One must accumulate a specific type of mana called Dark Mana, and this Dark Mana cannot be obtained in the usual. The Dark Knight's silhouette glowed behind the accumulating corpses. In some ways, this skill is very suitable for someone with perverse tastes like Ma Ghi Ong. He forced a wry smile. Being teammates with a psycho like that is quite dangerous. Ryumin sat in the car, thinking to himself, for now, they'll consider him a candidate and I can use him however I suddenly felt relieved, remembering a female player. Besides him, there are many other talented. The car glided along the empty road, accompanied by his plans. As soon as dawn breaks, I should get to. The next day began with a sigh from inside the convenience. The man rubbed his head and sighed while at the checkout counter. What should I? He was still troubled when a sound echoed beside him. At this rate, revenue will be cut in half. Julie walked into the store with a bright smile. He looked up at her. Hello, Julie. She politely replied, hello, father. Why are you sighing so? He reluctantly recounted his sorrow. It's like this. Lottery tickets have been completely suspended from sale. Julie was surprised. Why so suddenly? Her father relayed some key points. The government found a plausible excuse, but they said it seems to be because of some. His words reminded the girl of some online articles. They don't know what skills the players will use. KMS News. Man wins grand prize in lottery 4 times in a row. Pockets $62.7 million. Secret to winning 4 times. I dreamed it. Lottery sales suspended due to consecutive. He sighed in frustration again. With rent and labor costs, things are really difficult now. What should I do? His filial daughter immediately exclaimed. Don't worry. She happily told him, I'm about to graduate. From now on, Then she asked herself, wait, wouldn't it be better if I found a part-time job to increase the family's income? Her father immediately waved his hand. Julie, let me worry about money. You focus on your studies. He earnestly reiterated her dream. Your grades are excellent. Aren't you going to college? Your dream is to become a doctor. Julie replied calmly, Father, I've given up on that dream. In this situation, what's important about? Her father flinched. Then his face darkened. You're right. Money isn't important now. If something bad happens, you could lose your life in the next. He covered his face and exclaimed. Lately, I've been thinking too much. I'm sorry. She quickly intertwined her slender white hands with his rough ones. What do you have to apologize for, Father? This isn't your fault. He was still very embarrassed. Pearl was incredibly optimistic as she promised him, I'm fine, I promise. I survived round 2 and even got a profession. Her father didn't quite understand those terms. Distract him. She radiated a kind of light from her hand. That's right, Father, wait. Gentle power surged around his body, quickly touched his head and exclaimed in surprise. What was that? Just Julie happily shared it with her father. It's a skill called blessing. I got it from my support class. It helps increase all stats a bit. They say it can increase vitality for normal. His mood also became very cheerful. This skill is amazing. I feel so energetic. This made her giggle. I'll use this skill on you often. Julie didn't forget to encourage him, so cheer up. He regained his smile and replied, okay, it'll be. At this moment, the sound of the door opening made him instinctively say. Ryumin walked in wearing simple clothes. The customer, Julie whispered softly into his ear. Father. Do you know him? He stammered. He gently stepped inside while they were still murmuring to each other. The winner guessed the same number for 100. Ryu Min walked over and spoke. Hello, uncle. Do you remember me? I bought 100,000 won worth of lottery. He asked in return. I still remember. But why are you? Suddenly he bowed before him. First, I want to apologize. That action startled the person in front of him. Why are you apologizing out of no? He slowly explained his reason. I've seen the news. Because I won the grand prize consecutively, the store was forced to stop selling lottery. Julie, standing beside him, secretly broke out in a sweat as she heard him admit fault. I apologize for unintentionally causing damage to the store owner. Quickly waved his hand. Don't worry, it's not your fault. Not being able to sell Natto lottery tickets won't make me. Ryu Min didn't relax because of that. Even so, I still feel bad that you were affected by me. Pulled out a white envelope and offered it to him. I want to compensate you, even if this amount isn't too large. He was surprised. What? In front of both of them, he calmly stated the amount he had just taken out. It's 10 million. The store owner was extremely flustered and tried to persuade him, you don't have to do this. Take it back. But he insisted, please take it, uncle, because I truly caused. Done with the matter, he resolutely turned and left. They'll be going now. The store owner wanted to call him but couldn't. Hey young, he held the envelope in his hand and felt a headache. How can I accept such a large sum of money? His daughter beside him spoke up at this moment. She quickly held up the bag and grabbed the pile of money. He'll run after him and return it. Her father readily agreed, yes, return it. Julie quickly chased after him on the flat side. It didn't take long for her to catch up to Ryu Min and call out to him. Wait, he turned to look with a very emotionless expression. Because she had just run, her face was flushed. Ryu Min, is that you? He replied in a puzzled tone, and you? She smiled brightly and introduced herself. Don't you know me? It's Min Julie. We're classmates. With his memory, he paused for a moment. She stopped short. Don't tell me you didn't know we're in the same surface. Ryu Min merely smiled and apologized. But in his heart, he thought differently. Already knew a lot about her. Min Julie. She's in my class and is the daughter of the convenience store owner. She also has a special class, a buffer, specializing in supportive buffs for teens. In his previous life, Ryu Min had once wielded his scythe to help her during a monster. Afterward, she thanked him profusely, which he remembered very clearly. Back then, I also just found out she was in my class, and I was genuinely surprised that this kind of destiny existed. The reason I pretended it was a coincidence to meet Min Julie was to bring her to my... Turning to reality, Julie boldly invited him. Shall we go somewhere? He nodded cordially, walked for a while before sitting down on a bench in the... Julie took out the money bag from earlier and gave it to him. Here, Ryu Min looked surprised. Isn't this the money I just gave you? She firmly told him, we can't accept such a large sum of money, so you... Ryu Min didn't force her. Accepting 10 million won felt a bit heavy. I knew they wouldn't take it anyway, because she's the kind of person who, no matter how difficult things get, doesn't like living. She waited for a while, but he still hadn't taken it back, so she gently prompted, come on, take it back. My arm. But Ryu Min's reply was even more stubborn. No, I just said it. That's the money I want to compensate you for feeling guilty. At least, that's what I need to do for my conscience to be it. She tried to persuade him again, but he cut her off. No matter how much it is, I want you to take it. If not, you'll feel guilty and keep thinking of it. Julie honestly shared with her friend, even so, this is too much money. I feel overwhelmed. In his heart, he silently replied to her, that's why I gave it. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, tell the owner too. For me, that amount isn't much. Just take it freely. Julie found it even more awkward holding the money in her hand. Are you always this stubborn? Why? Just said that and then stood up. We're done talking, right? I'm leaving now. The girl startled and quickly cried out. Wait. She opened the envelope and pulled out a few bills. 10 million won is really too much. It'll only take 1 million. That's fine. Ryu Min replied, do you have the right to decide? Go ask the store owner. Julie looked up, hesitant, but father definitely won't be comfortable with this. At this moment, he suddenly noticed something. Father, the convenience store owner is your father? She nodded, and Ryu Min exclaimed in surprise. Oh, I go there often. That's interesting. Julie awkwardly went along with his conversation. I find it interesting too, that the Natto lottery grand prize winner is a classmate. His eyes glimmered with a hint of sadness. Then she repeated what she had asked him earlier. But you really didn't know we were classmates? The moment you walked into the convenience store, I recognized you. Ryu Min stuck to his answer. I'm sorry, but I'm really not good at remembering. He smiled at her and asked, also, this This is the first time we've talked like this, right? The girl met his gaze and stammered. Finally, she looked so disappointed that she bowed her head. So this is the first time you've heard my name, right? He continued to feign sincerity. Looking at the embarrassed face of the young woman in front of him, he thought to himself, even though I feel a little guilty for pretending not to. Nevertheless, he had no ill will and looked at her affectionately. But I have to do this to make her interested. Her foot softly scuffed the tiled ground beneath her out of embarrassment. I just told you, my name is Min Julie, and Im in your. Julie pointed to herself and stood up straight. And this is my face. Do you remember? The person in front of him had flushed crimson. So he stopped teasing her and happily promised. The girl then realized her own actions and became even more awkward. Suddenly, reality hit me. What the hell am I doing? Introducing myself to a classmate when we're about to graduate. Ryu Min spoke a few implicit words to her. At least I know now. After graduation, it's not like we won't keep in touch. He also seized the opportunity to make a suggestion. By the way, can I have your... She paused for a moment because his words were a bit ambiguous. My number? Asking a classmate for their number isn't strange. Is it? She quickly held out her hand. Give me... Her eyes dared not look up as she quickly typed the numbers into his... After finishing, she quickly returned it to the person in front of her. Ryu Min looked at his phone and exclaimed, "It's truly fate that we met like this, so let's keep in touch from now on." Julie was caught off guard and could only go along with his words. Okay, they ended their meeting here as he proactively left first. Well then, I'm leaving. I have something urgent. At this moment, she realized something was left behind. But Ryu Min had already waved goodbye and left. Wait, the envelope. And so, the girl was left alone, lost in her thoughts. I still haven't returned it. Julie placed her hand on her chest and then ran in the opposite direction. It's really strange that he suddenly asked for my phone number. Oh no, my heart is pounding so. A warm glow shone through the young woman's emotions, making her realize. Even though I know he only sees me as a friend. But, his weren't as good as they are now. First, we met by chance. Ryu Min was beaten by bullies right after school, and she witnessed it. Bastard. I told you to bring the money. Do you think we're joking? No. Julie quietly called for help on her phone. Afterward, she still hid behind the utility pole, watching the lonely figure of the young man. Is it because I felt sorry for him? Or is it because I was the one who called the police so I felt responsible? I followed him to make sure he got home safely, and thanks to that, she also witnessed what he did inside the store. When I saw Ryu Min working a part-time job as if nothing had happened, they were separated by only a pane of glass. I realized, he's much stronger than he. Even when on class duty, Julie's gaze followed him. From then on, I started to become interested. She secretly watched Ryu Min dozing off at his desk. But, I didn't have the courage to talk. Even when he went to meet his younger brother, she only dared to hide behind. After that, my feelings for him grew a lot. I even didn't dare to approach him anymore. Who would have thought we'd meet? Julie stood still, closed her eyes, and silently gave thanks. Now I'm brave. This is an opportunity granted by the head. A gentle breeze blew through the short hair of the girl who had just fallen in love. I can't pretend not to know him after receiving 10 million. She smiled happily and then thought, so, should I invite him out? At this moment, Ryu Min was a bit free, sitting on his bed and looking at his messages appeared on his phone. Have you eaten yet? I have something to tell you. Can we meet in the shopping area? They'll treat you to a meal. Seeing the other person message this, he replied, okay, he'll pay. The person on the other end of the screen seemed very determined to treat him. Let me pay. Seeing the other person send such a cute sticker, he happily messaged, I have a lot of money. It seemed the other person was very insistent on paying for their meal. But I don't like to freeload without cause. What do you like? Ryu Min looked at their messages and thought comfortably. As expected, she feels she owes me. And she suddenly invited me to lunch? That's a good sign. He even smiled slightly unconsciously, feeling so at ease. If I become close to her naturally, it will be easier to turn her into an... After turning off his phone, he got out of bed and continued to think. I will help Julie and bring her to round. Ryu Gun was sitting on the sofa when he suddenly saw his brother dressed handsomely and took note. He asked curiously, brother, where are you going? Ryu Min heard that and calmly replied, just meeting a... Ryu Gun hesitated a bit but still asked, a friend? Not a girlfriend, is it? His brother found his question a bit funny and asked back, what? Can't your brother meet some... After saying that, he instructed his younger brother. He'll eat out. Don't skip meals. After he left, Ryu Gun sat stunned on the sofa, lost in thought, not knowing what he was... At this moment, he suddenly received an unexpected signal. No way. He then questioned life itself, asking, is he going on? The scene shifted to a luxurious steak restaurant. Suddenly, a voice sounded, probing. Do you like? Julie was a bit surprised by his sudden question. So she quickly blushed and covered her mouth. What? Seeing her so flustered, he calmly repeated the question. Do you like? She was shy and stammered her reply. Yes, I like it very much. He acted as if nothing was amiss and casually used his fork. Then after replying to him, she thought with a bit of wonder. I can't believe I'm on a private meal with Ryu Min. What a luck. The two ate in silence amidst the soft music and the chatter of other customers. In an awkward atmosphere. At this moment, she realized the atmosphere wasn't very comfortable. The atmosphere is getting awkward. I have to say something. Come on. After thinking for a while, she came up with a topic of conversation and quickly asked him. How did you win the lottery so many times in a row? 4 consecutive times, right? He was eating with great enjoyment and hadn't noticed the awkward atmosphere. But when she asked, he looked at her attentively. Then he shamelessly made up a ridiculous reason. It's thanks to my ancestors sending me dreams. I'm really lucky, aren't I? In Julai's imagination, ancestors appeared with sparkling eyes and said, remember these numbers. She imagined and asked him in surprise. In a dream? So how much have you earned from that? His expression didn't change as he casually continued. It seems I won't have to worry about money for the rest of my life. Although I still have to worry about staying alive. At this moment, she suddenly remembered a question she had always wondered about. Speaking of which, I'm curious. What was your first stage like? Killing goblins must have been difficult, right? He didn't deny her question and replied. Yes. Took quite a long. She continued to ask for information about him. Which area are you in? He wasn't bothered at all and honestly replied. I don't remember anymore. I just remember the last number is. She seemed to feel a bit regretful, so she gave an awkward smile and said, mine is 7. What a pity. So we won't get to. Hearing her say that, he gave a gentle smile and thought to himself but didn't tell her. There's no need to be disappointed, my friend. We'll meet eventually, because the areas will merge when the number of survivors starts to decrease. Afterward, they both continued to exchange normal polite questions to learn about each other's information. What level are you? Level? 10. I'm level 10 too. Do you have a class yet? Not yet. How about? It seemed that after a while of conversation, they had become more comfortable. So Julie laughed very naturally. Luckily, I already got the class change item. It's called Buffer. He repeated curiously. He smiled happily and analyzed her class name. That means you can give teammates buff effects like in a game, right? As he spoke, he secretly sighed in relief. Good thing. This time, she's also a. She was very eager to show him her skill. So she immediately raised her hand and concentrated her power. Do you want to see? There's an effect called Blessing that boosts all stats. He heard that and said enthusiastically. Really? Immediately afterward, she cast a beautiful and colorful skill right on his. Then, system notifications appeared before his eyes. Blessing has increased all your stats by 50%. Blessing. Limited time. 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. He was delighted to see his stats boosted so high by her and thought happily. As expected of a special class. The effect is truly good. He didn't hesitate to praise her skill. That's impressive. After saying that, he continued to think. The skill's effect will double if she reaches the maximum level. So at that point, stats will increase by 100%. But only when she reaches the maximum. He looked at her with great satisfaction. And it's a good thing she buffed me. He looked at her friendly smile and thought to himself. This was my main goal from the beginning. At this moment, he thought about the reward item he had received earlier. The reward I got from the first class change subquest was a random gold pouch. As I thought about that reward item, I considered its function. Literally, it's a pouch that will give me a random amount of gold. And it can be influenced by the luck stat. So, the higher the luck stat, the higher the amount of gold. After stopping his train of thought, he gave her an appreciative smile. The effect is great. Thanks. She didn't think it was a big deal at all and happily told him to feel free to ask. If you need a blessing, just say the word. Using this skill doesn't cost me any energy at all. Hearing her say that, he couldn't be overly polite and replied. At this moment, he suddenly brought up what she wanted to say earlier. Didn't you say you had something to talk about? Julie then remembered what she wanted to say and was a bit flustered. Oh, that's right. I meant to talk about that. And she smiled gently, very moved, and thanked him. Thank you very much for the 10 million won. My father also asked me to convey his. It seemed she was afraid he would misunderstand. So she immediately added. And he'll try to pay it back soon. No matter what. Hearing that, he was a bit awkward and didn't know what to do. So he stiffly said to her. Is that all you wanted to say? I told you not to worry about. She wasn't annoyed that he refused her gesture but still suggested to him enthusiastically. If you don't need money, maybe you want something else? That, she took out something and wanted to give it to him. Take this. He looked at the item in her hand and asked. What is? She held the strange purple item in her hand and gave it to him, saying, I got it while hunting. If you don't need money, at least I should give you this. Her face was very sincere as she wanted him to take it. This is my appreciation. After they finished eating, they parted ways and said goodbye to each other. The meal was great, so we'll see each other again. He said goodbye and reminded her. All right, be careful in the next stage. Okay. She smiled happily when she heard him say that and replied. We have to survive to meet. After saying goodbye to her, Ryu Min slowly walked alone along the tiled. Then he opened the system window. At this moment, he began to read the information about the item Julie had just given him. Lower grade purple magic crystal. Category: Asset. Description: a beautiful purple stone. Refined mana can be felt within. Simply put, it's a gem used to embed into items to increase stats. He carefully read each line of information and silently marveled at this twist of fate. Who would have thought I'd get this? He reached out and took the magic crystal from his inventory, carefully analyzing it. Just by looking at this brief description, it's hard to know it's. Then he held the magic crystal up high and pondered. But once I reach level 20, you'll realize how rare this item. It turned out that upon reaching level 20, players would receive an innate skill. Fusion feature will be unlocked when the player reaches level 2. Its effect sounded quite similar to weapon forging but at a higher level. When using it, I can combine a weapon with a magic crystal. This skill can even be upgraded and we can also choose up. At this moment, he introduced the types of magic crystals. Magic crystals come in a total of 7 colors. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo. Each color of magic crystal would have different abilities. Red for damage, orange for strength, yellow for... These magic crystals could be considered extremely rare due to their superior skills. Green boosts agility, blue boosts intelligence. Indigo helps reduce incoming damage. And the rarest crystal, which is also the purple one, is the one currently in his... And finally, the purple magic crystal is the rarest of them all. It has a very low appearance rate and boosts all... He was thrilled to receive this magic crystal so early in a way that few could have imagined. I'm so lucky to have just stumbled upon... This moment, he suddenly realized that his own luck wasn't bad at all. My luck stat in reality is really high. Then he thought more and put the precious magic crystal back into his inventory. He'll use the magic crystal when I reach level 20. And now he decided to effectively use July's skill to open the reward item. Blessing. Limited time. 30 minutes 58 seconds. Now I should open the gold pouch before the buff ends. Shouldn't I? Suddenly he remembered something unexpected. Wait. Then, as he pondered, he reached into his pocket and rummaged for something. I need to boost my stats with the Butcher's Codex. Then he took out a small white bag containing mealworms. 100 mealworms. He looked at the bag and mused. The Butcher's Codex will increase my stats by 1% for each target I kill. And that includes insects too. As long as it's a living creature, it can. At this moment he suddenly dropped the bag to the ground. There are no insects in the dungeon, so I'm forced to hunt monsters. Luckily, I'm currently in reality. He calmly lifted one foot and said, sorry. Then he stomped his foot down. Immediately, the system notification appeared. Number of creatures killed, 45 out of 100. All stats will be increased by 45% due to the effect of the Butcher's Codex. He continuously stomped his foot down, killing the mealworms. Number of creatures killed, 67 out of 100. All stats will be increased by 67% due to the effect of the Butcher's Codex. Every time he stomped his foot, the number continuously increased until it reached the full 100. Number of creatures killed, 100 out of 100. All stats will be increased by 100% due to the effect of the Butcher's Codex. Then he called up his status window. Status window. Name: Ryu Min alias Grim Reaper. Rank: Apprentice. Level: 16. Class: Death God. Titles: Last Traveler, hidden. First God Slayer, hidden. Stats: Strength +9. Intelligence +9. Agility +63. Luck +45. Stat points. Looking at the numbers displayed in the window, he noticed the change. My 15 luck points have increased to 45. This means I can expect a favorable outcome. Next, he called up his inventory. Then he took out the reward item, the gold pouch. Random gold pouch. Category: Consumable. Grade: Rare. Effect: provides you with a random amount of gold, from 1 to 9,999. Usage requirement: Must be used before the next round begins and your rank is above novice. A limited item granted to the first person to change classes. This item automatically disappears when the next stage begins. Affected by luck stat. At this moment, he confidently decided to use the reward item. My luck stat has increased to its highest possible level. Now, thinking this, he didn't delay any further and gave the command. Use. Immediately afterward, the gold pouch in his hand floated up. As he looked at it, he had a hint of expectation. How much will I earn here? Even with the same stats, receiving different amounts of gold is... But it seemed he had calculated in advance, so he confidently predicted. Based on my luck until now, I should get around 3,000 to 6,000. Suddenly, his expression became extremely surprised. Not knowing what the system panel appeared. You have used random gold pouch. The system notification made Ryu Min curious. They continuously informed him. You have used random gold pouch. You have gained 9,999 gold. He was a bit surprised. 9,999. Ryu Min was happy to receive more gold than expected and thought to himself. I got the maximum amount of gold. Receiving the blessing was really worth. System notification summarized his gold. So my total gold is 16,249. This is enough to buy an epic grade. As he thought, the system panel flashed away. The item I want won't be available for another 2 weeks. So we'll keep it safe. The bright morning sun shone into the building where the two brothers. Ryu Min walked into the house, taking off his jacket and said, "I'm home, Ryu Gun." Seeing him return, Ryu Gun, still tapping on his phone, called out happily. Ryu Gun's hand covered half his face, but his puppy-like joyful expression was still visible. "How was your date, brother?" Ryu Gun's question made Ryu Min wonder. Seeing that his brother didn't understand, Ryu Gun felt a bit deflated and asked again, "Weren't you going on a date with your girlfriend?" Ryu Min sat on the chair, dodging his brother's question.
Don't talk nonsense.
"Have you eaten anything?" Seeing this, Ryu Gun sat down next to his brother and replied with a happy face. "I ordered jjigae." Ryu Min rested his chin on his hand, looking at his brother with a somewhat critical tone. "You should order something tastier." Ryu Gun seemed unconvinced and replied petulantly. "What's wrong with jjajangmyeon? Do you know how much I wanted to eat?" His brother's words reminded him of the past. "That's right. Just last month, our situation was still very different." Ryu Min continued to think. "By the way, my Bitcoin investment has increased to $150 million. Like previous times, in 2 weeks it will likely drop significantly. That'll be the right time to sell it." Meanwhile, his younger brother Ryu Gun sat next to him, eyes sparkling as he looked at. On the TV screen, an image of a car was being shown, which sparked an idea in Ryu Min's mind. Before then, I should get my driver's license. In the exam room, everyone, including Ryu Min, was focused on their driver's license theory. The repetition seemed to bore Ryu Min a little, so he sighed and thought, "How many times have I taken this exam? It'll just do enough to pass." And with that, he picked up his jacket and stood up to leave, making the proctor curious. As Ryu Min's back walked towards the door, it made the proctor think more. What's wrong? When he looked at Ryu Min's computer screen, the proctor was startled. "Your score is 95. You have passed the theory test for a commercial driver's license." His head was full of questions. He got 95 points in such a short. Ryu Min knew the result he would achieve better than anyone. "The result is obvious, but it only took me 4 days to get my license." He proudly showed his shining driver's license to his brother, Ryu Gun. "It's blinding. I have more driving experience than any." Suddenly, Ryu Min pondered a bit about his current reality. "Wait a minute, how many years have actually passed? How old?" He immediately thought, after getting my license, I immediately bought a supercar. A red Lamborghini Aventador. It didn't take me long to choose because I drove this car many times. But Ryu Min asked, "How long does direct import take?" The clerk replied warmly, "If you order today, you'll receive the car within a month." He held an iPad and said, "That's good. They'll sign." Hearing Ryu Min finalize the order made the clerk's face light up with joy, and he seemed to glow. "Excellent, sir. You're very stylish." The clerk's overly enthusiastic attitude left him speechless. Time passed. 2 weeks later, today's beautiful weather was the perfect time. He held his phone with a hint of smugness. "Time to say goodbye to my Bitcoin?" Ryu Gun asked curiously, seeing his brother's dangerous and calculating expression. "Did something good happen? Why are you smiling like that?" Ryu Min, sitting on the chair, replied to his brother, "I just sold all my Bitcoin." Ryu Gun sat down on the chair, surprised, and asked his brother, "Really? How much did the price increase to?" Ryu Min calmly replied, $300 million. Hearing such a high number startled his brother. "Take $300 million. Brother, restless, asked in a loud voice, "All your lottery winnings were only $60 million. And that increased to $300 million? Meanwhile, Ryu Min calmly answered all his brother's questions with an obvious tone. What? Ryu Gun, admiring yet recalling a month ago, said, "When you wanted to invest in Bitcoin, I wanted to stop you. But you earned so." Ryu Min laughed and replied, "I didn't know it would increase so dramatically." He thought to himself, "Last time it was at most $280 million. This moment, Ryu Gun had calmed down and asked his brother, "So you're quitting now?" Ryu Min still looked at his phone, his mouth still replying to his brother. Ryu Gun held a cup of water in his hand and replied with a smile. But not long after, his brother spoke again, making Ryu Gun spit out the coffee from his cup. "It's time to invest in the stock." Ryu Gun, partly worried about his brother, asked, "Brother, what the hell do you know about the stock market? What are you going to do now?" Ryu Min reassured his brother with a calm demeanor and a smile on his lips. Ryu Min casually gave a reason to soothe his brother's worry. "I dreamed it." Ryu Gun was startled and half-believing, asked back, "You had that future-predicting dream again? Is it about what stocks to buy this?" Ryu Min replied with confidence, "Yes. In my dream, I saw that if I buy now, I'll profit a lot later." Seeing his brother say that, Ryu Gun could only say helplessly, "All right then, do whatever you." Looking at his brother, Ryu Min thought to himself, "I can't blame Ryu Gun for worrying like this, but I know the future." Then he looked at the screen, thinking about the company he wanted to invest in. "The company I'm going to invest in." Phone screen displayed a list of stock names. A company ranked 85th on Kosdaq, valued at approximately $900 million. Heavenly Insights Consulting. Ryu Min thought, Heavenly Insights Consulting is a company owned by Zhang Lok. Although it's not very famous yet, after round 4, it will introduce a special system and develop Ending his recollection, Ryu Min was secretly satisfied with his decision. "If I know this company will become famous, there's no reason not to invest," he thought while holding his phone. "If I can own a lot of shares and gain operational control, I can influence the company as a major shareholder and make a decent." With that, Ryu Min clicked the order button. "First, I will invest $280 million and acquire 31% ownership." Then, suddenly a voice interrupted his train of thought. It turned out that Ryu Gun was secretly praying for his brother. Please make his dream come true. This should be it. As he thought, he looked at the screen displaying the text. Purchase order confirmed. Number 5,684,241. Purchase order successfully transacted. Without hesitation, Ryu Min thought about the next thing to do. Now I just need to buy the item, and it'll be all. As night fell and all the lights in the building were turned off, only the brother's apartment remained. The light came from a desk lamp. Midnight, along with the system sound, the system screen with items appeared. Ryu Min lay on his bed, hands behind his head, thinking, "I saved all my gold for." He tapped the equipment tab, silently marveling at the benefits of having a lot of gold. As long as you have gold, you can buy common items and skills. There's really nothing more convenient. The screen displayed the item he had clicked on. Although they are all common grade, that doesn't mean rare and epic materials cannot be. The notification bar displayed. Item of the day. Item of. Ryu Min was still deep in his own thoughts. This is a feature to buy a random item that changes daily. Usually, it's hard to buy what you want because you don't know what item the shop will sell. It's not a problem for me because I already know when specific items will. As Ryu Min thought, he clicked on the Item of the Day tab. And today is the day the epic item I need will be. The system panel displayed a series of information about the random item on sale. Skeleton necklace. Type, necklace. Grade, epic. Effect, +3 intellect. +1% attack speed for each enemy killed. Max 25%. Effective until the end of the round. Restriction, apprentice rank or higher. Durability, 500/500. Cost, 4,600 gold. Sale time, 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Buy. Ryu Min's tone was joyful at the appearance of the item he wanted. Here it is. Skeleton neck. A smile flashed across his face. An item that increases intellect and attack speed. And compared to its effect, it's quite cheap too. Since I have the item I want, I should use that. Ryu Min returned to the main page. Item store. The system panel displayed a discount coupon along with its usage rules. It was a 50% discount coupon for today's items, which Ryu Min earned after completing the level up quest. 50% discount coupon for today's items. Type, consumable. Grade, rare. Effect, get 50% off when purchasing items today. Restriction, only valid until the next round. Apprentice rank or higher. Description, a limited reward item for players who complete a side quest in round 2. If not used by the next round, it will automatically expire. Ryu Min thought for a moment, his hand already reaching for the purchase button. If I buy this ring, after using the 50% discount coupon, the amount of gold remaining after the purchase confused him. Gold. 13,940. Ryumin jumped up. I still have so much. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, as he recalled the items he wanted to buy. Originally, he had planned to buy a set of common equipment with his remaining. Ryumin recalculated a bit, and several auxiliary skills he desired appeared in his mind. But if I save another 6,000 gold, I can buy one more common skill. A common skill is still better than common equipment. He rested his chin on his hand, a smile appearing on his face. I should quickly earn another 6,000 gold. Luckily, round 3 has a lot of monsters. So time passed. March 1st, 2023. A gem in the center of the town emitted a purple light, surrounded by countless residents. However, some of them also glowed with a yellow light. The day had finally arrived. Players continuously appeared, scattered across the game area of round 3, where a large purple gem in the center emitted a highly conspicuous light. Damn it, I've been dragged into the other world again. After being forced to log into the game, players repeatedly voiced their confusion. This isn't a forest this time, is it? Where a few of them carefully observed their surroundings and commented. The houses are all destroyed, but it looks like a village. Hearing this comment, another voice suddenly interjected, refuting it. Village, my ass. It's nothing but ruin. They even noticed the tall city walls surrounding the area they were standing in. Look, there are city walls around the village. It's at this moment, the players finally noticed the striking presence of the large gem in the center. What's with this crystal? What are we supposed to do in round 3 in this? At this time, Ryumin appeared in the distance, observing silently. This place is really strange. Everyone looks quite. Then his thoughts focused on a person who seemed calm on the opposite side. The only one who remains indifferent is Dong. Switching to Dong Zik's side, who was standing nonchalantly, he heard someone from behind him question, "Isn't he our area representative?" After that, more and more people quietly gossiped behind him. That's right. Life is a documentary. It's him. I heard he's a gang type. He even threatened me with a sword to make me vote for him. In their whispers, Ryumin's name was also mentioned. Ryumin should be the representative. Not that. Suddenly, someone raised a hand and quietly tried to stop their comrades. Hey, hell hear you now. He has command authority. But it seemed Dong Zich posed no threat, so the others remained calm, ignoring their comrades' warning. Whatever. He can only use that power 10 times. There's nothing to be afraid. The more Dong Zich listened, the more he couldn't bear it. So he sharply turned and threatened them. You bastards. Shut your mouth. Amusingly, those people weren't afraid of his threats. In fact, more people started provoking him. What's he swearing about? As if others don't know how to swear. He also refused to back down, directly raising his hand and pointing, calling them out. Who's mumbling there? Huh? At this, those people realized they were in trouble and stopped gathering to. His face twisted hideously with anger as he cursed silently. Motherfucker. I knew this would happen. If only that damn angel would shut her mouth. At this moment, a pair of shiny leather shoes suddenly appeared. Hwang Yongmin immediately stood before him, bowing respectfully. Hello. Many recognized him and continuously voiced their questions. Hwang Yongmin, what's he? He didn't bother with the surrounding questions, instead forcefully raising his head to look at Dong Zich and spoke sincerely. You. Life is a documentary, boss of Dong Zik's gang. Senior Dong Zich. I've come to greet. He calmly looked at Hwang Yongmin and asked, Senior, are you my subordinate? Hwang Yongmin immediately replied, Not yet, sir. I'm just a 20-year-old youth with a dream of becoming a gang. Hearing Hwang Yongmin's words, Dong Zik's face was filled with question marks, and he frowned in thought. He wants to be a gangster? Is this guy Hwang Yongmin showed a face full of admiration for Dong Zich and said with a smile, You're my role model, sir. I really want to join Dong Zik's. Before he could finish his question, Dong Zich was suddenly startled by Hwang Yongmin's next action. Why? Hwang Yongmin actually knelt on the ground and spoke with great determination. I will dedicate my entire life to following you, sir. Please accept. Dong Zich was so amused by this display that he broke into a hearty laugh. I've met so many crazy people in my life, but this is the first time I've met one this insane. I like his. Thinking this, he told Hwang Yongmin to stand up. Get up. Hwang Yongmin immediately replied eagerly, yes. And he asked with great curiosity, Are you blind? Don't you know my reputation has gone down? Yet you still want to follow. Hwang Yongmin shamelessly replied, Who cares? He clenched his fist, thumped his chest, and continued, You are the one I respect. Facing Dong Zich, he spoke very moving words. As long as you accept me, I don't care what others. Praised and idolized like this, Dong Zich couldn't help but smile. I like your answer. Alright, he'll take responsibility and Huang Yongmin was extremely grateful, repeatedly bowing his head and thanking him. Thank you, sir. Surrounding people were astonished by Huang Yongmin's crazy act. He just joined Life is a Documentaries team. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. As they say, birds of a feather flocked. Yumin, who had been observing everything from a distance, was very satisfied. This time he also teamed up with Dong Zich. That's truly. This moment, the angel suddenly appeared in the sky and asked, has everyone? She slowly observed the players below, then smiled and said, let's see. Today 90 people are. Some players didn't understand what she meant and wondered. Missing people? Another person couldn't help but ask, what does that mean? But before they could finish, an information window automatically appeared in front. Subsequently, other players also received the same notification. Main quest: protect the sacred object for 3 hours. Whole area. Total participants 856,030,200. Completed 0 out of 214,007,550. Current area S45.5. Total participants 4,900. Completed 0 out of 1,220. After reading the notification about round 3's information, the other players immediately erupted in chaos. Are we really short on people? Why? Angel, as if nothing was amiss, slowly said, it's impossible for people to die out of the blue. It seems that in your real world, you've been killing each other. I was worried about how far you would come. At this moment, a player suddenly noticed something and anxiously shouted to warn the others. Wait. Everyone, look at the number of people who can clear this. The other players, noticing that the number of people who could clear round 3 was excessively limited, were utterly panicked. 1,225 people. What? That's only a quarter. Among them, one person shamelessly yelled out to the angel, that's strange. Is there a... Hearing that person's question, she chuckled. Then she nonchalantly voiced the player's thoughts. What do you want? There are no bugs. It seems you're worried because fewer people can complete the quest. She finished, then asked again, but have you for... Hearing her words, the faces of the players below all turned pale with shock. Only half of the people can survive each... The angel didn't drop her smile. Instead, she explained with an even crueler laugh, but everyone survived the last round. So it's reasonable for only a quarter of players to survive this round. Facing her words, the players were all utterly shocked. That her beautiful eyes wickedly observed the people below through a veil of bamboo, and she spoke frankly, there's nothing unfair about it. You just need to work hard to get into the top 25. After that, she began to move on to the rules of this round. Alright, I will now explain the rules of round 3. The angel slowly explained the rules of this round. Every 30 minutes, monsters from my army will appear before the castle gate and target the sacred object located in the center of the... Her figure remained in the sky, looking down at the ground. There will be a total of 4 waves of attacks, and you must all work together to protect the sacred object. He explained the importance of the purple gem. You will receive additional rewards if you protect the sacred object for 3 hours. If you fail, you will face severe penalties. She also didn't forget to mention the player ranking system. Finally, regardless of whether you successfully protect it or not, rankings will be determined by the number of monsters you... As the players listened to her announce the rules, they nervously looked towards the city gate. Due to the nature of this round, more monsters than usual will appear, but they will only have their regular strength. It should be much easier, right? Of course, this also means that gold and experience will be cut accordingly. Outside the city gate, unsettling sounds continuously. Hearing the ranking rules from her, Dong Zich confidently smirked. So I just need to kill a lot of monsters. Since I hold command authority, this round will be a piece of... This moment, she suddenly clasped her hands together. Then, she added with great malice, the representative chosen from the previous round is Life is a Documentary. Isn't that... As if nothing was wrong, she continued gleefully, from this round onwards, he can use his command authority. But I bet everyone here is curious about what will happen. After speaking, she emphasized, if the representative... A cruel smile appeared on her face as she spoke of this thrilling matter. If the representative loses their life due to monsters or environmental factors, their position will become... However, what if they are killed by another player? Hearing her words, Dong Zich immediately froze, his eyes wide. As the angel's words became increasingly suggestive, the players around him also began to entertain impure thoughts. In that case, the killer will immediately become the new representative, and they will receive the full 10 uses of command. After speaking, she clapped her hands cheerfully and said, all right, monsters will appear in 10 minutes. For the next 3 hours, cooperate to survive. Finally, she added nonchalantly, full of contempt, though I'm not sure if you're even capable. Then she transformed into a speck of light and vanished, leaving Dong Zich with a mood as if he had eaten He cursed furiously towards where she had vanished. Then his eyes immediately noticed the killing intent behind. Instead of preparing to fight monsters, the other players now held their weapons, pointing them at their con. Seeing their actions, Dong Zich, fueled only by anger, summoned his weapon and threatened loudly, "You bastards, come here, they'll take all of you on." One by these players, filled with killing intent, aimed at him without any fear. "You act tough, but you can only use your command authority 10 times. The angel already said it. Whoever kills this bastard will become the representative." One shameless person even ambitiously declared, "If I become the new representative, even..." At this moment a figure suddenly appeared. Ryumin, holding his weapon, calmly and slowly stepped forward from behind. Seeing Ryumin approach, Dong Zich was startled and stammered, What are you doing?" Ryumin stood in line with him and spoke. "Don't be afraid. I just want..." But all Dong Zich caught was that Ryumin said he was afraid, so he hesitantly retorted, "Afraid? Afraid? What are you saying? Just say what you want." Then he continued, "Let me tell you, if you intend to make me bow down." But before he could finish, Ryumin cut him off. "I have a proposition." Seeing his hesitant expression, Ryumin spoke directly without delay. "I assume you're in a difficult situation." Then he directly made a very attractive offer. "How about I protect..." Dong Zich was surprised and confused, so he asked again, "What?" Ryumin patiently repeated, "I will protect you from other players. That means it'll be your personal body." The other players, hearing this, were also surprised in turn. "What? Ryumin will protect life is a documentary. Does that mean we'll have to face..." At this point, they were somewhat hesitant about confronting Ryumin. "That's a bit. So what should we do now?" Hearing the others wary of Ryumin, Dong Zich couldn't help but think, "I didn't expect Ryumin to have such influence." Looking at their reactions, this offer seems really tempting. He immediately sobered up. But everything has its price. Thinking this, he lowered his face and asked Ryumin, "So, what do you want?" Ryumin casually said, "Not much." After, his eyes became incredibly sharp as he stated his condition. "You will have to obey all my commands. That is the Hearing this, Dong Zich froze. "What?" He gritted his teeth, thinking, he's asking me to become his subordinate? He didn't agree immediately, instead probing, "What's your reason for making this offer?" Ryumin quickly replied, "I cannot say." Dong Zich still didn't give up, asking again, "You say obey orders, but what kind of orders exactly?" Ryumin patiently said, "I cannot say that either. You just need to obey my orders unconditionally." Seeing Ryumin's casual attitude, Dong Zich thought bitterly, "So you want me to follow you for life? Motherfucker, you think I'm easy to trick?" But he paused for a few seconds, then thought, "Wait, what would happen if I refused? He wouldn't attack me without reason in broad daylight, would he?" While he was still lost in his thoughts, Ryumin spoke decisively, "Choose." After Ryumin subtly reminded him, "The others are also waiting for your decision." He hesitated for a while. Finally, he made his choice. "I refuse your offer." Ryumin's eyes flashed with a cold glint as he silently confirmed, "Just as I thought. There's no way this bastard would easily lower his pride like..." The others, seeing him make such a foolish choice, couldn't help but smile gleefully. He refused. If he had agreed, he could have hunted leisurely. It must be his pride, not wanting to take orders. At this moment, the players also started picking up their weapons again and aiming them at Dong Zich, taking turns to speak against him. Is honor more important than life to him? Or perhaps he doesn't think anything of... Ryumin slowly observed everyone's reactions without speaking. The events were exactly like in his past life. Then he made his next decision. So what needs to be done now is to draw... Thinking this, he faced Dong Zich and, as if nothing had happened, drew the line. "Alright, if you've refused, there's nothing more I can do. I won't concern myself with matters here anymore." After he decisively turned and walked away. "Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me." At this, the other players, hearing him say that, also began to move forward, wanting to attack Dong. "Did you hear that? Ryumin doesn't care about you anymore. So, shall we take down this gangster?" Dong Zich was so bitter he ground his teeth. But he couldn't do anything but grip his weapon. "Motherfucker, did I really have to accept that?" At this moment, the system also announced the start of the game. Wave 1 will begin shortly. Prepare for the appearance of monsters and protect the sacred object. Those who were about to gang up on Dong Zich were cut off by this system announcement. The system gave a brief update on the rules. In 30 minutes, regardless of how many monsters have been dealt with, Wave 2 will begin. At this, the other players frantically called for teamwork to protect the large purple gem. Everyone, protect the sacred object. Immediately after, the system also began counting down the remaining time until the end of the round. 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59. While the others were focused and alert towards the city gate, Dong Zich suddenly thought, I can't fight alongside these people who hold grudges again. He turned to look around, wanting to find another place to act. It's a personal quest anyway. He'll have to act alone. So he noticed Ryuman's figure calmly walking elsewhere. Where is that guy? Dong Zich secretly followed Ryuman for a long distance. He hid behind a building, observing Ryuman from afar. Is he also planning to fight alone? Is he heading towards the city gate? Just sounds suddenly rang out, signaling the official start of the game. Wait, the city gate also slowly began to. The system announced the current number of players. Players, 4,900. It announced the number of monsters in the first attack wave. Weakened goblins, 9,800. Vicious, bloodthirsty goblin monsters with repulsive green skin appeared in increasing numbers from outside the city. Dong Zich saw this number and was instantly wide-eyed with shock. 9,800. The system continued to pop up a notification. Due to the nature of the trial, goblins only possess 1/3 of their normal strength. After that, it wished the players below good luck and vanished. We wish you success. His pride, which had been present when he refused Ryuman's offer, completely vanished. This is truly insane. He could only secretly think about escaping and ran away from the city gate. For now, he'll hide and observe the situation. He ran into a house and immediately dashed upstairs a few steps. But why isn't Ryuman moving? Is he planning to fight the goblins at the city gate? He was extremely anxious but didn't forget to analyze this dangerous situation. Even if the city gate is narrow, it's still wide enough for at least 10 people to pass. Dong Zich hastily opened the entire room door, letting his thoughts continuously flow through his mind. He's confident he can kill 10 at once. After, he went out onto the balcony and, from above, frantically observed Ryuman. That idiot is acting smug just because his level is a bit high. I don't even need to watch to know he'll fight a little, then tuck his tail and towards Ryuman. The goblins, baring their fangs and holding weapons, quickly charged. Ryuman didn't hesitate or panic. He immediately raised his scythe high and took a defensive stance. After, he gently swung the weapon in his hand, instantly killing 3 to 4 goblins that were charging at him. He calmly looked up at the goblins kept falling, only for another hungry horde to rush in, as if not caring about their lives. Sud lifted his foot. His scythe, shining brightly, immediately struck the goblins' weak. Ryuman, in one swift motion, killed the entire horde of goblins with incredible. Dong Zich, who had been observing Ryuman fighting from above, was utterly stunned. Ryuman is that strong. He fantasized about becoming as strong as Ryuman when he reached level 16. When I reach level 16, will I be that? At this moment, he realized he was wasting too much time leveling up. This isn't the time to think about this. I need to level up quickly and become strong. Then he turned to look at the other players who were struggling to complete the quest. At this point, the battle between the players and the goblins had become. The center of the area had, unknowingly, become a chaotic mess of death, filled with urgent shouts. Block them. The west gate is breached. Don't let them get close to the sacred object. At this moment, Dong Zich no longer hid. He stepped out of the house, preparing to hunt monsters. I also need to go down there and kill goblins. He loudly shouted to attract a goblin. Come here, you mobile experience. Immediately after, he sliced it. Suddenly, at this moment, he felt a dam. Then, he decisively thrust his weapon into the head of an approaching goblin. He pulled out his weapon. He smiled inwardly, satisfied and confident. Thanks to my ancient sword sense, I can predict their movements. It's truly simple. Suddenly, something flew swiftly past his face, cutting a piece of flesh from his. Dong Zich looked back at what had just attacked him and discovered an arrow. An arrow? I've never seen a goblin shoot arrows before. Thinking this, he immediately confirmed that another player was trying to assassinate him. Motherfucker. So who is it? He cursed venomously in his heart. Even if I don't know who it is, once I catch you, it'll tear you into 1,000 pieces. Suddenly, his lower abdomen was pierced by someone holding a spear. I got. Dong Zich, enraged, gripped the spear and shouted, "You then, with great force, he pulled the attacker towards the dagger in his. He directly plunged the dagger into the other person's. As he pulled out the knife, he cursed, intending to finish off the person. You useless ba-" Suddenly, another arrow flew past his. Looked in the direction the arrow came from and discovered someone holding a. Without another word, Dong Zich viciously raised the spear in his hand and aimed it at that. Seeing this, the other person panicked and drew their. Before their arrow could be fired, Dong Zich's spear pierced them. After dealing with the surrounding people, he struggled, clutching his abdomen, and thought, damn it, I didn't expect the players to be my biggest concern, not the monsters. If I weren't the area representative. At this moment, he was filled with regret for having greedily taken this position. Area representative, my ass? If I had the choice, I'd have thrown it to someone else. Not only that, but he also began to reconsider Ryuman's previous offer. Should I have accepted Ryuman's? But fundamentally, he was still too arrogant and absolutely unwilling to yield to anyone. A true man cannot be someone's subordinate. He began looking around, searching for another solution. There must be some way to hunt in peace without being bothered by other players. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a player cutting down goblins on the opposite side. That guy, he recognized him as having a rather high rank in this area. Third rank in the current area. Black dragon on the right. Then he couldn't help but smile wickedly. That's right. He called out to him from behind.
Hey, man.
Hearing the sound, the man turned his head, confused. What? Who? Before the man could react, Dongzich used his command authority to control him. Black dragon on the right hand. Dongzich arrogantly ordered him, from now on, protect. Ryuman swung his sword, cutting down the monster. The system announced, skeletal necklace effect. Attack speed increased by 25%. You have defeated a goblin. Current experience. 502/100. Experience buff X3 active. All stats increased by 100% due to Butcher's rune effect.
Gold 333, bonus gold 160.
Ryuman focused on the system panel, thinking status. Ryuman opened his inventory and exclaimed, I've already earned almost 2,000. His face lit up, and his lips curved slightly as he wondered, at this rate, he'll easily collect 20,000 gold by the second wave. The distant monsters began to eye Ryuman, but he remained calm in thought. No, I need to accumulate a lot of gold this round, then buy 2 common skills. If I do that, I can get the sincere ancients. His cold, sharp eyes swept over. Ryuman swung his scythe, delivering a critical blow to the monster. The monsters behind him snarled, wary of him. He smirked and said, Aren't you going to charge? Ryuman raised his scythe high and charged straight into them. If not, he'll make the first. Dazzling magical current surged, followed by an explosion that made everyone panic. What? What was that sound? What's going on? The monster that was suppressing the young man suddenly vanished, and the remaining ones also disappeared. The system screen displayed, You have successfully stopped the first wave of. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief.
Im Aliva.
The system announced, Number of surviving players, 3,933. Number of players killed, 967. Surviving players will receive a reward of 500 gold. A young man sat down on the ground, saying, I need to rest a bit before the second. Ryuman looked at the people lying in puddles of crimson, pondering deeply. 967 people died. Even though they weakened the goblins, they still can't be underestimated. He looked around, searching for someone. Where is he? Ryuman saw Dongzich gritting his teeth, looking tense, then pondered. There he is, Dongzich. No surprise, he's still alive. He'll have a hard time getting through this. He breathed heavily, clutching his knife, looking around, then shouted. Dongzich frowned in thought, unaware that an enemy was stealthily approaching. These bastards aren't killing goblins. They're just aiming. That person roared, lunging with their knife towards Dongzich. Before Dongzich could be touched, he was attacked by 2 other people, painfully collapsed. The command authority symbol glowed brightly above his head, and he smirked to himself, but luckily I have them. Command authority is truly amazing. Thanks to them acting as human shields, I survived the first wave of it. Huang Yongmin stood in front of Dongzich and asked, Are you all right? Dongzich groaned in pain. Blood gradually trickled down the worry in him swelled. Too much blood. In this condition, can I even survive this? He gritted his teeth and cursed silently. Every drop of sweat drenched his forehead, flowing down with each pang of pain. He gritted his teeth, determinedly thinking, I will persevere and survive this round with. Dongzich and Huang Yongmin looked back. Monsters were rushing in one after another. The system displayed, Wave 2. Players 3,933 versus weakened goblins and hobgoblins 7,866. Due to the nature of the round, goblins only have normal strength. The monsters, armed with knives, charged straight at Ryuman. The system displayed a blessing. We wish you victory in this. He moved gracefully, unleashing sharp scythe strikes that sliced through the bodies of the monsters. Ryuman leaped, charged towards them, attacking decisively. Sharp scythe swung down, taking down the monster. The monsters lay piled up on the ground. Ryuman spun his scythe, making a sweeping slash through. A moment later, he looked up at the system panel. You have reached level 20. Your rank has increased from apprentice to normal. You can now use the combination. Ryuman gently wiped a drop of sweat from his face, thinking with satisfaction, I did it. Finally, level 20. Now I can use the combination function to create unique items that can't be bought in. The system displayed. To celebrate your level up, Violet Gleam has been enhanced. Additional damage increased from 100% to 120%. Additionally, you have learned the Grim Reaper's unique skill, Death's Night. Unique skill, Death's Night. Effect: within a 500 m radius, create an artificial night using dark energy. The caster can dismiss the skill at will. The next skill will be acquired at level. Ryuman read the system notification, pondering. Violet Gleam's additional damage has increased to 120%, and I've learned a new skill. Death's Night is very compatible with the Grim Reaper's rune because it gets stronger as the night progresses. The system displayed Grim Reaper's rune attributes. Effect when used during the day. Weapon attack power x2. Effect when used at night. Attack speed also increased by 50%. When resting at night, greatly reduces the chance of being detected by a horde of monsters surged from outside. Attacking. He smirked with delight, welcoming them. I've just learned a new skill. Ryuman's voice, somber, spoke. Death's Night. The monsters halted in a sharp slash aimed at them. Another critical slash was unleashed straight into the monsters. Each monster was consecutively brought down by his. The monster roared before Ryuman's decisive attack. His foot gently landed on the ground. Behind Ryuman, monsters lay scattered, piled up on the ground. The system displayed. You have successfully stopped the second wave of attack. Number of surviving players, 3,343. Number of players killed, 590. Surviving players receive a reward of 500 gold. He put one hand on his hip, breathing heavily, and wondered the second wave is done too. Should I buy some common skills during this? Ryuman reached out to the system shop, contemplating. The first skill he'll buy. He tapped to select a skill and discovered. Ryuman muttered to himself, as faint magic enveloped him. With this, I can identify targets within a 30-meter radius. It seems this 30-meter area around here is full of goblins. So, should I save another 20,000? He lunged to attack the monsters just as the system displayed. Wave 3. Players 3,343 versus weakened hawk goblins, 6,680. The others also began to charge, punching the monsters. The system announced, you have successfully stopped the third wave of it. Huang Yongmin gritted his teeth, unleashing powerful blows at the monsters. The system again announced, Wave 4. Players 3,001 versus weakened hawk goblins, 6,000. Everyone's face showed signs of exhaustion after defeating all the monsters. The system displayed, you have successfully stopped the fourth wave of it. Dongzik's face turned pale. Sweat drenched his forehead. He struggled to think. Only 1 hour left. If I can endure another hour, I can survive and escape this. He glanced at the people in front of him, but his mind was full of cunning calculations. Even though I've used up all my authority, as long as these bastards protect me, my life won't be in danger. The system panel displayed, Wave 5. Players 2,700 versus weakened Glon 10,800. Dongzich was stunned, looking at the system. 10,000? They're that numerous? The system explained. Due to the nature of the round, Glon only have normal strength. We wish you victory until the very. The giant monsters, armed with weapons, charged towards everyone. They roared, fighting desperately. He calculated in his head, I don't need to worry. This is actually an opportunity to set a. Dongzich gritted his teeth, thinking ambitiously. I will become even stronger and tear apart those who once looked down. A shout rang out, startling him, and he turned. The group worked together to attack, protecting Dongzich. One person pointed straight at him. There he is. That bastard gangster. The title of representative is mine. This time I'll kill. He grabbed two people standing near him, using them as meat shields against the attacks, and shouted loudly, you savages. Even at the end of the round, you're still blocking them. Guards, stop them. Those two were quickly brought down by the combined group before they could reach. Dongzik's eyes were filled with panic. His foot slightly lifted, and he took steps back, looking bewildered. Damn it! Dongzich hastily turned and ran. In his head, he thought, now isn't the time to hunt anymore. The people behind him shouted, chasing after him. He's running. Chase him and his legs moved ceaselessly. He thought to himself, damn it, I just need to survive this wave. Just this. Dongzich paused when he saw Ryuman standing firm before the monsters. He rushed to Ryuman, anxiously saying, Ryuman, I agree with you. He'll do whatever you say. Please protect. Ryuman calmly looked at Dongzich. He urgently spoke up. I said I accept your offer. Ryuman, protect. Ryuman's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold, sharp glint as he glared at Dongzich, then decisively spoke. Dongzich was stunned to hear Ryuman say indifferently, I already told you, I don't care if you live or die. Take care of your... He impatiently shouted. Wait. Wait. But you offered it to me. I said I'd become your subordinate, didn't I? What do you mean refuse? Ryumin turned and walked away, calling back. I don't need a subordinate who doesn't have command authority in there. Dong Zix's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth in indignation, thinking, that little brat. Does he mean I'm useless? If only I had agreed. He was surprised to hear a voice from afar. Did everyone see that? He refused. The group that had teamed up surrounded Dong Zix, saying slyly, good thing. I was wondering what we'd do if Ryumin helped him. Life is a documentary, and blood painfully oozed again from the wound on his abdomen. One person said, now we can kill him as we... Dong Zix tightly gripped the knife in his hand, roaring, damn it. Even if I die, it'll kill at least one. Hwang Yongmin stepped forward, pushing one person from the group aside. Senior, you must be tired, right? I've come to help you. Dong Zix looked at him in confusion. He looked at Hwang Yongmin with joy. Yes, I have you. If I survive this, they'll take good care. Before Dong Zix could finish, Hwang Yongmin punched him hard in the... He fell to the ground. Dong Zix clutched his face in pain, crying out, Senior. Hwang Yongmin flashed a dangerous smile at him and said, he'll just kill you so you can rest in peace. Hwang Yongmin grabbed Dong Zix's collar. He furiously roared, you bat. He delivered a powerful punch to Dong Zix's face. Hwang Yongmin continuously punched Dong Zix's face, making him scream in agony. His face was swollen and bleeding from the... Dong Zix lay motionless, his eyes wide open, his mind bewildered. Motherfucker. Dong Zix. He glanced at Hwang Yongmin, who stood before him with a sneer, and bitterly thought, betrayed by this bastard. Hwang Yongmin powerfully raised his leg and delivered a critical kick to Dong Zix. System announced, Area Representative Life is a documentary has been killed. The representative's power has been transferred to the perpetrator. Player Hwang Yongmin is the new area representative of X45. He clenched his fist, shouting joyfully, now I'm the area representative. In King, the system displayed, you have become the area representative. You have received the exclusive command authority of the representative. Hwang Yongmin, full of calculations, thought, now if I focus, I can control Xiao Aaron. As his eyes narrowed, Hwang Yongmin looked at the deceased Dong Zix, silently thinking, he'll make good use of this command authority. Don't be too angry, okay? This isn't because Dong Zix's gang leader kept running away. He turned his back, walking away, full of sarcastic thoughts. How embarrassed. Hwang Yongmin turned to look at the group that had teamed up, pointed at Dong Zix and said, hey, did you all see that? I beat him to a pulp. Didn't I tell you I had a chance to win? Those people all said in unison, huh? Right, yeah. Rong Chi clutched his face in pain, crying out. He called out, Senior. Yongmin gave a dangerous smile, looking at him and saying, he'll just kill you so you can go peacefully. Grabbed Rong Kai's collar. Rong Chi furiously yelled, you bet. He threw a powerful punch at Rong Kai's. Yongmin continuously punched Rong Kai's face, making him shriek miserably. His face was beaten until it was swollen and Rong Chi lay motionless, his eyes wide, his mind in a daze. Damn it. Leave Rong Chi alone. He glanced at Yongmin, who stood before him, smirking. He furiously thought, betrayed by this bastard. Yongmin powerfully raised his leg and put all his strength into a fatal kick to Rong Kai's. The system announced, Area Representative Rong Chi has been killed. The representative's power has been transferred to the perpetrator. Player Hong Yongmin is the new area representative of X45. He clenched his fists and shouted joyfully, now I'm the area representative. In the king here, the system displayed, you have become the area representative. You have received the representative's exclusive command authority. Yongmin thought calculatingly, now if I concentrate, I can control Co Aaron as I... His eyes... Yongmin looked at the deceased Rong Chi and silently thought, he'll make good use of this command authority. Don't be too angry, okay? Isn't this because Rong Kai's gang leader kept running? He turned his back and left, filled with sarcastic thoughts. How embarrassing. Yongmin turned to look at the cooperating group and pointed at Rong Chi, saying, hey, did you guys see that? I beat him to a pulp. Didn't I tell you we had a chance to win? Those guys all said in unison, huh? Right, yeah. The crowd panicked, looking at his blood-soaked hand, thinking, this bastard kills people with his bare hands. It's making my skin crawl. He's a psychopath. Who knew he actually died? Questions from the crowd stirred up the entire area. What's going on? Isn't this dog always ass-kissing the top guy? Was he planning to betray us from the... One person was utterly terrified. The person next to him retorted, how can someone like that become a sector representative? The murmurs spread everywhere. Everyone, we have a new representative. That Hwang Yongmin silently turned and dashed away, his mind quickly calculating. Now they're targeting me, aren't they? But too bad. I know something that can help me escape this situation. He ran towards Ryu Min and shouted, "Death!" Ryu Min asked, puzzled, "What is it, Huang Yongmin?" Huang Yongmin anxiously replied, "You saw the notification, right? I'm the sector representative now. I have command authority." Ryu Min looked confused. Huang Yongmin placed his hand on his chest and clumsily offered, "That offer you mentioned. About the documentary? I'll take it. In other words, I'll follow your orders. In return, protect." Huang Yongmin thought to himself, the reason Zhou Yongshik was abandoned was because he had no command authority. So, he'll definitely accept my offer. Ryu Min firmly stated, "I don't like your attitude." Huang Yongmin was stunned. "What?" Ryu Min coldly proposed, "If you kneel and beg me, maybe you'll consider." Huang Yongmin hunched over, pointing at himself with both hands. "Didn't you hear me? I have command authority." Ryu Min looked at him indifferently. "So what? What do you want me to do? You seem to have misunderstood something, but you're the one at a disadvantage here." Now, Huang Yongmin remained silent, deep in thought. Ryu Min smirked, "You want me to protect you? Then kneel." And Huang Yongmin gritted his teeth, glancing at the crowd behind. He suddenly turned sharply, his eyes locked on Ryu. Huang Yongmin knelt on the ground, bowing his head respectfully to Ryu Min and pleaded, "I'll do everything you say. So please, let me become your sub." Ryu Min's crimson eyes narrowed as Huang Yongmin said, "Please, death." Ryu Min silently observed him, evaluating. "I'm sick of seeing this scene. However, unlike Zhou Yongshik, Huang Yongmin is still useful." Ryu Min's voice rang out, "Fine, I accept your proposal." Huang Yongmin continuously bowed in gratitude. Thank you, death." Ryu Min glared at him, "Enough. I don't want to see your pathetic face." Huang Yongmin looked flustered. Ryu Min casually walked past Huang Yongmin without bothering to look. The hushed whispers of everyone around them began again. How did it come to this? Death Scythe will protect Huang Yongmin? Oh no, should we attack him all at once? A person holding a spear fearfully retorted. Have you not seen Death Scythe fight? He can take on many people at once. We have no chance against that kind of Ryu Min's cold voice rang out, surprising the surrounding crowd. Let me help you. His sharp eyes scanned each person. Then he spoke, "You have two choices. You can give up your title as sector representative, return as you are, and hunt some monsters." Ryu Min swung his scythe in front of them, threateningly saying, "Or you can die by my..." His face turned menacing, his voice deep and grim. "If possible, I recommend the first option. But the second isn't so bad either, because in my eyes, those who dare to raise their swords against me are no longer..." One person fearfully hid the knife in his hand behind his back, looking at Ryu. Several others, equally terrified, quickly turned and fled. I surrender." Huang Yongmin's knees buckled, his eyes fixed on the horrifying scene before him, thinking, "That's impressive. I can't believe Death Scythe could make them retreat with just a few." He stood up and looked at Ryu Min's retreating back, deep in thought. As an opponent, he's formidable, but as an ally, there's no one more reliable. Ryu Min's face remained calm as he silently guessed. With this atmosphere, it seems things are about. Ryu Min glanced at the struggling people still fending off monsters, thinking, so, we've safely cleared the fifth wave. He subtly curled his lip, thinking malevolently, if it ends like this, won't it be too boring? He called out, "Huang Yongmin." Yongmin approached him and replied, "Yes, Death Scythe?" Ryu Min coldly ordered, "Do as I say, as you promised." Huang Yongmin asked, "What should I do?" "Just give the..." Ryu Min turned, his sharp, crimson eyes scanning Huang Yongmin, and said, "Use your command authority 10 times and destroy them." Huang Yongmin flustered, "What? The relic?" He thought in a panic, if the relic is destroyed. Huang Yongmin suddenly remembered the angel's warning. If you don't protect it, you'll suffer severe punishment. He gritted his teeth, his mind reeling. But why? If I use 10 charges of command authority, I won't be able to enslave Co. Aaron. Min, confused, asked, "See, can I ask why?" Ryu Min didn't explain but ordered, "Shut up and do as I say." Huang Yongmin proposed, instead of 10, "Can I use 9 times?" Ryu Min indifferently replied, "I won't repeat myself. If you don't want to die..."
Huang Yongmin stammered.
I understand. I'll follow your order." Ryu Min, with an air of authority, added, "Also, I'll designate who you use your command authority." Ryu Min mused, "Kim Sunghan, that little firecracker, don't bother me. Spring, summer." He then ordered, "Command these 10 people to destroy the relic." Huang Yongmin was aghast. What? He stared in shock at the group of people opposite him, asking himself, my friends are among them. Is he doing this on purpose? One of them, a bald guy, stared at Huang Yongmin. "Hey, no way." Huang Yongmin helplessly apologized. "Sorry, guys. It's Death Scythe's order. I hope you understand." His eyes lit up, muttering to himself, "Don't bother me."
Kim Seung.
Characters appeared above the heads of the other people, startling them. Hwang Yong-min whispered again, "Little firecracker, spring, summer, fall." He then commanded, "Destroy the..." System announced, "Warning, the relic is under attack." One person panicked, a loud explosion rang. A group of people surrounded the relic, raising their weapons to destroy it. Everyone watching from afar shouted, "Hey, what are you doing?" They stared in shock at the group and yelled, "What are those guys doing? Do they want to be punished? Someone stop them." At this rate, one person rushed forward and hugged the attacker. "Stop smashing it. Stop. Someone, stop." Another person didn't hesitate to swing their knife. "Kill those." Cracks began to appear along the surface of the relic. Soon, the relic shattered completely. The system announced, "Relic shattered. Main quest." The system displayed, "To punish the failure, the embodiment of the punishment god will be summoned in 30 minutes. The crowd was in chaos. "What? Embodiment of the punishment god? What's that?" The system appeared, "Survive the embodiment of the punishment god. The round will not end until the time runs out." One person worriedly asked, "Is it a..." Ryu Min smirked, amused, looking at the words on the system panel. "Hidden side quest. Round side quest. Resist the embodiment of the punishment god and survive. Reward for completion, 3,000 gold. Time remaining, 0 hours, 29 minutes, 59 seconds." System displayed, "Hidden side quest. Round 3, resist the embodiment of the punishment god and survive for 30 minutes. Upon completion, 3,000 gold will be awarded. Time remaining, 0 hours, 29 minutes, 59 seconds." The crowd excitedly chattered. "The system says if we survive, we get 3,000 gold. I told you, protecting the relic was only 2,000 gold. This is much better." "I think so." Ryu Min thoughtfully observed everyone happily receiving the quest. "The reward is even higher than after clearing the 5th wave. That's why I made Hwang Yong-min destroy the relic. But I didn't destroy it myself." The crowd gasped as the system suddenly announced, "It has been confirmed that players are attacking the relic. 10 players who attacked the relic will be punished." The system displayed, "All stats will be permanently reduced by 50%. The attackers of the relic turned pale, quickly protesting, "What? Stats reduced? We were just following orders." The brown-haired man with a bow angrily pointed at Hwang Yong-min and yelled, "Hwang Yong-min, you bastard!" Hwang Yong-min flustered, "Sorry. How was I supposed to know there would be a pen?" He was stunned as the system continued to announce, "The sector representative, for failing to protect the relic, will also receive a penalty." Yong-min was dismayed upon receiving the message from the system, "All stats will be permanently reduced by 50%. He furiously kicked the wall. "Damn it!" Ryu Min observed the chaotic scene from afar, thinking, permanently reduced stats directly impact survival, so this is a fatal blow. Now, I should prepare to hunt down the embodiment of the punishment god. He called out, and instantly the system shop appeared. Min reached out to select items, muttering to himself, "Buy normal items with the remaining gold." The system displayed, Assassin's Hood, normal grade helmet armor defense plus 20. Effect, agility plus 3, durability, 250/250, restriction, normal rank or higher. An assassin's hood always smells of blood, like a helmet that's never been washed. Boots, normal grade boots defense plus 15. Effect, agility plus 2, action speed plus 5%, durability, 250/250, restriction, normal rank or higher. These tight, black boots look cramped but are surprisingly comfortable for the wearer. He mused, even a slight stat increase will make it easier to catch. He entered the item combining area. Next is combining. Min reached out, selected an item and placed it in. He began combining this item with another, then combined it with a mana. The system announced, combination successful. Option, all stats plus 1 has been added to the bone necklace. Min intently looked at the combination panel, thinking, I can attach 1 mana stone to each piece of equipment, so I'll apply the same method to the remaining items. The system sounded, combination successful. Option, damage reduction plus 1 has been added to the skilled hunter's leather. He selected another item. The system displayed, combination successful. Option, strength plus 2 has been added to the reaper's. Ryu Min closed the system panel, musing the lowest grade mana stones don't help much, but something is better than. The people below stirred. So, it's a girl, grasping her spear tightly, worriedly said, I'm a bit nervous. A nearby man clapped his hands and suggested, just try to hold out for 30 minutes. That's all. Yong Min gritted his teeth, looking at the people nearby. Why yes, they're right. We just need to keep. Ryu Min looked up, deep in thought. I don't know about that. Escaping the embodiment of the punishment god isn't easy. In my previous life, out of 2,700 people, only about 500 survived. Many lay on the ground out of combat just trying to cling to life. Even just surviving was incredibly difficult. Originally, the embodiment of the punishment god was so hard that it took 5 level 40 players to even stand a chance again. He glanced at the glowing crack in the sky. But I planned to kill it for the big reward. Yu Min recalled the moment he killed the angel burial. Because I have the title from killing burial. The system announced, title, First Slayer of Angels. Condition for achievement, be the first to kill an angel. Effect, when fighting divine beings, all stats are doubled. The title First Slayer of Angels will double all stats when fighting divine. A dazzling angel appeared, spreading its wings. And the embodiment of the punishment god is a divine being. Punishment god descended, attracting all eyes and causing a stir among the crowd. Is that the embodiment of the punishment god? So we just need to avoid it to survive? This isn't too easy, is it? I thought at least some monsters would appear. Yongmin relaxed, letting out a sigh. Damn it, you scared me. A nearby person held out their hand, observing. I can't see any. Bell on the punishment god's staff gently swayed. Punishment god took a step forward. It glanced at its staff, then raised it high. Staff struck the ground with a powerful magical surge. Magic gradually spread, astonishing. Everyone stared in shock at the dazzling light covering the entire space. The system announced, the embodiment of the punishment god has created a restricted zone. People inside the magic circle panicked, trying to rush out, but it was futile. What the hell is this? A restricted zone? The system displayed, unless the creator of the zone dispels it, you are not allowed to leave the area. Faces of those who destroyed the relic turned pale as they anxiously asked, we can't leave? We're trapped here? The system rang out, stats of those within the zone have been reduced by 50%. Side pounded on the magic circle's boundary, pleading for help. Get us out of. Ryu Min thoughtfully watched them. Almost 300 people trapped? One person asked, what's that giant sphere? Ryu Min regretfully thought, it's a shame, but I can't save those 300 people. Punishment god looked down. Moment, thousands of swords appeared around its body. Turned his head to look elsewhere, curling his lip. So, it begins. People inside the magic circle screamed in pain as countless swords shot toward. They shrieked, trying to dodge the sharp, incoming blades. Damn it! It wants us to dodge these things? They're hard to see with the naked eye. Punishment god's body, countless swords continuously. Screams echoed everywhere as bodies fell under the rain of swords. Restricted zone. Once trapped inside, dodging these light arrows is almost impossible. Atmosphere grew grim. But in other words, if you can dodge them, there's nothing else difficult. Ryu Min suddenly left. While everyone is distracted, this is my chance. Looked at the punishment god, deep in thought. As expected, when it hunts humans, it doesn't pay attention to its back at all. As soon as it drops its shield, it'll attack. Swords continued to attack the people within the magic circle. Min looked up at the magic wall, a thought flashing through his mind. He moved closer to the punishment god's back, thinking, I don't need to worry about it turning around, since it doesn't even have hands. Min gripped his scythe tightly and lunged towards the punishment god, thinking, the distance between me and it is 5 meters. Mark appeared on the god's body as he spoke. Death mark. Min's sharp scythe aimed directly at the punishment god. I have to finish it in one hit. God turned to look back, its eyes wide with surprise. Swung his scythe at the punishment god. It's too late to defend yourself now. God screamed in pain, streams of water flowing from its head. This move is perfect. Min spun, striking the air once more. I hit it right in the eye. Feet landed on the ground. Min looked at the punishment god, which was screaming miserably. He thought to himself, looking at the health bar above the god's head. Thanks to Deathmark, its health is now only 60%. Reducing its health by 40% with one strike isn't bad. Min immediately ran off without looking back. It's probably trying to create a restricted zone to find me now. Punishment god raised its staff. The system displayed, the embodiment of the punishment god has created a restricted zone. Leaped out of the magic circle, then looked back. But once it realizes the restricted zone didn't catch anything, it will quickly like a flash. Ryu Min moved straight towards the punishment god, sharp eyes fixed on the god's body. And since I took one of its eyes, Min swung his scythe, creating a sharp magical current that shot straight towards the punishment god. I should take the other eye too. God screamed in pain, more and more wounds appearing on its body. Lightly landed on the ground. System displayed, the embodiment of the punishment god has created a restricted zone. Player stats within the zone have been reduced by 50%. Ryu Min smirked, thinking it doesn't matter. Without an eye, it's just a punching bag now. Useless. Punishment God roared in anger, creating numerous sharp swords. Frowned, thinking it seems to be trying to shoot light arrows in all directions to kill me. Punishment God's swords flew up. Ryu Min stood behind it, calling out, "Nightfall!" Dark magic erupted, engulfing the swords. Punishment God was astonished. Min leaped, swinging his scythe at the god's body. Light cannot defeat darkness, because this world system has predetermined it. Eyes turned crimson as he swept his scythe towards the punishment god. It's time to end this. Min decisively swung his scythe at the punishment god's wing. God shrieked miserably as one of its wings fell off. Punishment god spun around to look at him. Min unleashed another blow at the god's body. Agilely dodged the punishment god's attacks. Min swung his scythe again, attacking the remaining wing. Punishment god roared as its other wing was severed by him. Lightly landed on the ground. Min glanced at the health bar above the punishment god's head, thinking its health has also dropped to 10%. Watched the god stand motionless, then ran far away. Now get some distance. Don't rush to kill it. Punishment god's body glowed. The system announced conditions met. Passive skill last brilliant radiance of the embodiment of the punishment god has been activated. The embodiment of punishment is in an invulnerable state. Min looked at the god, thinking grimly, after its health drops below 10%, it enters this phase. If I had beheaded it before this, I wouldn't be able to kill it later. Punishment god roared furiously, raising its staff to create numerous magic circles. Watched the magical currents attacking everywhere, eagerly anticipating. Show me your last-ditch effort. Punishment god's staff created countless magic spells. The system sounded. Time remaining for last brilliant radiance. 50 seconds. God attacked wildly everywhere. The system counted down 30 seconds. Punishment God slammed its staff onto the ground. The system announced again, 10 seconds. 5 seconds. Min smirked, watching the system's countdown. 1 second. Of the punishment god's magic was drained. The system displayed, invulnerable state Jiechu removed/discharged. Instantly he lunged straight towards the god. Min coldly raised his scythe, his eyes sharp as blades, delivered a decisive blow to the punishment god's body. The system continuously announced, you have defeated the embodiment of the punishment god. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. Gold. 8,200 gold.
Bonus, 4,100 gold.
Min calmly observed the fallen punishment god. The system displayed, it has been confirmed that you are the first to eliminate the embodiment of the punishment god. The system announced title, Challenger of the Punishment God awarded. Watched the punishment god's body slowly fall to the ground. The system displayed, title, Challenger of the Punishment God. Unlock condition, be the first to eliminate the embodiment of the punishment god. Effect, reduces damage from divine beings by 80%. Ryu Min's hand, 2 items appeared. The system sounded, you have been awarded refined ether for the first kill of the embodiment of the punishment god. You have been awarded ancient rune of radiance for the first kill of the embodiment of the punishment god. Clutched the 2 items in his palm. The system announced the newly acquired ancient rune has been automatically inscribed into the player's body. Min looked at the attributes in the system panel, thinking just as expected I got refined ether. The system displayed, refined ether, high-grade ether item has undergone many refinements. Can see a rainbow of light depending on the viewing angle. He mused, this is the only reason I killed the embodiment of the punishment god. Looked at the items in his inventory thinking, refined ether is needed to create a god-grade item. Min intently looked at the item he just received. I also received the ancient rune of radiance. The system displayed, ancient rune of radiance. Effect, spirit will increase by 1, and the effectiveness of divine type skills will increase by 1% based on level. He mused, I'm currently at level 30, so spirit will increase by 30, and skill effectiveness will increase by 30%. Sully curled his lip. From now on, I won't have to worry about spirit anymore. System announced, hidden side quest completed. 3,000 gold awarded. Everyone joyfully looked at Ryu Min. It's over. I survived. Oh my, they panicked, murmuring. Their eyes fixed on Ryu Min Death Scythe, took care of the embodiment of the punishment god all by himself. What a voice rang out, surprising everyone as they turned to look. Unbelievable. Another angel hovered in the air, hands clasped, looking at Ryu Min and said, defeating the embodiment of the punishment god alone. This is the first time I, Oliver, have acknowledged the strength of a Angel Oliver flew closer to him, curiously asking, should I interview you for a bit, player Death Scythe? Why did you want to kill the embodiment of the punishment god? Min let out a sigh, thinking, These questions are annoying. He indifferently replied, because I want. Angel Oliver frowned, confused, staring at him. You'd get a reward just for surviving, yet you risked everything just because you wanted to? Ryu Min replied, I couldn't just stand by and watch it massacre all these players. Everyone was stunned by his words. He stood up to help us? I thought someone so strong would be arrogant, but he's actually kind? His character is pretty. Angel Oliver put a hand to her chin, thoughtfully saying, standing up to help those in similar circumstances. I've heard that you humans are very strange. It seems to be true. You can ignore all conflicts and She lightly waved her hand, her voice full of disdain. I simply cannot understand. Ryu Min thought you selfish angels wouldn't understand. Angel Oliver glanced at the players, coldly saying, you have tried very hard to survive, but it's not time to relax yet. Curled her lip, a dangerous smile appearing. Remember, whether you are eliminated or not depends on your overall performance. Let's take a look at the results. System displayed. Round 3 results. All sectors. Death Scythe, level 30. Eliminated 3,631 fools. Mage, level 13. Eliminated 982 Heavenly Demon Dark Knights. Level 13. Eliminated 963. Current sector S45.5. Death Scythe, level 30. Eliminated 3,631. And Sang-chun, Knight, level 11. Eliminated 687. Co. Aaron, Summoner, level 11. Eliminated 576. Were astonished, marveling at the system panel. Death Scythe killed over 3,600 monsters alone. Second place didn't even kill 1,000. It says he's level 30. That's insane. Did he get bonus experience? Min pondered. It's true that I received bonus experience points, but I'd only know if I topped the rankings in all. System announced, congratulations. You have completed the quest by ranking first in all sectors. Congratulations. You have completed the quest by ranking first in the current sector. Your reward for ranking first in all sectors is a special reward selection box. The system sounded, your reward for ranking first in the current sector is a rare intermediate ring selection ticket. He continuously pressed the system panel, thinking an intermediate ring selection ticket. Here, system announced, you may choose one of the rings below. Reward. Please touch the reward you choose. Gale Ring, Azure Magic Ring, Resistance. Min selected an item. If I only look at the name, it seems to be the weakest, but I'll choose the resistance. The system displayed its attributes. Resistance Ring. Type Ring. Grade, Rare. Effect. Luck +4. Resistance +35. Durability. 450/450. Restriction. Normal rank or higher. Description. A ring that helps resist negative status. Ryu Min intently looked at the item, thinking no matter how high my stats are, if I get hit by a negative status effect, I'm dead. Resistance doesn't increase with stats, so getting this now is the best option. Although I don't need it much right now, monsters mostly deal damage and don't have many negative effects. He thought again. Next is, the system announced, you may choose one of the rewards below. Reward. Please touch the reward you choose. Stats increased by 50%. Only applies to round 4. For 1,000 gold. Information about round. Ryu Min continued to carefully examine each reward. Indeed, there's no 3x experience point buff. Anyway, the purpose of round 4 isn't to kill monsters. He pressed a selection. Then, he'll choose option 2. Angel Oliver clasped her hands together, cunningly saying, well, humans, have you checked your rankings yet? Those ranked from 1,225 and below will be. Everyone panicked and pleaded. Cut? Angel. Please wait. I think the system calculated wrong. Please check again. I killed a ton of monsters. How can my rank be this? Her eyes gleamed with contempt as she said, any worthless bugs who didn't make it into the top 1,225. Oliver smirked, then snapped her fingers. Will be eliminated right. They screamed in panic and pain as a magical current swept them away. No. The system announced round 3 complete. All sectors. Survivors 214,007,550. Current sector S45.5. Survivors 1,225. Souls will be transferred to bodies in the current dimension. The next round will begin on November 21st, 2023. We will see you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Co. Aaron woke up with a start in her bed, gasping for. She looked down at her hands, then touched her face, happily thinking, I'm back. I survived round. Co. Aaron quickly got out of bed. No, not just that, I also achieved the summoner. She smiled, looking up at the winged creature that just appeared. Summon spirit. Co. Aaron smiled gently at the winged creature that landed on her. It always followed me through every round. I was able to complete round 3 safely thanks to these cute spirit fairies creating shields, and also because my bodyguard diverted the enemy's attention. There's one more. CO Erin intently looked at the system panel in front of her. Thinking, in the top 3, she reached out and took an item from the system. CO Erin held the mana stone in her hand, wondering, I wonder if Death Scythe will like the mana stone I just received as a... Hwang Yongmin reached out and grabbed the bedside. He threw the lamp at the wall, shattering it. Then Hwang Yongmin gritted his teeth, snarling with indignation. Damn it, Death Scythe. The system announced penalty applied. All stats permanently reduced by 50%. Spun around, rushing towards the bed, muttering, damn it, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have ordered those guys to destroy the... His phone rang, startled. Hwang Yongmin picked up his face turned ashen when he looked at the phone. Hwang Yongmin nervously looked at his phone, seeing Kim Sung-han calling. He thought he answered the phone.
Kim Seung-han.
A string of curses came through the phone. Hey, are you crazy? Kim Sung-han gritted his teeth, listening to Hwang Yongmin. You guys, what's... He furiously yelled at Hwang Yongmin. Don't play dumb with me. Don't you know that because of you, our lives are basically ruined? How could you use your command authority to order your friends around? And you still dare to call yourself... Hwang Yongmin loudly defended himself. Hey, I had no other choice. If I didn't comply, Death Scythe would have taken care... Hearing that, Kim Sung-han said, then you should have just died. Startling Hwang Yong... He angrily continued to speak venomous words. Instead of hurting your friends, you should have just gone to sleep for... Hwang Yongmin indignantly argued back. You bastard. This isn't fair to me either. Don't they see that my stats were reduced because I was the sector representative? Immediately, Kim Sung-han didn't hold back and blamed him. As if you're the only one who got reduced. We were used by our friend. If you hadn't coveted the sector representative position from the beginning, none of this would have happened. You traitorous dog. His voice through the phone seemed to be losing its composure, rendering Hwang Yongmin speak. He nervously called out, Kim Sung-han. But Kim Sung-han didn't listen, firmly declaring, never call me again. Whether in reality or in that other world, just pretend you don't know me. Because if I see your face again, I swear I'll go crazy. And looking at the phone in his hand, he sighed help. Then he continuously dialed numbers to call others. What did I do wrong to deserve this? I'm a victim here. He thought to himself, I'll get the others to crush that bastard. But the phone announced, the number you have dialed is currently unreachable. Startling. Before the phone finished announcing, Hwang Yongmin was so enraged that he threw it. Please try again later. He cursed those. After that, he stood silently, lost in thought. That's right, friends. I don't need them. Everyone has their own... What did that guy say? If he sees me again, he'll kill me? Does he want to fight me or something? Right after, he angrily gritted his teeth. Next time, just try to meet me. They'll kill all... Famous hotel, a voice echoed. Come in, unit head. A question rang out. You survived this round too, didn't you, and Sang-chun? And Sang-chun bowed his head and Kim Yong-rak, sitting leisurely at his desk, asked him. Round 3 must have been a bit tough. Are you all right? He replied, yes, sir. I didn't encounter many difficulties. Perhaps the monsters were weak. Kim Yong-rak continued to probe, what level are you? Do you have a class yet? And Sang-chun politely replied, sir, I'm level 11. My class is knight. Oh, and CO Erin is the same level. He added, but her class is different. She's a summoner. This surprised Kim Yong-rak. He spoke, that's amazing. I didn't think it was a common class. And Sang-chun raised his hand and recounted. I was also very surprised. After her class changed, she summoned spirit fairies to create shields. Thanks to her, I could hunt. Kim Yong-rak thought for a moment, then praised. He amusingly said, just maintain your relationship with player CO as you always have. If you like, you can even date. That he looked flustered. Date her? What do you mean, sir? Kim Yong-rak chuckled faintly, explaining, I just mean dating makes it easier to discover each other's weaknesses. I don't mean serious dating. And Sang-chun wondered. So, should I? Seeing him like this, he laughed cheerfully. It's been a long time since I've seen you so said, if it's too troublesome, you don't have to. Receiving the answer, and Sang-chun sighed. Ah, I understand. Anyway, CO Erin doesn't like. Kim Yong-rak was curious. Why not? You're trustworthy and masculine. He explained. She's still reserved with me. She still calls me bodyguard Appa. He indifferently replied, is that? He set that issue aside, crossing his legs, and asked, anyway, what's the urgent report you wanted to? He nervously bowed his head. First, I want to apologize, sir. Kim Yong-rak asked, and Sang-chun frankly admitted, I failed to follow your order to assist Death Scythe. I also couldn't deliver your message. Kim Yong-rak casually said, is that so? I'm sure you had a reason, didn't you? He replied, yes. It's like, after that, they both sat down to listen to Sang-chun's explanation. He listened in silence, focusing on his. After hearing everything, he put a hand to his mouth, pondering, the embodiment of the punishment god. Huh? Sounds like a strong opponent. So Death Scythe killed it? And Sang-chun said, yes, sir. He used an overwhelming skill to deal with it, as if he already knew how. Hesitantly expressed his feelings. Death Scythe. Seems like the type of person who doesn't need anyone. Kim Yong-rok seriously thought, so his stats really are beyond our imagination. So strong that I feel embarrassed thinking I was strong enough with the ancient rune of the dark. His eyes turned golden with anticipation. Death Scythe. If I get the chance, I want to meet. When he spoke, you had a reason, so I won't hold you accountable. And Sang-chun kept apologizing. He picked up his wine glass, downplaying the issue. Enough. What about the results of tracking down those? He reported what he knew to him. The first one, nicknamed Hwang Yongmin. Assuming that's his real name, there are dozens of people with the same name across the country. But if he's in his 20s and lives in Seoul, it narrows down to about 5. Kim Yong-rok asked. And their location? He stammered. The detective agency said it would take a month to pinpoint their home address. He sighed disappointedly. A month? So we won't know until after round. Picked up the bottle and poured wine for him. Yes. There's no rush, so we can take our time. He asked, how much gold have you? Replied, around 10,000 gold. Kim Yong-rok pondered, then reminded, that's halfway there. There's a common skill in the shop called tracking, so after you get 20,000 gold, remember to learn it. And Sang-chun skillfully complied. Understood. Then he remembered something else and immediately reported. Sir, I was a bit distracted and forgot to tell you. But last month, a shareholder bought a large amount of shares in your. He asked, which company of mine are you referring to? He quickly replied, Heavenly Demon Consulting Company. The company you're currently focusing on. He indifferently Kim Yong-rok placed his wine glass on the table. How many shares does that person own? And Sang-chun revealed, please don't be too surprised. As much as 31%. He was stunned. What? One person bought 31% of the shares? He confirmed, yes. When I saw the screen, even I couldn't believe my. He thought, Heavenly Demon Consulting Company has a market value of 900 billion won. So 31% means that person invested 280 billion won. Does one person really have that much? His eyes turned golden again as he focused on thinking. Which rich guy is this that I don't know? Or is this something my brother? Then Kim Yong-rok reached for his phone. Either way, I'm sure that person invested 31% so they could directly participate in the management. Holding his phone, he asked unit head and, what are the contact details for this major share? Another person was also holding their phone. It was Ryu Min, eagerly anticipating. It's about time he contacted me. I can't call him first. As a major shareholder, I have to maintain my Suddenly, Ryu Min urgently opened the door and rushed in. Appa, what level are you? Startling him, causing him to drop his. He painfully sat up, wondering, why are you suddenly asking me? Ryu Min anxiously said, there's this super arrogant kid, and she keeps bragging that her older brother's level is super. He grumbled, they keep mocking me, saying her older brother is level 11 and got a. Ryu Min heard that and sighed helplessly. Level 11? You're higher than that, so don't. Ryu Min asked doubtfully, really? So what level are you? He put a hand to his neck, awkwardly thinking, what should I tell her? If I tell the truth, I could get into a lot of. Then he lied that he was level 12. Ryugen excitedly asked, really? You must have a class too. Replied, of course. Ryugen grew eagerly curious. What is it? What is it? What's your. But Ryumin resolutely lay down and replied, it's a secret. This disappointed Ryugen. Come on, there are no secrets between. Coldly replied, yes there are. Go outside, I need to sleep a bit more. Ryugen stomped out. He slammed the door. Just then Ryugen's phone rang. He held it in his hand. He sat up and answered the phone. Hello? From the phone, a voice echoed. Is this Mr. Ryugen? He replied, yes that's right. Who is? The other end of the line introduced himself. Hello, I'm Maejong Lok, the CEO of Celestial Demon. Hearing this, he smiled, calculating at first, I should act a bit naive. The more I seem like someone easily fooled, the more I can make him drop his. Ryugen said, oh hello. Maejong Lok happily asked, last month you invested a fortune in our company, didn't you? He pretended not to know anything. Oh yes. What is it? He wanted to meet him. Well, you've become the largest shareholder of Celestial Demon Consulting, so I'd like to meet you. I want to treat you to a. He said, oh okay. He was delighted. He set an appointment with him for Friday. This day is very important to acquire the rune of inner. He suggested, I have plans on Friday so that won't work. How about Saturday? He immediately agreed. Okay. See you. Propped his chin on his hand. A little curious. Excellent. I knew Maejong Lok would call. After all, he established Celestial Demon Consulting so he could be recognized by his father. There's no way he'd treat a major shareholder. Ryumin was excited. Before meeting Meijiang Locke, I should go get the ancient runes. In another place, there are many ways to acquire ancient runes. They can be found in certain locations, in certain rounds, or they can be special. They can also drop from boss monsters after you defeat, or from regular monsters in some extremely rare cases, but it can still. But Ryumin realized, and there's a way not many people know about, you can also acquire ancient runes in real life. He walked towards a large warehouse. Walking up the stairs, he knew that, of course, the conditions for ancient runes to appear are a bit complex. He hid in a corner, thinking, Seo Kyun will appear here. Ryumin uncomfortably recalled that nickname Seo Kyun is also his real name. He'll never forget that name because he's the criminal who kidnapped my younger brother. I still clearly remember his. He kidnapped Ryugen. He asked Ryumin, do you want to see him? Then he held a knife to Ryumin's neck, threatening, then you have to pay a corresponding price, right? Give me hidden information that others don't know. At that time, Ryumin tried to explain, what kind of nonsense is this? How would I know any such information? He laughed when he heard Ryumin's. Then he turned back and glared at Ryumin. Don't lie to me. You're a regressor. Ryumin was startled. How did. As he was flustered, Seo Kyun approached and said, you're wondering how I know, right? I have the rune of inner thoughts. I used it to check your brother's thoughts. Of course, I also know what you're thinking, right? After that, he lay motionless in a pool of blood on the ground, while Ryumin managed to get away. After that incident, I sought revenge on Seo Kyun ever since my 11th regression. That's why my goal doesn't carry any personal grudge anymore. But then, he put on his mask. His eyes were filled with determination. I will acquire the rune of inner thoughts before. Immediately, the warehouse door opened. Seo Kyun carried a woman in. It was today in this very. He threw her onto the mattress on the. Then he pulled the tape from her mouth, saying, I'm taking off the tape, so don't scream. As soon as the tape was removed, she immediately pleaded in fear, please spare me, please. He pointed at her with annoyance and said, damn it, I let you open your mouth, and that's all you can say? Try saying something. Seo Kyun held the tape in his hand, his face darkening. Help me, I have a young child, they'll give you money. I don't want to hear such boring things. That made the woman tremble in fear and apologize. I threw the tape away and asked, sorry for what? The woman knelt down, clasping her hands, and replied, Sir, you're doing this because the other day, my gaze towards you was disrespectful, right? I am so. Hearing that, he stepped forward to interrogate her. That's right. Why did you do something you feel sorry? He said, that day, I was in a terrible mood. Do you know that? 2 nights ago, Seo Kyun was wandering the streets. As he walked, he thought, which girl should I choose today? I feel like just one woman can help me release all my problems. Then he noticed a girl. That's a good. Turned to look at her. Then he followed her into an alley. Looking around. Seeing no one, Seo Kyun walked faster towards. He immediately emitted a bright light, blocking the girl's path and startled. He used his hand to blind her, making her panic. My eyes, I can't see. Her belongings and buttons fell to the ground, along with screams. Sir, who are you? After finishing his wicked deed, he left, abandoning the girl, feeling pleased. This is truly enjoyable. The current situation allows me to do whatever I want. I love it so. Previously, he had been in a reformatory. My life before was utterly boring. Even if I died, it wouldn't. Then one day he found an ancient rune. The luminous rune which can make the body glow and blind upon. For him, this was a new joy. This ancient rune is perfect for me to find enjoyment. He walked into a woman warmly greeted. Seo Kyun flashed a sinister smile. She's quite. He walked to the counter to order a drink. Give me a large iced Americano. She politely replied, yes, your order is 5,000. Handed over the money to pay, then probed, so, are you a part-timer here? I'm a regular at this shop, but you're not the employee I usually see. You're a regular customer. I'm truly sorry, I didn't know. All the part-timers have left. You know that, right? The world has become truly strange. Hearing that, he thought it makes sense. They could die at any moment, so why would they waste their time working part? Seo Kyun started a conversation while she prepared the drink. Are you the owner of this shop? She replied, yes, that's right. He continued to ask, how old are you? You look quite young. She replied, oh, I'm 30. Knowing the woman's age, he chuckled with amusement. So you're not a player, huh? She replied, yes, I'm very. Then he directly approached her. Can I have your phone number? I like you. This made her quite flushed. Seeing her staring at him in silence, clearly uncomfortable, he asked, what's. Then he showed an annoyed expression. Why are you making that face? Do you hate my face that much? She was confused. What? He yelled. Do you find the spots on my face that After that, He angrily slammed his fist on the table, cursing, "Damn it. This is so annoying. I'm not drinking that coffee, so give me back my money. This is so sickening." Seeing his attitude, the woman hesitated. She fearfully handed the money back to him. "Here, your money are refunded." Immediately, he rudely snatched the money. After that, he aggressively walked out of the store. "You damned whore. Just because you're a bit pretty. You judge people by their looks and despise." In a fit of rage, he decided, "I'll make you pay for looking down on me with that demonic gaze." Then he waited for her to step out of the shop and used a club to knock her unconscious. Returning to the present, she could only kneel and beg him, "I'm sorry, sir." He lectured the woman, "You shouldn't look down on others just because of their appearance, understood?" She obediently replied, "Yes, I won't do that." And suddenly, Seo Kyun turned his face away, showing dissatisfaction. "This won't do. You're not sincere." And he pushed the woman. He grabbed her hands. "Do you think I don't know? You're just pretending to apologize to be released." She continuously pleaded, Please, let me go." A figure appeared in the distance. He raised his hand towards the woman with a sinister smile. "Don't you know your mistake now? If you know, then pay the price for your mistake." She struggled and screamed, "I'm wrong. It's my fault. Okay?" While he smugly touched the woman, "That's right. So just stay still." The figure was approaching. Voice rang out, "You're the one who should stay still. Got it?" Hearing the voice, Seo Kyun was startled and was flustered and suspicious. What the hell? I thought there was no one here. Is he a detective? He spun around, loudly, "Damn it. Who's there?" The voice simply replied, "Don't." Riemann appeared with a scythe in his hand, announcing, "You curse a lot." Seo Kyun stood still, confused. "What's that huge scythe?" And a white mask sneered at him and said, "You crazy bastard. Do you think this is a place for you to play with?" Riemann raised the scythe. "It seems you still don't understand the situation. Do you think this looks like a..." He swung the scythe directly. He started to get worried. Wait. Then he asked, "Is it real? Are you a player?" He taunted him, "How stupid. What do you..." Then he looked at the woman and said, "This lady can leave now. This is your only chance." Seo Kyun turned back and yelled at her. "Who said..." A sound echoed on the ground. It was the sound of Ryumin stomping his foot on the ground, taking a run up and rushing toward. Took the handle of the scythe and stabbed it directly into his. Seo Kyun collapsed, howling in pain, screaming loudly and cursing. Calmly stood in front of him and said, "I told you you'd be cursing." Ryumin turned to the woman, "Go. Leave him to me." She happily thanked him. As she ran away, he swung the scythe to the ground and said, "So now it's just the two of us, isn't that?" Ryumin looked at Seo Kyun and smiled. "Now let the real game begin." He angrily picked up the dagger from the ground and stood up, cursing, "Damn you. I'll kill you. I'll kill you." He stood still, looking at him provocatively. "Your attitude is quite good. If you give up too soon, where's the fun in that?" He yelled, "You bastard. How dare you laugh in my face?" Seo Kyun swung the knife wildly to attack, but he dodged. He attacked continuously and began to lose strength. In his heart, he was flustered. What the hell? He dodged all my attacks. He dodged his attacks. He glanced at the dagger. "I didn't expect you to also carry a goblin's..." Then he swung the scythe directly and chopped at his. The arm was severed, making Seo Kyun scream. And seeing him like that, Ryumin put one hand in his pocket and asked, Looking at him trembling in fear, clutching his arm, he said, "I haven't even started." Then he moved at a very high speed. In the blink of an eye, he flashed past, cutting off Seo Kyun's other arm. Hearing his screams, he coldly said, "Look at your overreaction." At this moment, he was so terrified that his whole body trembled, thinking, "At this rate, hell kill me. If I want to get out of here alive." He looked at him, wanting to find a way to escape. "Then I have to blind his." Then he used his ability, creating light that made others unable to see, saying, "Die, you." While being aggressive, he suddenly. Seo Kyun was flustered. What happened? Why isn't it? Ryumin looked at him silently. "Try glowing as much as you like. It's useless. Abyssal gloom doesn't allow any light source to exist. I planned it in advance. I knew he would use this trick, so I already activated the Abyssal Gloom skill beforehand." In his head, he decided, even without Abyssal Gloom, I would still cut off his wrists and ankles first. He immediately swung the. Ryumin decisively chopped off both of Seo Kyun's. He collapsed along with desperate screams. With fear and pain, he cried, questioning him, "You demon! Why are you treating me like this?" "Why?" He spoke up, "Why?" At the same time, the scythe stabbed directly into his. Ryumin pulled back the scythe and retorted, "Then why do people kill in?" Then he answered his own question, "Because letting them live only causes harm." Each of his words was a stab into his. But Seo Kyun still didn't change his attitude, and still wildly cursed, "Damn it, you psycho." Seeing that, he said, "Let's see how long you can keep that at." After that, only a lot of blood was seen, and screams filled. Seo Kyun lay prone on the ground, covered in stab wounds. In his head he wondered, damn it, why is this guy doing this to me? Do we have some kind of old grudge? He was disgruntled. This is truly unfair. Damn it, it's bit his lip, hesitating. Instead of enduring this, should I just commit suicide? His tears fell profusely. He squeezed his eyes shut, intending to bite his tongue and commit suicide. Fine. Then Ryuman's scythe was placed against Seokaien's neck. Startled, he stopped, looking up at him. Full of cold eyes, he looked down. What's wrong? Trying to bite your tongue and commit suicide? Do you think I'll just let you off like? He declared. Until you kneel and beg me for release, you won't be allowed to die. Saying that, the scythe swung down on him, and so it kept swinging down repeatedly, everywhere on Seokaien's. His face turned pale from the torture. I have to make this pain stop. His lips trembled as he said, kill. Ryuman stood watching and asked, what did you say? He begged him, kill me, please. Ryuman wondered, are you serious? Seokiyun still lay on the ground, pleading, please. He rested the scythe on his shoulder and asked him, you don't know why I have to go to this extent, do you? After all, you and I are complete strangers. Ryuman revealed to him, actually, we can't be considered complete strangers, Seokiyun. It's like this, we've met but Seokiyun was startled. He knows my name? He was curious, don't tell me. You're related to that? He turned away and replied, no, I have nothing to do with her. He wondered. Then Ryuman spoke, you kidnapped my younger brother and threatened me to tell you hidden information. Seokiyun, clueless, asked, I did that? But I didn't. Ryuman simply replied, of course you don't remember. After all, that's a future event that hasn't happened. He added, for me this is already in the past. If I don't intervene now, you'll acquire the rune of inner thoughts. Hearing that, he still didn't understand anything. Rune of inner thoughts. Ryuman told him, there's an ancient rune hidden here. Do you know the condition for it to appear? It's when you hear someone else's true voice. He was still confused. True voice? Ryuman explained. A voice that comes from the heart, sincere and without. He looked at him with disdain. If I hadn't appeared here, you would have raped and intimidated that woman. Then she would have used her true voice to beg you for mercy. You would have acquired the rune of inner thoughts and used it to commit even more crimes. Seokiyun remained silent before his accusations. This has been proven many times through my regressions. And even if not for that, your 12 previous convictions already show that you're a despicable bastard who deserves to. He pleaded, if I deserve to die, then please kill me. He refused, no, I won't touch you, making him startled because he couldn't end the pain right. He extended the handle of the Ryuman pressed it hard against Seokaien's mouth, so he couldn't. He looked at him with disgust. What do you think I've been doing all this time? I'm waiting for you to choke to death on you. He was in pain but couldn't plead. I told him to kill me quickly. This is too painful. Didn't you want to acquire the rune of inner thoughts? Didn't you want to hear the true voice from my... He squeezed his eyes shut, feeling the pain. So why are you stopping me from speaking? Why am I not letting you speak? He read his thoughts and replied, it's because I want to test the rune of inner... Seokaien's eyes widened. He casually said, sorry, but I've already acquired the ancient rune. Don't you remember? You sincerely begged me to kill you. From your very... When he was in pain from being dismembered, he felt it. At that moment, the ancient rune reacted to your true... At this moment, the system announced you have made the target use their true voice. Activation condition complete. You have discovered the rune of inner thoughts hidden in this place. That ancient rune floated, glowing, in front. The system announced, the ancient rune will automatically imprint itself onto the player's body. Rune of inner effect reads the thoughts of your current target. If you observe the target, you can also glimpse their inner intentions. Can only read when you are a maximum of 30 meters from the target. Then it broke into pieces and merged into Ryuman's. He casually said, I just checked it out, and as you can see, the ancient rune is very effective. Hearing that, he couldn't reply, he could only think in his head, you have what you want now, so please. He answered the questions in his head. I can't just kill you that easily. That wouldn't be fair to your victim. The last thing Seokiyun could think was, you damned. His body no longer showed any movement. He stood up, looking at the motionless corpse, thinking, that guy is dead, and there are no witnesses, but I need to clean up this mess. He'll use the regular skill I just... Ryuman then used trace eradication. Its effect appeared, common skill, trace eradication. Effect, erases all traces at the scene, including corpse, blood, fingerprints, and foot. After that, everything was covered by a blue. Seeing that light gradually make everything disappear, he knew it's definitely effective. It's best not to leave a mess behind. After achieving his goal, Ryuman took off his mask and left, ready for the next plan. Now I have what I wanted. Tomorrow I should go meet Meijiang. Morning in the city. Seeing Ryuman dressed smartly, Ryugen was surprised. Ryugen looked at him curiously. Brother, are you going on a date? He denied, putting his hand in his jacket. Why would it be a date? Ryugen was suspicious. You never wear formal clothes normally. He replied, well, this is an important occasion. I'm about to meet a business Ryugen was startled and approached, probing. You're planning to enter the business world? Ryugen didn't answer, just nodded and typed on his. Seeing that, Ryugen scratched his head, worried. Just the other day he took all his money to invest in stocks, and now he's going into business? What if he fails? He'll be so. Reading his younger brother's thoughts, he happily sighed in relief. Instead of worrying about our finances, he's worrying about me. And he smiled confidently and said, if this meeting goes well, he'll tell you all the details. You don't need to worry, you trust your older brother. Ryugen immediately replied, of course I do. Who else would I trust? Ryumen reminded Ryugen, just wait here for me. It's very dangerous outside right now, all because of other. Ryugen awkwardly walked out of the room after him. Yes, I've seen the news. They use their abilities to commit crimes. I also heard that overseas, they're having problems with criminals using powers to escape. Ryugen seriously said, that's right, if they're of suitable age, even criminals are given the chance to become. In his head, he knew players are getting stronger and stronger, while the population decreases every month. So it would be strange if nothing changed. He recalled also, later, there will be a period when ordinary people are hunted like animals and treated like. Ryumen was very determined. Before the world turns into such a chaotic place, I need to become strong enough to overpower everyone, and increase the reputation of Black Hook at the same time. He turned back and instructed Ryugen, in general, if you go out, remember to be careful. Ryugen obediently replied, okay. When will you tell me about your business? But he just said, it's a secret, which made Ryugen extremely curious. I'm so curious. Reached out and pinched Ryugen's cheek, reminding him carefully, they'll tell you soon, so don't bother me anymore. Buy something more expensive than jajangmyeon. Got it? Ryugen replied. Ryumen stood in front of a grand hotel, looking around. Just as I expected, he arranged to meet me here. Just like in soccer, the home team has an advantage. He walked inside. The place Mahjong Lok chose for lunch. Officially, it's a hotel belonging to Osun Group. But in reality, this is one of Mahjong Lok's hotels. Of course, this is top secret information. I'm probably the only one who knows this. He walked to the reception desk. At most, his relatives also know. I should try to use this information to make myself more valuable in his. He pretended to look around to appear naive. Before that, I have to act according to my persona. The more naive I appear, he tried to appear timid. Hello, I have an appointment here. I was told to come to the reception. The professional receptionist asked, are you referring to the appointment with the president of Celestial Demon Consulting? He replied, yes, that. She stepped out to guide Ryumen. The president will arrive shortly. While waiting, you can sit out and smiled. Okay. Sitting down, he continuously looked around as if everything was unfamiliar. Perfect. Now I just need to sit stiffly for a bit and pretend to be like some country bumpkin who just came to the. He looked up at the lamp, intentionally saying loudly, that chandelier is so. A person walked up to him and asked, you're Mr. Ryu, right? He thought finally Ryumen quickly stood up. Yes, sir. When Sang-chun saw him, he was quite surprised. He extended his hand and asked curiously, we've met before, haven't we? At the Galleria Hotel. He admitted, that's right. I think we met when I was giving out rice cakes after moving in. You were with the actress Co. Politely bowed his head. Yes. I apologize for my rude behavior at that. And Sang-chun was startled. He doesn't even look 20 yet. This kid is a major shareholder who invested 280 billion. Seeing his attitude, Ryumen understood what he was thinking. He's definitely suspicious of me. It's hard to believe someone my age has so much money. So his reaction is normal. Scratched his neck, appearing friendly. It's nothing. We weren't really acquainted. I didn't expect the president of Celestial Demon Consulting to live right above. And Sang-chun explained awkwardly. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not the president. He placed his hand on his chest and introduced himself. I apologize for introducing myself so late. I am Unit Chief and Sang-chun. The president will arrive a little late, so I came ahead. Gestured towards the inside. Let's go inside and wait. Ryumen replied. Inside the room, and Sang-chun left him sitting alone at a table and walked out. Please wait here for. He bowed and walked. Then he took out his phone to. He texted, President, I have personally met him. And he couldn't possibly have invested that amount of money on his own. Someone must have sent him in his stead. So please be. Ryumen sat inside, pleased. I guessed it perfectly. He had Sang-chun come to scout ahead. For such an important meeting, there's no way a meticulous person like Mahjong Lok could coincidentally. Suddenly, footsteps entered, attracting his attention. Mahjong Lok walked in and greeted, hello. I am President Mahjong Lok of Celestial Demon Consulting. He extended his hand to. He took his hand and introduced himself. I am politely said, please sit down. Ryumen sat down and replied, yes. Unit Chief, and you will sit next to me. he replied. Ryumin sat down, thinking. He intends to have Sang-chun participate in this meeting without even asking for my opinion. It seems he intends to take the initiative. Maejong-lok started. Before we discuss business, let's have lunch. I've prepared Korean dishes. I hope they suit your taste. After that, a line of people carried in dishes of. Looking at the gourmet dishes on the table, he tried to appear delighted. In a luxurious hotel like this, everything must be one. Then Ryumin picked up some food, eating and praising. The food is very delicious, Maejong-lok humbly said. I'm relieved to see you. Observing his manners, he thought Unit Chief N was right. He's too young to invest 280 billion won on his own. Even if he had that much money, he probably wouldn't have the guts to do it. He must be working with. Maejong-lok began to be curious. Who sent him here? My brothers? Or someone else? He decided, I just need to find out the truth. And began to probe. The first time I saw you, I was very surprised, Mr. Ryu. I didn't expect our major shareholder to be so young. May I ask how old you? Replied. I'm 20 years. Hearing that, his expression was quite astonished. He tried to act normal, but his face revealed a little confusion. 20?
Im 29.
It's great to meet someone in my age group. Ryumin replied, yes, I'm happy. He continued to probe, so how can you earn such a large sum of money at this age? Are you the son of a chaebol? Ryumin looked at him. He's quite direct. He waved his hand and smiled. Not at all. I was just a normal student until a few months. Maejong-lok was curious. Until a few months ago? Ryumin replied, that's right. Have you been watching the news lately? He asked. Ryumin asked him. Have you seen the news about the person who won the lottery 4 times in a row and suddenly became a millionaire? He replied, I saw that. He revealed it was him. That's me. I'm the one who won the lottery 4 times in a row. He was startled. Then, in disbelief, he asked, is that true? You're the lottery winner who appeared on the news a few months ago? Ryumin admitted. Noticing something unusual, he wondered. According to the news, the total prize money was only about 60 billion won. How did you earn 280 billion? He explained, I invested a bit in Bitcoin. The answer made Maejong-lok not entirely believe him. Bitcoin? Is that all there is to it? Ryumin politely replied. He continued to ask, you truly make people disbelieving. What made you invest 60 billion won into Bitcoin? I don't think I could do something like. Sang-chun looked at Ryumin. Seems you're very lucky. Ryumin replied, it's not. And Sang-chun recalled, that's right. I remember an article saying you claimed the lottery numbers came to you in a dream. But that's not luck. He simply said, I didn't dream it. This made them even more curious. Then how did? Turned to look at Maejong-lok, thinking, this is the only way I can to gain Maejong-lok's acceptance and make him sigh. He tried to appear mysterious. This is the first time I'm revealing this to anyone else. But I have the rune of future. This made them all disbelieving and flushed. Ryumin continued to reveal, this ancient rune helps me see things several years into the future. In other words, he casually said, I am a prophet who can see the future. Sang-chun and Maejong-lok looked at him. He thought, confused. What did I just? He also sat stiffly thinking, a prophet? What nonsense is this kid talking? He asked him again, are you serious? Ryumin placed both hands on the table, his posture very assertive. Why would I lie to you? Hearing that, he quickly asked, so your lottery win was because you used an ancient rune to see the. He happily explained, that's right. That's also why I invested in Bitcoin to get even richer. Thanks to seeing the future, I could confidently invest all my money. He, with a distrustful look, if you don't mind, can you prove it to me? If so, please predict what I will do. Paused for a moment, thinking predicting what he'll do next is easy, because I can read his thoughts. But to prevent future trouble, it's best to set limitations for my ability. He placed his hand on his chest and said solemnly, I'm truly sorry, sir, but I can't freely use this ability. It activates automatically and unexpectedly, beyond my He secretly thought, it's understandable that a rune that can see the future would have such limitations. He picked up his water glass, preparing to drink. Is that?
Suddenly, Magyeong-krok remembered some.
He called out to him, Mr. Ryumin, about your investment of 280 billion won into our company. He replied, yes, I know that Heavenly Demon Consulting will develop very strongly in the future, which is why I invest. Asked curiously, how strong is the development you're talking about? Ryumin immediately explained, within half a year, you can enter the Kospi list without any problem. Hearing that, he was immediately interested. His eyes lit up brightly. He reined himself in and secretly calculated. If that really happens, how wonderful would that be? Not only would I be recognized by my father, but I could also sit in the chairman's seat. Seems I'm a bit too excited. Laughing so happily over information I haven't even verified. He continued, picking up food. But if you want to succeed, you have to completely change the business model. Sang-chun heard this and asked, stunned. What? The business? He slammed his hand on the table, angrily saying loudly, "That demand is outrageous. At this point, you're telling us to change our business? You might as well tell us to change the company name." Ma Jiangrok saw him losing his composure and immediately stopped him. Unit manager. Despite that, he calmly picked up food. Because the type of business will change, of course the name has to change too. He teased the man, who became even angrier. "Are you serious?" He showed a displeased expression. "At this point, you still think I'm joking? Both of you are players, so you should understand, right? Revealing one's rune to others is very harmful and disadvantageous." What he said made the two men's throats. The two of them calmed down and listened to him. "I've already considered that issue, yet I still decided to reveal my rune to you. As a major shareholder and business partner who will work together in the future, I want to help the company." He looked directly at Sang Chun. "Otherwise, why would I invest 280 billion won here? If you want the company to succeed, you must cooperate." Sang Chun looked at his chairman with a bit of fear. "Mr. Chairman, you don't believe what he's saying." He sighed. "It seems you don't believe in my ability." Sang Chun looked at him with annoyance. "To be honest," he calmly continued, "unit manager, and have you ever wondered why I moved in right below the penthouse apartment? Don't tell me you think that's just a coincidence." That agitated Sang Chun, but he couldn't do anything.
Magionkrok turned to Sang Chun.
"Wait, below the penthouse? Hey, unit manager, and what does he mean? The apartment below you?" Sang Chun stammered. "Mr. Chairman, it's just that, about 2 months ago, Mr. Ryuman moved into the floor below actress Seo Aaron's penthouse." Ryuman continued.
Magionkrok scowled in displeasure.
"Unit manager, and why am I only hearing about this now?" Sang Chun immediately explained to him, "Until today, I thought this wasn't him." He sat up straight, his face anxious as he thought, if that was January, then it was before he invested in Ma Jiangrok watched him eat and thought, yet he moved into a house near someone connected to the company he was going to invest in? Unless he can see the future, he couldn't possibly do. He secretly speculated, no, it's also possible he knew I was supporting CO.
Magionkrok silently concluded, "That's right."
But this alone still isn't enough. Ryuman sneered, "It seems you still don't believe me. So how about—" He stopped eating and said seriously, "This hotel we're in, is it your property, Chairman Ma Jiangrok? And as for your identity, you are the eldest son of the Ochung Group. Heavenly Demon Consulting is a company secretly established to seek your father's recognition. Am I correct?" Sang Chun heard this. He stood up and yelled at Ryuman's face, "Hey, who are you? How did you get information that only his relatives know?" Before he could finish, Ma Jiangrok stopped him. "Calm down, unit manager." Sang Chun breathed in to calm down. "I apologize." Ma Jiangrok's face was displeased, his hand revealing his anxiety. "Yes, everything you said is said seriously. However, if you say you knew these things through seeing the future, it's still not enough to convince me. As unit manager and said, anyone in my family knows this information." He looked Ryuman straight in the face. "Actually, I suspect you are a third party sent here to trap me. And in this situation, you're still suggesting that I trust you and change my business." He spoke in a rather calm tone. "Even if I don't explicitly say it, you know my answer, don't you? All of this seems utterly illogical."
Magionkrok chuckled softly.
"I also want to believe that your future sight rune exists. Who wouldn't want to believe that it could help their company?" He even used his hands to emphasize his words so Ryuman could understand better. "But what you're telling me is very hard for me to believe, Mr. Ryuman. Thank you for investing in our company. But I need to convene a shareholders meeting to consider this proposal." He said with a firm tone, "Of course, you will be the one who has to convince." Then he stood up, bowing to Ryuman. "Please forgive me. I cannot help you. So we'll take my leave now." Ryuman's face darkened. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Ch." Sat down, looking at Ryuman and asking, "Do you have anything else?" Ryuman lowered his face, thinking, "Is this really the only—" Then he decided, "All right, then. They'll tell you information about round 4. Ma Jiangrok asked, puzzled. "Round—"
Ka successfully agitated Magionkrok.
"You even have information about round—" He happily replied, "That's right. My future sight rune has allowed me to see everything. I know what tragedy will occur. This information should be enough to prove my abilities."
Sang Chun stood, bowing to Magionkrok.
"I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I was a bit too agitated earlier and raised my voice in front." Ma Jiangrok, holding his phone, waved his hand, his face cheerful. "It's all right. You did that because you were concerned." Sang Chun stammered, "Actually, I just remembered something else." "May I tell you, sir?" Ma Jiangrok replied. "Just say whatever you want." He voiced all his thoughts. "Honestly, I have strong doubts about Ryuman. He claims he can see the future. If he truly possesses such an ability, he could simply keep quiet and enjoy a life of luxury. Why would he want to help?" The boss began to show an expression of displeasure. "Didn't he say he wanted to grow with the company? It seems he just wants to earn more." He rested his hand on his chin and said, What would his reason be? If he had 280 billion won, that's already an enormous sum. He could relax and never have to work a day in his life. Sang Chun tried to convince him. Perhaps that's still not enough for him. Human greed knows no bounds, after all. Even so, it's still too risky. And whether such an unbelievable ancient scripture truly exists remains a doubt. The boss slowly replied, I agree. He placed his hand on his chest and said, if he truly is a prophet who can foresee the future, then we need to make him our... He stood up. Just think about it. How useful would it be if we always had information about the next round and could prepare in advance? If, at the same time, it also helps the company grow, it could be considered a great advance. He wanted to ask further, but is he really a prophet? The boss countered about that. He smiled cheerfully. We'll just have to wait and see. Newman had gone outside. He walked, lost and looked around, then thought to himself, once round 4 ends, hell be certain that he convinced himself, but I haven't revealed crucial information to him, such as the side missions or how to climb the leader. From what I learned at the dinner table earlier, round 4's mission isn't to kill monsters. Instead, there will be a massacre among the players. I can't let my guard down for him. Ryuman put his hands in his pockets. Thinking seriously, that should be enough to prove him cleverly deduced. After that, their attitude towards me will change. They'll treat me well and try to protect me because I'm a prophet. Thought, looking into the distance, it's always better to have a prophet on your side than to oppose. Once this mission is done, should I play it out to the end in the future? Then he started typing something on his keyboard. In that case, first I should on the pedestrian street. Julie ran anxiously, thinking, at this rate, it'll be traffic light turn. Afraid of being late, she thought, come on, turn. She looked at the red car, wondering, what's with that car? It's blocking the storefront. How the car window slowly rolled. He called out loudly, Julie. She saw him and was startled. The traffic light had turned. He quickly walked over. She leaned closer to the car. Is this your car? He said cheerfully. Sorry for stopping right in front of the store. Get in. We can go for a drive while we... Julie was still surprised. The car started moving. It looked really cool from the outside. She shyly said to him, this is my first time riding in a car like this. He smiled and replied, really? Me too. I just bought this car. She understood. She looked at him and asked, how much did a car like this cost? He focused on driving and said, not much. About 900 million. She repeated in shock. 900 million. Not much. Oh, please. Do you know how many convenience stores I could open with 900? Said as if it were nothing to him compared to the money I won from the lottery. This really isn't. Then she thought to herself, right? Min got rich. He has 60 billion. I just feel like we live in 2 different worlds. He suddenly blushed. I feel like we're on a date. It's a bit awkward. As she was thinking this, he said something that startled her. To be honest, I have something I want to confess. She blushed and started sweating, stammering. Confess? He quickly explained. It's nothing strange, so don't misunderstand. She forced a smile and said, misunderstand? Never. Me? She thought to herself. I want to find a hole to hide in. She waved her hand and asked again. So, what do you want to He vaguely said, before, I told you that the lottery results appeared in my dream, right? She immediately replied, that's right. He explained, actually, that's not it at all, which completely surprised. He looked at her and said, in reality, I got the information thanks to an ancient tome of future sight, not through dreams. That ancient tome helps me know future events. That's why my class is prophet. She asked him. She clapped her hands excitedly. That's so cool. Isn't that a special class? He rubbed his neck awkwardly. He looked at him contentedly. That's great. An ancient tome of future sight sounds amazing. Thanks for telling me the truth. Even among friends, it must be difficult to tell someone something like. Ruman smiled lightly. It's nothing. You told me your class is support too, so it's only. She happily looked at him and said, fair? How so? I haven't told you about my ancient scripture. Oh, speaking of which, should I tell you about my ancient scripture? He quickly replied, no, but she didn't pay much attention to his words. She pointed and said, in the first round, I obtained the ancient scripture of for every person within a 10-meter radius around me, that many thin layers of protection cover me. For example, if there are 5 people, it'll be covered by 5 layers of protection. Julie burst out laughing. It feels so relieved to finally say it. This made him cheerful too. She asked him, but why did you suddenly tell me about your ancient scripture? He also spoke honestly to her. Keeping it a secret bothered me a bit. Plus, I thought if I didn't confess the truth, you wouldn't believe what I'm about to. She didn't understand and asked, what do you want to? His red car continued to drive down. She shrieked in alarm. Is that the mission for round 4? He calmly said, so, remember to be careful. Human seriously warned her. You must always be vigilant, because you never know what other players around you might do. She listened to him, Okay, I understand. She looked out the car window happily and thought, anyway, I'm really grateful. He cares about me, that's why he told me. He even called me. She secretly glanced at him, a slight blush on her face, and thought, could it be that he has a little bit of feelings for me? I hope. Dusk had begun to. He sat on his bed in his room, thinking, I can't believe Julie liked me all this time. I had no idea. A hint of regret showed on his face. No wonder she wanted to be nice. He scrolled his eyes and thought, although it's a bit awkward, this way might be. He put his phone down and pondered, it'll also be easier to make her He idly straightened his pillow. Shall also trust my prophecies. Then he pulled his blanket neatly over himself. He closed his eyes. That's one thing taken care of. He'll rest a bit. After all, I don't have much to do this. Night fell. Time passed slowly. Beneath the twinkling city lights, it was March 31st, 11:55 p.m. A simple clock hanging in his house also showed that. He sat on his bed, looking at the system. Before entering another world, I bought an epic piece of equipment from the item section. The system displayed a panel. Dark gauntlets. Type, gauntlets. Grade, epic. Effect, strength +5, agility +4. Weapon becomes semi-transparent. Only effective at night. Usage restrictions. Novice grade or higher. Description. Gauntlets enveloped by darkness that can turn invisible. The equipped weapon will become semi-transparent. Carefully considered his choice. Its stats are high, and the option to make weapon semi-transparent is also useful. If I combine it with the night death skill, the effect will be even. Suddenly, Ryumin heard a knock on. It was Ryugen. Brother. It's. Ryugen entered the room and asked, are you confident you can conquer this round? Brother? Ryumin glanced at him and said, well, find out when we. Ryugen said with a hint of worry, brother, you're a prophet, aren't you? You said you have information about round 4. Ryumin immediately replied, having information is one thing, but how one acts isn't. Ryugen said nervously, brother. How? Ryugen walked closer. You have to survive and come back. Okay. Ryumin, annoyed, pointed at Ryugen's head. Don't jinx it like that. It sounds like terrible. Ryumin lay on the bed, a gloomy expression on his face, thinking, round 4 might be a round of death. Elsewhere, Min clutched his hair, thinking, damn it, again. The system panel appeared. Punishment applied. All stats will be permanently reduced by 50%. He thought angrily to himself, damn it, I can't believe this is the result of betraying my mirror of spatial rifts. I don't even have 10 uses of command authority left. How am I supposed to clear round? His demeanor was very annoyed. He gritted his teeth. He walked, lost in. Those who want to usurp the area representative position might target me. Or perhaps old friends could come for revenge. Suddenly he looked up at the. Then he realized, and also where is. Looked around anxiously. What kind of mission requires us to start in this godforsaken place? All this white stuff around here makes me feel like a lab. He saw Ryumin and immediately thought, Hack go. That evil devil. He must have known everything would turn out like. Min bitterly recalled, he manipulated others to destroy the. Ryumin had said, waste all 10 uses of command authority and destroy the. He thought back to that incident, and he didn't even hesitate to kill the incarnation of the god of punishment. His face darkened. He stood behind Ryumin. If only I were strong enough, I would have beaten that bastard's face to a. Although he was angry, he couldn't do anything. It's so infuriating. But I have no choice. If I want to save my own life, at least, I have to make a deal with that. Calmed himself and walked over. Hey, Hack go. Ryumin turned around and said, what? Min had an awkward expression. Our agreement from the previous round is still valid, right? Ryumin asked curiously. Agreement? Didn't you say that if I became your subordinate, you would protect? Ryumin smiled wryly. I don't need a subordinate like you anymore. Min couldn't believe his words. Ryumin stood with his arms crossed and said, you don't have any uses of command authority left. What's the point of keeping an area representative who has no command authority? Not to mention, most players already have classes now. Command authority isn't very useful anyway. Ryumin's words stunned Min. Ryumin chuckled lightly. You have no value left. You're just a mobile Min thought angrily to himself, mobile. As he was in a state of fear, he suddenly heard a sound and immediately turned. Ryumin stood with his arms crossed, a confident expression on his face. Don't worry too much. You're just a target in name only. Not many people will actually want to kill. Min walked over, confused. They want target me? Ryumin explained, you already know the fate of players who hold the area representative class. Everyone understands it now. Being an area representative isn't so great after. Ryumin said seriously to him, and the more people level up, the fewer people you can control with command authority. Compared to the risks, it's just not worth. Min thought, indeed, if I could I also want to give up this command. Aaron gently walked over to Young Min saw this and blushed, thinking, why are those people? Aaron exclaimed cheerfully, hello. Sang Chun's expression was similar to hers. Hello. Do you remember us? Ryumin replied, of course. Ryumin stopped short. What's going on? Sang Chun said with a somewhat sarcastic look. Well, you once saved us from this thug standing right here. We want to thank you. Young Min said angrily, what? Ryumin quickly stopped. Ryumin, with an unamused expression, said, thanking me once is enough. You don't need to come looking for me again. Sang Chun replied, we still feel grateful, though. Our company president also wants to thank you for saving. Sang Chun was about to say something more. That's right, about our president. He was ignored by Ryumin in mid-sentence. Ryumin said, stop there. You don't. Seeing this, Aaron quickly spoke up. Go. This is a small token of our gratitude for saving. She held up a beautiful, sparkling purple stone. Please accept. He thought to himself, a lowest-grade purple mana stone. What an unexpected win, he said awkwardly. I thought just saying thank you wasn't. So Ryumin took the stone from her hand. He thought it's good that she thought of that. He looked at the stone and thought, she gave me such an amazing item, so I don't need to refuse. When I get back, I should try to make some low-grade mana. She looked at his expression and thought nervously. Does he? She looked at him, flustered. He wouldn't think I gave him a useless-looking stone and get angry, would he? He thought to himself, just as I thought. She doesn't know the value of mana stones. Which makes sense. If she knew, she wouldn't have given it. Yang Min looked at him and muttered, I have something similar too. Ryumin heard him and thought, he also has a mana. Yang Min put his hand to his cheek and thought, I think it's called a dark gold power stone. Ryumin heard that and was a little surprised. What? A dark gold power? Ryumin analyzed it. A dark gold power stone is an item that drops from monsters at a very low. It's even harder to obtain than a mana stone. At this point in time, actively acquiring one is impossible. He thought smugly, now I know he has such a valuable item. Is it luck or misfortune? Aaron stammered, Go, do you need a protective shield? He asked back. A shield? She was a bit timid. I leveled up to become a. She explained to him with a cheerful expression. I can summon fairy spirits to create a shield for you. If you. Before she could finish, he interrupted her. Thank you for your offer of help, but I decline. I don't think it's necessary. Aaron felt more embarrassed. I understand. She bowed politely and said goodbye. Well, we'll be going now. I wish you all the best in this round. He replied, good. He turned around and saw Yang Min about to. Ryumin immediately called out loudly to him. Ryumin looked at him and warned. If you keep going like this, you'll regret it. Yang Min asked, confused, what do you mean? Ryumin replied, I already told you, didn't I? You're a mobile. Yang Min turned away, unconvinced. But you also said that no one would target me, didn't you? Ryumin said, I said not many people, not absolutely no one. The benefits of being an area representative haven't completely disappeared. Ryumin ignored his indifferent expression. Even though most people have reached level 10 and have a class, there are still a few who haven't reached that level. That means there are still targets for using command. Yang Min looked perplexed. Ryumin posed a question, just think about it. Do you really believe that among thousands of players no one will target? Yang Min asked him, so what should I? Continued cheerfully. It'll help you so you don't become an easy target. Yang Min was utterly astonished. Really? Before he could finish his thanks, Ryumin cut him off. I never said I'd do it for free. To pay for my help, you saw the stone that Aaron gave me earlier, right? If you have anything similar, just give it. Yang Min said somewhat awkwardly, I do have a stone like. He immediately handed Ryumin the stone. Its information was, dark flower gold power stone. Item description. A sturdy black stone. It has a smooth surface and a shiny. Ryumin felt satisfied. Alright, any other items? Yang Min flatly refused. No, I've given you everything I can. Please don't take my. Ryumin sighed.
Don't worry.
Even if you wanted to give it, I wouldn't take it. Yang Min immediately retorted. I've given you the item. Now, will you? Ryumin turned his back and walked away. They'll keep my promise. The angel appeared and spoke cheerfully. Oh, humans. Today you have gathered here once again. But your numbers have dwindled. The crowd below wondered. Our numbers have dwindled? So, some people fought in real. Ryumin stood with his arms crossed, thinking to himself, it would be more surprising if no players got into trouble for an entire. The angel cheerfully announced, well, it seems everyone is here. Then I shall announce the mission for round. Information for round 4. Main mission. Massacre each other within 3 hours. All regions. Total participants. 161,906,418. Players to survive. 0 out of 90,953,209. Your region. S 45.5. Total participants. 1,042. Players to survive. 0 out of 520. Everyone exclaimed, "What the hell is this? Killing each other." The angel's tone shifted to one of contempt. "You humans really are slow-witted, aren't you? It's just as I..." She smiled slyly. "You just need to stab and slash and kill the players next to you. Simple, isn't it?" Everyone was dismayed. Kill them? Players? Kill each other? Angel put her finger to her lips, confidently explaining. "Let me explain a little more. The goal of this round is to reduce the number of players by making you kill each other. Unlike previous rounds, there will be no monsters this..." Everyone wondered, asking questions filled with suspicion. "No monsters? But I need to level up and become stronger." A tall young man said, "Sir Angel, if half of us can survive, then each of us only needs to kill one other person." The angel smiled, putting her finger to her lips. "That's a secret. If I told you everything, where would the fun..." Human below thought irritably to himself, "Fun? She's just following orders from her superiors not to reveal." Rehuman, displeased, stood observing and muttered, "These angels are just a means of conveying information to us in this damn survival game. There's another game master. The fact that she's hiding a specific rule means she's received orders from the game master." Angel crossed her arms and instructed, "It's not enough to simply kill other players to complete the mission. Only the top 521 will survive. As for the criteria for that leaderboard, that's a..." She put on a sly expression. "And one more thing. Even if you're the first to kill someone, you won't necessarily be ranked." The angel manipulated everyone. "Alright, the explanation ends here. Now start hacking and slashing." Time remaining until the end of the round. 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Everyone was panicking. What should I do? So I just need to kill someone? Kill them? Other players? Even though I have no grudge against them at all? What kind of crazy round is... Yang Min stood smugly with his arms crossed, saying excitedly, "Kill other players. How lucky. I wanted to kill a few bastards." And Human inferred my guess was right. He's thinking about killing his friend. Yang Min smiled viciously and maliciously. "Wait, now that I think about it, if other players hesitate to act, wouldn't that be better for me? Then I'd be the champ." Yang Min thought angrily and calculatingly. "Those bastards." He turned around and was startled to see Ryumin standing next to him. "You scared the living daylights out." He was startled. "Hakko? Is something..." Ryumin walked and said, "I said I'd help you not become a target, didn't I? Well, in keeping my promise." He immediately extended his hand, gathering his strength. Yang Min saw this but couldn't think of anything and he started to back away. But it seemed too late as Ryumin was about to do so. Ryumin shoved him, making him lose his balance. And unexpected notification. Side mission for round 4. Eliminate the area representative within a limited time. Mission complete. Reward. Lowest grade mana stone draw. The system announced. You have completed the side mission. You have been rewarded with a lowest grade mana stone draw ticket. Lowest grade mana stone draw ticket. Type. Supply item. Grade. Rare. Effect. Randomly provides 1 to 5 lowest grade mana stones. Usage restriction. Until the next round. Requires. Novice grade or higher. Description. A time-limited item. Randomly provides you with mana stones. This item will automatically disappear when you reach the next round. It is affected by your luck. Secretly rejoiced. Excellent. I got the reward I wanted. I killed Yang Min to get the side mission reward. Though that wasn't the only. The blonde-haired young man yelled. Someone died. I saw it. Hakko killed. Ryumin glanced irritably. Not long ago, they were the ones who aimed for the area representative position and wanted to kill him. What a bunch of hypocrites. Now they're pretending to be Everyone looked at him and shouted. Hey, Hakko, you can't just kill people like that. Do you have no humanity? Murderer. You're a Ryumin thought to himself, murderer. They're not wrong. I killed Kang Seokyun. Not only that, I will continue to kill countless more people until round. Stood there pondering for a moment. But I've never killed anyone without a reason. Especially in this round, I have no choice but to kill to get through it, whether I like it. A notification was displayed. Round 4. Main mission. Massacre each other within 3 hours. All regions. Total participants. 181,906,418. Players to survive. 0 out of 90,953,209. Your region. S45.5. Total participants. 1,042. Players to survive. 0 out of 520. Thought to himself, even though they knew this would happen, they still criticized. The black-haired young man said, if things go well, I can incite everyone to kill Hakko, right? The hooded young man thought similarly. I must use this opportunity to ruin Hakko's reputation. The tall, muscular man said with determination, if we attack as a group, Hakko won't be able to do anything. The other young man thought, we can't let Hakko become the area representative. I need to accuse him of some smiled with relief. They think they've stumbled upon a good opportunity. What a young man yelled. Do you think this is fun? The girl next to him added. You're a psycho. You did something like that and you still dare. The system displayed a notification. Player Hakko has become the new area representative of region S45.5. The young man was astonished. Hakko is the area representative now? The black-haired young man next to him said nervously. This is like giving a tiger wings. What should... Ryuman spoke up confidently. What's wrong? Why aren't you shouting anymore? Is it because I've become the area representative that you're... He crossed his arms, becoming even more arrogant. If you're scared of command authority, then you probably haven't changed your class yet, have you? The blonde-haired man exclaimed, what are you talking? The tall young man shouted. Look over, he exclaimed loudly. Hakko's name changed. Everyone stirred up. He's right. His name really changed color. Why is he the only one whose name changed color? Ryuman thought calmly. It must have changed from bright yellow to... Ryuman somewhat knew this already. In rounds like this, once you kill someone, your alias turns red. The more you kill, the darker the red becomes. The man's demeanor was full of savagery. The nickname changing color is to distinguish who has committed. Everyone rushed towards Ryuman to attack him. Hakko, the murderer, killer. He felt a bit of empathy. Instead of innocent players, people will choose to kill murderers. After all, their conscience would bother them much less. He also understood, to some extent, but those who kill murderers also become murderers themselves. He understood that better than anyone. And as a result, they encourage each other to kill the people around. Ryuman thought to himself, right now they might still hesitate to kill anyone, but this will be the reason behind many. He calmly posed a question, what are you doing? I'm sure you don't have time to just stand there and... Two of them argued back. Hey you, stop right there. That's right. He extended his hand and explained, you act like I'm the only one who wants to kill the area representative. What about the people who rushed towards the previous area representative in the last round? Did you want to give him a kiss or something? The man stammered. He continued, kill or be killed. Don't tell me you've survived until now without knowing this simple principle. He declared to everyone around him, stop being hypocrites. Face reality. If your own life is in danger, there's no way you wouldn't turn your blade towards the one threat. He glared menacingly. Now is not the time to be sitting idle. If you're so worried, then argue it out just like we voted last. He told himself and walked away. Even if I don't say these things, they'll start fighting. Human deduced by then, it would be too late. If I don't say this, at least they'll just keep wasting. He turned, looking at everyone, and thought, if that happens, the number of people who pass this round might not be 521. Even if it means making them fight, encouraging them to do the mission is a way for more people to serve. Strong-looking woman tried to persuade them, I think we shouldn't just stand here now. As Hakko said, shouldn't we do something? The man next to her raised an issue, so, what do you suggest? She retorted, why are you being sarcastic with me? I'm just discussing what we should. The guy challenged her, or how about we just duel one-on-one for fairness? The platinum-haired young man saw this and tried to stop them. How is fighting to kill each other fair? And a duel? Do you think this is a... He urged, we don't even have enough time now. The other man shouted angrily, what did you just... And so, everyone argued non-Aaron, unsettled, asked, Mr. Bodyguard, what should we do? Is it really true that we have to kill people as Hakko? Sang-chun looked at her and replied gently, of course. If not, we'll be killed ourselves. Why should we care about the lives of strangers we don't even... He secretly advised her. I completely agree with Hakko's words. Aaron, you should also make up your mind, because killing isn't a pleasant experience. She looked at him and said worriedly, you talk as if you've killed people. He had an awkward expression. Of course not. She looked at everyone around her. A little awkward. So who should we kill? He replied, it depends on the situation. Currently, everyone was arguing loudly. Stop acting like that. Let's just decide who to kill already. So, tell me, who will you kill? Those who have already killed people are perfect targets. Focus on those whose nicknames have turned red. Who gave you the right to decide? The long-haired man stated his opinion. You mean we should kill? The black-haired man said smugly, Hakko? He's clearly insane. How are you going to kill someone who's already level? Blonde-haired young man pondered. I bet even if we all rush in and attack at once, we still won't be able to kill. The brown-haired man said more cautiously, be quiet. What if he hears? Human, feeling annoyed and powerless, thought, I can hear. As they were arguing, they suddenly stopped. The gray-haired man yelled, what the hell are you talking about? Life is precious. Even if that person is a murderer, we shouldn't kill anyone. The man in the hat followed, this guy is right. If we kill someone, we'll become murderers just like... The other young man argued back. Then what do you want us to do? Someone has to die for me to live, right? The man nearby stopped them. Stop quarreling. Let's just agree to kill the criminals. He was about to tell those with criminal records to raise their hands. They won't be able to resist turning themselves. The long-haired person yelled angrily. Who the hell are you to look down on others? Why don't you offer your own opinion? She immediately cursed him. Why are you cursing at me, you dead dog? Or should I just kill you? He wasn't scared. What? You bastard. Go on, try it. The young man among them tried to fan the flames. You too. Stop talking. The old man became increasingly annoyed. Who are you to provoke us? She pointed directly at his face. Those who hide behind others and incite people are the worst. You scum. He used his magic. What did you just say? Damn it. I'll kill all of you bastards. She also prepared her attack. If you're so confident, come on then. Human shook his head. Frustrated. It's complete chaos. They just talk and do nothing. He observed calmly, there's nothing to worry about. They'll start brutally killing each other soon. A mature-looking young man expressed his opinion. Hey everyone, stop shouting and let's think realistically for. Immediately, his face turned startled. That Yang Min was yawning endlessly. He wondered to himself, isn't that, damn it. Ryumin stood with his arms crossed, having already known all the rules of the game. This is the hidden rule of this round. Players will revive 10 minutes after. Yang Min blankly realized everyone was looking at him. Why is everyone staring at me like that? And it's not just staring. It's as if they're seeing us. He stood up, looking at everyone in a daze. How strange. I was clearly talking to Hackgo. What's going on? The black-haired man yelled. He's alive again. It's like a divine reincarnation. Another said, what are you talking about? The system revived. Long-haired young man deduced, so that means those who die in this round will be revived? The indignant woman next to him said, in that case, it's fine to kill them. The young man picked up a knife, a menacing look on his face. If they're gonna come back to life, the other young man continued, then it should be. A woman with the bun hairstyle walked over to stop them. Everyone, calm. She tried to stop them. We're not even sure if we can revive, so don't be. Suddenly, she was unexpectedly attacked from behind. That guy used a sharp wolf-claw weapon to stab her repeatedly, then yelled loud. He held the bloody dagger and breathed heavily for a moment. Didn't stop, continuing to shout, come on, revive. You and I still have to fight again. The onlookers were chilled to the bone in disgust, staring. In front of the surrounding crowd was a motionless head with disheveled hair on the ground. Everyone around him was sweating in surprise. The people standing outside chattered excitedly. But she's not coming back to life. We should wait a bit. She probably won't revive immediately. The brown-haired man and the moss-green-haired young man shouted. Now that I think about it, he only came back to life after 10 minutes. Hey everyone, how about we wait for her to revive? The crowd around them all agreed. I agree. Time passed. 10 minutes later, the girl lying motionless on the ground began to. Her very deep and severe wounds were glowing, showing signs of. A moment later, those large wounds had completely. She was now completely healed without a single wound and managed to stand. The brown-haired girl woke up, stretching comfortably. She suddenly realized something, stopped short, and let out a loud. The brown-haired girl pointed at the people standing around and yelled, which one of you bastards was it? Who ambushed? The person holding the fake wolf-claw weapon suddenly appeared behind her, smiling menacingly and saying loudly, it was me. This time, unlike before, with a swing, he was sliced in half by a tall, muscular man from behind. He fell motionless to the ground. The big man pointed at him, repeating what he had said earlier. So, they revive after 10 minutes. Everyone standing outside had pale faces. Some clutched their heads, others their mouths. No one dared to make a. Human watched from a distance, thinking to himself, even though the ability to revive has been proven, they still won't feel very comfortable with killing. The people outside also started to follow suit and kill, as he expected. Humans are often influenced by circumstances and reveal their own madness. Cold words were uttered, ignoring humanity, along with a series of slashes and mutual killings. Oh well, let it. The person ambushes that person. Damn it. Whatever, I don't care. And then, even drawing swords on teammates are all like this. You're all. Suddenly, in that chaotic crowd, a skirmish broke out. Hey, you bastard. I'm sorry. I don't have any grudge against. The silver-haired man angrily swung his sword towards the brown-haired man next to him. Why don't you taste your own medicine? The brown-haired man parried and said, please, just die already.
Don't resiste anymore.
You'll revive. The two argued loudly, and eventually the argument was settled. If you're so tough, why don't. In this area, at this very moment, continuous battles of tearing each other apart and attacking each other were occurring. Blood splattered everywhere. Ryumin watched from afar, silently assessing. Around 1,000 players are savagely hacking and slashing at each other. Basically, this is a battle. He activated his magic. A stream of red light appeared from his. Ryumin confidently stepped forward. Then I suppose I should take action too. One of the people in the chaotic battle recognized Ryumin. Suddenly, a flash of red light. He swung his scythe in a circle, and the people in front of him were all sent. Ryumin easily dealt with those people. Around him were motionless players lying. The others saw this and gestured to each. They all rushed forward at once. This is our chance. Before the leader of that group could finish his sentence, a series of thuds rang out. A second later, all three were lying flat on the ground. Ryumin said, I have detection, so you can't ambush. Behind Ryumin, the black dragon, controlled by his right hand, was continuously attacking the back of a weak player lying on the ground with a blade. He glanced back. Alright, that guy. The black dragon laughed wildly, continuously attacking with satisfaction. He pondered, it's no exaggeration to call round for the black fire dragon's round. With the devouring ancient scripture in hand, this situation is nothing short of a feast. Ryumin carefully observed him attacking one person after another, thinking, looking at how dark his name's color is, he must have killed about 10 people already. That guy needs to die and revive a few. The black dragon looked at his status window, laughed delightedly, and thought to himself, I can't believe my stats increase every time I kill a player. What a He rejoiced at the perceived bargain, thinking, I knew my stats would increase from killing monsters, but I didn't expect killing players to have the same effect. That information panel is increasing the progress of the Devouring Rune. Devouring Rune. The progress bar increases each time you kill an enemy. Once the progress bar is full, you will receive a random stat. The level of your enemy will correspond to the amount the progress bar increases. Black Dragon frantically killed people, resorting to any means necessary. He even put on a wide, delighted smile and loudly declared, Die. The Devouring Rune's progress bar was constantly increasing. The progress bar is growing so much. Is it because their levels are? Black Dragon turned, a wide smile on his face. He's the same level as me, yet the progress bar increased so. He opened his eyes wide with delight, thinking about defeating Black Hook. If I kill Black Hook, how much more will the progress bar increase? It will probably fill up instantly, and then I'll receive a. After contemplating the benefit, Black Dragon turned to look for Ryumin, but then thought, no, forget it. If I provoke someone with that kind of influence, who knows what calamity I'll. He changed targets, looking at the small, low-level group of people. I should deal with those troublesome guys and level up. No sooner said than done. Black Dragon smiled, ambushing someone. Sorry, I don't hold anything against. He drew his axe and swung it, thinking, this really is a stress. Black Dragon continued with other targets, still delivering powerful axe swings. Because of that thug, I couldn't even hunt properly. He didn't notice someone stealthily approaching from behind, trying to ambush him. This round really is. The attacker lunged, thrusting his sword. Black Dragon easily dodged to the side. Others gain nothing from killing. He gave a terrifying smile and swung his axe down. But my stats increase and I can grow stronger. The Devouring Rune's progress bar continued to. Those who had been killed were now beginning to revive. Some stood motionless, others buried their faces in their hands. Black Dragon was overjoyed. Best of all, my prey keeps reviving and offering themselves. Targeted those people, drawing his axe back for momentum. What better opportunity could the sound of slashing rang out as another life was lost. Black Dragon finished cleaning up the side, then turned towards the other chaotic battles. How many people have I killed? I need to kill as many as possible so I can climb to the top of the leaderboard. Or maybe I should head that way. Suddenly, footsteps approached him from a distance. Ryumin casually strode forward, causing Black Dragon to exclaim. Black Dragon looked around in a panic as Ryumin approached and simply uttered 2 words. Knight. The others, who had been fiercely battling, stopped, looking around in confusion. What's going on? What's happening? Why is it suddenly dark? Black Dragon broke into a sweat, silently watching Ryumin. His scythe has turned semi-transparent. Whatever it is, I must be extremely careful. Familiar red slash. From Black Dragon's perspective, he saw himself looking down at Ryumin from a. Only then did he realize that Ryumin had cleanly decapitated him with 1 strike. So I died. He truly lives up to his name, Black Hook. I should have avoided. Scene changed slightly. The clash of swords rang. The melee continued without end. All players were trying to kill each other.
Justi.
You bastard. Die. Huang Yanmin, who had just revived, glared to the. He saw a girl who had also just revived, yawning. She revived? Is it true that everyone comes back to life after 10? Black Dragon harbored malicious thoughts, continuing to smile as before. He clenched his fists, thinking, they set up this round for us to slaughter each other. This is my chance to get revenge on those bastards who stabbed me in the back. They'll kill every single one. Hwang Yanmin entered the arena, looking around.
Kim Seung-han.
Where are you? Where? He smiled, delighted. There he, before Hwang Yanmin's eyes, Sung-han was trembling, drawing his bow to shoot. What an idiot, look at him, scared stiff just because of a minor stat reduction. Hwang Yanmin ran cheerfully towards Kim Sung-han. Sung-han turned around. Hwang Yanmin greeted him with a direct punch to the face. Nice to see you, you son of a... Sung-han was sent flying, his arrows scattering on the ground. He trembled in pain, clutching his face, as Black Dragon's voice rang out. Hey, Kim Sung-han, you cursed bastard. Sung-han's face was bruised and bloody from the punch. Hwang Yanmin grabbed him by the collar and said, You said you'd kill me if we met again. Hwang Yanmin laughed maniacally, raising his fist, accompanied by tragic screams. So why don't you try to kill me now? Dropped Sung-han. Finally done. That felt. Black Dragon looked around, saying, Where are the other bastards? Melee now seemed to be just beginning, growing more intense and brutal. If hell exists, would it look like the strong oppressed the weak? Those with powerful weapons massacred those without adequate combat gear. Seo Aaron huddled in a small corner, clutching her sword tightly. Damn it, a place full of violence, where people only know how to hate each other. And Sang Chun next to her asked, concerned, Ms. Aaron, are you alright? Seo Aaron tried to compose herself, forcing a smile.
I'm fine.
I'm not tired, but my mental state is still a bit of... He turned his head, thinking, I can endure a bit, but Seo Aaron will likely have difficulty. If this affects her psychologically and hinders her work, I won't be able to face the... Suddenly, and Sang Chun's gaze was drawn. A hand appeared from nowhere, reaching for Seo. That hand was far from gentle. It tightly gripped her. The man raised his knife, holding Seo Aaron tightly, and yelled, and Sang Chun quickly rushed over from a distance to rescue her. Don't even dream. He raised his sword and sliced away the other person's. Sang Chun swiftly and skillfully switched his. With a series of fluid movements, he stabbed the assailant in the and Sang Chun easily defeated him in one blow. Ms. Seo Aaron, still trembling, looked at the blood-stained sword in front of her, beads of sweat forming. She gritted her teeth, her expression determined, as she stared intently at the... Seo Aaron lunged. She ran straight to the man, who was kneeling on the ground trembling, and stabbed. The scene changed. The sky seemed darker than before. Seo Aaron knelt on the ground, trembling and covering her mouth. And Sang Chun stood beside her, glancing and thinking, if I tell her to do it, she'll still... She stood up and turned to him asking, bodyguard, how long do we have to fight like this? And Sang Chun replied, at least another... Seo Aaron's face turned pale and dark. I can't even stand to watch them die. I don't understand how everyone can just kill like... And Sang Chun gritted his teeth, staring at Seo Aaron, a hint of anger. Too weak. She's too weak. It seems she's been overly sheltered. He tried not to show his true emotions, asking with concern, if you're tired, please rest. Haven't you already killed about 50 people? Seo Aaron didn't remember clearly. I think... And Sang Chun turned away and told her, that should be enough to make it onto the leaderboard. They'll take care of the rest. Seo Aaron looked up at him with immense gratitude. Thank you. So he turned away, a smile on his face, feeling a burden lifted. I'm the one who should be grateful. I don't need to hand them over for you to kill. And Sang Chun began his hunt. He lunged at anyone he encountered. I can focus on my own score. Round's announcement panel appeared. Time remaining until the end of the round. 10 minutes 21 seconds. We saw the familiar scythe and the red slash. Ryumin casually fought each person who approached. Only about 10 minutes left. Huh? Round 4 is always exhausting. He sensed someone, then turned, his eyes sharp, and swung his scythe. He looked at his opponent like a predatory beast, swinging his scythe at him. I can't miss out on the reward for first place in all regions. I must use every means possible to get stronger and reach round. After dealing with this person, Ryumin quickly ran to find him. Everyone who saw him turned pale and fled in a panic. There's no telling how strong the final boss. Ryumin easily caught up to each person. So I need to become as strong as possible. He always kept his scythe raised, ready, staring intently at his man Ryumin was chasing cried out in fear. Black Ryumin ran past him from behind, then circled around to the front, continuing to run. The man collapsed, unable to believe he had escaped death. As Ryumin ran, he thought about choosing opponents. I don't need to kill anyone I've already killed again. He killed anyone unfamiliar he encountered. Not just any. Round 4's ranking isn't just based on killing as many people as possible. You need to kill as many different people as possible. Even if you kill the same person twice, it only counts as one. Ryumin glanced behind. Behind him was the familiar black dragon, punching and hitting someone. Someone else. Ryuman thought with slight annoyance, that means I can't kill that guy back. Black Dragon was still enthusiastically punching his opponent's face repeatedly. You back. Black Dragon on the other side smiled, satisfied. Ryuman watched Black Dragon, silently assessing. He's been killing his 3 friends over and over again. Those guys will have a hard time surviving this. Suddenly, someone revived behind Black Dragon. Black Dragon noticed and turned around. He immediately slapped Kim Sung-han across the face. Hello? Revive faster. Ryuman thought if they keep dying right after reviving, they won't have a chance to earn points for them. The game notification continued to appear. Countdown initiated. Time remaining until the end of the round, 1 minute. Ryuman quickly rushed, looking around. Only 1 minute left. Not much time. I need to get the highest score possible. He looked at the silver-haired guy laughing over there. I've already killed. Next was the brown-haired guy crying, holding a girl in his arms. Ryuman's eyes shifted to the light brown-haired guy holding a knife. I don't remember him. This will be the first. Finally, he decided on his target. The unsuspecting person glanced back. No more time. He'll finish this in with just 1 slash to his back. He was sent to meet his. Ryuman's final strike was also when the battle ended. The scenery changed. A golden aurora appeared in the. All players were surrounded by an angel appeared from the sky. Was it fun, killing? People below looked at her, clearly annoyed, and Ryuman glanced at the angel, thinking, how could killing others be? The angel leaned down, smiling serenely. Look at all this filthy blood. This clean space is all messed up. He laughed mockingly. Anyway, you all did very well. Your mission to slaughter each other is complete. While we're viewing the results, please revive the people who died before. Ryuman didn't pay much attention, thinking, she talks as if I'm the one reviving them. In reality, this is the system's. Suddenly, a player whose arm had been severed slowly began to read. Other players were similar. Any injuries, severe or minor, were. Kim Sung-han was no after being healed. Black Dragon's friends all angrily cursed him. You, Hwang Yanmin, you bastard. Motherfucker. Hwang Yanmin smiled as he glanced and listened to those words. You son of a bitch, you only lost to Jo Jong-sik. What the hell are you guys talking about? Just a bunch of bastards. The angel interrupted. Sighed. Anyone who dares to speak will have their head No one below dared to utter another. The angel's expression changed. Delighted. Now it's a bit quiet. Well, if everyone has revived, let's look at the results. She began to present. Before that, we should see what this round's subquest was, shouldn't we? Everyone was confused and wondered. A subquest? There's one this time. The angel snapped her fingers, laughing. Of course there is. Did you think there wouldn't be a subquest? Are you stupid or? Round information panel appeared. Round 4 subquest. Eliminate the area representative within a specified time. Mission completion reward. Lowest grade mana stone draw. Each person had a panel in front of them. Eliminate the area representative? That was the subquest. She explained, adding mockingly, that's right, you foolish humans. Only one person in this area completed the sub. Human was named. That would be Black Hook. The one who killed Hwang Yanmin's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. So being the area representative in this round was a good. Silently turned to look at the panel, saying, the people outside glanced at Hwang Yanmin, thinking, if I had known this, I would have killed Hwang Yanmin. His face darkened and turned purple as he thought. I died? Died by Black Hook. The notification panel displayed. Temporary skill. Gone. Black Dragon panicked. It's all gone. My temporary command authority is. He remembered Ryuman's words. It'll help you so you don't become an easy target. Hwang Yanmin thought with a hint of confusion. He said head help me not become a target. But then he stole the representative position from me? The angel's voice rang out. Now, let's look at the overall. Her eyes widened slightly, revealing a smile. That's right. You're all curious about how the results are calculated. Everyone who heard the announcement reacted poorly, clutching their foreheads and collapsing in regret. Rankings will be based on the number of different people you killed. Even if you kill one person multiple times, it only counts as one kill. Everyone was shocked. Different people? So it wasn't just about killing as many as possible. The angel laughed loudly and scornfully. You truly have simple minds. How could it be that? She snapped her fingers and said, all right then, here are the summary information panel appeared. Round 4 overall results. All regions Black Hook, Reaper, level 37, 722 kills. Foolish Mage, level 13, 521 kills. Dark Devil Knight, level 13, 433 kills. Current region, S45.5 Black Hook, Reaper, level 37, 722 kills. Cute Little Bird, Warrior, level 11, 211 kills. And Sang Chun, knight, level 11, 209. She sounded surprised, uttering a soft "oh." Black Hook is in first place again. This Ryuman showed no emotion, merely gazing at her with sharp eyes. Everyone who heard the results was stunned and shocked. I can't believe he killed over 700 people. How can a human do that? Weren't there about 1,000 of us in total? So he alone killed 70% of the people here? The angel laughed joyfully. Just you alone killed 722 people? You're amazing. You deserve a reward. Next, the notification panel also appeared. Congratulations. You have ranked first in this mission in your region. Congratulations. You have ranked first in this mission across all regions. The first place reward in your region is a mid-grade rare armor selection ticket. The first place reward across all regions is a mid-grade special reward selection. Ryuman read it, seemingly pleased. Mid-grade armor selection ticket. Excellent. It's time for me to change my... The system continued to display. You can choose one of the rare armors below. Desired reward selection. Shining bronze armor, blood-stained assassin's robe, dark robe. Ryuman pressed his choice. He'll choose number 2. Bloodstained assassin. The bloodstained assassin's robe information panel appeared. Bloodstained assassin's robe, rare grade armor. Defense, 60. Effect, agility +4, attack speed +5%, movement speed +5%. Durability, 600/600. Usage restriction, common grade and above. Description, a blood-colored robe worn by an assassin. Sometimes it will be soaked with the scent of... He turned to look at the system panel beside him. Next is the special reward. The system displayed options for him. You can choose one of the special rewards below. Desired reward selection, 1. 50% stat increase buff, limited to round 5. 2. 5,000 gold. 3. Information about round... Human considered. The round 5 subquest reward is valuable, but the difficulty is quite... He made a decision and pressed his choice. Considering the difficulty, increasing my stats will help me. Turning to the angel, she continued, you've all seen your rankings, haven't you? Let me tell you, in our region 30 people tied for 521st place. Everyone ranked lower will be eliminated. She smiled slyly. Now let the elimination process be. Those who didn't meet the criteria slowly began to disappear. They cried out in alarm. Wait a minute. Angel, are we really dying this? One by one they vanished. Black Dragon's friends were among them. I don't want to die. Angel, please help us. Please give me a chance. Gasped in surprise, then smiled. I made it through. That was... On Seo Erin's side, she trembled, covering her mouth again, and Sang Chun still coldly watched them vanish. Please help me. I don't want to... Ryuman closed his eyes, his face grim, listening to the cries. The elimination ended, silence returned, and he looked. The round 4 summary panel appeared. Round 4 ended. All regions. Survivors 90,983,209. Your region? S45.5 survivors 521. After a moment, your soul will be transferred to your body in your current dimension. Round 5 will begin at midnight on February 3rd, 2024. See you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Scene changed to outside a hotel. The sky was turning. Suddenly, footsteps ran into the... Sang Chun burst through the door in a panic. Ma Jiayong, who was sleeping on the bed, stirred at the loud... Handsome man woke up. Unit lead Ma Jiayong sat up, confused. What are you doing here? I don't recall calling for you. And Sang Chun panted anxiously. I couldn't contact you, so I took the liberty of coming in. I thought something unexpected had happened. Jiayong winked, smiling confidently. Of course not. Did you think I'd die in round 4? Didn't you see the result? And Sang Chun scratched his head, sweating with worry. I did see your name on the leaderboard, but I'm still worried. After all, that last round was truly insane. Ma Jiayong, still a little groggy, clutched his face. That's why I passed out on the bed as soon as I got back. I'm so mentally exhausted. And Sang Chun said seriously, indeed. For 133 people, Ma Jiayong now became serious, his eyes sharp. If you count the repeated deaths, it would probably be even more. I'm already this strong, so what kind of monster is Black Hook? Is he even... And Sang Chun speculated, somewhat curious. Sir, do you think he might be an active Special Forces soldier? Someone with such skills and courage in Korea? I keep thinking about... Ma Jiayong secretly thought, Black Hook. The more I think about him, the more I admire him. Whatever his true identity, if I could cooperate with him, I would feel very... He didn't know Ryuman's other identity in the real world. He'll have to ask that prophet about Black Hook. Sang Chun added anxiously, but sir, It was truly astonishing how round 4 unfolded exactly as that prophet said it would. To be honest, until I saw it with my own eyes, I was very suspicious of him. Ma Jiang agreed. He recalled Ryuman's real-world prophecy. Round 4's mission isn't monster hunting. It's a massacre among players. Ma Jiang was somewhat confused. Ryuman had seriously analyzed then, that's right. It's a catastrophe, and players will have to kill each other. You need to remain vigilant. And Sang Chun sought guidance. What should we do now, sir? Ma Jiang hadn't quite formulated his thoughts. What do you mean? And Sang Chun asked him about the prophet Ryuman. Do you truly want him to become a business? Ma Jiang, resolute, picked up his jacket. Of course. He's a major shareholder with 31% of the shares. What power do I have? In reality, the company is practically in Ryuman's. Sang Chun raised his hand, confused. So you'll follow his advice and switch to a different industry? Ma Jiang put on his jacket and walked out onto the balcony. What good would talking do? This way, the company can grow. Further, he continued as he stepped outside, beyond that, we need to bring him to our side. Don't underestimate him or feel arrogant just because he's. Ma Jiang gazed at the scenery contemplatively. Even if you don't like his attitude, flatter him and follow his every word. Only turned back and smiled at Sang Chun. Only then can we reap all the sweet benefits from this honeypot called the prophet. And Sang Chun bowed, indicating his understanding. Yes, sir. From now on, I will be more careful when dealing with. The sky was slowly brightening. Their conversation was nearing its end. Excellent. Call him immediately. What should I say? Ma Jiang suggested. Tell him that to celebrate our survival we should throw a party tonight. Tell him to bring family if he has any. Should I invite Ms. Seo to the party as well? And Sang Chun seemed to have some prejudice against her. Ms. Seo, the handsome and gentle man, illuminated by the morning sun, said, at times like this, it's nice to have a celebrity celebrate with us. The scene changed to next to a human had been waiting there for a while. He smiled and waved. Over, Minjuli approached, greeting Ryuman. You look well. He smiled back. She asked, concerned, are you all right? Suddenly inviting me to lunch like this. Ryuman said normally, I just thought we should go for a meal to celebrate successfully passing the round. Don't worry, it's my treat. Minjuli teased. Then he'll take advantage of having a rich friend, all right? Of course, if you don't. A red car started moving, driving down the. He laughed and said thank you. Thanks, Prophet. Thanks to you I could prepare for round 4. Ryuman wondered. Didn't you think I. Minjuli trusted him completely. But you would never do that. What would you gain by tricking me? Ryuman replied happily. Thanks for trust. It was a bit awkward. Thank you? Stop it. I'm the one who should be grateful. If you hadn't told me I needed to kill at least 30 people, I'd be dead by now. Thank you. Inside, Minjuli thought, he truly has no reason to be grateful. She glanced at him, thinking, even if I didn't reveal anything, he would have survived thanks to his protection rune. He's quite talented too. More than any compared to Seo Aaron, who is like a flower protected in a greenhouse, he's more like a weed growing outside. They arrived at a Western-style restaurant with a hint of Japanese influence. They sat at a pre-booked table. Ryuman invited, let's eat. Thank you. Enjoy your. Minjuli looked at him, thinking, how many times has he thanked? She seemed awkward and flustered. Minjuli fell silent, her face darkening, thinking, should a killer like me be doing these things? I only came because Ryuman called, but eating a meal in such. Ryuman noticed her unusual demeanor and asked, Minjuli, why aren't you eating? He guessed it seems she still feels. Gave a vague excuse. I'm not feeling well. He got straight to the point. Is it because you killed? Ryuman comforted her. Don't overthink it and don't blame yourself. You have to survive. Minjuli still found it hard to let go. That's true, he gently said, and besides it's not just you. I and the other players couldn't avoid it either. She still couldn't escape that shadow. Minjuli stammered, even so, I killed. Ryuman cut her off. He seriously explained to her, so what? If something similar happens in the future, are we just going to let it be? If I don't wake up, what will happen to my family? He remembered his adorable younger brother. We have family waiting. Minjuli paused, muttering, He remembered her father crying and hugging her. If I don't wake up, Dad will be so. Minjuli clenched her fists, her expression determined. You're right. I forgot about my family, without realizing they're the reason I held on for so. She looked up at him. Thank you for comfort. Ryuman happily picked up his chopsticks, subtly urging her to eat. It's nothing. Eat these delicious dishes here to cheer yourself up. Minjuli cheered up. Both of them truly began to eat now. This is really good. It feels like all the fatigue from round 4 has been washed away. I'm glad to hear you. Sky was changing color, gradually turning dark. Thanks for the... Ryuman noticed, this is the first time you've called me without my full name. She didn't mind too much and asked, really? If you don't mind, can I call you that from now on? He happily agreed. Of course you... Ryuman subtly thought, it seems her mood is better now. Should I bring up the main topic?
Main topic, Main Julie.
I called you here today to share information about round 5. Julie was surprised, pausing. Round 5? You predicted He got straight to the point. Round 5 will be the most difficult round yet. Also, the regions will merge. She didn't quite understand, finding it hard to imagine. Merge regions? Ryuman summarized simply, basically, the divided regions will combine into... Julie stood up in surprise. So you and I... He calmly took a sip of tea. Yes, but not in round 5. In his head, Ryuman thought, actually, we will meet in round 5. But if I say we're in the same region, she'll want to... He put his teacup down and continued, I need to meet her while remaining anonymous. To do that, listen carefully to what I'm about. Ryuman suggested to her, as I revealed, round 5 will be even harder. You might not pass. But there's a way. Minjulie eagerly asked what he mentioned a familiar name and showed her how to clear the obstacle. Black, go meet him and ask for his... Minjulie was suddenly surprised. Black, Minjulie wanted to confirm her thoughts. The black hook you're talking about, is that the person who ranked first in all regions? Ryuman confirmed that. She pointed to herself, flustered and awkward. So you want me to ask Black Hook for help in round 5? He advised her, instead of asking for help, it's more accurate to say cooperate. Ryuman offered her the best option. You need to temporarily form an alliance with him. Only then can you survive. Minjulie pointed to herself and said, but Black Hook, who was level 30 back then, would he be willing to cooperate? She was somewhat hesitant as he spoke. You have your buff and Black Hook probably needs you too. It will be a symbiotic relationship between the two of you. Minjulie thought, if I can safely get through this round with his help, that would be... She sighed, full of worry. To be honest, I'm still anxious. I don't know if Black Hook would agree to take me along just for my small buff. Ryuman smiled, looking at her and thinking, that's not just a small buff. Your skill is amazing. Ryuman comforted her.
Don't worry.
Black Hook will try to cooperate with you. Not just this round, but the next one too. I've already seen that in the future, so you don't need to... She wanted that to be true. She felt somewhat relieved. Thank you for telling me such important information. Ryuman said naturally, we're friends. This is what I should... Remembering something. She asked him. Could you extend your hand for... She gathered her power, emitting a blue light. I should give you something in return. A blue light glowed around Min. He smiled brightly and happily thanked her. Thank you, Minjulie. In his head, Ryuman seemed to have anticipated this. I guess she would buff me because I know she doesn't like being indebted to... Minjulie blushed in embarrassment. On his side, he finally achieved his goal. Now I can go home and use... System information panel appeared. All stats have increased by 50% due to the blessing skill effect. A white pouch was thrown onto the table. Current kills, 100 out of 100. All stats have increased by 50% due to the butcher's rune. Ryuman was home, sitting in a chair, thinking. Thanks to Minjulie's blessing effect, and the bonus stats from the butcher's rune after killing 100 men. He observed the information panel in front of him, silently assessing. My stats must have increased quite a bit. Status window. Status window. Ryuman. Alias. Black Hook. Grade Common. Level 30. Class. Reaper. Titles. Wanderer. Hidden. First Angel Slayer. Hidden. God of Punishment. Hidden. Stats. Strength plus 93. Intelligence plus 111. Agility plus 105. Luck plus 84. Stat points. What Ryuman noticed most was his luck. Luck is 80. He drew a random card. It seems my luck is high. Then I can expect to draw something. What he drew was the lowest grade magic stone draw ticket. Item type. Consumable. Grade. Rare. Effect. Randomly provides 1 to 5 lowest grade magic stones. Usage restriction. Until the next round. Apprentice rank and above. Description. A time-limited item. Randomly provides you with magic stones. If not used by the next round, the item will automatically disappear. Affected by luck. Ryuman held it, observing it intently and thinking how to use it. If I were a normal person, I'd probably pray to the gods to get a good... He smirked, thinking, but screw praying to that damn... Ryuman remembered the angel's words. Now we will begin a game. We will play 20 rounds. On the first day of each month, human souls will be transported to another dimension to play. He imagined God holding numerous swords and flinging them towards the people, speculating, I don't know who it is, but this must be caused by a god. Who else could grab 1.8 billion people and throw them into a deadly game? The one behind all of this must be a god. A god toying with Ryuman's face tightened seriously. If, after I pass the final round, I can make one of my wishes come true, I'll wish for that damned god who created this disgusting game to die a gruesome. The ticket in his hand vanished, and something rectangular appeared. Used lowest grade magic stone draw. The system's congratulatory message rang out. Congratulations! You have drawn 5 lowest grade magic stones. Items acquired: 2 lowest grade red magic stones, 1 lowest grade yellow magic stone, 1 lowest grade green magic stone, 1 lowest grade purple magic. He seemed a little surprised. 5 stones? 5 is the maximum. Ryuman smiled happily. I got the best result by cursing, not by praying to the gods. I'm lucky. Now for the main part. He pressed a button. Alright, let's start combining. First, he'll put 2 lowest grade red magic stones together and press. The system displayed, combination successful. You have created 1 low-grade red magic stone. Ryuman took the result in his hand. When combining magic stones of the same color and grade like this, you can obtain a higher grade magic stone. Along with the magic stone I got from Co. Aaron and the one I drew from the notification sound kept ringing. Combination successful. You have created 1 low-grade purple magic. He considered a new approach. Next, if I combine a magic stone with an item, combine. Success rate is incredibly high. Combination successful. Assassin's Hood has gained damage plus 2%. Excellent. Now to combine the next few. Humans successively combined different items. Dark gloves. Stats added plus 2%. Resistance ring. Luck added plus. Next, it changed to cunning tunic. Agility added plus. He looked at the separation panel, thinking, it'll separate the blue magic stone from the hunter's leather armor. The system announced, bloodstained assassin's robe has gained damage reduction plus 1%. Ryuman smiled, about to reap the rewards. So I've used all the magic stones I have. Using information to get that buff was definitely worth. The sunset gradually darkened. The sky almost black before the large apartment complex. Now to prepare to meet Ryuman appeared with a blank, astonished expression. Ryugan was a bit flustered and awkward. The chairman of the company you invested in is the heir to the Osung Group? Ryuman confirmed. I was invited to a party as their business partner, and in the future will be collab. He trembled with fear, his face pale, eyes sparkling as he looked at Ryuman. Can I really go to a place like that, big brother? Ryuman meticulously tied his tie for him. He said you could bring family so you don't need to worry. Your tie is The doorbell rang. Ryugan flinched, tensing up. They're here. Ryuman said, The two went to open the door. Ryuman looked calm and normal, while Ryugan was tense and Ryugan's eyes widened in surprise. Sang-chun stood at the door, bowing. Hello. I'm here to escort. Ryugan sweated, clutching Ryuman. That's the person we met before. And Sang-chun asked, This is? Ryugan raised his hand to introduce. This is my younger. And Sang-chun handed Ryugan an invitation. Please forgive me for not introducing myself sooner. I am unit leader and Sang-chun. We've met before, haven't we? Erase my business card. Ryugan took it. Yes. And Sang-chun showed regret. Although I've already confessed to your brother, I sincerely apologize for my disrespectful behavior towards you. Seeing this, Ryugan didn't feel too much ill will toward. Sang-chun extended his hand and bowed, inviting them. Please consider this party an apology, so I hope you won't be inconvenienced. Shall we go then? A limousine is waiting for you. The sky had completely darkened, and the lights of Ma Jiang's hotel illuminated a dark. The two brothers were led by Sang-chun, who showed them the way. Suddenly, a voice from somewhere caught their attention. Shareholder Ma Jiang smiled, descending the stairs and greeting him. I'm glad to see you're. Ryuman smiled back. Me too. Ma Jiang noticed the person standing next to him. And this is your family, I presume? Ryuman introduced. That's right. This is my younger brother. He smiled, shaking hands and greeting him. Nice to meet you. I am Chairman Ma Jiang of Celestial Demon Consulting. You should use your right hand for a handshake. Ryugan stiffly extended his hand to shake. Ma Jiang asked curiously, Is your brother also a... Ryugan shook his head. No, I'm not a player. Ryuman looked at his brother, smiling. He's only 14 years old, right? Ma Jiang looked at Ryugan and said, That's truly fortunate. If you were 1 year older, you wouldn't have been able to escape this deadly game. I envy you. Ryugan showed no expression, but in his head, he scorned. He led everyone inside. Please come this way. Although it's a bit simple, we've put our heart into preparing this. In a room, the dining table was fully set. Dishes were brought out with 2 servers. Food was beautifully arranged and looked incredibly delicious. A server and a private chef stood by the table to perform and prepare the dish. Ryugan looked at everything in front of him with sparkling, astonished eyes. Ma Jiang gestured, inviting everyone to make themselves comfortable. You must be hungry. We didn't prepare much, but it should certainly be enough to fill you. Ryugen, confused, spun around, thinking, is he talking to me? Come here, Ryumen. There's not much. Jaehyung-wook offered a friendly smile and began his meal. Please eat. Suddenly the room door. Ryugen noticed and turned around. He watched in wide-eyed surprise. Co. Aaron, elegantly dressed, walked in with an impressive aura. Co. Aaron? Co. Aaron was also invited. Glanced to her. Jaehyung-wook stood up from his seat and said, you finally arrived. Miss. She quickly apologized to him. I apologize, sir. I had to attend a fellow actor's funeral, so I'm late. Jaehyung-wook kindly forgave her. You don't have to worry. We understand. More importantly, this is our company's major shareholder. She habitually tucked her hair behind her ear to introduce herself. Hello, I am actress Aaron. Ryugen lightly tugged at Ryumen, who was agape. Didn't the two of you deliver rice cakes when we first moved in? Ryumen answered for his brother. That's Co. Aaron appeared delighted with them, but inwardly she harbored doubts. So I'm neighbors with the major shareholder. How wonderful. He looks younger than me but is already a major shareholder of the company. Is Mr. President joking? Ryugen snuggled into his brother's arm and stammered, hey big brother, that person. That's Co. Aaron. His brother's attitude made Ryumen realize something. Ryugen still didn't know about the relationship between Jaehyung-wook and Co. Aaron. Her sudden appearance must have surprised his. He looked at his younger brother's flushed face and thought, more importantly, anyone who sees her appearance would react this way naturally. To avoid suspicion, he also told himself, I should probably show a little interest. Jaehyung-wook noticed them and subtly smirked. He's truly young. So even a seer is just like anyone else, huh? Calling Co. Aaron here was the right decision. Then offered his signature smile and gestured to them. Well, everyone must be hungry. Please enjoy the meal without anyone. Everyone sat at the table together to enjoy the lavish banquet. Ryugen was utterly thrilled with every dish he tasted. Brother, the meat is so tender it melts in my mouth. Ryumen was also pleased and smiled, saying, really? Then eat. Jaehyung-wook waited for them to eat for a while before beginning his probing. Mr. Major Shareholder, is the food to your liking? I specifically instructed the chef to pay close attention to these. Ryumen was still picking food for his younger brother when he turned to reply, it's delicious. Jaehyung-wook then shifted the conversation to someone else. And what about you, Ryugen? Is the food to your Ryugen blurted out, yes. This is my first time eating dishes like. Jaehyung-wook was pleased. I'm glad to hear you say that. It's a good thing my demands on the chef were quite. They continued their meal at a slow pace. Jaehyung-wook kept asking questions. I see you haven't brought any other family members. Why is it just you and your. Ryumen's face suddenly showed clear displeasure. My brother is my only family. My parents have passed. Jaehyung-wook was flustered by his reaction. I see. I apologize. Secretly gritted his teeth. Why did I ask that question? The harmonious atmosphere between us is completely. Now he clearly saw Ryumen's tearful expression and cursed silently. Damn it. I should keep my mouth shut until the atmosphere improved. Not long after, the plates were cleared, replaced by. Jaehyung-wook drank his cup of tea with extreme discomfort. Someone needs to improve this atmosphere. He tried to look at the person next to him, signaling, Ms. Aaron, look over here, Ms. But his words went unheeded, and the president, losing patience, set down his. He stood up in the middle of the meal and proposed to Aaron, Ms. Aaron, could we speak for a moment? She looked up in confusion. Walked out together, moving quite a distance from. As they walked, Jaehyung-wook began to speak. Listen, Ms. Aaron. The girl behind him, unaware, reflexively replied, yes, Mr. Then paused to collect his. A loaded question was posed by the president. Was the food delicious? Aaron smiled brightly. It was very delicious. Her innocence caused him to turn with a gloomy. The president's face darkened, looking as if he could kill someone. Do you think I called you here just for you to eat your. He looked down at her reproachfully. I called you here to help make the atmosphere more pleasant. Why are you so slow to understand? Aaron quickly apologized.
I'm sorry.
I thought you only invited me to the party. He sighed in exasperation. Why would I randomly invite you to dinner like. Jaehyung-wook rubbed his forehead to clear his thoughts. Didn't the unit head tell you who that person was? Aaron awkwardly recounted what she knew. Isn't he the major share? The president then added to her statement. He's both the major shareholder and a prophet. The young actress gasped. He emphasized it even more. That's right, prophet. As the name suggests, his profession is very special. He can see the finger twitched slightly. Do you understand? We must make him happy. If we know the information for the next round beforehand, imagine how great the advantage. Jaehyung-wook's subsequent words frightened Aaron. So, you need to use that beautiful face of yours to go along with everything he says. and smiled. He then clenched his fist, full of ambition. With a sly smile, Jae-wook pressured her with an invisible force, and used every method to win over that prophet. Erin broke out in a cold sweat. Forgive me for asking directly, but I don't think doing that. He cut her off without listening. As president, I created opportunities for you to succeed in your acting career. Haven't you already accumulated enough of a debt to and listened to his demands with apprehension. You don't need to hesitate. Any trick or scheme is fine. Just make shareholder Ryumin. Jae-wook frowned and asked again. Why aren't you answering me? At this, the timid girl quickly blurted out. I understand. Paused their discussion as he decided to return to the party. They'll be watching to see if you make a serious effort. Now let's go. Erin replied in a despondent tone. Inside the party, the awkward atmosphere persisted, with only Sang-chun silently watching the two. Jae-wook opened the door and entered with Erin, speaking cheerfully. Did everyone wait long? We had some business to discuss, so we're a bit late getting. He deliberately glanced at her, hinting, it seems you've finished eating. Shall we move to another location? Ryumin and Ryugen stood up and walked toward the door, awaiting. Jae-wook grew more impatient seeing Erin awkwardly looking at the two guests. I've told her everything she needs to do, so why is she still hesitant? Fortunately, Ryugen took the initiative to strike up a conversation with her. Oh, Ms. Seo, she immediately replied. The young man's face flushed with shyness. I'm a fan of yours. You're even more beautiful than in pictures. Erin politely covered her smile. Thank you. Ryugen continued to express his wish. If possible, I hope you could take a picture with me. They continued chatting happily, and she agreed to his request. Oh, of course. Jae-wook immediately made a mental note. The younger brother seems more interested than him. We need to change the... Erin's phone in her hand vibrated continually. She immediately brought up her phone to... A message from the president appeared right before her eyes. Change target. Befriend the younger brother. Erin's face showed clear difficulty. He's an innocent fan, but I have to deceive. Ryugen, walking ahead, also tried to glance back. Jae-wook was now very pleased with his plan. If we can win over the younger brother, the older brother will have no choice but to automatically join us. That way, we'll easily get information about the next. He held out his hand to direct their attention to the inner room. This is a private room prepared for VIP guests. Of course, here you can order as many drinks and snacks as you like. Along with the room was decorated with red lights. The furniture was simple yet exuded an air of luxury befitting honored guests.
Ryugun suddenly wondered, drinks?
If it's alcoholic drinks, I'm only a high school student. Jae-wook waved his hand and offered a different suggestion. It's fine. You can have other kinds of drinks. He then ordered Sang-chun, who was nearby. Unit head Sang-chun, order a special VIP set here, and a non-alcoholic drink for the high school student Ryugen. Sang-chun immediately nodded. Yes, Mr. President. The room door closed. Ryumin sighed and spoke up. Mr. President, I can't drink alcohol either. Jae-wook was surprised and replied. Is that so? If you're old enough, you should take this opportunity to try. After hearing his reply, Ryumin turned to Erin. Hey, Ms. Seo Erin, could you go outside and take pictures with my brother? The gentle girl readily agreed. Oh, both bowed to them and went outside. Once he confirmed everyone had left, Ryumin clenched his fist and called out to Jae-wook. Mr. President. Jae-wook wondered what the calm expression from earlier completely changed, replaced by one of anger. Do you think I'm easy? Jae-wook still didn't understand his intention. What do you... Ryumin crossed his arms and clearly explained to him. Have you forgotten that my profession is a prophet? I can see the future. Do you honestly think I didn't know about the conversation between you and actress Seo? Jae-wook was astonished by his words and couldn't speak. How can we cooperate in business like... Ryumin looked him squarely in the eye, sternly and directly. Mr. President, don't hide anything. Jae-wook was utterly shocked. He knew about the conversation between me and Seo Erin? How is that possible? He can also see the future like they were in the private room face to face. You told Ms. Seo Erin to curry favor with me. The president quickly apologized to him. If that made you uncomfortable, I sincerely apologize. I only wanted her to become your... Ryumin didn't care, as what angered him was something else. But you also wanted to use my younger brother. That's going too far. Jae-wook flinched, hit where it hurt. He even knew about... Despite his high ego, he lowered his head and said, I am truly sorry. I made a foolish decision. Prophet. I will rectify anything that displeased... Ryumin didn't make it difficult for him and accepted immediately. Since you've apologized sincerely, I'll let it slide this time. I'll pretend I never heard anything you said to actress Seo. Jae-wook then looked up. Thank you for giving me another chance. Sang-chun also entered at that moment. Mr. President, I've returned. This time, Jae-wook seemed awkward and ordered him, you Go outside. Sang-chun was surprised. Excuse. Jae-wook cleared his throat, signaling to him. I have something to discuss with this VIP guest. Unit head Sang-chun, please guide those two to the room next door. Sang-chun understood the hint and left immediately. I understood. He gently closed the room. Now, only the two of them were looking at each other, making Jae-wook even more tense. Damn it. I intended to use Seo Aaron to lighten the mood, but I just made things. Ryumin suddenly asked him, do you want information about the next round? Jae-wook flinched and replied, yes, of course. You even knew about this? Ryumin, facing him, continued, the reason I accepted your dinner invitation was to give you information about round. He shrugged, showing his displeasure. However, if you continue to treat me this way, it will be very difficult, whether it's giving you information or cooperating. Jae-wook gently persuaded him. I sincerely apologize. Please overlook my mistake this time. With a firm attitude, Ryumin directly reminded him, Mr. President, don't hide anything from me. In the future, also trust me unconditionally. As he had the upper hand, he continued to command. I also hope you won't question the company's operations anymore. And please persuade the other shareholders at the shareholder meeting. The president was forced to comply. Understood. I will do everything I can to control the other shareholders. Since things were more settled, Ryumin smiled again. Good, then. I will do my best to help you develop the. At this point, he began to mention what Jae-wook needed. I will tell you the information you want to know about round. But just as he began, it made Jae-wook tense again. The difficulty of round 5 is the highest of all the rounds we've experienced. Seeing his reaction, Ryumin reassured him with another sentence.
Don't worry.
If it's you, you won't face any major problems. Jae-wook eagerly wanted to hear. Then what is the mission for round? Ryumin held up 3 fingers. The mission is to kill 500 oro. But it's not that, and there was one more important thing he needed to remind him. Also, the zones will merge. Jae-wook's eyes widened in surprise. The reason for this was also carefully given by Ryumin. Because the number of players has significantly decreased, the separated zones will begin to merge into one. Jae-wook asked with a hint of anticipation, so we can meet players from other zones? Like Blacks? But Ryumin shook his head and affirmed, you will not be in the same zone as the player named Black. Jae-wook didn't delve deeper but wandered off topic. Is that so? Do you know Black Sphere's identity? Ryumin secretly smiled and replied as usual, I don't know who he is either. But you'll meet him soon. We're already meeting him, aren't? Ryumin's gaze became serious again. And one more to increase his credibility, he also spoke of things Jae-wook hadn't expected. You're chasing someone, aren't you? The person named Hwang Eon-min. Jae-wook gaped. You knew about that? Ryumin casually crossed his arms and repeated his earlier words. I already told you it's useless to try and hide anything from me. At this point, the president fully trusted him. As I thought, your ancient script of foresight truly surpasses imagination. Prophet. If you know who that person is, then, a blunt statement was uttered. Don't investigate him anymore. Jae-wook was curious. Is there a Ryumin turned his face away and subtly hinted to him. If you mess with that guy, you'll suffer a great loss. The president wanted to hear more clearly. Could I know why specifically? But Ryumin subtly refused him. I can only tell you that. Jae-wook fell into thought about seeing him struggling. Ryumin secretly smiled to himself. Actually, I'm keeping that guy alive because he's still you. Jae-wook was also very understanding and immediately agreed. I understand. We will stop investigating Hwang Eon. Then left first. So, shall we resume the party? This time let's not drink. Okay? To maintain a harmonious atmosphere. They'll go call the others back. Ryumin nodded. After leaving the conversation, Jae-wook sighed with cold eyes. Phew, I need to relieve some stress. Outside, heavy rain was falling, making the road slippery. A strange figure hastily ran out from an alley. One side of his shirt was stained with blood, but he kept running frantically in the. His mouth was wide open, desperately gasping for breath as he lost. Now looking closely, one of his hands was missing, and he was. The person stood looking at the lightning flashing across the sky. Even footsteps echoed steadily through the rustling sound of the man turned around in horror, about to scream. A cold blade swung, then it slashed down, cutting 2 deep lines across his. Now even his legs were severed, making him. His entire body trembled, then collapsed onto the ground. A desperate scream rang out but was cut short by someone. Shut your. Jae-wook, soaking wet, commanded the other person, unless you want your tongue cut. The person crawled on the ground in fear. Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? The president coldly turned his sword and asked him in return. A child rapist like you still makes excuses? Do you really not? Man cried, trying to raise one hand to shield himself. Wait, that happened a long time ago. Why are you attacking me now? My prison sentence is over. I'm free now. I'm just an old... Without listening to the man's justifications, the sword was brought down. Jae-wook mercilessly stabbed him directly in the... His face darkened as he continued to warn. If you don't want to die a slow and painful death, then stop talking and shut your mouth. If there are more witnesses because of you, the death toll will increase. The other person, too much in pain and fear, quickly fell silent as he was... A surge of dark power then radiated from Jae-wook's body. That's right. You're so old. Yet your ears aren't deaf, huh? It's not good for trash like you to still be alive. It coiled around the sword, which was plunged into the man's... Then that powerful surge of energy grew more and more, gathering around where the sword was. The other person's tears streamed down in horror. What is... Then the magic constricted his mouth and face, preventing him from... Slowly, those strange things completely devoured every part of the unlucky wretches. His arm struggled to reach out for... Countless venomous snakes gnawed at every piece of the old man's soul, making him groan in... Jae-wook watched the scene with discomfort in his heart. If it weren't for my dark mana needing replenishment, I would have killed trash like him immediately. He gently lowered his sword to let the mana be absorbed into it. There's no other way. To use Dark Halo, I need dark... Jae-wook raised his sword high once more. And to replenish dark mana, I need to take other life. With just a flick of his wrist, the slash tore through the messy heap on the ground. Now you can... The bloodied arm slumped down, losing its vitality. And when I kill the body was not entirely intact as the wound was ripped open. I gain more dark mana than from killing monsters. Jae-wook thought to himself with relish. Right from the start, for someone who enjoys killing criminals like... He smoothed back his wet hair and laughed heartily. Isn't Dark Knight the perfect... Then his sword was brought closer to the corpse. Cleaning up the trash down here really helped relieve my... He thought a command in his head for the mana to slowly unleash. After a moment, the magic only lingered around the corpse, showing no other... He was a little disappointed, just as I thought. Can't devour corpses. Dark Halo only devours the life force of living... The calico cat scurried away in the rain. Perhaps it was the one that made the noise. Jae-wook breathed a sigh of relief. There can't be any witness. The situation in the dark alley was also deliberately created by him. I lured him into a dead end, away from prying eyes. And it's also dawn right now. No, there's probably one. Then he suddenly remembered someone. Prophet Ryuman. He can see scenes like this through his ancient script of... His body was still drenched by the pouring rain, but Jae-wook had only one concern. If so, does that mean he knew I was a serial killer and still approached? He secretly curled his lips into a smirk. Then, habitually, he picked up his phone and called his right-hand man. Unit head Sang-chun. Come here and help me dispose of some... Time passed quickly, and it was 2 weeks after the dinner with Jae-wook. Ryuman sat on his bed, idly scrolling through his phone. I don't have anything specific to do, so I've mostly been staying home. Always having to think about the future. I needed a little rest. The screen showed news feeds about players changing the world and such. But today, the resting period is... He tapped the red button on the screen. It's time for me to... Ryuman's eyes flashed with a hint of... Now, to get one of the 5 ancient scripts that can be found in the real world. The ancient script of replica. The trending headline of a news article was tragic news about the game. 1.8 billion people pulled into the other world, reduced to 90 million in just 3 months. Economy in peril due to loss of young generation. Schools nationwide closed. Endless grief. Parents and siblings worldwide drown in... Black Dragonfire in hand sat on his chair and clicked his tongue. It's only the 4th round, and already a pile of people have died. What useless... Then he smirked with satisfaction as he continued to scroll through the news. Death toll from players skyrockets after 4th round. 45 minutes ago, thousands of surveillance cameras destroyed. Cities become lawless at night. 55 minutes ago, anti-government players form online community. 2 hours ago, public anxiety rises.
Urgent solution.
3 hours ago, criminal psychologists suggest people lose motivation because it's a complete mess. If they were players, they'd do the exact same. Picked up his axe and muttered, "What's wrong with wanting to do whatever I want before I die? Damn old farts. That's why they shouldn't always force us into a mold. Don't do this, don't do that. It's all because of restrictions and..." Black Dragonfire in hand swung his... He said loudly and angrily, bringing a powerful strike down on the floor. That's why we're all exploding. And his face became dazed as he looked up. Oh well, it doesn't matter anymore. No one can stop me. He grinned, his face scrunching up.
Anive, im player.
I'm superior to all. Around him were scattered corpses in pools of blood. Now, who should I kill? Black Dragonfire in hand looked at his hands and asked himself, I just killed someone in real life, but I don't feel anything. Is it because I went through hell in the 4th? He complained nonchalantly, after making this mess, it's only 1 point per person? How stingy. Is it because they're civilian? Remembering himself in the previous round only made him more His system panel showed ancient script of devour effect. Accumulated stats increase when you kill enemies. When the points are full, you will receive a random stat. The number of stacks you receive is proportional to the enemies. Thinking this, he pushed open the classroom door to look for more people. I want to kill players instead of civilians because I get more points. While scrolling through his phone, Black Dragonfire in hand accidentally found an interesting piece of information. Is there an online player community forum? Anti-government players formed an online community 2 hours. It was exactly what he wanted, and an idea sparked. Can I join the forum and meet other players to kill them? This way, he'll get a lot more. When he tapped it, numerous questions appeared. Join forum. Description. The nation's first online forum to help players who change the world. Welcome to BCVK. Yes or no? BCVK guidelines. BCVK is conducting interviews to accept new members to ensure only players join the community. Yes or no? Question. Please answer all the following questions truthfully. There will be consequences if you do not comply. 1. Please enter your name, address, and phone number. Answer 2. Please enter your level, class in the other world, and username. Answer 3. Please enter your zone. Answer 4. Please enter the rounds you've completed. Answer 5. Please type I agree if you consent to the interview. And Black Dragonfire in hand clicked his tongue. What? They want all my personal information and an interview? Too much. Nevertheless, he quickly filled in his information. But I have to get in here to meet other players. While he was still typing on his keyboard, his strange thoughts became even more smug. Other players would certainly never think that there would be a player out there killing other. After completing the procedure, he walked to a shop located amidst lush greenery. Is this the right? Screen displayed a message from the interviewer. Please come to Welcome Cafe in Wabu, Namyang before noon. You can wear whatever you. Looking up at the signboard in front of him, he had arrived at the correct place. This is it. Black Dragonfire in hand showed a hint of irritation. Damn it. They called me out to the middle of nowhere like this. Buses don't even run. In an annoyed state, he opened the cafe door and walked in. They'll kill that damn interviewer if he pisses me. The clean and elegant interior made him slightly bewildered. What? The interior is more modern than I expected. 30-year-old, sitting at a table, soon saw the arriving guest. Are those two the only customers? He quickly stood up to ask, are you the one we have an interview appointment with? Black Dragonfire in hand stopped abruptly and replied. That 30-year-old actively approached him and friendly said, what's your username? He replied, Black Dragonfire in. 30-year-old shook his hand. Nice to meet you. I'm the interviewer. My username is 30-year-old. Black Dragonfire in hand gasped in surprise. You're a player? His reaction was not unexpected by 30-year-old. I know I don't look like it, but I'm 30 this year. This way, he pointed to the person in the pink jacket sitting on a chair and introduced them. This is little Coco. He's also here for an interview.
COCKL.
And this is Black Dragonfire in hand. You might become teammates, so please say hello to each. Black Dragonfire in hand pulled out a chair with a contemptuous thought. This anchovy-looking bastard is also a player? He looks so weak. Hello. The person next to him nodded politely. After sitting at the table, he curiously wondered, I guess the business isn't doing too well. No customers and no part-time staff. 30-year-old chuckled and explained, it's quite far from the city, so it's understandable. That's why we rented this place for Dragonfire in hand, still naive, asked, so you rented this place? But shouldn't the owner still be here? I don't see anyone. 30-year-old enthusiastically replied, the owner is preparing food in the kitchen. Oh, this is a cafe, but they also serve. He focused his gaze on the strange cafe's surroundings. The spot he was looking at was a corner wall. There aren't even cameras. Then Black Dragonfire in hand glanced at the person in the pink jacket next to him. If I kill these two and run away, no one will. Nevertheless, he reassured himself. No, I can't miss this opportunity just to kill two people. Aren't we going to start the interview? 30-year-old happily said. We're waiting for one more person. Well, start when he arrived. He heard that and asked again to be sure. One more person. So there are three. 30-year-old replied while looking out the window, and unexpectedly blurted out, yes, the appointment time is a bit late, so please wait a little longer. The cafe door gently opened, and a welcoming bell. 30-year-old, as a courtesy, personally greeted the player. Are you here for the interview? The player replied, yes. Then 30-year-old asked, what's your An unexpected name was uttered, causing him to quickly cover his mouth in shock. The scene shifted to several days earlier, when an online meeting was taking place before a computer screen. Welcome, Jammy. Nice to meet you. Welcome, The president clasped his hands together and smiled to begin. Everyone is here except jammed up honey. Now, let's start the meeting for the third week of April. Lastiak, you go first. The called person immediately spoke up. Yes, Mr. President. The president asked him, how many people joined the forum this? Lastiak seriously reported, around 2,000. The president commented, more than last week. Lastiak also acknowledged this. The number of players is decreasing monthly, but the number of forum participants is increasing. Lastiak voiced his speculation. I think the article about us attracted them. The president then wondered, who hired the Jamie raised her hand to take credit. That was me, Mr. President. He looked surprised. I see. I didn't realize you had connections in this field. She chuckled with amusement and explained further. It's a new The president continued to smile and said, that's wonderful. I expect nothing less from a long-time member. So, Lastiak, among the 2,000 people, how many are truly skilled? He immediately replied, if we exclude players without classes and those below level 10, we have about 1,200. The number was quite large, making the president ponder. So how many are actually useful? Lastiak then put on his glasses and held his tablet. He'll talk about. He scrolled through the information on the device and began to read. One notable player is Black Dragonfire in hand from Zone S45.5S. He's a normal level 10 warrior, but he secured third place in his. The president considered it. Third place? He must have a good ancient script for his level. Or he's lying. Lastiak again expressed his satisfaction. But I think he's good enough to be chosen as a candidate for an executive position. The report continued. That's right. Anyone else? He scrolled further and stopped. Another person is Little Coco. He's from Zone S122.7. Always ranked between 4th and Lastiak also reported another encouraging statistic. Besides those two, there are 50 players within the top 100 of their respective zones. The president's eyes lit up. That's quite a lot. It seems they'll be busy interviewing Suddenly the conversation shifted to another person. Isn't that right, my 30-year-old? He quickly woke up from his doze. I apologize. The president's face immediately became serious. Are you dozing off? What were you doing last night that you're sleepy now? 30-year-old tried to say something but couldn't. Teach that. His superior cut him off. I won't listen to excuses. Finish 50 interviews before the next meeting. If you don't make it, another high-ranking candidate might replace. Because of his mistake, he could only nod in compliance. I understand. Please leave it. The president then asked another question. Anyway, Lastiak, has Black Sphere contacted us yet? Lastiak checked his phone and replied. If so, I would have reported it. Hearing that, the president sighed. Perhaps so. I would grant him an executive position immediately if he joined. He then continued to instruct the other executives. Jamie, could you ask that reporter to write more articles? We'll probably need more promotional strategies to attract Black Sphere to join. She smiled, her eyes crinkling, and gestured with her hand. Of course, as long as there's. He was also very generous and immediately agreed. Don't worry about that. I will reward you for your dedication. Jamie smiled happily. Thank you, Mr. President. He was about to say something else. So, let's move on to the next topic, but Lastiak, at this moment, exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, Mr. President. A well-known name just requested to join." The president immediately stopped, looking curious. Who? His subordinate's hands trembled as he quickly uttered the name. B. Blacks. All the executives snapped to attention upon realizing the presence of a top. Back at the cafe, 30-year-old awkwardly shook hands with the person in front of him. Nice to meet you. It wasn't too difficult to get here. The person coldly dismissed his words. Yes, it was difficult. 30-year-old quickly scratched his head and forced a smile. I apologize for that. This is the best place for us to maintain pride. Then they walked together into the meeting place. Anyway, you're really handsome. I bet girls really like you. This way, the guest sat down on the chair next to 30-year-old, who offered, please sit. These two are also here for interviews, just like Black Dragonfire in Hand's eyes widened in surprise. The introverted young man also spoke softly. Sitting in front of them was a strange face who introduced himself. I am Black. Ryu Min revealed a sly smile from beneath his hoodie. I'm Little Coco. That scoundrel is quite amusing. Young Titch was drenched in sweat. Titch, that person is Black Sphere? The one who killed me 5 times? I really want to ask him if we've ever met in real life, or why he likes killing me so. 30-year-old then reminded him, Black Dragonfire, what's wrong? Aren't you going to introduce yourself? He quickly bowed his head and whispered, hello. In Black Dragonfire. Fake Black Sphere nodded as if he had. His reaction made Black Dragonfire in Hand clench his teeth in even greater fear. What? He didn't even respond? I thought he'd recognize me if I said my player name. Or does he not remember my name, even though he's killed me 5 times? Ryu Min, next to him, drank his water while secretly observing their every action. I acted arrogantly like that. I'm also impersonating, but this guy is a true he actually knew the identity of the person in front of him. His player name is Kukuru Bing Bong. He's a professional scammer who has used all sorts of tricks and schemes to make this imposter in the future is even capable of creating another clone. Currently, he's not a big problem yet, but later, he will receive the ancient script of replication and become famous. Or rather, infamous. Because he uses the ancient script of replication to commit all sorts of Ryu Min carefully calculated in his head. This is the bitter reality where even criminals can gain power from the other world. But it's good that I met him as intended. I'll use him to get the ancient script of replication. 30-year-old took out his computer and began. Everyone has introduced themselves, right? So, I'll start with personal information confirmation. Starting with little Ryu Min, feigning innocence successfully, shyly said, "My name is Kim Sung-hyun. I'm 20 years old. I just graduated from graduate school, so I don't have a job." The executive 30-year-old recorded the information carefully. Says here you're a level 13 assassin. Is that correct? He replied, "That's right." 30-year-old asked further, "And you're also ranked 4th in your zone?" Yes. Outwardly, he appeared awkward. But in his mind, Ryumin secretly cursed. Hell no. All lies. Of course, except for the player. He once saw a player with such a name in a gathering, so he adopted it. Little Coco is actually an existing name. In other words, he was also impersonating someone else, but he needed to do so to fulfill the condition for obtaining the human replication. As he recalled, In Hong had personally stabbed a girl in the stomach. The human replication script required the recipient to kill someone at the location where the script was hidden, while impersonating someone. Guy remained very calm, making himself as cold as Ryu Min. In the past, this bastard had killed someone while impersonating him and obtained the human replication. Then, 30-year-old looked at Hyung Taek. "Alright, next is you, Hack Fire Dragon." He immediately replied, "My name is Sim Hyung Taek. I'm 16 years old and currently a high school." He exclaimed in surprise, yet a contradictory thought ran through his mind. "You're the youngest one here. This chubby pig is a high school student? How does..." 30-year-old looked at the person in front of him and wondered, could he still look down on him like that if he knew Sim Hyung Taek had killed his classmate? That's not something an ordinary high school student could. He repeated the same question. "You were a level 10 warrior and ranked 3rd in your region before, right?" Hack Fire Dragon slammed his hand on the table, then shrugged and explained, "It's just part of the process, that's all. I apologize if you feel offended." After that, 30-year-old continued the interview with the last person. "It's your turn, Hack Gavel." In Hong glanced at him and said, "Kim In Hong, 28 years old. I'm a fund manager. I've never dropped from the top rank in my region, and am currently level 30. You must know my profession is the Grim Reaper, right? Is there anything else you want me to The operator naturally didn't dare to retort and just forced a smile. "No more." Ryu Min continued eating the strawberries in his glass, but was very dissatisfied. "Fund manager, my ass. He should be managing a bunch of scammers. Then hell use this Hack Gavel name to borrow money from other." 30-year-old put down his computer and became serious again. "That's all I need you to confirm about your identities. So, let's start the interview. You just need to tell me your reasons for wanting to join PCVK. You first, little Ryu Min twirled his straw to show his awkwardness. "Well, the world is very dangerous right now. It's scary to go out alone. And many other things. I think it would be better to stay with other He turned to the person next to him. "Alright, next, Hack Fire Dragon." Hyung Taek carefully thought, "I can't say that I came here to kill other Then he casually borrowed the previous person's reason. "I, similar to little Coco, also can't go to school anymore, and am also worried about the next." When turning to In Hong, 30-year-old was a bit more enthusiastic. "Is that so? What about you, Hack Gavel?" He sneered in reply, "I only registered because I saw there was a forum. Piqued my interest." 30-year-old forced a smile. "I see." Meanwhile, Ryu Min stared at him. "Hell pass anyway, no matter what he says, because he's Hack." He straightened his posture and smiled. "Alright, all of your answers are quite satisfactory. Now for the final part of the He uttered these words. 30-year-old's attitude was extremely amused. "Kill someone. You must kill another person to pass the final part of this." Ryu Min panicked. "Kill? Kill someone?" He, however, said very calmly, "You probably don't understand. Alright, let me enlighten." His eyes widened in annoyance. "You must have seen the posts already. The government has started to rein in us players and turn against us. They fear us because we are stronger than." 30-year-old clenched his hand, full of ambition. "However, we players will soon dominate the world. That world will become a reality much sooner if all of us cooperate." A wide smile bloomed on his face. "Therefore, we have no reason to be hindered by the law. We need to show the government that players are now the law, by defying government regulation. Ryu Min was still very confused and covered his mouth. Is that why we have to kill people? 30-year-old emphasized, exactly, it's how we show the government our. Hyung Taek was also stunned in shock, while In Hong remained silent. To show them that we are not controlled by them. After 30-year-old finished speaking, he returned to his gentle smile. Now do you understand, little Coco? He replied softly, raised a finger and reminded them, if any of you don't want to complete this final part of the interview, you can leave right now. However, leaving also means you won't be able to request our assistance. He wiped the cream from his mouth, not at all surprised. He means anyone who leaves will be blacklisted. Huh? This is to pressure us into killing people. That way, it'll be hard for us to leave this community. Fire Dragon and the fake hack Gavel both pondered for a moment but didn't. 30-year-old clapped his hands in satisfaction. Seems you're all ready. Good, then I'll consider everyone to have agreed. Well, begin the final part, right? Tech wondered, what do you mean begin? Begin killing people? But who is there to kill here? He immediately replied, you don't need to worry about. 30-year-old smirked and said cryptically, I've already prepared everything. Outside, heavy rain had begun to fall. Dark clouds covered the sky, making the atmosphere even. Since the interview was over, 30-year-old stood up actively. Shall we go? At this moment, a petite girl stepped out from the shop's door. Are you leaving? You can stay if you want since you've rented the entire. He happily chatted with her. No, we're in a hurry. By the way, is there a restroom? The girl enthusiastically pointed. It's in that corner. 30-year-old replied while rummaging for something in his pocket. Thanks. In the meantime, could I ask you a favor? She was curious. What? Then he took out his car key and handed it to the girl. Could you please get the car from the parking lot for me? I'm in a hurry. The girl innocently took it and immediately accepted. Of course. After that, she took her red umbrella and stepped out into the car door also slowly opened as she got closer to the inside of it. After that, she folded her umbrella and prepared to get into the driver's. The heavy rain prevented her from noticing a rough hand reaching towards her. Then all 10 fingers clamped tightly around the little girl's neck, making her scream. Man continued to choke her, making her struggle help. The girl's small hand trembled uncontrollably, and her screams gradually. The 30-year-old held the unconscious body in his arms, then smirked. Ryu Min exclaimed in extreme shock, what did you just do? Hyung Taek was no less surprised. After placing the girl inside, he casually urged them. What are you waiting for? Get in. The car door closed, making the girl's arm, still beaded with water, tremble. All 3 interviewees had the same mixed feelings. Does he mean the coffee shop? The car drove along the winding road, green tree canopies covering both. After moving for a while, the wheels gradually stopped in front of a 30-year-old carried the shop owner inside and instructed the others. We've arrived. This is where we'll carry out the final part of the. They opened the warehouse door. Inside, it was old and dark, just like their intent. The girl's body was placed on the floor, along with a question from the operator. Let's begin. Who will kill? He was interested in Hong, so he turned and suggested, how about you, Hack Gavel? He immediately agreed. All right, 30-year-old chuckled with satisfaction. Just as expected. Suddenly, another voice interrupted their conversation. He immediately noticed the young man in the pink jacket. What is it, little Coco? Ryu Min still hesitated as he spoke. Can I? That request made him sneer. You want to do it? Interesting. I wasn't expecting much, seeing how shy. Since the outcome would be the same, he had no objection. It's fine by me, Hack Gavel, let him do it, right? In Hong said nothing and nodded in agreement. Then Ryu Min slowly walked towards him, while In Hong walked in the opposite direction. As they passed each other, the impersonator whispered to him, make sure you do it well. I just helped you. Ryu Min's sharp eyes glanced at him. Thanks. He'll definitely make good use of the human replications. In Hong heard those words and turned back in surprise. Script, yours. And right at that moment, 2 arms shot out in front. Ryu Min decisively broke him into a pulp, taking him down on the. Hong's neck was twisted backward, certainly killing him. 30-year-old looked at the scene in front of him in fear. His eyes. 30-year-old clutched his head, trembling. What was? He cried out in a frenzy. What did you just do? You dared to kill Hack Gavel? Are you in? Ryu Min turned back, slightly annoyed. Hey, you're being too noisy. 30-year-old fell silent, not daring to say a word. That look in his eyes. It was as if he was looking at prey. Felt like something had changed. What exactly had? System notification. You have killed someone while impersonating another. You have met the hidden You have discovered the human replication script. A lament located at a predetermined acquired script has automatically carved a mark onto the player's. Golden light shimmered around him. Ryu Min happily exclaimed. Nice. Finally a reward for impersonating Tinny. 30-year-old stammered a question. You clam, at least say something. Why did you kill Hack Gavel? Hearing that, he slowly reached for his mask. Why you? Min put on his plain mask and said, because he's the despicable bastard who tried to impersonate. 30-year-old didn't understand what was happening and asked in return. Impersonate? How? Then he pointed at the shop owner. 30-year-old barraged him with questions. You were supposed to kill that woman. Why did you kill Hack Gavel instead? Answer me now. Ryu Min indifferently picked up the black bag next to her. Because he was trash. And you are trash. Pulled the bag over the shop owner. Those contemptuous words left 30-year-old dumbfounded. Huh? Say that again if you... He drew his weapon, his face twisted in rage. What did you just... Ryu Min silently summoned a scythe. A blood-red aura enveloped the weapon, surprising 30. Holding the oversized scythe, he spoke up. I said you're trash. What about it? Am I... 30-year-old froze, unable to move. Scythe? What's with that scythe? Could it be Tinny Clam's main... Looking at the ominous scythe, he rummaged through his memory. I've never seen any player with such a huge scythe. No, as if realizing something, 30-year-old's mouth fell open wide enough to fit an egg. The player who uses a gigantic... Words of the person in front of him replayed in his head. Because he's the despicable bastard who tried to impersonate me. Impersonate? Wait, Ryu Min saw that the other person seemed to be slowly realizing, and spoke up. Now do you understand who Hack Gavel is? He stammered in reply, you're Hack... Ryu Min looked at the pale face and added, sorry for... 30-year-old's hand trembled violently. So it's true. This person isn't the Tinny Clam I knew. He's the real Hack... He knelt down and pleaded, Sir Hack Gavel. I'm so sorry for mistaking you. You just acted too well. Please. A single slash passed through, and 30-year-old's head flew off before he even understood what was... His head rolled all the way to Hyung Taek's feet before finally... 30-year-old died with his eyes wide open. His widely dilated pupils slowly contracted. Although Hyung Taek had acted against his classmate, he still couldn't shake off this chilling sense. Looked at Ryu Min, realizing in shock. This is the real Hack Gavel. He's on a completely different... Cold sweat drenched Hyung Taek's body. I couldn't even follow his scythe move. Suddenly, Ryu Min pointed the scythe directly at Hyung Taek's face. Now it's just you and me. What do you think my next move will... If you have any last words, say them. Hyung Taek trembled. Whether from habit or tension, his voice stammered. I won't say meaningless words like begging for my life. I just have one question I've always wanted to ask if I ever... Ryu Min already knew the question. You're wondering why I killed you 5 times in round 4. He flinched slightly, then hesitated to reply yes. Ryu Min didn't hesitate to explain blandly. The reason is simple. I wanted to keep you under control. Hyung Taek was skeptical. Keep under control? Ryu Min replied candidly, you seem to be the most skilled among the people I met back then. I just needed to eliminate the competition. Seeing the other person silent, he asked again. Anything else? Seeing him still remain silent, he was gradually losing patience. Now you can close your eyes and... After a long moment, Hyung Taek finally spoke up. Can I ask one last question? What is it? He stammered further as if to buy time. Why do you want to... Ryu Min didn't hide it and said directly, because you're trash, for trying to kill the... Hyung Taek tried to deny, but I haven't done anything yet. Ryu Min continued sarcastically. Done nothing? You've been standing there observing the whole... The atmosphere was filled only with Ryu Min's cold, contemptuous... Finally, he said, alright, fine. Unlike those other bastards, your only sin was standing by indifferently. It'll give you a chance to live. Hearing that, he was overjoyed, beaming openly. Really? Ryu Min tapped the scythe on the floor. The sharp tip touching the ground created a piercing... He stated the condition for Hyung Taek's survival. Now, you must give up everything you... Despite his arrogant demeanor, as soon as he was threatened, he laid out all his equipment on the floor. He exclaimed, this guy has a lot of useful... Looking at this pile of items, an idea to earn money sparked in Ryu Min's head. If I sell all the items he bought from the shop, he'll earn about 2,000 gold. Hyung Taek scratched the back of his head and said, I've even given you my axe and the equipment I use. This is truly all my possessions. I have nothing. Ryu Min picked up 2 amber gemstones. I didn't say anything. Seeing him not taking anything else, Hyung Taek stood nervously nearby and asked, You're not taking anything else? I don't need them. You can use them. He could only nod in obedience. Watching Hyung Taek busily tidying up his things, Ryu Min secretly thought, anyway, I can't sell those things back to them. Putting all the items into his spatial bag, Hyung Taek turned his head and cautiously asked, So you'll spare my life as you promised? Ryu Min nodded. Of course, he'll let you live. A gentleman keeps his... Hyung Taek was slightly surprised. Thank you. Thank you so much. Stop it. It's embarrassing to... He nudged the corpses of the other 2 and said, Live properly from now on. You can dispose of these bodies if you want. Bending down to the shop owner, Ryu Min said again, "He'll take this girl." Young Tech walked over and offered, Let me help." Ryu Min flatly refused, "No need. How could I trust you? Go." Young Tech stood there, watching his back as he slowly helped the shop owner. He finally let out a sigh of relief.
Im Alive.
I thought I was gonna die like that, but he spared me. Even though I lost a few valuable items, nothing is more precious than. Young Tech wiped the sweat from under his chin with his sleeve and secretly thought, the problem is, what is this empty feeling in my heart? He stood there, asking himself, what did I really do wrong? He stole my items just because I stood by and. Young Tech gritted his teeth. A victim mentality rose within him. This is so Looking back at Ryu Min arbitrarily leaving, a killing intent surged within him for. Wasn't he completely vigilant just now? Hack Gavel was struck in the back with an axe, but he didn't. The flame of greed smoldered within him, as if urging Young Tech to act. What should I do? If I kill someone of a high rank like Hack Gavel, my stats will multiply several times. His body convulsed, his eyes bloodshot. That's right. This is a rare opportunity. An opportunity he'll never get. Young Tech gripped the axe tightly in his hand. If I don't seize this chance, he'll regret it for the rest of my. Then he walked as lightly as possible, praying in his heart, don't notice me. Please don't notice. The distance grew shorter and shorter. Young Tech carefully raised his battle axe. Just a little. Seizing the imminent opportunity, he charged forward. At this moment, Young Tech raised his axe over his head, putting all his strength into bringing it down. Powerful downward blow. Blood spurted from the open. Ryu Min fell to the ground. The shop owner also fell down beside. Young Tech panted. I killed Hack Gavel. It was that. Burst into gleeful laughter. Oh my god. Seriously? Hack Gavel was killed by a level 10. Young Tech fiercely stomped on Ryu Min's corpse lying on the ground, kicking and cursing. You bastard. You shouldn't have turned your back on me. Who cares how high-ranked you are? You're so damn. He proudly crossed his arms, extremely excited. Thanks for these stats. After a while, nothing happened. There was no system sound. Young Tech was suspicious. Huh? Why hasn't the stat increase notification appeared? Normally, the message should appear as if realizing something he had inadvertently overlooked. His entire body turned cold. What exactly is going? Ryu Min suddenly stood tall behind him, his gloomy voice rising. What? Young Tech frantically turned around and Ryu Min, wearing his pink jacket, sneered. Why are you so scared? Did you see a ghost? Or he was terrified, his face pale, trembling violently. How? I clearly just killed him. Does he have a resurrection skill or? Ryu Min slowly Young Tech flinched and looked. The shop owner lay there with a plastic bag covering her head, green wisps of aura emanating from her hand. There was also no blood. He stepped forward and said, what you killed was my clone. Hearing that, Young Tech repeated in astonishment. The moment he tried to slash him, his true self had witnessed everything and secretly clicked his tongue. The human replication script's ability allows for the creation of an exact replica of one's. He smirked and explained to Young Tech, however, it cannot fight. Human replication script. Effect. Creates a clone. Keyword, create clone. The user will become a spirit after 10 seconds. However, the clone cannot engage in combat, nor can it access skills or inventory. Cooldown. 10. But you were completely fooled by it. I guess even if it can't fight, it's still useful. A very good. Young Tech angrily gripped the axe in his hand. He pointed at his own head and sneered. Why are you acting like the victim now? I'm the real victim here. You almost killed me. Young Tech no longer backed down and retorted. You're the victim? You're the one who threatened me. His hand summoned a scythe. He replied indifferently, all right. What? A powerful red aura swung towards Tech. He froze, wondering in horror. Huh? What? My body can't. He gripped the scythe tightly in his hand, watching the boy's head be severed from his body. Listening to you is just a waste of. Green wisps of aura immediately enveloped Young Tech's head, erasing all trace. The entire room was also enveloped. He put his hands in his pockets, retracting the scythe. No one will be able to say this was a crime scene, except for one person. He walked over to the woman and called out. His hands were in his pockets as he exposed her. You can wake up now. How long are you going to pretend to be unconscious? You can't fool players. I can hear. The shop owner slowly sat up, but was too scared to take off the plastic bag. He hesitantly asked him, can I take it off? He flatly refused, crossing his arms. No. Keep it on until I leave. Sunbeams shone through the window. I'm going to ask a few questions. Will you cooperate with me? Yes. He began to inquire how many customers were there. Can you remember each face? She knelt on the ground and anxiously replied. There were 4 people. One man in his 40s. I remember his face because I spoke with him. As for the other, he stared, absorbing the information and analyzing it. She's telling the truth. After getting what he needed, he interrupted. All right, that's all. She hesitantly asked, so I'm safe now? Is everything? Before letting her go, he meticulously instructed her again. Yes, you can go home now. Don't report what happened to the police. Could backfire. I understand. You can take off the bag after one. The shop owner nodded in reply. Clicking sounds echoed along with rapid breathing. 1, 2. The woman took off the plastic bag from her head when the final counts were. What was that all? Only after a while did the shop owner regain her composure. There's nothing here. It can't have been a dream. Tall, towering apartment buildings sparkled under the sun. He walked into the house and called out loudly, Goni, I'm home. Ryu-gun quickly came out to greet him. Welcome. He flinched, noticing, then asked curiously, that's my jacket, isn't it? Where did you go? Ryu-min hesitated slightly at his question. He evaded the question and went into the house. So tired. Extremely tired. He quickly followed him, asking, Min, where did you go? Did you eat dinner yet? Ryu-min took off his jacket and replied, nah. He paused for a moment, then suggested, let's order some food. Okay? Ryu-min nodded in confirmation. Sure. Order whatever you. Looking at the jacket and recalling the recent images of killing, he couldn't help but sigh. It's clean, but I can't give it back. Then he threw the jacket away, startled. Ryu-gun frantically ran over. Min, what are you doing? Why did you throw it away? He calmly replied, it's old now. They'll buy you another one. You've worn it for too. Pouted, seemingly about to cry, but making him a little confused. They'll buy you a better one. He turned his face away and sighed, no need. School's closed, and I can't go outside. He looked at him, his expression briefly tinged with sadness. He must be very bored staying cooped up at home and unable to go to school because of someone like Sim-hyung. He spoke up, suggesting, Goni, do you want to go out and play with me tomorrow? Hearing that, his face immediately broke. He jumped up joyfully. Afraid he misheard, he asked again. Really? Are you telling the truth? Too easily coaxed? Ryu-min told Ryu-gun. Let's eat dinner quickly and go to bed early. He joyfully agreed immediately. The next day, Ryu-gun's face sparkled with delight at every sight. It's been so long since I've been. He looked at his joyful face and secretly thought, because life has been difficult lately, I haven't been able to take. Two brothers stood out in the crowd. Is this place still operating? Nowadays, there are far more closures than openings. In times like these, hope is such an important belief. Suddenly, he noticed a family happily laughing and his eyes looked at him meaning. Ryu-gun suddenly hugged his arm and pointed forward. Min, let's go over there first. Quick. Both arrived at an exhibition area full of panda plush. He awkwardly put a panda headband on his head. What do you His eyes sparkling, he took out a few more. You're so cool. Too cute. Choose that. He happily looked around. There are so many cute things. He raised a sparkling black card like an overbearing CEO. Yeah. Take whatever you like. The two happily walked and talked. What do you want to do now? We have to do everything. The two then moved on to riding a roller coaster, then moved on to playing bumper. Visited the pan. Ryu-gun took out his phone and snapped photos rapidly, praising incessantly. Cute twin pandas. So adorable. He looked at him, secretly proud of his correct decision. Yesterday he was so gloomy. Taking him out like this was definitely a good idea. Suddenly he turned back and asked anxiously, but Min, tomorrow is May 1st. Is it alright for you to hang out with me like this? Of course I'm happy. Ryu-min quickly spoke up to reassure him. Don't worry about anything.
I'm fine.
This time it will be more than 10 hours, so even if I sleep a bit long, don't be afraid. Ryu-gun clutched his shirt in panic. 10 hours? It's not dangerous, right? You have to come back safely. Smiled brightly and held out his hand. You worry too. Ryu-min patted his head to comfort him. I promised I wouldn't leave you alone. He gently touched him to soothe him. That's enough worrying. What do you want to do now? How about we visit the zoo? A tall apartment building, Shortford, April 30th, 11:50. He lay on the bed, startled by his phone's notifications. Ryu-min picked up his phone, surprised to see Minjuri. A series of messages appeared. Min, it's almost midnight. I believe everything will be fine this time too. Do your best. Good luck. Good luck. See you later. After reading, he secretly thought, she must be very nervous. Ryu-min looked at his phone and smiled subtly.
Don't worry.
From now on, I will protect. He put his phone down on the nearby table. This time, the phone screen was still lit, indicating 12 o'clock. Ryu-min quickly appeared in an empty lot with many. They looked around, wondering, huh? Are there enough people already? No way. I think they just haven't arrived yet. No. In the last round, the number of survivors was around 5. Most people were a bit confused. That sounds right, actually. Feels a bit. Ryu-min stood not far away, looking at the crowd and sighing. It certainly feels empty because the first round had nearly 10,000 people. But this empty feeling will soon. Oliver appeared. She scowled, gritting her teeth and complaining. Your reactions are so. Oliver flew among the crowd, mumbling. A total of 442 survivors have been summoned. You should have had 521 people, but we've lost nearly 80. It seems there were real-life conflicts. The others grew even more anxious upon hearing that. We have fewer people again. It's always like this. It's fine. She doesn't care about that. What you do in real life is none of my business. Oliver raised a finger. However, with only a few people we can't play Her face suddenly became cunning. Therefore, I have prepared something for all. Oliver smiled and announced to the players. Region. Someone raised their hand and asked, "Excuse me, could you explain in more?" She gritted her teeth, snarling, "I've said it. So you should understand immediately. So troublesome. As the name suggests, it's merging Oliver lost patience but still explained with amusement. I don't know if you know this, but the country you're in alone has hundreds of other regions. Specifically, 875 regions. Those below were astonished to hear that. 875 regions? Our country alone has that many regions. He laughed loudly and said, "What's there to be surprised about? Compared to other countries, it's even Those below began to ponder Oliver's words. That's right. If each region is allocated 10,000 people, then clearly populous countries will have more regions. That's true. Oh, wait a minute. If each region has angels, those below started murmuring. Does that mean there are at least tens of thousands of angels on this earth? Huh? That's right. Isn't it? So many angels in Oliver sneered, just as you guessed, each region has a managing angel. Did you only just realize this now? How? Someone below quickly grasped the information, continuing to ask, An angel? So this survival game wasn't created. Hearing that, she paused then she asked coldly in return, why do you think that? That person boldly replied, there's no way tens of thousands of angels would cooperate to create this survival. Oliver flew closer, pointed at that person's face and threatened, what if we really did cooperate? Are you trying to praise us? Stop wondering about useless things. Being too meddlesome will get your head broken. With such close proximity, that person turned pale and stammered. So Oliver grumbled, it's fine. You're only. Ryu Min silently observed, as if he had already predicted it. Seeing her evade, he knew she'd been hit where it hurts. And it makes sense. There must be a rule to keep information about the creators. Not just him, but everyone was slowly realizing. Inferring furthermore, an angel can be killed by players, so there's no way they could have created such a massive survival. Oliver flew up, looked down and said furiously, from now on, I will not answer any more questions from you insects. Insects should live like insects. Why ask so many questions? Those below were scared, while she continued to grumble. How annoying. You're wasting too much of my time. Anyway, as announced, I will begin merging regions. You just need to know that this measure is being taken because there are too few. Oliver warned. Stop making useless wild guesses. Suddenly, the ground shook, startling everyone. What? An earth? The ground below immediately formed into uniform squares. And from there, fire began to. Then a large pillar of light appeared before making the people there turn pale with fear, not knowing what horror from this hell was about to. After that, the spot where they stood also became a square of. Areas next to them had turned into a sea of fire, leaving them no. Layer upon layer lit up. Each square gradually flared. After that, their square was divided into smaller squares. People standing inside gradually appeared. All the players were dumbfounded and suddenly, the beams of light withdrew, making everyone exclaim in surprise. It's only then did they have time to observe their surroundings. Next to the new square, many more people with different outfits appeared. Oliver announced, done. The region merge has concluded. Seeing them dazed, she asked, what's wrong? You're all humans. So why don't you talk to each other a bit? Another purple-haired angel appeared and said, that's right. How long are you going to stand there looking dumb? Looking up, those below were bewildered. It was another angel, but her voice, mixed with contempt, was exactly the same. Hello, you humans. You must have heard the term managing angel before, right? Because of the low number of people, the regions have been merged. She announced currently, 10 regions have been merged into one. And the total number of people here is 4,840. Those below panicked. 10 regions merged? Nearly 5,000 people? No wonder it feels so. Oliver continued, other regions are also undergoing regional merges. Of course, since they've merged, the region names will also change. She delightedly spoke. Now, the name of this region is CS007. It only includes players from South Korea. Those below murmured, they're all from our country? Good thing we can still communicate. Who knows, maybe later will be mixed with other countries. Ryu Min looked around and thought, of course, this region merge won't stop here. Each time the number of people drops below 500, it will continue to merge with other regions. The situation in the previous regression, he still remembered clearly. Later, eventually, when the number of South Korean players falls below 500, then they will have to compete with players from other countries. Ryu Min looked up, observing with a long train of thought. But that won't happen until round 11. For now, I need to focus on. Based on the progress of the previous regression, he was certain, because soon the angels will organize a sub. Oliver spoke up as a representative. Before announcing the main mission, we will play a subgame to commemorate the merger of regions. The group of angels began to converse. Didn't each region have a representative? But now that they've merged, what should we do? Of course, we have to elect a new region representative. Someone below asked again. A new representative for this? Oliver pointed a finger. The rules are very smiled with amusement. The 10 old region representatives will come forward and fight each other to the death. The last surviving winner will be promoted to be the representative of this merged. Those below murmured, to be the representative of this merged region, they have to kill each other? How ruthless, yet interesting. Who will become the representative? If only I had popcorn, right? A man angrily thought. Damn it. What the hell? A nearby girl also nervously clasped her hands. They have to kill each other to choose a representative. Another man also bit his hand, regretting in his heart. If I had known this, I wouldn't have become a region representative. There, before the door of life and death, everyone harbored their own thoughts. I wonder if I can revive if I die this. All these people seemed to be representatives of other regions. Although they had different assessments of the situation, they all shared one thought. Also, can we renounce our right as region representative? As for Ryu Min, he calmly assessed the situation. Before, being a region representative offered no benefits. But from this round onwards, it will be different. I must win this deathmatch and become the new representative. Oliver added, region representatives, you don't need to look so worried. Although it's a deathmatch, you won't truly die. After the game ends, all deceased representatives will be revived. Someone confidently thought, as if a weight had been lifted, we can revive this time. Everyone pondered the ambiguous rules of this new. Oliver recounted, crossing her arms. Looking at these expressions, it seems everyone thinks becoming a representative has no benefits, right? A representative can use the right of domination. She continued, to everyone's astonishment. That is the authority to control players of a lower level than oneself. Regardless of whether they want to or not, you can freely control that player within the region and upgraded version of the command authority. Of course, the usage limit is 10 times. Furthermore, if the representative dies, this authority will be transferred to another. Oliver asked sarcastically, but it's still attractive, isn't it? You can control. Those below still hadn't fully processed it. Really? Can we freely control regardless of whether they want to or? Oliver quickly announced, you must be motivated now, right? Then, after you've prepared, we will proceed with the sub. Another angel spoke thoughtfully. Since the regions have merged, we also need to decide which angel will be the representative. After speaking, all the angels fell silent. Are there any angels who volunteer? So, raise your. The person who just asked sighed. I knew it. I asked a useless question. If any angel volunteered, that person would be quite eccentric. The angel next to her also spoke calmly. It's confirmed that no angel wants to be the representative. So what should we do? Does anyone have an idea? Hearing that, the angel who just suggested became even more interested. How about a random dice roll to choose a representative? You want to leave it to luck? Huh? It's not a bad method, but not very interesting. They started bustling and discussing. Or how about we decide the order, and then take turns being the representative? That way isn't very fair. Those at the back would have to wait a long time for their turn. True enough. Soon the areas will merge again. Oliver asked, exasperated, is there a fair and interesting? At this moment, Priscilla offered a new proposal. How about this? Won't the area representatives be fighting each other soon? She looked at Oliver and said, the angel in charge of the area where the first person dies will be punished by becoming the representative. Everyone around agreed with this idea. Interesting. That's a good idea. I like Priscilla's method. Do the other angels agree with this? They all raised their hands in agreement. I agree. I agree too. I also. Someone else had a different idea. Wait a minute. Why don't we do it this? Oliver offered his suggestion. Instead of the first one to die, how about the angel in charge of the last one to survive? Oliver said sinisterly, will become. Oliver crossed his arms, smiling, and explained, let's choose the angel in charge of the one who survives till the very end to be the representative. The angel next to her looked on in surprise. A representative? As mentioned, the other angels must absolutely obey the orders of the representative angel. For example, if someone is designated as a guide, they must follow it because that is a royal command. Priscilla gently stroked her chin and asked, so, does that mean if our area representative wins, then we also win? If so, wouldn't we also become a representative angel just like the winning? They continued to discuss among themselves with great interest. This just got even more exciting. A representative? Huh? Sounds fascinating. What a unique idea. The red-haired angel seemed pensive. He dares to propose making the winner the representative. He seems quite confident, doesn't he? Oliver turned to her and replied, "Of course I'm confident." She smiled faintly, full of confidence. But what can I say? My area's representative is no pushover. From the start until now, that player has never lost the top position in their respective. Oliver burst into a provocative laugh. Oh really? You foolish bird. Top of your respective area? Is that all it takes for you to mock? Oliver thought of Ryumin, feeling utterly smug. If she knew who my area's representative was, she'd surely be so astonished she'd fall to the. After Oliver finished speaking, he acted as if nothing had happened and asked, "So, what do you say? Is it decided?" I, of course, have no reason to refuse. The other angels also happily chimed in. I approve of this idea, it seems more interesting. Me too. I'm also confident. My area's representative isn't a pushover. An angel looked at Oliver and asked, "So, we're decided? Shall we begin now, Oliver? You go and speak." After that, they looked down at the countless players gathered below and announced, "Therefore, from this moment on, we shall begin the special game to choose a unified area representative. All area representatives, gather here to receive your." These words immediately made some prominent individuals break out in a cold sweat, clenching their fists. Others, full of caution, looked up at the angel. Ryumin just pondered with a cold A moment later, 10 representatives were separated, including Ryu. Oliver smiled faintly and waved his. The ground beneath their feet immediately shook violently. Flames suddenly blazed, and a circular stone platform with patterns gradually emerged. Gradually, tall stone pillars rose, encircling the stone platform and finally, a perfectly circular battle arena was formed in the middle of the empty space. The 10 people inside wore expressions of extreme astonishment mixed with bewilderment at this. Oliver looked down from above and explained again, "From this moment on, within this area, I will initiate a free-for-all battle. You will slay each other until only one survivor remains. If you die outside the arena, you cannot revive. So, even if you die, do not leave this." While everyone was focused, the command rang out. Then, the 10 people quickly spread out, maintaining full vigilance toward those around. He also didn't dare to rush into attacking, merely observing. An area representative glanced around the arena, assessing. I just need to kill 9 people here to become the unified area representative. He looked at a blonde-haired guy and 2 girls in front of him, who were locked in a standoff. It seemed none of them dared to act hastily. They were probing each other. Indeed, if they've previously secured the position of an area representative, they must all be capable individuals. He curled his lips, thinking arrogantly, even so, none of them are stronger. In his mind, he recalled his previous battles. Not only have I never lost my position as the top of my respective area, but the disintegration rune I possess is practically achieved. As long as the sword pierces the opponent's body, the rune will automatically activate and consume the rest of their. Even when I stabbed someone in the back, it was as if possessed. The sword moved on its own. Thanks to that, I killed 312 people in round. Angels above had the same question. What are you doing? Why aren't you fighting? Fight, you foolish. He noticed their impatience and thought, what's going on? Are they betting money or something? Why are they so agitated? No need to tell me, I'm already about to. Confidently strode forward. Anyway, there's no one stronger than me. If I take this opportunity to make a strong first impression, they'll be afraid and won't dare to attack. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and turned. The area representative drew his sword, standing alone against the. Took a challenging fighting stance. I need a sacrifice for my performance. The area representative tightened his grip on his sword, curling his lips in a sneer. Whoever dares to step out first, I'll deal with them. Just then, Ryumin calmly stepped out from the. Held a long scythe, coldly challenging to. Area representative was secretly gloating, wondering. So, you finally revealed yourself, my first sacrifice. He stood still, observing Ryumin, his heart full of doubt. Such a large, eye-catching scythe. A weapon like that isn't commonly. The area representative was still looking down on the person in front of him when he suddenly froze solid. Although I've seen cases where scythe was part of a nickname, someone actually wielding a. Stared intently at the golden letters glowing above Ryumin's head. Black cold sweat started pouring down like a stream. His mouth hung open, unable to speak. That's Black Hook? His nickname is Black. The area representative's mind went into a frenzy, but he still tried to reassure himself. Could it be a coincidence in names? No. Nicknames can't be duplicated. His sword point slowly lowered. So that Area representative watched Ryu Min approaching him, screaming frantically in his mind, "It's really Black Hook, the top of the entire area's leaderboard? Level 30. The other angels also happily joined in. I agree. This idea seems more interesting. Me too. I'm also confident. My area's representative is no pushover." An angel looked at Oliver and asked, "So, it's decided then? Shall we start now, Oliver? You go and talk." "I understand." They looked down at the crowd of players standing below and announced, "Very well. From this moment on, we shall begin an exceptional game to select the representative for the unified area. All area representatives, gather here and heed the..." These words immediately made some prominent individuals break out in a cold sweat and clench their... Others looked up at the angels, full of... Ryu Min, however, merely remained pensive with a cold moment later, 10 representatives were separated, including Oliver smiled faintly and waved his... The ground beneath their feet immediately shook violently. Flames suddenly flared up, and a circular stone platform with patterns gradually, tall stone pillars rose, encircling the stone platform and finally, a perfectly circular arena was formed in the middle of the open. The 10 people inside wore expressions of extreme surprise mixed with bewilderment at this. Oliver looked down from above and explained once more, "From this moment on, within this area, I will conduct a deathmatch. Kill each other until only one survivor remains. If you die outside the arena, you cannot be resurrected. So, even if you die, do not leave the..." While everyone was paying close attention, the command rang out. Then, the 10 people quickly spread out, maintaining a cautious distance from those around. He didn't dare to attack hastily, only observing quietly. An area representative glanced around the arena, assessing. "Just kill the 9 people here, and I can become the unified area representative." He looked at a blonde man and 2 girls in front of him, locked in a stalemate. It seemed no one dared to act hastily. They were all probing each other. Right, if they had already secured an area representative position before, they must all be people of... Curled his lip arrogantly, thinking, "Even so, there's no one stronger." In his mind, he recalled his previous battles. "Not only have I never lost the top position in my respective area, but the disintegration rune I possess is practically achieved." He thought, as long as my sword pierces the opponent's body, the rune will automatically activate and consume the rest of the... He continued, "Even when I stabbed someone in the back, it was as if possessed by a ghost. The sword moved on its own. Thanks to that, in round 4 I killed a staggering 312. Angels above also had the same question. "What are you doing? Why aren't you fighting? Fight, you foolish..." He noticed their impatience and thought, "What's wrong? Are they betting money or something? Why are they so agitated? No need to tell me. I was just about to act." He confidently walked straight in one direction. "There's no one stronger than me anyway. If I use this opportunity to create a strong initial impression, they'll be scared and won't dare to attack." Suddenly, he stopped walking and turned. The area representative drew his sword, standing alone to face the... Took a fighting stance, looking defiant. "I need a sacrifice to be an offering for my performance." The area representative tightened his grip on the sword, curling his lip into a sneer. "Whoever dares to step forward first, I'll deal with them." Just then, Ryu Min calmly stepped out from the... He held a long scythe, ready for battle with a cold... The area representative was still inwardly smug, wondering, finally, he shows himself my first sacrifice. He stood still, observing Ryu Min, his heart full of doubt. Such a huge scythe? A weapon like that isn't commonly... The area representative was still looking down on the person in front of him when he suddenly froze. Although I've seen cases where scythe was part of a nickname, someone actually wielding a... He stared intently at the glowing golden letters above Ryu Min's head. Death's... Cold sweat started pouring down like a stream. His mouth hung open, speechless. Is that Death Scythe? Is his nickname Death? The area representative's mind became a mess, but he still tried to reassure himself. Could it be a coincidence of names? No, it can't be. Nicknames can't be duplicated. The tip of his sword slowly lowered. The area representative watched Ryu Min approaching him, screaming frantically in his mind, "It really is Death Scythe, the top-ranked player in the entire area? Level 30. The angels flying high above couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong with that player? He was so eager just now. Why does he suddenly look so dumb? Oliver looked at the red-haired woman, who was nervously biting her nails, and asked, "Priscilla, isn't that fellow your area representative?" She didn't answer, but her face showed extreme agitation. What in the world is that foolish human? He looked at the current situation of the 2 below, wondering why are they just standing. Suddenly, a mocking laugh cut through her. Red-haired angel irritably turned to Oliver and asked with a cold face, "Oliver, do you find the situation..." Oliver chuckled smugly, looking at her. "I'm sorry, but it's just too. Oliver pointed at the man below and explained. Look at that human. Look at him. He's trembling like a leaf just seeing my area representative. Your area representative, now focused intently on Ryuman. That giant scythe is indeed very impressive. That huge scythe is truly striking. But seeing it for the first time, doesn't he feel enough pressure to... Thinking this, she immediately turned to Oliver and challenged. So you're saying my area representative is afraid of your area representative? Oliver replied, feigning nonchalance. Doesn't it look... Red-haired angel still refused to accept the truth and argued. Don't talk nonsense, Oliver. Do you think being the area's top ranker is a joke? My area representative hasn't lost the number 1 spot even once since round. Oliver gently rubbed his cheek, his gaze at her full of provocation. That area, huh? Being the area's top ranker isn't something just anyone can achieve. My representative has never missed the top position in the entire region. The other angels, hearing this, also looked down in great surprise. What? Top of the entire region? Where did he come from, daring to lie like this? Haven't you realized yet? Angels who check the rankings would know just by looking at the alien. Someone recognized him and exclaimed loudly, "Oh, Death Scythe. I've seen him before. Isn't he the one who always appears whenever the overall results board is displayed?" The red-haired angel now trembled like a leaf. What? Death Scythe? That's Oliver's area representative? If that person really is Death Scythe, then our area representative is fundamentally no. Other angel suddenly let out a startled sound, making her. Below, the area representative had just been slashed across. His head simply fell, and the match ended incredibly. Oliver laughed, teasing. Before our eyes, Priscilla has been a blonde man, seeing this scene, also broke into a sweat, recognizing Ryuman. What? Death Scythe? Why is Death Scythe? He looked around. The others were almost paralyzed with fear, losing their will to fight. Even if all of us rush in, we want defeat Death Scythe. He'll die just like that guy. I won't even have time to react. How can we win against level 30? I'm only level 30. Then he saw him walking towards him and the blonde man retreated while forcing a smile, speaking as if pleading. Oh, Sir Death Scythe, it's an honor. I never expected to be in the same area as the renowned Sir Death Scythe. I'm so happy I could. Human drew closer, and he became increasingly frantic. No, stop. Let's talk in our language. A girl with a bow quickly put away her weapon, showing her sincerity to him. See? Didn't I put my weapon away? I told you I have no intention of fighting death. The blonde man hastily put away his weapon, looked up at the sky, and apologized. I'm sorry, honorable angels. I give up. I surrender. Me too. I also surrender. Me too. I also surrender. An angel, seeing this, sighed in disappointment. How unsightly. What kind of behavior is this? Give up? Did you just say you give up, you humans? Another person also spoke, displeased. You are ruining the game that I painstakingly. The angels collectively grew angry, their faces filled with killing intent. Listen closely. From now on, any of you who dares to mention giving up, I will blow that person's head. People below grew even paler with fear upon hearing this. If your head explodes, it's best not to even think about resurrection. Do you understand? The girl with the bow once again took out her. The others also silently followed suit, looking cautiously towards Ryuman. One of them even tried to reassure himself. There are 8 of us. Maybe we can still. Seeing their expressions, he felt a bit disappointed, thinking, you mean those angels are even scarier than me? It seems they intend to charge to. However, this made him more interested, and he curled his lips into a faint smile. No matter how many ants there are, in the end, they are still just. Their pride pricked. The people unhappily retorted. Is that bastard mocking us? Just because he's high level, he's so relaxed, isn't he? We're also well known in this entire group, as if provoked, charged forward simultaneously, fearless of death. Ryuman swiftly leaped forward. His eyes were bloodshot as he decisively swung his. Ryuman unleashed a powerful attack, sending many enemies. In an instant, the crowd couldn't help but be astonished. He continued to rush towards each person, striking them. The scene became chaotic as Ryuman swept across the battlefield, fresh blood splattering everywhere. The angels looked horrified at the. Started discussing. I can't believe it ended so anticlimactically. Is it over already? Did the Death Scythe? Priscilla, realizing something, spoke up. So, the angel in charge of the Death Scythe, Oliver, someone interjected, will be treated like a king for. Priscilla shouted furiously. Oliver. Priscilla furiously challenged. You already knew the outcome would be like this, didn't you? Oliver calmly replied, of course. I knew. Priscilla grew even more incensed upon hearing this. Just as I. Priscilla pointed accusingly, calling out, everyone, this bastard tricked us. She knew she would win, that's why she made that proposal. Oliver grew even more indignant upon hearing those words. Why are you stating the obvious? Oliver explained without a trace of shame. Naturally, I proposed this game because it benefited me. Why would I propose it if it... Then Oliver looked down at everyone with a disdainful expression. Besides, did I force any of you to bet? No. You all agreed to bet because you found it interesting. And now you're blaming. Oliver, seeing his opponent's rising anger, challenged. What? Want to fight? If you're confident, go ahead and... Oliver magnanimously reminded. Angels fighting in front of humans lose all dignity. If the chief angel found out, there's no doubt you'd be locked in the punishment. Priscilla instantly became tense, muttering, the punishment. That place is truly disgusting. I really hate the punishment. Oliver continued to provoke. So, I'm king now, aren't I? Priscilla, for now, you'll be in charge as the representative for this unified. Priscilla asked in a panic. Huh? Until when? Oliver calmly replied, until I'm no longer angry. What's wrong? Aren't you going to Priscilla left, not forgetting to grumble. Why in the world did I make such... Oliver flew towards the humans and announced, humans. As you can see, the representative for the unified area has been At this moment, the system displayed, player Death Scythe has become the new area representative for CS00. Temporary skill, Domination Authority. Effect, can command players and force them to comply. That player cannot disobey the command under any circumstances. Usage limit, total of 10 times, 10/10. Only one command can be given to one player. The skill has no effect on players with a higher level than one's. People surrounding Ryuman ceaselessly discussed. As expected, the Death Scythe will become the representative. The Death Scythe is level 30, so if he wants, he can control anyone. We shouldn't anger. Oliver looked down from above and announced. Alright, the victor has been decided, so I will resurrect the deceased. As he spoke, his feathered wings glowed, and a few feathers. The souls of those who had died earlier suddenly. The man who had just been struck down earlier gasped in. Newly resurrected people were equally surprised. Huh? What's going on? I clearly remember my body being... Priscilla explained with an impatient expression. You were killed by the Death Scythe. The new unified area representative is the Death... They finally realized something. So that's how it turned out in the... He continued to explain, since there's a new area representative, I will withdraw the representative rights of those who have been resurrected. The people looked deflated upon hearing Priscilla's words. But don't be too disappointed. The chance to reclaim the representative position always exists. Priscilla snapped her fingers, instructing, the subgame has ended. Now I will guide you on the official... Each person had their own information panel. New information updated. Round 5, main mission. Each person must defeat 300 orcs within 10 hours. Submission. Collect 4 equilibrium stones. If successful, reward will be granted. Entire region. Participants, 77,310,228. Completed, 0/19,327,557. Corresponding area C, S007. Participants, 4,884. Completed, 0/1,200. Someone was skeptical. What? Defeat 300 orcs? Why are there so few people who completed it? Is it a... Priscilla, seeing their doubts, threatened. Why so much dissatisfaction? Dissatisfied that the number of completions is low? Do you want me to reduce it? People could only grudgingly She reassured everyone, up until now, I've only given easy tasks. So this time, I've reduced the number of completions and prepared something harder.
But dont
They gradually regained their spirits. But 300 orcs isn't a hard mission, is it? Aren't orcs in games just small? Hearing this, Priscilla rubbed her temple, frustrated, and said, experience it for yourselves, and then you'll know how difficult it is. I won't say any... The people from earlier asked confusedly, Angel, what is the submission? Why is the reward marked with a question? She explained helplessly, unlike previous rounds, this round has a public submission. As you can see, the reward is still a... He was equally dissatisfied. It's always a secret whenever it comes. Ryuman pondered for a moment. The reward for round 5 submission is the equilibrium rune. It's one of the 18 essential runes. Only one person in each area can receive the submission rune. Of course, since it's one per area, other players also have a chance to receive the equilibrium rune. But the difficulty is even higher than the main... Ryuman's expression hardened as he thought, furthermore, even if they complete the submission, how many people can meet the requirements for the equilibrium? Priscilla quickly clarified everyone's doubts. This round's submission is to collect equilibrium stones. If you collect all 4, you'll immediately receive the question mark reward. but only one person can receive the reward. Her expressions turned sour upon hearing those words. Because there are only 4 equilibrium stones in the area, someone spoke up. So what if no one finds all 4? Will the submission be considered abandoned? Priscilla flashed a wicked smile. Exactly, but don't worry. You can kill other players to steal the equilibriums. They were surprised. We can kill to steal? Like with the area representative. She turned her back and reminded, yes, but of course you can't steal other items. This only applies to the equilibrium stones. And unlike the previous round, killing people won't result in resurrection. Dead means Priscilla left her final words before the mission began. So, I have announced everything that needed to be announced. You all must do your time remaining until the end of the round. 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Yumin watched her departing figure with disgust. In the end, she still disappears in an annoying. He began to plan. First, I need to quickly defeat 300 orcs as fast as possible. Then, he'll set a new. Thinking this, he quickly accelerated and Ryumin ignored the chatter around. Everyone had to turn their heads to watch his figure glide past. Disgust and awe, he just passed by. Phew, that was close. He suddenly came so near. It startled me. I thought my heart was going to drop. Someone suggested, where is he going? Anyway, let's try follow. The hooded man retorted, are you crazy? Follow the death scythe? Do you want to be controlled by him? The death scythe might make you his slave for. Black-haired young man analyzed. But isn't it still better than just sitting here? No matter what, the death scythe acts faster than us. That's why he's always at the people hesitated for a long time, not daring to. Someone expressed doubt, what if we're caught following him? The young man quickly came up with an idea, we just have to observe from as far away as possible. Someone was still hesitant. Even the black-haired young man said, completely unconcerned, if you don't want to, you can all stay here. He'll go. Saying this, he turned and found it difficult to make a decision. In the end, the group still followed. Forget it. Well, go too. That's right. If it's the death scythe, hell know where to find. At the small orc. Orc looked slightly surprised, staring intently as Ryumin emerged from the. The people hiding behind the bushes immediately discussed. Hey, look, there's a village over there. It seems the death scythe is heading in that direction. Seeing the stranger, the orc roared fury, showed no emotion and continued to charge. In an instant, the death scythe touched the orcs. Ryumin decisively delivered the finishing. Unable to block the attack, it collapsed to its. After taking down the first target, he continued into the village. Ryumin intently observed the orcs' daily activity. The orcs quickly detected him and became more ferocious upon seeing an. They swiftly charged to it. He calmly used his scythe to slash. They angrily swung a hammer down. Ryumin deftly dodged the counter. He raised his scythe high, gathering spiritual. Once he reached the power threshold, Ryumin re-entered the. Ryumin gracefully glided through the orcs. Amidst splashes of crimson, he entered the tent that had been set. Cries of lament echoed within the. Before long, Ryumin had finished off the. The trailing players continued to observe from start to finish. The people cheered up considerably. Turns out it's nothing major. Just orcs, that's all. They're probably similar in level to the wild boars we hunted before, right? Is it just because it's the death scythe that it seems Someone spoke up, reminding them, don't be overconfident. That's right, caution is better. So, instead of standing here, let's quickly clear out an orc village like the death scythe did. The fully covered player carefully calculated. For now, he'll probably have to act with this group. Come on, let's. Looking at that group of people, he thought they'll definitely be useful. He'll observe from behind for a bit. If the situation is stable, he'll break off. Right now, the more meat shields. Another person pointed ahead and shouted. There's another orc. The people couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This one is much bigger. It looks 3 times larger than the previous village. The large orc stood on a watchtower, blowing a horn, signaling and screams echoed through. In an instant, a horde of orcs poured. They, who were enthusiastic just now, were now filled with fear. What? What is it? Why does that guy have a war horn? That guy? Did he just call other orcs? Could it? A large force quickly rushed out to greet. Every single orc, each more formidable than the last, charged. The overwhelming number of orcs immediately surrounded the group of players froze on the spot. They couldn't hide their panic as pairs of eyes glared. The people, no longer calm, exclaimed, damn it, I wondered why this orc village seemed bigger than before. I didn't expect there to be so many. There must be over 50. The black-haired young man from earlier asked in a panic, hey, what do we do now? Someone gruffly replied, damn it, what do you mean, what do we do? We have to fight to the. That instant, an orc charged forward, challenging them. Here they still tried to reassure each other. They're just more numerous, that's all. These damned orcs aren't that formidable. In an instant, 2 weapons clashed, creating a chaotic. It furiously swung the club in its hand in retaliation. Sweating, they still struggled. What? These guys. Their skills are terrible. Their attacks aren't very fast. Brown-haired young man, as if fueled by new motivation, charged, showed an arrogant expression. Alright, it's true they're not that but the brown-haired young man's smugness didn't last long. He was stunned to realize, my sword won't Immediately, he took the full force of the orcs. Thus, the brown-haired young man fell, while the others still tried to fight back. Damn it! Get away! You damned. The group was quickly wiped out by the. Before long, the young man leading the group lay beneath their blades, wondering, I died at the hands of. As the finishing blow descended, the black-haired young man shouted loudly, help! Ryuman looked behind him, not without suspicion. I don't see those players who were following me earlier, and he noticed the anomaly but then dismissed it. With 20 people moving together, it's hard to stay quiet. Oh well, with 20 people I don't need to worry. As long as they're not foolish enough to mess with the large orc village. It's best not to touch an orc village with a guard, because he knew clearly that if a guard orc blew the horn, over 50 orcs would immediately gather quickly, as there were over 200 orcs living inside the. It was truly an enormous number, with 10 green creatures per square. He recalled the strength of the orcs when he first entered the village. Ryuman couldn't help but exclaim, furthermore, the muscle density of orcs is completely different from humans. Swords are hard to pull out once stabbed, and they're very tenacious. His footsteps gradually accelerated. As he attacked, he thought, I must aim for the neck, the orc's weakest point, and slash decisively. Just as he predicted, the orc was quickly finished off. Fresh blood split. His face emotionless, he glided past the giant. Ryuman mused, after all, that's only for regular. He took each step. Then he teleported behind an orc and finished it. As he withdrew his weapon, a gush of foul-smelling blood splattered. He softly called out, status. The system displayed, time remaining until the end of the round. 8 hours 59 minutes 22. Main mission progress. Orcs 300. Entire region. Participants 77,310,228. Completed 1/19,327,557. Area C S007. Participants 4,844. Completed 1/1200. He planned his next move. Completing the main mission took about an hour. First, I've secured the top position. Now I'll go help Min. Ryuman recalled her character's appearance and signaled. Elsewhere, a battle seemed to have just concluded. Manji rushed over to ask, are you alright? Du Yongho, breathing heavily, struggled to speak. This time I really almost died. Those two were Choi Manji, a member of the Youth Climbing Guild, and Du Yongho, the leader of the Youth Climbing. Having just finished a long battle, they could finally relax a bit and chat. Orcs are so strong, right? At first glance, they just look like walking pigs. They truly can't be underestimated. The people here were members of the Youth Climbing. Yong-ho turned to Manji and asked, how many have we killed so far? He was slightly surprised but still replied, around 50. Du Yong-ho spoke, looking worried. In 1 hour, 5 of us only managed to kill 50. This isn't good at all. At this rate, in 10 hours, let alone 300 will be eliminated. Someone raised their hand to lighten the mood, saying eliminated isn't quite right. If we're eliminated this time, we'll be outright. He reminded everyone with a hint of impatience. Everyone, perhaps we need to attack a larger. Manji asked skeptically, leader, won't that be too dangerous? Exactly. Dealing with just 3 is already this difficult, and you want to go to a larger. Someone added, I think it's fine to just stick to hunting in small villages safely. Like, Yong-ho showed a sympathetic expression. Right, you guys are correct. There's nothing wrong with what you said, so I have nothing to refute. I'm not forcing anyone. But at this rate, all of us won't kill 300 orcs and we'll all die. No matter how difficult it is, every choice comes with.
Suddenly, Du Yong-ho hesitated.
He spoke seriously, listen carefully. There's no future on a sinking. Footsteps echoed through the forest had been stained with blood at some. Upon arrival, Manji raised his hand forward, signaling, there it is. That's the village we saw earlier. He hesitated slightly. Wait a minute. It seems there's a guard post at the entrance. Let's go around the. While the orcs weren't paying attention, the group slipped. Someone noticed a gap and spoke up. Look over there. There's a gap in the. Manji went ahead, cautiously scouting the situation. It seems there's no one walking around. Inside, it was strangely. Once they saw the situation was safe, the group. They quickly searched for any remaining traces. Du Yong-ho was skeptical. Are they all inside the houses? With that size, there must be about 5 in each house. He replied, looking worried. More than I thought. Bow your heads, you fools. So, there's no other way. We'll just have to raid each house one by. Yong-ho urgently gave an order, agreeing with the idea. He nodded in firm agreement. Yes, with 5 of them, if we take advantage of the surprise attack, we can deal with them. He cautiously reminded, let's start with this house. When I give the signal, everyone rushed. The group prepared for battle, unable to hide their tense expression. Then they resolutely advanced. Approaching the door, Du Yong-ho pressed his hand against it. After that, the group quickly broke down the door and everyone's face was panicked at this. They surprisingly shouted, 10. 10. Seeing strangers, the orcs became aggressive, wielding their clubs to count. Someone cried out in fear, there are too many. What do we do? He calmly reassured them, first, let's just kill them one by. Du Yong-ho commanded, everyone the left side first. They replied, the youth climbing guild skillfully supported each. Everyone quickly cleared a path for Du Yong-ho to advance. The orc was struck down to its. After distracting the orc, Manji charged from behind to it. He seized the opportunity and quickly delivered the finishing blow, sending it sprawling to the. Orcs grew furious, roaring and it lunged toward. The orc stared intently at Manji in front. In an instant, it used its claws to tear open his. Du Yong-ho saw him collapse and frantically shouted. He immediately charged with his sword, slashing the orc's neck. You damned pigs! A sword pierced straight through its. The large orc was quickly struck down, to everyone's astonishment. Seeing their comrade fall, they became even more ferocious. He and his comrades surrounded Manji. The orcs stared intently at them, preparing for the impending. Du Yong-ho was instantly tense, thinking, now there are only 8 left. But with this many people, can we deal? Member spoke up, advising, leader, this isn't good. Let's retreat. He looked in agreement. I was just thinking the same. Taking his word, the group hastily faced them. The door was swiftly torn. As they stepped out the door, the sight before them made them. Sounds from inside the tent had probably been heard by those nearby. They all stepped out, surrounding the youth climbing guild. Standing before a horde of orcs, a guild member exclaimed in shock, how many are there? At least gradually sank into despair. It's over. Everything is over. Is it really? Du Yong-ho didn't give up. He calmly commanded, pick up your weapon. People, their faces devoid of blood, awkwardly looked at him. Leader, it's really over now. I really enjoyed the time we spent. Du Yong-ho became more serious than ever. Hey everyone, do you know why they haven't killed us? Then told everyone, if you want to know, quickly look at the expressions of those. The orcs were chuckling amongst themselves. Couldn't help but tremble at that. He pointed at them and said, these guys are mocking us. We're trembling like rats. That's why they find it. Du Yong-ho loudly provoked, aren't you angry? Being looked down on by these orcs, even being treated as a joke, like monkeys caged in. Quickly rallied everyone's spirits. Don't give up now. Everyone, quickly pick up your weapons and kill at least one of them. That way, even if you die, you won't be Yong-ho was surprised, feeling like a fan meeting their idol. I didn't expect to meet the top-ranked player in the entire region here. If I suddenly reached out to shake his hand, would he be? Yong-ho carefully appraised Ryu Min in his mind. He didn't seem like the type to stab someone in the. He seemed lost in his own thoughts. Perhaps that's why he was able to achieve the professional title of Mercenary King. To become a Mercenary King, you need a kind heart and the mindset of a leader. Yong-ho stood there muttering, well then, let's talk. He saw Ryu Min standing still, staring at him and awkwardly asked, all these ORCs here. Did you kill them all? He quickly received a confirmation. Although he had somewhat guessed it, hearing Ryu Min say it made Yong-ho stammer in surprise. That's unbelievable. He truly is the top-ranked. Then he bowed 90 degrees. Thank you. Thanks to you distracting the ORCs, I was able to survive. Ryu Min calmly replied, I didn't even know you were. Despite that, Yong-ho still said gratefully, I know you didn't mean to, but I still received help. Seeing his persistence, Ryu Min sighed, closed his eyes and replied, all right, if you're done, you should take your teammates and leave quickly. I've killed all the ORCs in the village, so don't. Yong-ho asked suspiciously, is that so? But how did you know I had team? Ryu Min gestured behind him. Yong-ho turned to look in Ryu Min's direction. Oh, his teammates had all come out. No wonder Ryu Min knew. Yong-ho was surprised by the sight. Guys, why are you out here? I told you to wait there. A young man holding a sword nearby teased. We were worried you'd leave everyone behind, so we got angry. Yong-ho was extremely annoyed. Are you kidding? Where would I go that I'd leave you guys? Ryu Min glanced at them and thought, from the looks of it, those 4 are mercenaries. And it seems they have a contractual relationship with Yong. Then he looked at Yong-ho again. They followed him out of worry. To have such reliable teammates following him so early on. He truly is the mercenary. After some teasing, one of the group recognized him and exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Hakka? The guy next to him was equally surprised. Huh? Hakka, what are you doing? Ryu Min, holding his scythe, calmly replied, nothing. I just came to do some light. The one who asked laughed awkwardly. I see. Another person's face turned pale with cold sweat. Light hunting means dealing with everything, right? Hundreds of ORCs. Seeing them talk so much, he spoke up to dismiss them. If you're done, leave. He calculated in his head. I've killed all the ORCs, so the mid-boss will appear soon. It would be very dangerous if they got caught up. His words seemed like a command to them. I understand. Well then, see you next time, Hakkaw. It was a pleasure meeting. The ORC corpses began to vanish. The group also hastily prepared to. Then someone noticed something. Huh? Don't you guys hear anything? His nearby teammate replied. Hear what? The young man quickly responded. Listen close. Young-ho also sensed something was wrong and asked, what is that sound? As he asked, Ryu-min replied, it's the mid-boss. Along with the increasingly strong tremors and Ryu-min's words, Young-ho broke out in a cold sweat and asked again. What? Under the crimson moonlight, the silhouette of the boss appeared as if answering his. The young man with the sword asked in terror that's a. His teammate quickly finished. An colossal orc monster let out an ear-splitting. Everywhere it went, it created a shockwave, shattering rocks and dirt into pieces, sending dust. Seeing it, Ryu-min didn't panic, thinking, finally, it's appeared. An orc warrior. One crystal shard appeared in his mind. Earlier, even though I killed all the ORCs in this village, I didn't leave because of this one. To get the quest item, the balance stone, I must. Ryu-min subtly smiled as he thought, by defeating this one and the bosses of the 3 remaining villages, I will complete the side. When the target stood before its eyes, the boss quickly charged. Young-ho's teammates asked when the monster appeared, hey leader, that guy looks angry, right? Young-ho replied, full of fear, yeah. Young-ho's face turned pale as he struggled to utter, run. The boss had found its prey. It raised its blade and began its, and the first target it chose was Young. He could only stand frozen in place, so terrified that his limbs trembled, unable to. Death was approaching, as the boss' great blade descended towards him. 2 nearby members witnessing the scene screamed. Just when they thought he was gone for good, somehow Young-ho was still alive, sitting not far from the great. The near-death experience left Young-ho's face utterly devoid of blood. His limbs trembled, and he couldn't speak. Seeing him still sitting there, Ryu-min appeared out of nowhere and used his scythe to push him. Whether it was a rescue or an attack, Young-ho plopped to the. Ryu-min coldly added, what are you standing there? Young-ho, now recovered, looked at him with gratitude. With a cold expression, Ryu-min said, back off if you want to. Young-ho scrambled back, while the boss advanced towards the 2, preparing to finish them. As it moved, it growled incessantly, revealing sharp, blood-stained jaws, looking incredibly gross. Ryu-min swung his scythe and lunged. He successfully struck its leg once. Energy continuously poured from the scythe, damaging the. Feeling the pain, it roared in. The previous blow put the boss into a frenzied state. It raised its blade once more, determined to finish Ryu. Even more powerful blow than before rained down on Ryu-min's spot, shattering rocks and dirt. But that wasn't enough. Ryu-min had quickly leaped back and remained. He landed without a scratch. The boss, still in a furious state, continued to swing its great. Another strike rained down, but the result was exactly the same as before. Ryu-min had teleported. It turned out Ryu-min had circled behind the boss and thought disdainfully, what if its destructive power is strong? Just avoid the blow. And its ORC heard the sound and turned. After continuously moving for a while, Ryu-min's feet suddenly. He pushed off with great. An instant, Ryu-min was in front of the. He swung his scythe with powerful force, delivering a mighty slash onto the ORC. The clash created a huge. The boss roared in agony, while Ryu-min leisurely moved to another. Knowing that wasn't enough to defeat it, he twisted his body and lunged, closing in on it. Sharp scythe was swung once. This time he aimed straight for the boss' neck and slashed. The pain inflicted caused it immense torment. Enraged by him, the ORC raised its weapon, preparing to retaliate. With its massive body, it used all its strength to slash towards him. But its moves were too slow. Ryu-min easily dodged the. Seeing it in a frenzy, Ryu-min maintained his usual calm expression and thought, its neck is too thick. 2 slashes are. Thinking so, he used his strength to jump towards it, preparing to try. The scythe was swung once more. But this time something was very. It wasn't just simple slashes. The scythe was hooked onto the ORC. Ryu-min used the boss arm as a leverage point to leap. His hand still tightly gripped his scythe, and he launched himself into the. Under the force of the jump, the scythe plunged deep into the monsters. Ryu-min performed a beautiful spin until the ORC's head fell. The boss was thus defeated by him and collapsed to the ground along with its severed. Ryu-min stood proudly on its corpse. The system's experience notification. Orc warrior defeated. Experience plus 37.73%. Gold plus 4,000.
Bonus gold 2,000.
Yongho's group, not far away, witnessed the magnificent. Goldhead asked with his mouth agape, so? Did he take it down? Yongho was so astonished he froze, unable to speak. That hack, everything done. Ryu Min slowly sight of Ryu Min standing beside the boss corpse was truly majestic. So the system began calculating his rewards. Player has defeated Orc Warrior. Experience plus 37.73%. Gold plus 4,000.
Bonus gold 2,000.
Received Ring Hilt Greatsword. Received Orc Heart. Received Low-Grade Indigo Magic Stone. Received Balance Stone. Side Quest Progress. Balance Stone 1. Obtained World-Shattering Great Blade. Obtained Orc Heart. Obtained Low-Grade Indigo Magic Crystal. Balance Stone Subquest Progress. Balance Stone 1 out of. Ryu Min looked at his spoils and thought, indeed, hunting scattered monsters isn't as good as taking down a boss. Plus, it dropped a ton of good. A new equipment appeared on the screen. Ring Hilt Greatsword. Category, Weapon. Rarity, Epic. Damage, 100. Effect, each time an enemy is hit, attack speed plus 5%. Stacks up to 10 times. Durability, 1,000/1,000. Required level, Common or higher. Description. The distinctive feature of this greatsword is the ring attached to it. Ryu Min was delighted looking at these stats. In terms of damage, it even surpasses my scythe. They'll have to sell it for profit. Another item caught his attention. Next, Orc Heart. A normal person seeing this would probably get goosebumps and throw it. The item's information also appeared on the system. Orc Heart. Category. Item. Description. A hard red stone. It looks like a real heart but isn't. Players can safely use it. Image of his scythe appeared in his mind. But it would be a shame to throw it away. This is a material for crafting a unique. Yongho, seeing the battle had ended, ran over with his comrades. Hack Ka, thank you for saving us. Thanks to you, I and the others are still alive. But it seems you knew that giant orc would appear. Ryu Min, probably finding them bothersome, thought, they'll just give a vague answer to get it over with. Doing as he thought, Ryu Min replied, in other orc villages, after all the orcs are eliminated, a medium-sized orc boss usually appears at. Yongho realized, so that's why you kept telling us to run away. You're so kind. Hack Ka. The other members heard this and were moved to Ryu Min again dismissed them vaguely. Well, whatever. Anyway, I'm done here. I'm leaving. Yongho's team respectfully bowed. Yes. Thank you once again for saving us. Travel safely, Hack. Yongho cheerfully called out. Come on. Let's go too. We need to get back to hunting quickly. But suddenly, the injured teammate, then he couldn't hold on and collapsed. Yongho urgently asked, Manji, are you? He tried his best to say, brother, I can't take it anymore.
Im exhausted.
Yongho worriedly said, what? You said you were fine. Manji, his face pale, replied, I said that because I was afraid you'd worry. Now I've reached my. Yongho was slightly panicked. Even so, you have to keep trying. You have to endure the remaining time to survive in the real world. But his reply was a harsh truth. You know it best, brother. If we don't get 300 kills, it's meaningless. Leave me behind. I don't want to be a burden to you and the leader, Yongho naturally wouldn't accept. That's not true. There must be a way, right? Well, take down the orcs. You just need to deal the final blow. Manji's face worsened. He clutched his bleeding arm and uttered, if that's the case, you and everyone else won't be able to hunt anymore. Even if we get 300, I won't be able to hold on until After Manji spoke, he gasped in painful groans. This made Yongho even more anxious. He was still helpless, not knowing what to do. He could only call out his name, hoping for a miracle. This situation also attracted Ryu Min's attention. He looked at them and thought, how surprising. Someone who will later become the mercenary king, standing above hundreds of others, yet so vulnerable because of Ryu Min looked at them struggling with worry and found a reason. Well, if they're close like brothers, I guess I can understand. A scene of himself and his younger brother appeared in Ryu Min's. That moved him. Ryu Min stopped. After some thought, he decided to turn back. I also have a younger brother. Maybe I should help. Distance between Ryu Min and the group grew smaller. He spoke up. Hey, it seems you all need some help. May I take a Yongho, as if grasping a lifeline, eagerly asked, do you have a way to save him? Ryu Min gently replied. He carefully observed Manji's condition. The wound is serious, but not to the point of being unsalvageable. Ryu Min held out his hand. A blue-green aura emanated from his hand, slowly moving towards Manji. The magic seeped into the wound, forming a small energy. A moment later, Manji's shoulder was completely healed, as if it had never been. Young-ho gasped in amazement at the miraculous sight. The wound, the young man next to him stammered. The wound. It's the team members, seeing this, hastily asked, Hak-ka, how did you do that? Ryu Min casually replied, it's the emergency first aid skill. Anyone can buy it at the brown-haired guy seemed enlightened. Ah, I remember now. Blonde-haired guy added. That's right. I also saw it in the store. It seems the skill costs 20,000 gold. I didn't expect that skill to be so useful. Hearing them, Ryu Min thought they misunderstood. Emergency first aid isn't that useful. He looked at the skill he had just cast and mused. It only helps them stop bleeding and heal small wounds. Healing a broken shoulder like this is beyond its capability. A healing skill appeared in his mind. But emergency first aid is a divine type skill. Its effectiveness depends on the intelligence. Ryu Min looked at them and thought, my current intelligence stat is increased to 123. A brilliant rune appeared on the screen.
Briljant rune.
Effect. Each level increases intelligence by 1 and divine type skill effectiveness by 1%. Ryu Min's thoughts continued, thanks to the brilliant rune amplifying its effect. This skill could perform like. He calmly asked Manji, try moving your shoulder. There's still a scar, but movement shouldn't be a problem. Manji did as he was told and exclaimed in surprise, I can move with a cold expression. Ryu Min reminded him, but it's not fully healed yet. This was only emergency first aid. If you exert yourself too much, the wound could He looked at Manji's worried face and added, even so, hunting orcs probably won't be in. Manji quickly stood up and bowed gratefully. Thank you so much. Hak-ka. You're my lifesaver. Thank you. The others followed suit. Yong-ho, representing the group, said, thank you for saving me. The other two also added, thank you for saving our teammate. Thank you. Yong-ho took out an item and said with deep gratitude, I don't know if it'll be useful, but please accept this. It's a small token of my appreciation. The two team members, seeing what he offered, widened their eyes in surprise. It seemed this item was very valuable. After that, one by one, they took out equipment as thank you gifts. Hak-ka. Please accept mine too. Please take this as well. This too. This can be sold for quite a bit of gold at the less than a minute. Ryu Min was surrounded by items. He calmly thought, for courtesy's sake, I should refuse first. Then he gently replied, you don't have to do. The young man with the mace enthusiastically said, it's fine. This is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it, sir. Everyone else chimed in. Please just. As a result, Ryu Min awkwardly held a pile of items and thought, all this miscellaneous stuff from 5 people actually adds up to quite. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened as he remembered. But there's an even greater benefit than these. Yong-ho clapped the shoulder of his teammate standing in front of Ryu Min, saying, thanks to you, Black Hook, Manji has hope to live on. Manji also replied with a smile, besides that small favor just now, I will definitely repay this debt. He watched them happily laughing and calculated. I've made the mercenary king feel indebted, and gained goodwill. All with just a common skill, yet I've gained this advantage. Not bad. Ryu Min put the donated items into his inventory. He turned and said, I'm leaving now. See you. The whole group bowed in unison. Travel safe. The scene shifted to a nearby forest. A girl sat under a tree, looking at the system screen and, this okay? An hour has already passed. The screen displayed, time remaining until the end of the 8-hour round. 55 minutes. 15 seconds. Main quest progress. ORC 0/3. Julie panicked at the current situation. At this rate, let alone 300 orcs, I might even be eliminated. She continuously blamed herself, it's all my fault. Because I was timid, I missed The past scene appeared along with her thoughts. Ever since round 5 began, finding Hak-ka wasn't difficult. Because among the 10 regional representatives gathered for the submatch, Hak-ka was there. Julie's face was full of worry. How could this happen? She called a player getting slashed by a scythe, unable to dodge, and then their head fell off. They were gone for. Ryu Min moved past each person. Each time, someone fell without being able to retaliate. His eyes were sharp, terrifying, and incredibly. She met his gaze and could only tremble, frozen in. Facing the cold Ryu Min, a thought popped up. The submatch is over. Now I have to talk to him. But her legs felt like they couldn't. Julie closed her eyes tightly, trying to reassure herself. Don't be scared. He won't hurt. She opened one eye. Surely he wouldn't swing his scythe at me just for meeting him for the first. Then she looked around in confusion, searching. Julie was both worried and regretful. In the end, I still missed him. What should I do? Then she recalled a conversation in reality. The quest to defeat 300 ORCs is not easy. ORCs are very strong and tend to travel in. Ryu Min had carefully warned her. You absolutely must not hunt ORCs alone. Once the area merges, you must find Hak-ka first. Don't even think about fighting ORC. Returning to the present situation, Julie carefully considered. Even if I can't contact Hakka, I have to wait at least an hour before moving. Because Ryu Min emphasized it, she sank into endless worry and unease. But who guarantees that Hakka will return to the starting point? At this rate, by the time the round ends, I might not even get a chance to meet Hak. After some thought, Julie resolutely stood up, secretly determined. I have to go find. Julie strode through the forest, carefully observing. From a quick glance, he seemed to have gone. Then she suddenly saw something. That small houses built close together made Julie boldly guess. A village? After observing for a moment, her head was full of questions. Could that be where the ORCs live? Then perhaps Hakka is also. Then Julie shook her head coolly. No, it's better to stay away for now. Could be very dangerous. Behind her, an ORC was already standing there. It had targeted Julie without her. Sensing something amiss, she turned her head. When she saw it, she screamed and the ORC growled. Seeing no way out, Julie drew her sword, preparing to fight it head-on. Damn it, I really don't want to fight an ORC alone. She quickly cast a skill, Blessing. The Blessing skill reduces all starting stats by 50%. Blessing reduces all starting stats by 50%. Julie carefully assessed the situation. However, I still have two advantages. First, there's only one. She looked at the ferocious ORC before her and continued to assess. Second, I know the ORC's weak. Julie's mind raced. Other places are all too muscular and hard. I need to aim for the neck, but the problem is how to. She became hesitant as she thought. If I miss and hit somewhere else, it will retaliate. But then she still swung her sword. And they say it's very difficult to pull the sword out because the muscle density is too thick. Quick and decisive. The sharp sword point aimed directly at the ORC quickly shifted its weight, leaning to the. As a result, the sword only hit its forearm. The damage inflicted was not enough to finish it. Julie's face paled. Damn it, She pulled out her sword and quickly Julie looked at her sword, feeling fortunate. Thank goodness I missed so the blade didn't get stuck in that thick. The ORC, having been injured, became enraged and raised its axe. It attacked relentlessly, but Julie deftly, as if seeing an opportunity to counterattack, her eyes hardened, and she gripped her sword. Julie finally saw its weak point. An opening. She stabbed straight forward, successfully wounding its. The pain immediately surged through its body, causing the ORC to shriek in. She looked at the situation and was secretly pleased. Good, my move was effective. Looking at the ORC's condition, Julie assessed just a little more. Thinking so, she unleashed countless stabs directly into the monster. After a while, the ORC's neck was riddled with her stabs. Like a hunt, it lost its ability to fight and collapsed to the ground. Julie, still holding her sword, thought in doubt. Then she became overjoyed. I defeated an ORC all by myself. Suddenly, someone's footsteps echoed, catching Julie's. It was Ryu Min. He walked leisurely, holding his scythe, caring for. She rubbed her eyes, thinking, what was that? Am I seeing? Julie looked at him, her heart a tangled mess. The person right in front of me. Is it really Hakka? The person I've been so focused on pursuing all this time, he just happened to walk here himself. The one I've been spending so much effort and thought chasing for so long actually showed up here on the. Ryu Min walked past her as if they were strangers. No, he's just passing by. She composed herself. Damn it, this isn't the time to hesitate. Julie turned back and stammered, He heard her call and stopped, asking. Julie hesitated, then proposed, so, Hakka, how about you team up? Ryu Min looked at the girl before him and asked suspiciously. She flustered, explaining, from a team, I mean. He replied with a question, why should I team up? Julie was speechless, unable to but then she said firmly, Julie held out her hand, casting the same magic as before. Ryu Min seemed to find it somewhat interesting. Julie, seeing his interest, happily explained, my buff skill, Blessing. It lasts for 3 hours and it probably increased all your stats by 50. Ryu Min intently checked his status, and he turned to her. I've checked it. Julie, seeing hope, continued, so, does that answer your question? My buff skill will truly help you in. Ryu Min continued to ask, so, if I want that buff skill I have to team up with you? She confirmed, yes, more precisely, I want you to help me. He wavered slightly, replying, but then his next words were, I have command authority. I can completely use you as support right now. Julie was dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. Ryu Min continued to demand, can you promise not to betray me? She regained her enthusiasm and nodded repeatedly. Ryu Min extended his arm, marking their cooperation. All right, they'll trust. Began introducing himself, Hakka. Level 32. I'm a melee type. Julie happily replied, I know.
Im Level 13.
My profession is support. At this, he asked again, you just said you needed help? You seemed to handle that orc quite well earlier. She awkwardly replied, actually, that was the first time I'd ever killed. Those words surprised Ryu Min. That was the first monster you killed in the past 90 minutes? Julie could only force a laugh. Ah yes, that's forced a laugh. Ah yes, that his voice rang out again. Then you don't have much time. It'll help you take them down as quickly as possible. Julie knew he was strong but was still surprised to hear those words. The two thus walked through the forest. Ryu Min walked ahead, with Julie hesitantly. Seeing her standing quite far away, he spoke up. Come closer and follow me. If you're not in my sight, I can't protect you. She replied. Julie was pleased to be cared for. He's not as cold as he seems on the outside. I'm glad I listened to Ryu Min's. As they were walking smoothly, something caught her. It was a group of orcs blocking their path. This time there were 3. Julie saw them and fearfully recoiled. Orcs and 3. Ryu Min, holding his scythe, instructed, wait here for. Before his words finished, he gathered energy in his legs, preparing for. A second later, Ryu Min charged straight at the. He held his scythe ready to sweep away anything in his. The first slash struck their legs, locking their movements, ensuring none could. Losing some HP, the orcs screamed in. Before they could react, a figure appeared in front of one. Ryu Min was like a grim reaper descending, preparing to send it to it. The scythe swung down, and an arm was severed in extreme, and then the other arm was also neatly dealt. Julie watched the scene somewhat terrified. After diligently fighting the monsters, he landed, standing amidst the chaos. His voice became sharp. Now you kill. Ryu Min saw Julie was unresponsive and asked, why are you standing there stunned? She finally recovered and replied, sorry. Julie drew her sword and thought, I have to be. Then she decisively stabbed straight into the orc's neck, sending it to its demise. The system immediately announced you have defeated orc. Experience plus 2.35%, gold plus. She heard the mechanical announcement and was surprised. This is unbelievably easy. I thought there would be at least some day. Julie sweated as she looked at Ryu Min. I can't believe killing orcs is this. His cold face filled her vision. She couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Hakka is truly. Seeing her staring, he turned and urged, if you're done, let's go. She flustered. There are still 2 more left to deal with, aren't there? Finishing the remaining ones, Julie ran to him. Let's go together. She secretly rejoiced. Teaming up with Hakka is truly the luckiest thing in my life. Later, another orc was taken. Julie spoke up, praising him effusively. Truly the skills of a high-level player. Amazing. I can't believe hunting monsters is this easy. He paid no attention to that, only asking how many have we taken down so far. She reported their current achievement. In 30 minutes we've taken down 52. That's fast. Ryu Min walked and mused. Compared to other players' standards, it's fast. But for me, it's not enough. As expected, having to move all over the place to hunt monsters wastes too much. He sank into his own thoughts, carefully considering, if I attack the entire encampment, Min Julie will be in danger. Even if it's me, if I'm surrounded by 50 monsters at once, I wouldn't be able to protect. Then a choice was made. In the end, I still have to target the orcs. Julie happily said, at this rate, we can eliminate all 300 orcs in 3 hours. He interrupted her before she finished. 3 hours is too long. We need to reduce it to 1. Hearing this, a look of surprise clearly appeared on her face. Huh? 1 hour? Really? How? He calmly said, we just need to use the orc. Julie asked suspiciously, orc shaman? What is that? Not knowing, Ryu Min explained. An orc shaman is a monster with the ability to summon. The image of orcs appearing alongside his words. If he continuously summons orcs, we will save a lot of time searching for monsters. She continued to ask, so that means you don't intend to kill the orc shaman, but let it continuously summon monsters. Constantly summoning orcs, then we will save a lot of time searching for monsters. She continued to ask, so, you intend not to kill the orc shaman, but to let it constantly summon monsters. Seeing that she understood, Ryu Min nodded, exactly. They'll keep it alive until we've eliminated all 3. Julie approached, pressing him, but how do you know about the orc shaman? This is your first time encountering it. Isn't it? He vaguely explained, before meeting you, I had a brief skirmish with it once. That's how I know where it appears. Seeing nothing suspicious, her face softened. I see. Ryu Min spoke up to reassure her. Don't. He continued to say, it'll handle all the dangerous things. Hearing this, Julie was somewhat surprised. He looked at his back as he walked forward, not saying. A smile unconsciously bloomed on Julie's face. I can't believe he's so considerate. It's true that some things you only know after experience. The scene shifted to another part of the fort. The two had arrived at their destination. This is the. Standing before the village gate, Julie asked suspiciously, does a small village like this have a boss? He affirmed, yes. If you rush in, thinking it's easy to attack, you'll immediately be surrounded by a horde of orcs summoned by the orc shaman. Ryu Mint's eyes sharpened as he thought. It's all just a trap to lure players in here. Ryu Mint's expression sharpened as he thought. It's all just a trap to lure players here. To his memories, recalling it was the same in the previous round. Behind this village, the corpses of players killed by the orc shaman piled up. That's enough to show that the orc shaman is intelligent and very cunning. Of players falling one by one appeared. In other words, it's very cowardly. He was amused because it's not confident in a direct confrontation, it resorts to these tricks. Seeing her standing still, Ryu Min spoke up. Julie asked, puzzled, but why don't I see any orcs? His explanation rang out, those houses over there are just disguises to trick players, making them approach easily. In reality, this village is inhabited by only the orcs. He raised his scythe, preparing for a real. Ryu Min pointed directly at the largest house. It's inside, setting a trap, waiting for us to enter. She didn't understand, asking, a trap? What kind? He analyzed, the trap is simple. Unknowing players will walk into the house, and as soon as they step on the trap point, the waiting orc shaman will summon orcs to run. Ryu Min looked at her and added, the number summoned each time is about 10 to 20. If surrounded, you're almost certain to be wiped out. Julie worriedly asked, so what should we do? If they all appear at once, it'll be very difficult to keep them alive. He quickly replied, true, but it's not impossible. Suddenly, Ryu Min moved closer, making her blush. Whispered something that surprised Julie. Can we really just do that? Will the orc shaman be that easily fooled? Ryu Min reassured her, don't worry. I verified. Julie placed her hand on her chest, her voice firm. Then, leave that task to me. He asked again, you plan to do it? She replied with determination, yes. There's no need for both of us to go in. I feel bad just sitting here waiting like a chick for food. I can handle this. Ryu Min was stunned for a moment. Then he agreed, all right then. He'll wait out. Julie followed the plan, slowly approaching the house under Ryu Min's watch. She slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Feeling a long, dark hallway greeted Julie. So black she couldn't see it. She gripped her sword tightly, carefully stepping. Suddenly, something entered her. Julie stopped before a spacious room and thought. Her eyes hardened, and she clenched her fist. This is exactly the trap point Hack Ka spoke of. From now on, this is the important. Julie remembered what Ryu Min had told her. Inside, the orc shaman is hiding. If you follow the hallway, you'll reach a room with a red carpet. Just stepping on it will immediately summon orcs to block your perfect plan was formulated. We just need to approach the red carpet, then retreat outside. At that moment, the orc shaman will think it just let its prey escape and will send a few scout orcs to chase. Our job is to deal with those. Ending her recollection, Julie became even more resolute. Yes. She moved her foot closer to the red carpet. Just show a little presence. Let it know I was here. Then immediately retreat. Julie witnessed the orc sitting on a throne, emanating a huge grape. It was waiting for her to step on the carpet. Then Julie had turned and ran according to the plan. She, all her might, scrambling towards the door finally closed. Julie ran outside, breathing a sigh of relief. It was just a small thing, but my heart was pounding. Ryu Min subtly asked, are you? She happily replied, of course. I followed the plan perfectly. Approached the red carpet, then turned back. He also felt relieved. That's good. Still somewhat doubtful, Julie asked, will the orc shaman really send scouts to look? He confidently replied, we'll just have to wait. And the door creaked open. Just as Ryu Min had said, countless orc monsters were sent out from behind an orc. Ryu Min's voice rang out. What are you looking for? Always it was Ryu Min's voice. He gently swung his scythe of death. It's right. The orcs, of course, couldn't withstand the slash and all fell to the ground. Seeing it was safe, Ryu Min called out. Julie, who was hiding in a corner, poked her head out and replied, yes. Asked again for a while. The campfire illuminated the area, pushing back the dark. Julie let out a breath. Done. Ryu Min, seemingly tireless, still wanted to continue. Then lured out again. Began her questions again. If we repeat this so many times, will it still fall for the trap? The answer to her question was given. It does have intelligence, but only about as much as a goldfish, so it'll forget quickly. Ryu Min was no longer cold but strangely gentle.
Donc,
Julie responded to him with a radiance. Yes. Their bodies lay scattered. Julie said with a bright face, Hack Ka, I've eliminated all 300 orcs. He softly replied, it's been exactly 1 hour. She tilted her head and smiled gently. Thanks to you, the hunt was quick and easy. I'm truly grateful to you. Seeing a bright smile, he asked, how many levels have you gained? She excitedly replied, I've reached level 19. He encouraged her, just one more level and your professional rank will increase. He continued to look at her, thinking when her rank increases, she'll learn new moves. Her current moves will also become stronger. I'll benefit from that. If I want to set a record with the final boss, I'll need her stronger buff effect. He mused, looking at her. I'll help you until you reach level 20. At that level, dealing with orcs will be much easier. Hearing him say that made her unconsciously blush. You're doing all this for me? She awkwardly stammered. Well then, if it's not too much trouble, please. Suddenly, someone's voice echoed from afar, making both of them turn to look. Huh? Look over there. One by they slowly approached. Someone recognized him. Wait a minute. Isn't that Hack Caw? Then they wondered who's standing next to him. And what are all these orc corpses doing? The young man stepped forward. Hello there. He coldly replied, what is it? Stammered. We just came here to hunt orcs. But we didn't expect someone to get here first. Although he said that, he couldn't believe it. Looking at the piles of corpses there, he couldn't help but be startled. Just 2 people killed all these? A person secretly thought, such a small village, yet so many orcs? That's strange. The young man standing beside him stared intently at Julie. Who's that girl standing next to him? A teammate? At this moment, he couldn't figure out why Black Scythe would team up with a comrade. It just didn't make sense. Another young man just stood there, smiling sinisterly. Maybe it's his type? She's quite pretty. Seeing them just standing there, Ryumin angrily swung his scythe. Ryumin's eyes slowly changed, a coldness reaching its peak. Think whatever you want. But now you've crossed the line. If you have nothing to do here. They rushed forward, shouting loudly, Hey, who are you to speak to us so disrespectfully? Yeah, that's right. It's our first time meeting. Isn't it rude to speak? Julie gasped in horror. Are they crazy? How dare they argue with Black? The young man who had just complimented her earlier bravely charged forward, despite still being terrified. I don't care if you're the top ranker. You have right to look down on us. As he spoke, Ryumin lightly grazed his scythe across the man's forehead like a blurry red scar appeared, making him clench his teeth and fall silent. Ryumin growled, repeating, if you still want to live. They immediately scattered and ran for their lives. Everyone, let's go. Sorry for the trouble. Sorry for interrupting. Even as they ran, the group still harbored the thought of wanting to know what Ryumin was up to. Damn it. Do you think we'd just leave like that? Even if we have to tail him, we need to see what the hell he's... Ryumin wasn't foolish enough not to notice their intentions. Those bastards. They're trying to secretly follow me. A few buzzing flies won't stop me from hunting. But some idiot might steal my boss kill. I should deal with it and get the reward. Returned to look at Julie, deciding, but first I'll get Julie to level 20. Now that the pests are gone, let's continue hunting. She happily... As time passed, the scene shifted to where the terrified group had run. It seemed they had run quite a distance. Someone spoke up, we should be out of sight here. A worried teammate asked, what are you planning to do? The person Ryumin had injured annoyedly said, aren't you curious how that Black Scythe... Another person agreed, yeah, me too. I wonder where he gets so many orcs. They continued their lively discussion. So what now? Are we going to lurk in the shadows? He calmly replied, we won't be spotted from afar.
Don't worry.
If you're scared, just die. Scared? Nonsense. So, they returned to Ryumin's location. They hid behind bushes, observing the actions of the two. At this moment, more orcs appeared near. They saw Ryumin standing still alone. They immediately charged forward like a... Ryumin slowly threw a casually dealt with one. With just that punch, it flew far away so powerful that the orcs behind couldn't even react in time. One accidentally looked up. Ryumin had already attacked continuously, swinging his scythe with tearing them into hundreds of pieces. The orcs stood stunned, not understanding what it... The group observing Ryumin witnessed it firsthand and felt dizzy. He really is the top ranker. We struggled so much just to kill one. One person noticed something was off. Huh? What? It seemed Ryumin wasn't finishing them off in one go, but was waiting for something. Why isn't he killing it? That girl is The controlled orcs constantly squirmed. They saw Julie approach and immediately understood something. No way. Could it be that she? He's letting her take the monsters. At this point, they still didn't understand. Why? What does Black Scythe lack that he's doing this? They constantly questioned behind Julie's back. Who is that girl that she deserves such favoritism? Damn it. Look at her. She's grinding as easy as pie. So jealous. Damn it. Had now entered, but they kept babbling. We, on the other hand, have to sweat and toil to kill just one. They didn't stop even as Julie gradually disappeared. While someone just sits there and gains experience. By the she returned to the house, they were still furious. It's so annoying, truly. How one of them noticed something. Huh? Something's wrong. What if the orcs were getting more numerous? Every time that girl went in and out of the house, orcs would swarm out behind her. Watched Ryumin display his power and wondered, but isn't it strange? So many orcs in that tiny house? Wait, do you mean that shack is an orc respawn point? Perhaps, if not, there's no other. They suddenly understood. Damn it. So there's a respawn point right here. Those bastards have been sitting here grinding like crazy all this time. Huh? Now I get it. They told us to leave so they could monopolize the respawn point. Once understood, they quickly discussed. How about we just wait until they leave? Once they're gone, that spot is ours. Yeah, good idea. I'd like to take it by force, but we're not strong. On Ryumin and July's side, Julie looked at the system panel with joy. She up with satisfied and proud eyes. Black Scythe. I've reached level 20. I've even learned a new skill. Ryumin gently said. Congratulations. She ran over. And my blessing buff increased from 50% to 60%. Ryumin calmly replied, can you use it right now? She was a little eager. She raised her hand into the air, and a green light emanated from her palm. It gathered into a mystical and a truly beautiful energy that enveloped both of them. That's called the skill. It increases all attributes by 60%. The blessing skill lasts for 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Clear blue eyes shone with confidence and passion. A glowing green magic emblem appeared. That's enhanced blessing. The next one is a new buff. That blue aura gently spread to the scythe in Ryumin's, then to his. After that, it enveloped his entire body. The scythe continued to announce haste skill. Remaining time, 29 minutes, 59 seconds. Ryumin, at the system panel, his face unchanging. Increased attack and movement speed, huh? Not bad. She replied, exactly. I can use it for you every half hour. He teased, I appreciate it very much. She pouted. I'm serious. Ryumin is back. Alright, that's enough. Let's go hunt the orc mage. She hesitated. Is there anything I can help with? He casually walked on. Just stay far away. That suddenly, Ryumin glanced over to those people had been observing. Those bastards are probably happily badmouthing us behind our backs. She smiled brightly, oblivious. Okay, then there's nothing to worry. Under the red light, Ryumin showed a slight disdain. Let's see what they'll do with. The scene shifted back to the house once Julie hid behind a nearby corner. The other was still watching them. What's that? Black Scythe went into the house. The thick wooden door was slowly cut down by sharp slabs. Ryumin burst through the door and followed by ferocious. They rushed forward like hungry tigers, but Ryumin's eyes were as sharp as knives, no less than theirs. Julie, standing, felt something was wrong. Ryumin grabbing his weapon and charging forward, filled with doubt. Why is Black Scythe running away? Why? Not. From there, a group of people also observed the event. What's happening? Black Scythe is being chased by orcs. Another person added. No way. Is that Black Scythe? Of large feet appeared, along with the sound of a staff hitting the ground. It orc sitting on a throne. It raised its staff, emanating a swirling stream of dark. It raised its staff, pointing directly at the surge of cold energy from the staff was aimed straight at Ryumin, but he easily retreated to avoid it. Ground, under the effect of the skill just used, several orcs emerged from beneath the Ryumin fell into a pincer attack. In front were the newly emerged orcs and behind were also orcs. Man pointed at the orc and asked, who's that masked guy behind it? Another person immediately added, it looks much bigger than the other orcs. They, at the orc, carefully assessing it. If it's the only one that big, then it might be the boss. The one person shrewdly noticed, so, they're not respawned orcs but summoned. Julie stood in a corner, thinking in fear. Black Scythe is surrounded by orcs. What should I do? Should I? Then something calmed her. She carefully observed Ryumin's demeanor. Those eyes. He isn't panicked at all. Saw that Ryumin wasn't scared, so it raised its staff and continued to summon another group of orcs. The young from before gasped in fright. Another 10 orcs have Ryumin was completely surrounded but showed no fear. He to dodge an orc's club and prepared to counterattack. Spoke up. Damn it. He dodged all of them? He's truly a monster. Several men constantly discussed. Hey, this isn't the time to stand still. That guy. The big one that looks like the boss. Nobody's guarding it, right? Someone nearby replied. Huh? That one person spoke with a sinister tone. Should we? The group was a bit hesitant. I don't know. What if Black Scythe catches us? But that person quickly reassured them he won't catch us. He's busy dealing with the orcs. Even if it's Black Scythe, being completely surrounded like that, he must be strong. Person in white responded. Exactly. And if he asks, just say we thought he was in danger, so we rushed in to help. The person next to them thought it was okay. That makes. Then a question arose while Ryumin was fighting, so? Want to join this heist? Quickly, everyone agreed. I'm in. True to their word, the foolish group began to move towards the house. That was observed by Julie, not far away. The idiots and thought, what are those guys? Then Julie was startled as she considered a possibility.
Dont elle me.
While Black Scythe is attracting all the attention, they're trying to kill the orc mage and steal the credit, are they? Returned to not long before. Julie called out, hey, Black. She cautiously asked, I appreciate your help, but am I delaying your mission, Black Scythe? Ryuman calmly replied, don't worry about that. I've already completed the main quest. The answer was beyond her imagination, making her unable to hide her surprise. What? The main quest? But the side quest, I've already obtained a balance stone. Her voice was filled with surprise. You already have one? The conversation continued. I got it from killing a boss called the Orc Warrior. The other stones probably dropped from bosses too. Despite surprise, Ryuman continued, all I need to do is kill the bosses, so you don't need to feel bad. She understood and replied, all right. Return the present. She looked at the group and thought, no, that mage belongs to Black Scythe. If this continues, some stranger will steal the credit for killing the orc. Julie drew her sword and moved forward. I have to stop them. The still fearless, held their swords and advanced towards the orc mage. Isn't that easy? The orc cast its Deathly Knight skill, surprising Julie and the group. Was elevated as the group intending to steal credit now stood stunned in the dark, angering even themselves. The sword gasped in astonishment, what is this? But someone immediately rushed to cover his mouth and two, scared to death, carefully looked up. It's better to look. If you look, you'll be startled. The orc mage slowly turned its head. Now it looked just like Annabelle. Filled with cold malice as it let out an ear-piercing. Seeing that, the group flinched and immediately turned back. Damn it! We've been spotted. Everyone, the orc, of course, wouldn't let its prey escape. It swung its staff and unleashed minions were summoned to surround the five naive. At this point, they were truly panicked. Damn it! We're screwed. Showed no mercy. They began to attack. The first to fall was Black. He was hit and screamed frantically in fear. Black, who had been so brave just moments ago, was now utterly pathetic. He lay on the ground, desperately pleading for help. Please, help. A pair of feet appeared before him. He thought there hope, but it was despair instead. It wasn't someone coming to save him, but an orc ready to send him to his demise. The orc's foot come down, as if falling into an abyss, and screamed in despair. Then juice splattered. Black hair had scene shifted to another orc being at. It was Ryuman's location. He had used his scythe to send the orcs flying. He let out a long breath. Perhaps fighting for a long time had tired him. Then suddenly, Ryuman's eyes darted to another where the orcs were competing to send the other group to their deaths. He watched the scene and thought, I lured the orc mage out to see what they would choose. Would try to take advantage of my danger to steal him? Those who in ambush had to pay a heavy price. Ryuman looked at them falling on the battlefield with disdain. So that's how it. Then he approached the growling boss, signaling. Anyway, they wasted time stalking us. They failed their mission and were wiped out. Their leader signal, all the orcs turned. They all rushed forward, intending to attack. Before they could even touch a single hair on him, red threads appeared on the orcs. Turned out to be Ryuman's slashes. They were so that the orcs couldn't react in time. While fighting, gleefully thought my attack speed must have increased. With the enchantment, agility, and the additional 50% night attack speed, of course the item information panel appeared. Ancient Reaper's Scythe. Damage effect of scythe doubled. Greatly reduces detection by enemies at night. Not waste any more time. Ryuman sped towards the boss, preparing for close. The orc with the staff aimed directly at him, but Ryuman quickly circled around behind. Just as he had done before, the scythe was placed right at the boss. Ryuman pulled hard and head fell off along with his words, goodbye mom. Head was taken. Its massive body no longer had a brain to control balance, so it toppled to the ground. As it met its eternal rest, the system quickly registered it and displayed a notification. You have defeated the Orc Mage. EXP plus 37.73%. Gold plus 4,000. Level up. Defeating it, the system also collected new items and added them to the vast inventory. You have received the Orb of Eternal Rest. Countless achievement items were announced. You received a mysterious wood spirit statue. You received low-grade blue mana crystal. You received a balance stone. Side quest progress. Balance stone February. Ryuman smiled contentedly. He looked down at the item in his hand, secretly pleased. I've reached level 33, and I picked up an insanely powerful item. The then displayed detailed information about the Orb of Eternal Rest for the player. Orb of Eternal Rest. Type: necklace. Rarity: epic. Effect: each time a monster is defeated, gain 1 stack. Also, lose 1 durability. Every 100 stacks convert into 1 attribute point. Durability, 1000/1000. Requirement, equip common rarity or higher. Description, a necklace with an opaque gray orb attached. Legend says it seals the souls of those who have been. Looking at the orb's information panel, he couldn't help but ponder the attributes it possesses. The orb of eternal rest grants 1 attribute point when 100 stacks are accumulated. It is the devouring rune that Hao Yanlong once used. How Ryumin didn't just focus on the advantages, he suddenly remembered a fatal flaw. But there's one disadvantage. Durability 0/1000. The more stacks accumulated, the more durability is lost. This is a consumable item. In his mind, image of another golden spirit stone appeared. However, if combined with the enduring rune from stage 8, a blacksmith assists, I can restore its durability. After analyzing the newly acquired item, he quickly made a decision. That means I can increase my attributes indefinitely. Suddenly, Ryumin's train of thought was interrupted by a voice calling out, "Black Scythe, where are you?" He lightly turned his head to look behind him and realized, it seems the effect of the Reaper's seal is making me hard to detect. At Julie searching behind him, he turned to observe the men lying motionless on the ground, thinking of a way. Before dispelling deathly night, I should follow his magical seal. The figures of the men gradually faded into nothingness. Ryumin softly said, "Erase all traces." The skill name dispelling deathly night. The magical seal disappeared with it. On the effect of the Reaper's seal magic that remained after disappearing, Julie also realized, strange. Why is it constantly flickering between light and dark here? She suddenly glanced to one side and noticed Ryumin appeared right beside her. He walked closer to Julie. Recognizing him, she happily greeted him. "There you are. I've been looking all over for you." Black Scythe glanced at the monster he had just defeated. He coldly replied, "As you can see, I was very..." Julie processed the information and then asked, "Did you finally get it? But did you see anyone else around here?" A few people tried to steal the orc. Ryumin held his scythe and leaned it on his shoulder. He calmly replied, "No, I didn't see it." Julie nodded, indicating she understood, but she couldn't help but wonder. "That's strange. I thought I heard screaming." She innocently turned to one side, thinking about what had happened to her, which made Black Scythe feel guilty. Leaving the corpses exposed would have brought no benefit. Breaking the atmosphere, he turned to another spot and called out, "Hurry! We still have to defeat the next boss." Julie followed his words and went to a certain village, defeating every monster that resided there. The forms of the monsters crumpled where they had once fought. Orcs lay motionless, witnessing the commotion Ryumin was causing. On a side, an orc, seemingly the leader of this place, was fighting Ryumin. Skill of a hunter, the orc posed no challenge to him. Swift as lightning, the Reaper moved close to the orc's lower body. The leader's was severed by the Reaper's scythe. It didn't even have time to react. Next to the arm, his next target was the orc's torso. It's torn apart by the attack. Blood, flowing within its, sprayed everywhere into the air from the severance. The Reapers had ended another monster's life. After that leader was finished, the immediately appeared to credit him. "You have defeated the orc archer. EXP plus 37.73%. Gold plus 4,000. You received agile archer's boots. You received a sharpshooter's arrowhead. You received a low-grade green mana stone. You received a balance stone. Side quest progress. Balance stone march." The panel displayed detailed item information. Agile archer's boots. Type boots. Rarity, epic. Defense, 60. Effect, agility plus 10. Durability, 1,000/1,000. Requirement, common quality or higher. Description, boots said to belong to an agile archer. Enhances agility. Looking at the collected boots displayed on the system panel, Ryumin looked down at the boots he was currently wearing and analyzed them. Much better than the boots I'm currently wearing. Agile high-top boots, common quality. Defense 15. Effect, agility plus 4, movement speed plus 5%. There's no reason not to switch. Into the adjustment panel, he put the collected boots onto the control bar, along with a blacksmithing option and another mana stone. Ryumin analyzed how to use it. If I combine it with the blue mana stone I just got, the effect will be even better. The combination was complete. Black Scythe pressed the confirm button to verify with the system. New settings received. A mechanical sound announced, combination successful. As soon as he changed his equipment, the system provided new information to the player about this choice. Agility plus 4 option has been added to agile archer's boots. Ryumin nodded, satisfied with what he had just done. Great. So I've dealt with all the sub-bosses. Not alone. Himself to rest, the image of the final orc boss appeared in his mind. Reset a new target. Only one more level to reach 40. But him running out of the item hanging around his neck suddenly glowed, clearly showing that Ryumin had no regrets about his decisions. Even so, no regrets. I've achieved the goals I set. After collecting the orcs' corpses, the system again announced every change within the storage. +9 attribute points. Durability 1/1, 0/0. Julie came up from behind and called out, "Black Scythe, aren't you going to continue hunting?" Ryumin turned and replied, "I think that's enough." She couldn't help but wonder, "So now you're going to defeat the final..." Ryumin coldly raised his hand to the side, bidding farewell. "Well, part ways here. Thank you for accompanying." Julie could only shake his hand. She was a little awkward. Is it really over? Alongside her words, Julie felt a sense of regret in her heart. Now that we're about to part, I feel a little sad. I even planned to ask if I could stay with you until you defeat the final boss. Realizing had just had a foolish thought, she quickly dismissed it. No, if I stay, it'll only be a hindrance. It's best if we part ways. Julie couldn't hide her gloomy expression, which made Ryumin pause and think. It seems she's become attached in this short time. But the high-grade orc is very dangerous. You don't need to come with me, Julie. Her hand, which was emitting a stream of power, like a final parting gift, and said, "Black Scythe, let me give you one last..." Ryumin set his weapon aside, thinking it's time to act. Only one more level to reach 40. But the item worn around his neck suddenly glowed, clearly showing that Ryumin no longer regretted his decisions. Even so, no regrets. I've achieved the goals I set out. After collecting the orc corpses, the system once again announced changes within his inventory. +9 stat points. Durability 1/1, 0/0. Julie walked up from behind and called out, "Black Hook, aren't you going to continue hunting?" Ryumin turned and replied, "I think this is enough." She couldn't help but wonder, "So, are you going to go defeat the final boss?" Ryumin coldly raised his hand to the side in farewell. "Let's part ways here. Thank you for accompanying." Julie could only shake his hand. She felt a bit awkward. Is it really over? Alongside her words, Julie felt wistful in her heart. Now that we're about to part, I feel a little sad. I was even planning to ask if I could stay with you until you defeat the final boss. Knowing her foolish thought, she quickly dismissed it. No, if I stay, it'll only be a hindrance. It's best if we part ways. Julie couldn't hide her dejected expression, which made him pause for a moment and think. It seems she's grown attached in this short time. But high-level orcs are very dangerous. You don't need to come with me, Minjuri. Her hand, radiating power as a final farewell gift, and said, "Black Hook, let me buff you one last." Julie cast the spell while saying goodbye to Ryumin. "Black Scythe, thank you once again for helping me hunt monsters. If I were alone, it would have been very difficult." A drop of sweat and pressed an option on the system panel that had just appeared. Although it's not much, Julie took a glowing blue item of beautiful color from her inventory. She explained, "I received this item when you led me. I don't know if you need it, but please accept." Ryumin didn't want her to suffer any more loss. He didn't hesitate to refuse. "You keep it." Julie politely shook her head, still wanting to give him the item. "No, just getting the experience was more than enough for me." After saying that, she thought, "Actually, I have 2 of these, but I need to give one to Min." Ryumin looked at Julie with gentle eyes. He knew she was worried about him, but didn't know that he was that person, and she thought she owed Black Scythe a favor. Black Scythe could only give in. He took the item from Julai's hand and said, "But I've also received help, so consider it even." Black Scythe turned and walked forward, not forgetting to say, "I'll take it then. Well, if fate wills it, we'll meet." Julie put her hand to her chest. She looked worriedly at Black Scythe walking away. Ryumin was casting a quick movement spell. Magic arrows flew incessantly, and Black followed their guidance. After confirming his current location, announced, confirmed location of high-grade orc boss monster. Distance to target, 1,121 meters. Ryumin threw himself, keeping his eyes glued to the guiding arrow. Still traceable means no one has defeated it yet. He the history of defeating orcs and realized, no one has ever defeated a high-grade orc in previous rounds. And of the 3 orcs he had just defeated appeared, with the shadow of the final boss behind them. The Reaper Scythe knows that among the 4 bosses of Stage 5, the high-grade orc is so powerful that the other 3 are considered only Ryumin imagined an orc that could contend with many warriors. He envisioned it would probably take 100 level 20 players to risk charging in to defeat it. Normal players would never be able to defeat it. Black entered the green forest. He reevaluated the final boss. Even I died 4 times to defeat it. That's how I set the current record of 43 seconds. The system chimed, accompanied by the sound of movement on the ground. Distance to target, 321 meters. Ryuman jumped onto a tree and used it as a leverage point to launch himself forward. Black Scythe muttered to himself, this time, he'll break that record. This echoed through the branches. He moved quickly from tree to tree. Black lunged forward, seeing the boss shadow. The system again announced, distance to target, 160 meters. Ryuman was suddenly surprised as he observed the situation before him. The sight of a warrior being crushed. He was slowly being deprived of life by the final boss. Strongest orc was single-handedly confronting other ordinary warriors before Ryuman's eyes. A orc appeared. In its hand was the mangled body of a Jun Sayok sat down in fear, his limbs trembling and unable to move. What's happening right now? Why is everything like this? There were no problems before. Going to an earlier time, Jun Sayok was standing and talking with a group of people. Orcs are working together. Why don't we do the same? Join our... First, I'll introduce myself.
I'm Yun Seok, level 12 warrior.
The blonde-haired youth next to him added, I'm also level 12. Nice to meet you.
I'm Brady Bit, a hunter.
In the robe awkwardly introduced himself, I'm a level 13 warrior. My name is WHWHB. My name is like that because my keyboard is broken. All formed a small group and started hunting orcs. Initially, we teamed up purely for mutual benefit, but things gradually got better, and everyone became more. Brady Bit shouted to Jun Sayok, lure them for me. Alright, leave it. Jun Sayok shouted loudly at an orc holding a chain. Hey you, look at me. Thanks to teamwork, they easily dealt with a small orc encampment. The holding a trident jumped onto its back and pinned it to the ground. Brady Bit, kill it. The short hair, seeing the orc about to attack, immediately warned WHWHBH behind her. After 6 hours of I got enough 300. Me too. Congratulations. We all did it. Jun Sayok felt very happy to complete the quest. We've completed the main quest. Suddenly, felt a bit bored going alone, so he suggested to the group, it's a bit sad to split up again. Should we hunt a little more? Sure. I want to reach level 20. The bow and arrow and the person holding the sword combined forces to take down an orc. So we continued to hunt. Feeding them. Everyone's levels gradually increased. You have leveled up. You have reached level 20. You have up from apprentice to regular. The combination feature has been unlocked. From then, they were able to collect many other types of skills. They were able to collect many more types of skills. We level 20 and learned new skills. As a result, the members of the group surrounded the corpse of a dead orc and mocked them. Orcs are too easy now. It's funny how much we struggled with them before. Isn't it? Gradually, they acquired many different kinds of skills. We've become strong. WHW turned to suggest a different location to Jun Sayok. But he was attracted by something else. So, how about we try a larger village? Wait, what's that? Giant orc with 2 heads and a long tongue walked by. Jun Sayok and Brady Bit watched it go, wondering, quite like an orc. Never seen one before. Could it be the boss? The boss? Holding the trident suggested to everyone, should we try fighting it? I feel like the 5 of us can do it. Try it? The rewards must be great. He to ask Brady Bit and he immediately agreed. Then we'll split the rewards evenly after killing it. Okay. The high-grade orc walking suddenly stopped. It abruptly turned back and let out a roar. The event happened too suddenly for anyone to react. Or we thought we had become strong. The high-grade orc roared louder and louder. It even stuck out its long tongue and began to show deep indentations. A run-up and leaped high into the high-grade orc landed in front of everyone, creating a powerful shockwave. It ferociously raised its sharp claws. The black girl was the first target of the high-grade orc. Killing the first girl, it around and targeted the orange-haired girl. The girl scared and couldn't do anything but the high-grade orc struck down with great force. Blood splattered everywhere. To another spot, targeting Brady Bit who was standing nearby. The enemy is not. The high-grade orc quickly grabbed him and lifted him up. The immense force to squeeze Brady Bit, crushing his body. The entire was quickly over. Jun Sayok witnessed the scene, his face turning dark. That's death. Seeing the WH stood in front of him, but it wrapped its tail around him and lifted him. The high-grade orc slammed his head hard to the ground with its tail, leaving only a plea for help. Save me. Dealing with almost all of them, it turned to look at Jun Sayok. He did it with terrified eyes, constantly repeating in his mind, I'm going to die.
I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm definitely going to...
The high-grade orc approached closer and closer. Jun Sayok screamed, don't come near me. His turned purple.
June recoiled in fear.
No. Its hand, preparing to finish him off when some human appeared from behind it. Black delivered a direct slash. With force, one head of the high-grade orc was severed from its neck. The head turned to look at him. It was all even a slash across the neck by him. Black Scythe defeated it, and it fell to the ground. June Sayak looked up, utterly astonished. It's Ryumin appeared at his eye.
Ryumin slowly landed, to Jun shocks amazement.
Black looked at the high-grade orc's corpse drawn by something. I can't believe it died in just one hit. Notifications rapidly appeared. You have defeated the high-grade orc. Leveled up. You have reached level 40. You have leveled from expert to specialist. The negotiation feature has been unlocked. He his scythe on his shoulder and continued to view the notifications. Increased Death Seal skill damage from 120% to 140%. Night of skill range increased from 500m to 1000m. You have the Annihilating Moonlight skill, a special skill of the Reaper. The next skill will unlock at level 60. Black Scythe smiled gleefully. Finally got it. Annihilating Moonlight, an attack skill of the Reaper. Skill with absolute power appeared on the screen. Exclusive skill. Annihilating Moonlight. Effect. Focus energy for 1 second and unleash an attack with 1200% damage. Increases by 1.5 times at night. Has a 10-minute cooldown and can only be used with scythes. He needed one swing of his scythe to cut down many orcs. When relying on only one attack skill, missing would be very risky. But because Annihilating Moonlight is an area of effect attack, it's very hard to miss. Harkos also cut through a brain. It will be even more useful when combining both magical and physical attacks. That means it will be effective against those with physical resistance too. He rejoiced at having such an amazing skill. Killing monsters is easy for me now. But there will be formidable monsters later, so this skill is truly useful. Now I'll check the next rewards. Notification continued to appear as Black Scythe received the skill. You obtained Orc's Gauntlets. You obtained high-grade Orc Fong. You obtained a low-grade Purple Mana Stone. You obtained Balance Stone. Side quest in progress. Balance Stone 4 of 4. In his now was a shimmering blue stone. You have completed the side quest. You obtained a Balance Stone. This is what I wanted this time. Black Scythe the stone, causing its energy to radiate around him. The newly acquired rune has been automatically engraved onto the player's body. Displayed the stone's power stats, Balance Stone. Effect. All stats will double if the difference between the highest and lowest stats is not greater than 10. He observed for a long time and thought, this rune only takes effect if I increase all stats equally. Black Scythe, as stats on the screen secretly calculating. And I, knowing I would get this rune, increased my stats without too much difference. He the screen to view his current stats. Now that it's engraved on my body, let's see how much my stats have increased. Black Scythe was very surprised to see his stats increase so much. He hadn't expected it. All my stats increased by over 300. He was surprised by this sudden surge in power. All stats. Strength, 374. Intellect, 614. Agility, 518. Luck, 374. Attribute points, 0. All over 3. Black Scythe was too astonished to speak. Even with the round buff and blessing, this number far exceeds my imagination. He on the corpse of the high-grade orc and thought, indeed, nothing beats the balance rune for fast power-up. So, finally, the time challenge reward. A series of other notifications appeared on the screen. You have defeated stage 5 orc boss in 1 second. This is subject to time challenge rules. Gold reward will be awarded based on record. Because you defeated it in less than 10 seconds, you received the highest reward of 100,000 gold. Congratulations. He smiled joyfully upon receiving a large amount of bonus gold. Last time it took 43 seconds, and I only got 23.25 gold. This is great. I need to use this gold to learn all the common skills I haven't learned yet. Black Scythe set an unprecedented record. The system wanted to enshrine his name. You have set an unprecedented record in the history of time challenges. Your achievement will be recorded in the Akashic records. Surprised to see the system announce, reward, unique item selection right. What does that mean? A ticket appeared. Special reward for setting a record. Huh? Black looked at the screen pondering. And I get to choose a unique item? Does that mean I can choose any item? The card that had just appeared on the screen. A set of categories appeared after Black Scythe pressed it. You can choose one of the following unique items as a reward. First, touch the type of item you want. A series of weapons and thought carefully. Can I really choose anything? If so, Then the unique weapon I plan to make after returning isn't needed. After a moment of thought, Hakka chose item number 3. This one seems reasonable.
3. juni COC's held.
June COC jumped up, looking up at him standing on the back of the high-level ORC. His hand to wipe his snot, looking at Hakka with admiration. No way, that monster with just one kick.
Yun CO
Looked down at the pale faces of his companions lying scattered on the ground. Hakka, is he really this strong? How could he defeat that monster alone? Something even 5 level 20 players couldn't do. Putting those sorrows, he wanted to say a few words to him. No, not now. Now I should be thanking him. Turned to look at June COC, then and walked away, leaving him confused.
Yun CO
Froze in place. He didn't even get to say. Priscilla appeared in the fiery red sky, radiating auras. How did it go? Did you complete the mission well? She down at the surviving players below and scoffed. In just 10 hours, so many people died. Priscilla taunted the players. Did you really die to those weak ORCs? Or did you fight over monsters? She snapped fingers to see the results. Let's see how the results turned out. The score clearly displayed the top 3 players. Round 5 results summary. All regions. Hakko level 40 Grim Reaper. Fools level 25 Shaman Mage. Heavenly Demon level 24 Dark Knight. Related CS 007 1. Hakko level 40 Grim Reaper. 2. Democracy level 21 Support. 3. No Life No Gay level 23 Mage. The people were astonished to see the results. Oh my god. Level 40 already. That's an insane record. Everyone turned their gaze to him, whispering. Eliminated 300 ORCs in just 1 hour? Is that even possible? Hakko stood with his arms crossed, letting out a helpless sigh. Just hurry up and get your rewards, that would be great. A series of notifications appeared before him as the results were announced. Congratulations. You have completed the quest as rank 1 in this region. Congratulations. You have completed the quest as rank 1 in all regions. Related region rank 1 reward. Rare necklace selection ticket. All regions rank 1 reward. Special reward selection. Hakko happily looked at the screen as everything went smoothly. Confirmed. You are the first player to achieve rank 1 in all regions for 5 consecutive rounds. You have achieved an unimaginable feat. You have received the Pioneer. It's done. Just as planned. I've obtained the title. Upon the title, he began to ponder other plans. Title Pioneer. Condition. Achieve rank 1 in all regions for the first 5 consecutive rounds. Effect. All experience gained increased by 1.5 times. It was also for title that I never missed rank 1 in all regions. I couldn't miss this 1.5 times faster growth opportunity. Hakko's hand to the screen, tapping the golden chest. Now that I have the desired title, let's choose the rank 1 reward. Tapped. A series of necklaces appeared. You may choose one of the following rare necklaces. Reward. Tap the reward you want. Skull Knight's necklace. Java's necklace. Necklace of 4. Hakko thought very carefully before choosing an item. An ordinary person would probably just pick randomly like a multiple choice test, huh? But I've tried all of them through many playthroughs. After a moment, hesitation, he chose the first item. What I need is Java's necklace. When Hakko a series of stats appeared. Java's necklace. Type. Necklace. Rarity. Rare. Effect. All stats plus 3. Effect resistance plus 35%. Durability. 1. 000/1. 000. Usage requirement. Regular rank or higher. Description. A necklace always worn by the alien race, Java. The necklace itself contains magic power. He looked and thought about something. What I need to strengthen right now isn't power or stats. A group of people were frozen by the blizzard's cold. Its status effect resistance. Ring and a necklace appeared with sparkling gems. Furthermore, items with effect resistance are very rare, so later, if I don't need it, I can sell it for a high price. The continued to display the second reward. Next is, you can choose one of the following special rewards. Reward. Tap the reward you want. 1. 3x experience boost buff for round 6 only. 2. 6,000 gold. 3. Information about round 6. He didn't hesitate or think further, deciding to choose immediately. No need to think. Definitely choosing the experience buff. So Priscilla clapped her. The echoing sound drew the players' attention. She asked, have all players received their rankings yet? Everyone has checked their rankings via message, right? Priscilla gleamed with disdain. By the way, the number of players who completed the main quest is 1,588. As her work ended, low-ranked players began to be incinerated. From rank 1211 downwards, you will be mercilessly eliminated. No, wait, Angel, please have mercy. All screamed in agony as the flames consumed them. Please spare. Priscilla raised a hand to her mouth and sneered. How shameful to beg for your lives like that. Humans are truly no better than insects. He looked at her and scoffed back. Do you think you're any Priscilla looked at the leaderboard. I suppose you didn't manage to complete it either. Alice, at Black Hook standing at the edge of the chasm. Round 5 Priscilla was quite surprised to see him. He completed it. Along a dazzling light, she bid him farewell and disappeared. Well then, humans, rest now. See you in the next round. Priscilla disappeared. The system displayed a notification for all surviving players. Round 5 concluded. Total survivors. 1932/7557. Related area CS007 survivors. 1211. Souls will be returned to their bodies in their original dimension after a few minutes. Round 6 will begin at midnight on June 1st, 2023. See you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. He returned to his apartment. His entire Min was stiff. He had to lift his arms to stretch. Min leaned back on the armrest of the chair, urging himself, I've eaten and drank. Let's begin. Black Hook, the system. Begin new weapon upgrade. Combination window. Combine. Main ingredient. Death Scythe. Sub-ingredients include Orc Heart, mysterious wooden statue. He added the items he had obtained. A rusty arrowhead and the fangs of 2 orcs. Black Hook hesitated about combining the weapon. If I press the combine button now, the weapon will be enhanced into a rare item suitable for my level. Why am I hesitating? He recalled. But I have the black diamond I got from Huang Yong Min. Black Hook decided to combine that stone as well and press the button. If I combine it with the black diamond, it won't just be rare. It'll be upgraded to a unique item. Combine. A unique blade carrying a mysterious black energy. Combination successful. You have created Death Scythe. Combination was complete. The system displayed the weapon stats. Death Scythe. Weapon type. Scythe. Quality unique. Level 300. Effect. All stats plus 10. Skill damage plus 10%. Durability. 3000/3000. Usage requirements. Expert rank or higher. Description. A scythe once favored by death. It is said that darkness always follows the scythe of death. He laughed, hearty laugh that startled Ryu 1. Finally, I'm free from Death's scythe. Ryu used his remaining money to acquire more skills. Now, with the money left, should I just learn some general skills? Shop. Equipment. Materials. Consumables. General skills. Explore surroundings. 20,000. The primary, the skill used to display path maps. First, explore surroundings will help display a minimap. The second helps the eyes see further. Enhanced vision will extend eyesight beyond human limits. And final skills are used to create a shield and target accurately. Basic resistance will increase resistance to negative statuses by 15%. And dexterity will increase skill hit rate by 20%. So all general skills have been learned. He had unlocked all skills, he still had a lot of money. After learning the skills, I still have 140,000 gold left over. Besides the rare items that will only unlock in a few days, there's nothing else worth buying. Huh? Ryu sat up abruptly and decided to stop here. Alright, that's enough for this. His thoughts to open the system and view his stats. Status window. Status window. Name. Ryu Min Expert Level 40. Class. Reaper. Nickname. Black Hook. Titles. Last Anomaly of Time. Hidden. First Angel Killer. Hidden. One who defies divine punishment. Hidden. Leader. Hidden. Stats. Strength 106. Intelligence 150. Agility 106. Luck 136. Stat points. 0. General skills. Tracking. Aura sense. Erase traces. First aid. Explore surroundings. Enhanced vision. Basic resistance. Dexterity. Special skills. Death Mark. Death's Night. Moonlight Slash. Slaughter Rune. Brilliant Rune. Clone Rune. Death Rune. Inner Rune. Balance Rune. Additional features. Shop. Can purchase items. Combine. Can combine items. Trade. Can trade items or gold. Unlocks at level 60. Unlocks at level 99. Min looked at the screen and smiled contentedly. If it's already like this just from the buff of the balance rune, then adding the slaughter rune will double my power. I was thinking, the system gradually disappeared. Excellent, I'm at my strongest now. It's time to start doing business with Ma Ghi Ongluk. After that deal is done, He'll exploit Huang Yongmin's. Something popped into Ryu Min's mind. Wait a minute. Come to think of it, how's that guy doing now? I wonder if he survived as planned. He opened skill and started searching for someone. Tracking. Huang Yongmin. Min smiled cheerfully when he found Huang Yongmin's location. He can be tracked. That means he's still alive. Good. I can still exploit him further. With an gaze he sneered, thinking of him, then he'll make you fail. But this will be the last time I exploit Huang Yongmin. After using him in this real world, he'll discard. Scene shifted to a large building inside a luxurious cafe. Julie sat. She looked outside, a little puzzled. Why does Ryumin want to meet me? In her mind, she imagined the next scene.
Dont elle me.
In her imagination, Ryumin gently approached her. Julie, I'm thinking of this made Julie incredibly embarrassed, trying to keep herself calm. What a silly thought. Calm down, absolutely don't. She was still lost in thought when the door opened. Min entered with the handsome demeanor of a heartthrob. He turned his head, searching. After spotting her sitting in a corner, he smiled and greeted her. You're here? Have you been waiting long? She quickly stood up and explained. No, I just arrived. Feeling a bit awkward, Julie announced. He'll go order. What do you want to drink? It's my treat today. Just choose whatever you like. This seemed to make him quite happy. Really? Then I'll have an Americano. With an extra shot, please. She nodded in agreement. Okay, After sitting down, Ryumin's face became strangely friendly. Thanks for the. Julie felt something was off and pondered. Why is the atmosphere so tense today? It must be because of what I was thinking earlier. Before she knew it, she was thinking of the intimate scene between the two of them just now. This time, Ryumin gently spoke, so, how was round? He seemed a bit awkward looking at her face. You met Hak-Ka, right? Seeing this, she nodded in agreement. Just as you said. I met him and hunted to. July's face lit up as she reported, honestly. I was a little skeptical that the rank 1 player would agree to party with me. But when I showed him my buff, he agreed right. This seemed to be part of Mint's calculations. I told you, just seeing your buff, even Hak-Ka needed it. She nodded, chuckling, understanding. Thanks to that, hunting was incredibly easy. He helped a lot. It's my first time ranking second in all regions. Made him look ahead in surprised victory. Second place? That's amazing. What did you get? Her eyes became extremely eager. Julie fiddled with the necklace in her hand. Her face glowed, sparkling because of this item. It's a rare mid-grade necklace that increases agility stats. How is it? Does it look? Min looked at the necklace in her hand, also marveling in surprise. It's beautiful. She immediately held it out to him. Here, this made him quite awkward. Huh? Why give it to me? She quickly urged, just take it. I got it thanks to your accurate prediction. It seemed he was still too embarrassed by this.
No, y canto nada.
This is your achievement. But Julai's gaze was incredibly determined. No, it's not. Hak-Ka carried me, so hunting was like. Min could only force a wry smile. Then give it to him. She sighed in surprise. Why would he need this low-level item? In his mind, he also had his own thoughts. Of course not. He doesn't need any. Min saw the situation and quickly waved his hand, shaking his head to explain. Thanks, but I don't need it. I haven't even reached official player rank yet. She felt a little confused. You haven't reached official player rank? What level are you? He sighed, lowering his head with a sad expression. Level 19. I only managed to kill 300 ORCs in 10 hours. Seeing his attitude, Julie could only put the necklace away. The prophet class isn't really suited for close combat. Sensing something was off, she became curious. But hey, how does the prophet class fight? Ryumin chuckled, scratching his head, unsure how to explain. I have a few magic skills, but demonstrating them is a bit embarrassing. This made her ponder. Then you don't need an agility necklace because magic relies on intelligence stats, right? He nodded, confirming exactly. She also figured something out. In that, another new item appeared in Julai's hand. They'll give you this instead of the neck. She also sincerely smiled and explained. I picked it up while hunting. Just take it. I don't know if it's any good, but it's the thought that counts, so don't despair. Seeing her treat him so kindly, Ryumin was a little. He gently reached out and took the item from her hand. Thank you. You actually thought. This touch made Julie blush awkwardly. It's not like I was thinking anything. Okay? You've been giving me information all this time, so I feel. Min pondered for a moment. He immediately proposed an idea. Then I want to give you something too. Seeing this, Julie seemed quite surprised. Huh? For me? What? He continued to announce. What else? Information about round 6, of course. These words made her. He tried to force a wry smile. I'd be extremely grateful if you'd tell me. Ryumin, still unfazed, spoke up. All right. The mission for round 6 The two of them chatted animatedly for a long moment later. July's face showed she understood something new. So I should hunt with Hack. Min confidently reassured her he probably want refuse. You've already proven your worth in round. She became thoughtful, forming a party with him again. Huh? Seeing this, he became worried. So you're happy? Julie chuckled, speaking her thoughts. Of course. Hakka is incredibly good to me. Ryumin seemed quite surprised to hear this answer. Yes. She focused, recounting with sparkling eyes, he's more considerate than I thought. Not as scary as he looks. A bit arrogant, but being rank 1 he's allowed to be. These words were like a dagger to Min's head. He didn't know what else to say. Is that? After a moment of thought, she reported again. Also, he seems to have a lot of insight. Ryumin felt a little confused. Insight? She said. Following her thoughts, it's hard to explain, but it's like he can read other people's. Min heard this and calmed down. That's just the soul. In his mind, he had his own thoughts. I'm not perfect at all. I failed 99 times. Was I tricked? The final round requires 5 people to enter the boss. The bastard. He remembered the system's notifications from that day. To enter the boss room, at least 5 players are thinking of this. Ryumin looked ahead determinedly, resolved not to make a mistake. In any case, I'm out of chances. I have to reach the final round at all costs. Ryumin, Julie, and that American priest. Seeing him deep in thought, Julie felt a little confused. Min, what are you thinking? He quickly shook his head, explaining, nothing.
Donc,
she was quite curious. Are you worried about the next round? Ryumin nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'm not that. She sighed regretfully. If only the regions merged, I could still help you. He felt quite surprised. Help for free? She nodded, confirming again. She sighed, explaining, always being the one receiving favors makes me feel guilty. I haven't been able to help you. Seeing her look so guilty, Ryumin calmly had his own thoughts. You've helped a lot, Julie. Thanks to you, I took down the high-level ORC in one. He gently reassured her, don't stress too much. Sooner or later, we'll meet again in another world. This made Julie look up, a little happy. She gave a bright smile and encouraged. Then let's both do our. He could only raise a hand and nod, signaling agreement. Although in his mind, he had his own calculations. This is. If she finds out I'm Hakka, what will her reaction be? That's what worries me the most. Time quickly shifted to the evening at Tronma Corporation. Min slowly stepped inside. Secretary Vu bowed and announced, Sir, principal shareholder Ryumin has arrived. Seeing his appearance made Ghi Onglok excitedly stand up and greet him. Welcome. Esteemed share quickly pointed to a chair and gestured to the secretary. Please, sir, take this seat. Manager and bring us 2 cups of chrysanthemum tea. The secretary nodded, understanding perfectly. Yes. After sitting down, Ghi Onglok immediately got straight to the main topic. Principal shareholder, no. Profit. Was your trip all right? Ryumin smiled and praised, very good. The driver you sent was very Hearing this, he let out a sigh of relief. That's good then. If anyone caused you discomfort, just tell me. I will deal with it immediately and take appropriate.
He Muset, Ghi Onglok.
The man who kills 1 criminal every week. Talking about appropriate action, huh? Suddenly he spoke up, right. A plan formed in his mind. It's best not to speak carelessly. Ghi Onglok looked outside and suggested, have you eaten yet? If not, we could have dinner together. Seeing this, Ryumin chuckled in response. There's something more important than this made him incredibly excited, jumping up. Could it be? His face was full of anticipation. You've come to provide information for the next round, haven't you? Seeing the expression on his face, Ryumin was very pleased. He's made his proposal, of course. I will share information about rounds. Seeing this, he happily replied. Really?
I'm so grateful.
As soon as he finished speaking, Ryumin interrupted. In return, I want you to convene an emergency shareholder. He calmly stated his thoughts. It's time to talk business. We'll have to change our business sector. And the company name. Ghi Onglok's expression immediately changed. What do you want me? Min didn't back down, going straight to the main point. At the meeting, I want you to support the project I'm about to His voice echoed continuously inside the office. As I said before, don't object unreasonably. That means you must convince the other shareholders. Ghi Onglok remained silent after hearing these words. From what I see in the future, they won't be happy about. Feeling something was off, he was bewildered and about to react. What kind of business is this? All of his reactions were noted by Min. He already had his own calculations. Just by his expression, I know he's dying to know. And it makes sense. He's hearing me talk about changing industries while still bringing success. Time he slowly spoke, the business sector I'm about to launch is. His face became smug. Creating an exclusive social network platform specifically for players. Ryumin confidently announced, that is, creating an exclusive open platform for this made Ghi Onglok feel confused. You mean a website? He nodded, confirming. That's right. The difference between a regular site and this one will be only players can use it, and it's for buying and selling items instead of everyday.
The unlock look superficial.
Can items be bought and sold with cash? Sensing his hesitation, he patiently explained, well, let sellers decide if they want to transact or receive compensation for their goods when selling on the web. This also made him quite bewildered. I understand about transactions, but do players need cash? Ryumin calmly speculated. Some people continued to summarize the initial plan. Currently, there's no other way. Ghi Onglok was a little incredulous. Currently? So, will there be a way? Looking at Ghi Onglok's attitude, Ryumin thought admiringly he's quite. However, he had predicted all of this. He calmly laid out the plan he had made beforehand. That's right. I've looked into the future and saw a person above level 40 trading with gold coins instead of cash. This was the first time he heard this plan. He explained the plan he had already set in his mind. When you reach level 40, you will unlock the negotiation feature. Using that feature, you can transfer gold between players. We just need to create a system on the site for safe gold exchange when the time. His face held a hint of smugness. Of course, we'll charge a fee in either cash or. After hearing this, Ghi Onglok sat there pondering for a long time. A social network marketplace for players. Huh? That's a great idea, especially since no one has done it yet. If it succeeds, we'll have a monopoly. Looked up and asked again, so, who will you? Ryumin had thoroughly researched these matters beforehand. As you know, items dropped from monsters cannot be sold in the store, so I'm sure they're looking for ways to get rid. His voice continued to echo inside the room. Furthermore, now that they are above level 20, they are definitely experimenting with many different item combinations.
The unlock listen in silencer.
If there's a website that allows them to easily buy items. After hearing this, his thoughts slowly changed. Many people will use it. He nodded, confirming this is the best opportunity to create the web. Ghi Onglok needed time to think. He sat still, focusing on his next plan. As you said, if done well, it will definitely be very successful. We can post a series of advertisements. Different thoughts appeared in his mind. We should also make an app for easier use. Maybe even add an auction system. If we don't charge fees initially. He was still hesitating. Ryumin's lips curved into a smug smile. Seems he really likes this idea. Well, it's understandable since he knows him. It seemed he also had his own calculations within this plan. Indeed, it benefits me too. If I monopolize the item crafting materials whose uses others don't yet know, he'll be able to create unique, legendary, and even divine-grade items. While he was still lost in thought, Ghi Onglok had made a decision. Let's decide that for now. What about the company name? Ryumin glanced at him. Do you have any idea? His face became more trusting as he gave his opinion. Well, let's just go with your idea. You're the largest shareholder after. Ryumin became serious again. He continued to propose, how about player place? To emphasize that we are for
The unlock silently agreed.
Sounds good. Can easily be abbreviated too. Hearing this, he let out a sigh of relief. Good, then. How long will it take to He carefully pondered and calculated, then announced at least 1 month. He nodded, silently thinking that means after rounds. Remembering something important, Ryumin quickly declared, by the way, let me tell you about round 6 now. This information surprised Ghi Onglok and the secretary standing near. After a long discussion, Ghi Onglok sat there, calmly pondering. So, teamwork is also very important in rounds. This time he slowly stood up. Thanks for everything. Ryumin shook his head as if nothing had happened. Nope. Ghi Onglok was extremely happy and made plans for the future. Keeping him was a wise decision. Thanks to him, everything is going smoothly in both the real world and the other. He looked up and smiled. Then we will launch the business as you described. I will organize a shareholder meeting as soon as possible to approve this idea. His face became excited. You will also attend the meeting to present the idea. Ryumin nodded at this idea. All right. He quickly placed his trust in him. Good, then. He'll call you as soon as the date is. Feeling that everything had progressed quickly, Ghi Onglok instructed, Manager and, please take him home. And by the way, tell Ms. Seo everything. And nodded, understanding. Understood. After secretary and left, Ghi Onglok turned towards the door. Goodbye. Time passed quickly. A few days later, Ryumin woke up. The first thing he did was pick up his phone. Today, an epic grade item will be on. He opened the shop screen. Shop. Today's items. His fingers moved nimbly, performing act. Looking at the round shirt right before him, Ryumin was somewhat pleased. Here it is, the tattered robes of the Wanderer. Today's item. The system displayed information about this robe. Tattered robes of the Wanderer. Type, armor. Grade, epic. Defense 1. Durability 1,000/1,000. Usage restriction. Official player or higher. Description. A dirty, tattered set of clothes. However, it has one strong point. Price, 20,000 gold. Time remaining, 23H59.59. Bye. Ryumin felt a little regretful. The defense is garbage, but it greatly increases movement and attacks. Even so, he reached out to confirm. An epic item for 20,000 gold, truly. Looking at the screen as it confirmed success, Ryumin pondered strangely. Soon I won't have to rely on the shop anymore. He'll be able to buy everything I need on the social market. The scroll he had just ordered appeared before him. When that time comes, crafting blueprints will be sold at high price. If there are blueprints guiding the creation of a specific item, Ryumin looked at it to see if anything had changed. There will be no need to blindly combine. A perfect plan was clearly set in Ryumin's mind. Furthermore, players can also resell blueprints, so they will be a very popular commodity. If this advantage is exploited well, the market will develop even. Thinking of this, he lay down on the bed, a little tired. But first, at tomorrow's shareholder, time shifted to the next day. At Heavenly Demon Consulting, as each CEO entered, secretary and handed them a document. This is the document. Please have it. Things were gradually getting better. The shareholder meeting proceeded smoothly. Ryumin stood at the podium, presenting his idea to everyone. However, things are never that easy. There were always people opposing his idea. As expected, some people objected to my idea. But because I answered every question fluently, they gradually questioned. Ryumin, fearless, calmly laid out the plan. This also made Ghi Onglok, standing nearby, marvel. Finally, everyone agreed. After the meeting concluded, Ghi Onglok happily stepped forward to praise him. You did great. You weren't nervous at all. Ryumin calmly replied, perhaps it's thanks to practicing at home. This also made him a little surprised. Is that? He placed his hand on his chest and spoke his current thoughts. From now on, I'll take care of the rest. You just need to worry about surviving the next. Hearing him say that, a strange smile appeared at Ryumin's lips. He must be worried ill. Knowing that things were gradually improving, Ghi Onglok quickly suggested, are you hungry? Let's go to lunch together. He happily nodded. Okay. In his heart, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Today's work is. He slowly stepped forward, thinking about the next plan. Now there's just one thing left. I have to use Huang Yang. A moment later, Jamie's face appeared on the screen. Hello. This is PCVK. Sunday's regular. Paul Ring's face was a little strange. He quickly replied, hello, Jamie. She immediately noticed the problem. Why does everyone seem so down? Is something? Paul Ring seriously asked, haven't you heard the news, Jamie? She, who randomly didn't know what had happened, asked what. The next words made her freeze instantly. We still haven't received any news from my 30s and Honey Jam since round 5. I don't think there's still a. This time her face was completely serious. She glanced at the attitudes of those around her. So that's why everyone is bowing their heads. But, surprisingly, are they really sad about those deaths? I only met them through video. Thinking of this, Jamie suddenly realized something important. They must be pretending to look. He paused, then pondered further. The founder of PCVK is the most influential person here. Of course, they have to pretend to be close to win his favor. He always acts sad whenever someone. Thinking of this, Jamie became even more determined. Alright, I'll pretend along. She immediately switched into acting mode, crying pitifully. No, not those. Seeing her so pathetic, everyone cried along.
Don't cry.
Since you're crying, I'll cry. Looking at them, every single one is imitating me. Humans are truly Suddenly, a new system notification appeared. The chairman has joined the PCVK. Looking at everyone's demeanor, the chairman became bewildered. What's going on? Why is everyone Seeing this, Lostiak could only sigh and recount the whole story. Well, after hearing all this, the chairman also pondered strangely. I see. But I'm still very glad that you all are. He closed his eyes sadly and spoke his thoughts. Not a single round passes smoothly. Now there are only 6 of us. This time, one of them asked in surprise, Chairman, can't we choose new exec? The chairman hesitated, then replied, I want to, but there's no one capable enough. The previous applicants couldn't be contacted. He looked at the employee sitting opposite Lostiak. What happened to those? He shook his head in response. I called them many times, but no one answered. This also made the chairman disappointed. I guess all 3 died in round 5. Lostiak announced a little seriously, I'm not sure about the other 2, but Hakka is still alive.